Vincent was a well-known hunter in the area with years of experience, a muscular build, and sharp senses. He also had a beautiful wife named Olina. Unfortunately, the couple had trouble conceiving and couldn't have children. A few years ago, on a quiet night, Vincent kept hearing soft cries coming from the stable. At first, he thought it was some wild animal, but when he grabbed his axe and went to check, he was stunned to find a small child, fair-skinned with blonde hair, wrapped in a blanket and lying in the middle of the stable. Years passed, and the child grew up. He had blonde hair and blue eyes and was incredibly beautiful and charming. The boy was named Aryan Shirone, and he was the main character of our story. Vincent and Evelina always treated him as their own beloved son. Every day, Vincent would take him into the woods, and while Vincent chopped wood, Shirone would immerse himself in the magical books his father had bought for him. Their family was warm and loving, but the village children didn't seem to like Shirone very much. The reason was quite childish. He was always reading books, and on top of that, he was very skinny and looked delicate, almost like a girl. He didn't have the strong, muscular build that Vincent did. There were many rumors going around the village that Shirone had been picked up by Vincent and his wife from some dark corner of the world. Naturally, the village kids knew about it too. While it was true that Shirone was an adopted child, Vincent couldn't stand the gossip about the little one he treasured like a gem. Vincent always felt like it was his fault that Shirone was pushed away by the other children. Of course, he couldn't just go around slapping every one of them. So to make up for his guilt, he took his son on frequent trips, hoping to broaden his horizons. The next morning, Vincent took Shirone to the city of Creeds on the outskirts of the kingdom of Thormia. It was Shirone's first time in the city, and the hustle and bustle of the place left him wide-eyed and amazed by the grand sights. Vincent still had a few things to take care of, so he stopped the carriage in front of a fruit shop owned by an acquaintance. He looked at his son and said, "Stay here until I get back." Though Shirone was usually well-behaved, this was his first time in the city, so Vincent couldn't help but remind him over and over not to wander into shady alleys or run into any nobles before he finally drove off. Shirone stayed by the fruit stand trying to prove his usefulness by offering to write a sign for the elderly man. The old man seemed surprised that a country boy like him could read and write, and he even thought Shirone was quite bright and sharp. As he was lost in admiration for the beautiful child, Shirone suddenly asked, "Excuse me, do you know magic?" "What? Magic law?" "No magic." Shirone replied eagerly, holding up the large magic book that Vincent had bought for him. The man laughed. "Ah, kids will always be kids. They all love that kind of stuff. Dragons, heroes, wizards." But seeing the sparkle of hope in Shirone's eyes, he couldn't bear to disappoint him. So he pointed toward the alley ahead. "I don't know much about magic, but there are plenty of books about it over there." Shirone followed the direction of his finger, and his eyes lit up when he saw a large bookstore at the end of the alley. With the man's approval, he immediately ran toward it. However, once inside the bookstore, Shirone was stopped by the arrogant shopkeeper. She wouldn't let him touch any of the books on the shelves, saying they were too expensive for poor people like him. Just then, the shop welcomed a distinguished guest. The shopkeeper called him the head butler, though it wasn't clear which noble family he served. While the shopkeeper was busy talking to the man, Shirone quickly flipped through a few books on the shelf, only to realize there was nothing particularly interesting in them. Feeling bored, he walked out of the store and happened to see a man carrying a box of books walking by. Shirone, who loved books, couldn't resist and ran after him. What shocked him next was that the man simply dumped the box of books into a trash pile. "So this is where Dad gets books for me?" Shirone thought to himself. He stood there in stunned silence for a few seconds, then approached the trash and carefully picked up each book to take a look. As he did, he heard some laughter and conversation nearby. He turned around and saw two noblewomen happily chatting, each holding a book. Shirone couldn't help but wonder, what was the difference between him and these people? Why had his father told him not to get involved with the nobility when he left? And why were they allowed to read whatever books they wanted while he couldn't? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Shirone instinctively began following the two women, but before he could catch up, a tall, imposing soldier stopped him. "Hey kid, this isn't the place for someone like you to be hanging around. Beyond this gate is the area for the nobles. Where are you from? Where are your parents?" "Oh, my dad is nearby," Shirone replied nervously. At that moment, another soldier approached. He took one look at Shirone and immediately felt something was off. Shirone didn't look like the other kids around here. They quickly assumed he was either an orphan or maybe even an accomplice of thieves, so they decided to drag him in for questioning. But Shirone was quick. He yanked off his outer jacket and managed to escape. He hid behind a few bushes, his hair a mess and his clothes dirty. Despite all that, he felt lucky to have gotten away without being caught. Just as he was about to pick up his shoes and head back to the fruit vendor, he heard voices coming from behind the tall stone wall. "Now let's discuss what magic really is, shall we?" "No, headmaster. Please show us how you breathe fire. A few voices responded eagerly. Shirone looked up at the wall twice or three times his height, and of course, couldn't see a thing. Wait, could this be a magic academy? Excitement bubbled up inside him. Shirone pressed his ear to the wall, straining to listen. Inside, the person they called the headmaster continued asking questions to his students. He asked them what the most important thing to learn about magic was. Some said knowledge, others said hard work, and some even argued that money was the key, but no one had given the right answer yet. Shirone made an effort to listen carefully, and eventually he got the answer from the principal. The most important thing when studying magic is clarity of mind. The noble-born students in here are all around your age. When I mentioned clarity of mind, they all looked confused. What does that mean? The principal didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked a question. Is there anyone here who doesn't know what 1 plus 1 equals? Who doesn't know that? It's 2, of course, the students all shouted. Then, can anyone explain why 1 plus 1 equals 2? The principal asked again. The students exchanged glances, but no one could answer. The strange feeling they had at that moment, that was clarity of mind. There was a time when people didn't know that 1 plus 1 equals 2, and many scholars worked hard just to prove it. But even without concrete proof, we still understand that 1 plus 1 equals 2, don't we? That's because it's a rule that has always existed in the world. That's why we don't need to study it. We've already instinctively understood and accepted it. Magic is the same. From the very beginning, it has been present in this world. We can feel it and accept it with our own clarity of mind. That's why it's more important than knowledge or hard work, the principal explained all at once. The kids at the academy were still trying to process everything he had just said. But Shirone, who was eavesdropping outside, felt his heart pounding loudly. The most important thing when learning magic wasn't money, nor noble status. It was wisdom. Does that mean even a kid like me could become a great sorcerer? Shirone thought, both excited and nervous, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest when he heard the principal's voice call out, "Child behind the wall, I want to hear your thoughts." Shirone jumped in surprise. He hadn't imagined that a thick wall like this could still give him away. Should he run or try to answer the question? Especially in his filthy, scruffy state. Shirone feared that the principal, along with the other children inside, might look down on him, just like the bookstore owner or those 2 guards had, disgusted by how poor and dirty he was. But he also feared that if he let this opportunity slip away, he'd regret it for the rest of his life. So with some kind of overwhelming drive, Shirone pushed himself to climb the wall step by step, his small body struggling but determined. He looked a mess, but his eyes were shining brightly. Shirone saw the headmaster of the Magic Academy sitting under a tree with a few children. The headmaster looked very kind and gentle, nothing like the bookstore owner or the guards. As soon as he saw Shirone, he spoke first. "Hello there, are you here to play with me?" The headmaster, Murray Alpheus, was a level 4 mage and the founder of the Alpheus Magic Academy. Shirone gathered all his strength to jump down from the wall and then slowly walked over. The children sitting around Alpheus were all from noble families, their clothes neat and spotless, a sharp contrast to Shirone's appearance. Some of them immediately recognized him as a commoner and without hesitation tried to shoo him away, but Headmaster Alpheus wasn't like that. "It's all right, come on over," he said kindly. What was it about this old man's words that caught Shirone's attention? The headmaster's gentle demeanor made Shirone feel much more confident. Although he was usually shy, he managed to speak up and ask for something he truly wanted. "I want to see magic. I've only ever read about it in books, but I've never seen it with my own eyes." Before Alpheus could respond, the children around him began to chatter. They called Shirone a liar, questioning how a commoner could possibly read books. "You know I have no voice here, so I bowed my head low and begged. Please just show me any magic. I just want to see it with my own eyes." Alpheus chuckled. "Ha ha, it's simple. I'll show you a spell that can create wind." As soon as Alpheus finished speaking, a strong gust of wind blew in and lifted Shirone into the air. It wasn't just him. Every child gathered around the headmaster was swept up as well. But while the others seemed to enjoy it, Shirone looked both terrified and confused. After reaching a certain height, Shirone and the others began to fall. While the other kids were still excited, Shirone's heart was racing from fear. It was his first time ever free falling, and from such a height, he felt like he might break apart any second. Overcome with fear, he squeezed his eyes shut. After what felt like a long time, the whooshing sound of the wind near his ears faded, replaced by the giggling of the other kids. Only then did Shirone dare to open his eyes. He found himself floating just about a meter above the ground, while the other students were teasing him for being such a scaredy cat. Alpheus, seeing this, couldn't hold back and burst into a hearty laugh. How was that? That's magic. Shirone landed safely, but his heart was still pounding with fear. So this is what magic really is. It was so advanced, so far beyond anything the book had taught him. What exactly is magic then? Headmaster, Shirone asked, still shaken by the psychological shock he had just experienced. Please explain. Alpheus stroked his long beard, seemingly searching for an easy way to explain it, but Shirone was too impatient and urged him to speak. Please, just tell me the truth. His voice was loud, and anyone who heard it might have thought he was being rude to the headmaster. The noble students nearby were shocked. No one ever dared raise their voice at Alpheus, not even the teachers. They expected Alpheus to get angry and punish Shirone. But when Alpheus looked at Shirone's smart face and bright eyes, he couldn't bring himself to get upset. Ha 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 ha. Well, since you're so eager to know, I'll explain. But it's a bit complicated. He chuckled, still stroking his beard, and began explaining to Shirone what true magic really was. It was something beyond the ordinary. In other words, a way to expand one's mind and explore the truth of the world. It's something that seems completely unreal, but could that actually bring it closer to the truth? Shirone suddenly asked. Alpheus couldn't hide the excitement on his face. What Shirone had just said was something that even the noble students here struggled to grasp. Did you read this in a book? Alpheus asked. No, sir, Shirone replied, but I noticed a pattern in many books. A lot of ideas from great minds were once considered absurd and ignored, but in the end, people had to accept those ideas as new truths that had been discovered. So I think the truth is actually hidden in those things that seem illogical. As Alpheus listened to him, he kept nodding in approval. It seemed like he was genuinely impressed by this bright, quick-thinking child. Despite the difficult circumstances, Shirone was making the most of the little information he had to understand things more deeply. It was just a shame that he was only a commoner. Ultimately, he couldn't compete with the resources the noble kids had. To help Shirone learn more about magic, Alpheus called over a pink-haired girl named Shuimin and asked her to enter the spiritual world. Then, he took a handful of coins from his pocket and asked Shuimin to guess how many coins he was holding. Without thinking, Shuimin immediately answered with the number 6. And surprisingly, that answer was completely correct. Shirone was stunned, 100 questions running through his mind, all wondering how and why. Alpheus had a feeling that this would be Shuimin's line of thinking, so he quickly began explaining. When a mage focuses, their mind becomes sharp enough to sense everything around them. Some of the more advanced mages can even count the leaves on a tree from a great distance. This is called a state of extreme sensitivity or the spiritual world. As he spoke, Alpheus continued to shuffle the coins in his hand, and once again, Shuimin guessed correctly. A mage who enters the spiritual world can perceive the outside world with a supernatural ability, and eventually they can even control reality itself. It's not just about simple things like counting coins, but they can sense the entire situation happening right in front of them. This was the basic skill Alpheus wanted Shirone to master if he hoped to become a mage, because not everyone is capable of entering the spiritual state. First, you need to be able to feel yourself. Try practicing somewhere quiet, then clear your mind of any wandering thoughts. Once you can do that, a whole new world will open up for you to explore. Do you understand? So, if I can't feel myself, then I won't be able to control my thoughts, right? Shirone asked again. Alpheus was continuously surprised by Shirone's questions. He told him to try to feel himself right here, right now. After all, if Shirone couldn't do that, he wouldn't get anywhere with learning magic. And what exactly is yourself? Shirone asked. Shirone was beginning to search for the answer to that question. While the brain is just an organ, the senses and the reality it perceives cannot go beyond the brain's understanding. Shirone wasn't trying to figure out its meaning, he was trying to feel it. After a long while, Shirone finally opened his eyes. In front of him were still Principal Alpheus and the group of students, but something felt different. Alpheus looked at him with eager eyes and asked, "What do you sense?" Shirone's whole body was drenched in sweat. He answered, "Sound, I can hear all the sounds." The children burst into laughter. "Of course you can hear sound," they joked. Alpheus didn't show much of an emotion, but he seemed somewhat disappointed. He had thought Shirone wouldn't be able to do exactly as he had initially expected. The things that happen in the mental world exist in a different dimension, where people experience them through entirely different senses. It was similar to synesthesia, a neurological condition where the brain processes information through multiple senses at once. In that state, a person might smell sounds, taste light, and feel the landscape with their skin. Shirone had just mentioned hearing a sound, which proved that he hadn't entered the spiritual world yet. After all, that's not something everyone can do. Alpheus slowly stood up and patted Shirone's head, offering some comfort. "Good job. If you keep practicing, you'll be able to hear even more sounds in the future." Then he turned to his students and said, "All right, the special lesson is over. Let's head back to school." As they left, Alpheus couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. It wasn't every day that he found such a smart child like Shirone. He couldn't shake the feeling that if Shirone had been born into a noble family and had proper training from an early age, he could have achieved even greater things than the other children. As for Shirone, he climbed over the wall and returned to the outside. but his mind was in complete turmoil. He knew that he had, in fact, entered the spiritual world earlier. He only told Alpheus that he had heard a sound, but there was so much more he didn't say. After that sudden jarring sound, Shirone felt like his very being was ripped apart into hundreds of pieces, scattered all over the world. In that moment, he couldn't feel like a small, insignificant person anymore. He felt like he was the entire world. The overwhelming sensation brought tears to Shirone's eyes without him even realizing it. He couldn't help but tremble, shaken by the vastness and infinity of the world around him. It was just a brief moment, but Shirone really felt like he had escaped his own body and become nothing, blending into the world around him. He was running frantically, almost as if he were trying to release all the emotions that had built up inside him. And in the chaos of it all, he accidentally crashed into a passerby. He was the only one who fell backward, since the other person was much taller and stronger. Shirone scrambled to apologize, but the man didn't seem ready to forgive him. There were a few other people with him, and the person he had bumped into immediately grabbed Shirone by the collar. "Are you crazy or something? If you hit someone, don't you have to pay for it?" I'm sorry. Shirone stuttered in a panic. "Sorry isn't enough. You're with Wolfgang, aren't you? Are you here to take my life?" Shirone had no idea what this Wolfgang was that the man was talking about, but if things kept going like this, at best, he'd get beaten up, and at worst, he might lose his life. In the middle of his panic, he suddenly heard a woman's voice. "What's going on here? Is there something interesting happening?" "Miss Amy, what are you doing here? Are you bored again?" The thug quickly turned to greet the newcomer, but still didn't let go of Shirone's collar. The girl called Lady Amy was a young noblewoman with striking red hair. Shirone had initially wanted to ask for help, but as soon as he saw she was from a noble family, he immediately gave up on that idea. As for the group of thugs, after greeting Amy, they quickly returned to their main focus. First, Shirone took a full knee to the stomach, instantly collapsing to the ground, his body shaking with pain. The fact that they were bullying a small child like Shirone didn't make these guys feel ashamed at all. Instead, it seemed to excite them. The group turned back around and started taunting Shirone with crude insults, even making vile comments about his parents. When they spoke about his parents like that, Shirone's expression changed immediately, from fear to a burning anger. The thugs noticed his shift in mood, but Shirone had no chance to retaliate, because right after, he was kicked straight in the head. A group of larger men surrounded him, beating up a defenseless child. Shirone couldn't fight back. He could only clutch his head and endure. A little while later, Amy could no longer stand by. She stepped closer and said, "Stop it. You could die like this." Then she sat down next to Shirone and asked, "Are you okay? I didn't do anything. I just happened to be passing by." Shirone, feeling a glimmer of hope from this girl, started to cry and explain what was happening. Amy simply said, "All right, stop now. Haven't you got anything more fun to do?" I thought I was going to be saved, but I didn't expect that this girl, who looked so innocent, was actually worse than those thugs. Farrah Shirone was nothing more than a toy. We were planning to beat him up and then sell them to the village down south. Since he's just a commoner, there's nothing to worry about. One of the thugs spoke up with an idea. Shirone immediately sank into despair. He started regretting not staying with the vendor back then. If they really planned to sell him, was it possible he might never see his parents again? Annie stared at Shirone with a judging look for a long time before suddenly breaking into a strange smile. "Slaves shouldn't have any flaws, right? Well, then why don't I just check for myself?" The gang of thugs surrounding her burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha, Miss Amy, you're really going to check him. Hey, you hear that, kid? She's telling you to take your clothes off." As soon as Amy heard those words, her face turned pale, and she quickly took a step back. She had only meant to tease Shirone a little and then let him go. She never imagined these crazy guys were actually serious about it, and the look on Shirone's face made it seem like he was about to snap. The mocking laughter and threats of the thugs slowly faded from Shirone's mind. Instead, he began to hear the sound of a fly buzzing by, its wings flapping clearly in the air. Then, it felt like time itself had frozen. Shirone felt his mind drifting back to a few hours earlier. He saw Principal Alpheus sitting under that old tree with a group of students, reading an incantation to summon the wind, showing them what magic was like. Shirone no longer had any doubts. He was inside his own memory. Alpheus' chant became clearer in his mind, each word pouring into Shirone's head and transforming into a piece of knowledge that now belonged to him. As Shirone's soul drifted deeper into the memory world, his body in the real world stood completely still, like a wooden statue. The thugs, seeing that Shirone wasn't reacting at all, grew even angrier and grabbed him by the collar again. "You little brat, are you deaf? You think I'm playing around or what?" Only Amy noticed something was off. She quickly shouted, "Stop it." But it was too late. Shirone, guided by the memory he had just tapped into, instinctively recited the wind spell. Just like Alpheus had done earlier, he summoned a whirlwind strong enough to lift all the thugs off the ground and send them soaring into the sky. By the time Shirone came to his senses, the thugs were already falling. With such a great height, it was obvious they would end up with broken arms and legs. Shirone had taken down nearly a dozen thugs, each of them much larger than him, in a single move. The truth was, he wasn't even sure exactly how he'd done it. "Hey!" Amy shouted, running over to grab Shirone and briefly pulling him back to snap him out of it. "What the heck are you? Where did you learn magic? How does someone like you, a commoner, have magic?" At that moment, a few people, drawn by the loud noise, rushed over. Amy, feeling awkward about the crowd, quickly ran ahead. Shirone was shocked as he saw her dart up the side of the building like a squirrel, disappearing onto the rooftop. But that wasn't important right now. What mattered was that in front of Shirone was a mess, and he was sure the newcomers wouldn't give him a chance to explain. He needed to escape. He couldn't let himself be caught again, so he bolted out of the alley as fast as he could. His first time stepping out of his village had already given Shirone way too many terrifying experiences. The world felt too frightening. All he wanted was to get back into the safety of his parents' arms. That's all. Meanwhile, Amy had returned home. Her family, the Karmas family, was one of the highest-ranking noble families. She came back frustrated because a mere commoner had beaten her. Her father, Karmas Shakura, immediately knew something was wrong as soon as he saw her walk in. "Back early, huh? Did you skip school again, Amy?" "I've already learned everything, and it was boring, father." Amy snapped as she headed upstairs. Shakura sighed, exasperated with his daughter. When will you ever grow up? No matter how talented you are, it can't be so reckless. If you keep this up, one day you'll get outsmarted." Shakura was just speaking casually, but it seemed like his last comment really hit a nerve with Amy. Today she had truly been outplayed, and worse, it was by a common kid. When Shakura noticed his daughter suddenly going silent, it felt strange. Normally, if he criticized her like this, Amy would be squirming and arguing right away. But today was different. She stayed quiet for a long time and then, out of the blue, asked a question that didn't sound like her at all. "Dad, Magic, do you know anyone at the Magic Academy you could introduce me to?" After the stormy trip, Shirone had finally found his father. As soon as he spotted Vincent, he threw himself into his arms, crying and saying he had gotten lost. The two of them returned to their little village, but Shirone's attitude had changed completely since then, and winter had come. The next day, when they got back home, Vincent found his wife, Olina, sitting and knitting a scarf. She told him that Shirone had gone to the lumber yard to chop more firewood, even though a heavy snow was falling. Worried, Vincent decided to go after him. Even though they weren't father and son by blood, Vincent had raised Shirone since he was a child and considered him his own. With that fatherly bond, Vincent could clearly sense that something had changed in his son since his first trip to the city in the spring. And even though Shirone had only said he was lost, Vincent always felt like there was more to the story than that. At this moment, Shirone was in the woods chopping wood. Even though many days had passed, he still couldn't forget the day when he unknowingly unleashed magic to attack those thugs. Since then, he hadn't been able to use it again. The spell had come to him instinctively. But since he had no basic knowledge of magic, he couldn't replicate it. Despite that, Shirone had now become quite skilled in entering the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, he could sense everything. Right now, for example, he could feel, see, and even smell everything related to the tree in front of him, all at once. He could even spot the tree's weakest point. This ability allowed him to swing his axe with precision, felling a tree that was 5 or 6 times taller than him with a single blow. Vincent, an experienced hunter, had witnessed the entire scene. He was certain that what he had just seen was Thunderstrike, a technique where an axe is used to chop down a tree by targeting its weak point. But how? Shirone? How could such a small, frail child do something even a skilled hunter like Vincent would have trouble pulling off? As Vincent watched his young son carefully saw through the tree trunk in the freezing winter air, he couldn't help but tear up. Meanwhile, Shirone seemed really excited. It's because this is the first time you've successfully created a thunder strike after countless attempts at chopping wood, just like the first time you summoned magic that day. Shirone knew he wasn't as lucky as the noble children, but that didn't stop him from yearning to understand the fundamentals of magic. And tomorrow, the next day, and all the days after, Shirone would continue practicing, feeling the magic within him. He believed that one day, not too far in the future, an opportunity would finally come. Persistence had truly brought Shirone some accomplishments. Time passed by like this. 3 years later, Shirone had grown taller, his hair had gotten longer, and he had perfected his thunder strike, hitting every target with unerring precision. It was as if he had become one with nature. Shirone could even sense the tremor of every bush, the movements of insects, and the flow of nutrients through the roots of each tree. But Shirone knew this wasn't everything. If I keep practicing, a new world will open up to me. Today, he had spent 5 hours meditating in the forest, working on his mental world. After reaching the results he hoped for, Shirone gathered up his firewood and headed back home. On his way back, he spotted two white horses. These kinds of rare, noble horses didn't usually appear in such a remote area. Outside his house, a luxurious carriage was parked. He immediately guessed that they had a visitor, but when he stepped inside, both his father and mother seemed unusually tense, which made Shirone feel a little worried. Home already? Come meet this person, Vincent called out. The owner of that fancy carriage is the butler assassin from the Ogent family. He introduced himself as Temiran. Shirone had no idea why the man had come to see him. The Ogent family was one of the most powerful, noble families in the kingdom, second only to the royal family, but Shirone still responded politely. Temiran walked over, carefully examining Shirone's face and posture, as if he were admiring a precious object. Can you read? He asked. I learned a little when I was young. Temiran seemed to think for a moment, then nodded and continued to study Shirone. You've been raised well. For the child of a hunter, you can read. You're also a well-behaved kid. Wait a minute, could you explain why you're here? Shirone asked, his patience starting to wear thin. Finally, Temiran revealed the real purpose of this trip. He was here to recruit Shirone to work for the Ogent family. Although Shirone didn't quite understand how Temiran knew about him, he listened carefully. The job was to move a total of 10,000 books out of the main library of the mansion, many of which were extremely important. This would be done over the course of 2 years. The transportation would be handled by others, but the sorting would only be done by Temiran and Shirone. As soon as Shirone heard the word library, his heart started racing. And not just any library, the library of the Ogent family. It had to be filled with knowledge that would be incredibly valuable for a mage. But then, Temiran continued. The only people who know about this are your family. If even one book gets out or word of this leaks, both your life and your families will be at risk. At that moment, Shirone finally understood why his parents had seemed so worried. Of course, given how dangerous this was, the Ogent family had agreed to pay a huge amount of money. It was a sum that Vincent could never have earned in his lifetime, even if he had spent all his years hunting. Still, Temiran didn't seem to be after the money to the point of willing to sell his precious son. He had agreed to the offer simply so his son could spend time in the Ogent library reading his heart's content. The amount of money being offered was truly enormous, which made sense considering how much effort Vincent had put into taking care of his son all these years. Temiran seemed pleased with Shirone and turned to speak to Vincent. But those words were no different from saying that Vincent had been taking care of Shirone all these years just for the money. So he immediately stood up and slammed his hand on the table. I'm not doing this for money. I just want Shirone to be able to achieve his dream, he said. Temiran suddenly burst out laughing, a harsh, mocking laugh. Ha ha, why are you overthinking this? You think that kid is going to have a career? Stop dreaming. If you're not asking me for money, then what other reason do you have for begging me to choose your son? His tone was dripping with sarcasm. Because you said he can read. Vincent nearly shouted. Looking back, Elena had only taught Shirone a few words when he was little, just for fun. But to their surprise, by the time he was 5 or 6, the boy had started reading books on his own, eager to learn. Vincent still clearly remembered how obedient and cute Shirone had been back then. But what mattered more than anything was that he was a smart kid. Every time Vincent looked into his beautiful, thoughtful eyes as Shirone sat there absorbed in his books, he couldn't help but wonder, was his adopted son from noble blood? And if he had been raised by a noble family instead of a family of hunters like theirs, would his life have turned out better? During those days, Vincent had wrestled with these thoughts, struggling deeply within himself. One side of him just wanted to keep Shirone to himself and raise him to be a hunter, a woodcutter like he was. But whenever he saw Shirone spending hours in the forest chopping wood tirelessly, it made him uncomfortable. So it was Vincent who decided to approach Temiran after hearing that the Ogent family was looking for a commoner's child who could read. All Vincent wanted was for Shirone to go there and read the books he desired. That's why he went to beg Temiran. But he didn't expect this arrogant man to think Vincent was trying to sell his child for money. That really made Vincent furious. I don't need any of your money. If I knew you'd look at me like that, I wouldn't have come here to beg you. Now get out of my house immediately. Temiran, too, was proud and arrogant. When Vincent insulted him like that, he turned to leave. But just as his foot was at the door, Shirone quickly called him back. He said he would take the job, no matter how dangerous it was or how much Temiran might look down on his family for it. Are you serious? I'm not threatening you. But just so you know, even the smallest rumor could cost you your life, Temiran warned. Even then, Shirone stood firm. He insisted he could keep quiet no matter the situation, and if anything went wrong, he wouldn't blame Temiran or the Ogent family. Seeing the determination in the young man's eyes, Temiran didn't try to talk him out of it anymore. He said he'd send a car to pick up Shirone within the next week. During this time, if you change your mind and refuse, that's fine. But once Shirone steps foot in the Ojit mansion, he won't be able to leave until the task is complete. After giving Shirone his instructions, Tengaran didn't stay long. Only the 3 members of the family were left, and it was Vincent who, in a panic, rushed to his son. Shirone, why did you agree to something like this? Those bastards just need someone to take the fall for them. This is my fault. I'll take responsibility, so you should refuse right now. Vincent's face was drenched in tears, and at that moment, Shirone started crying too. But he wasn't crying because he blamed Vincent for pushing him into danger. Instead, he cried out of gratitude, knowing that his father had given him such an incredible gift. Stepping into the Ojin family library and reading its rare magical books was an opportunity Shirone had never even dared to dream of in his lifetime. Dad, thank you so much. Shirone was crying, but there was a bright smile on his face. Vincent quickly pulled him into a tight hug, repeatedly reassuring him. Don't worry, Shirone, and remember you have to come back in one piece. I promise you they won't lay a finger on any of us. In that moment, Vincent honestly didn't know if he was making the right decision. Elena couldn't hold back her tears, overwhelmed with worry for her son. But if Shirone had made up his mind to leave, neither of them could stop him. A week later, Tengaran kept his word and sent someone to pick up Shirone. After having Vincent sign an agreement, they hurriedly took him away. The carriage door shut, and it began to move. Shirone quickly entered his own spiritual world. He could see Vincent and Olena holding each other, crying uncontrollably. Deep down, Shirone wanted to reach out to them, but the last bit of reason stopped him from doing so. Yes, this opportunity was a double-edged sword. Even though working for the Ojin family was dangerous, it would also offer Shirone many things. He knew he couldn't back down anymore. Speaking of the Ojin family, their main estate was located in the city of Kreese, within the kingdom of Formia, which was quite far from the capital, Bashuka. The Ojin family was known for producing skilled warriors, particularly professional swordsmen. The previous family head was a level 3 swordsman, and the current family head was Bishop Ojin, a level 4 knight. In short, they had the power to influence the most powerful forces in the city. How much time had passed, Shirone wasn't sure, but the carriage eventually arrived in front of the Ojin estate. This was Shirone's first time stepping into a noble family, and not just any noble family, but a high-ranking one with considerable influence in the kingdom. The grandeur and magnificence of the place completely overwhelmed him. The 2 people in charge of welcoming Shirone took him to the administrative office, which also served as the butler's quarters. This would be Shirone's home for the next 2 years. Waiting there was Tengaran. He didn't give Shirone any time to rest, but immediately led him to the family's grand library to explain the tasks Shirone would need to take on. As soon as Shirone stepped into the Ojin family library, he was even more astonished. He had never seen so many books in one place before. For someone who loved books as much as Shirone, this was a dream come true. The Ojin family had recently built a new library, so all the books from the old one were being moved there, and Shirone's job would be to organize them. Every week, he'd receive a list of books to locate and gather according to their titles. Work hours were from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. Outside of those hours, Shirone was allowed to rest, but he wasn't permitted to leave the estate or enter certain areas without permission. Tamaran, as the head butler, would be busier than the others, but other butlers would teach Shirone the proper etiquette required to be part of this noble family. Do you have any questions? Tamaran asked. Shirone was still processing the information the other person had just shared with him. He realized that this was truly a chance worth taking a risk for. When do I start working? Shirone responded with a question of his own. Starting tomorrow. And just like that, the next morning, Shirone put on a brand new butler's uniform, grabbed a list of tasks, and headed to the Grand Library. After a whole night of deep thinking, he finally understood why the Ojin family, despite being so wealthy and powerful, only hired one person to manage the book organization. It was likely because they needed a consistent system for arranging the books. For example, if they had a book titled The History of Swordsmanship, everyone would have a different opinion on whether it should be placed under professional sword techniques or comprehensive history. Another thing Shirone realized as he worked through the library's organization systems was that all knowledge is interconnected, and the most fundamental way to link it all together is through history. Knowledge is built up in a straight line, and that line's backbone is history. History is the spine of all knowledge. After thoroughly studying history and using it to reinforce other areas of knowledge, Shirone's reading speed also increased significantly. Out of the 10,000 books in the library, around 850 were history books. He planned to read all of them within the next 2 years so he could achieve his biggest dream, to become a wizard. Time passed slowly, and Shirone quickly adapted to his new job. That evening, while reading a book in the library, he heard footsteps. It's Tengaran, along with a butler, he thought. Shirone quickly hid the book in his hands. After all, it wasn't allowed for him to be reading here. Have you taken care of everything? Are you working overtime again? Yes, sir, Shirone answered quickly, standing up straight and replying seriously. Tamarin didn't question him and simply advised Shirone not to overwork himself. After all, he still had 2 years left at this library. More importantly, he needed to take full responsibility for everything he did. If you wear yourself out and make mistakes, your head might roll before you know it. After leaving a new list of tasks, Tamarin started to leave, but after walking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and walked straight towards Shirone, making him tense up. What's this? Did he find out I've been sneaking in books to read during overtime? Luckily, Tamarin just came in to adjust the bow tie around Shirone's neck. This library wasn't just for the butler. Even the family head and the young masters came by from time to time. Pay attention to your uniform and make sure you're not making the family look bad. Ojin Tamarin also reminded Shirone to trim his long hair. After that, he actually left. Shirone sighed with relief. He started thinking about tying his hair up like his father did, but there was something else on his mind: how difficult the information in the books was. Once Tamarin and the assistant butler had left, Shirone went back to struggling with the massive amount of information. He had hoped to memorize it quickly, but if he wanted to access the knowledge in a book anytime, he had to truly understand every event in it. So he kept cramming more and more words into his head, but he'd already worked nonstop all day. It didn't take long before the exhaustion took over, and he slumped forward, falling asleep at the desk. By the time he was sound asleep, a hand reached out and took the book he'd been reading. It was Tamarin, who had somehow come back without Shirone noticing. "Ha, you're really an idiot," he muttered, clicking his tongue. "You've been holding on to this book for a whole month. You think you can succeed just by studying? If you were reading practical books, I'd have banned you from coming here outside of work hours. Still, I guess it's a good thing, because all you are is a fool with determination." 3 months have passed, and Shirone has begun to adjust to working at the Ojin family's grand library. He's learned a lot from the maids during this time. After these 3 months, Shirone also realized something. The noble class doesn't really care if 1 or 2 books go missing. This likely means that no book in the library is all that important. But that didn't mean Shirone would be any safer. So he kept the same mindset he had when Tamarin first came to him. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. While Shirone was lost in thought, the door to the library suddenly flew open, followed by a voice that pierced his eardrums. "Damn it, that old bastard." He jumped in surprise and looked up. The person who had barged in was a young man with green hair and a tall, broad frame. From what Shirone knew, this was the youngest son of the Ojin family, Ryan Ojin. Then, another voice echoed in, and this one sounded even more terrifying. "Ryan, how dare you run away? When I catch you, you'll have to run an extra 100 laps. Ryan quickly dashed towards Shirone and crawled under the table next to him. Before hiding, he made sure to remind Shirone not to tell the person coming that he was hiding there. Ryan's large frame had already put a lot of pressure on Shirone, but the next person to enter the library was even bigger. "I know you're hiding in here, Ryan. Hey, over there, a little kid with green hair about the size of a pea just barged in here, didn't he?" Shirone was at a loss for words. If that kid with green hair is as small as a pea, then what does that make your skinny frame in my old eyes? But still, that guy looks pretty scary. Shirone realized he needed to figure out who this guy was before anything else. "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" "I'm a swordsmanship instructor. I'm the one who's allowed to beat that pea-sized kid into dust." "Got it?" The words "got it" practically pierced Shirone's eardrums. He felt like if he didn't answer, this old man might just bury him where he stood. So despite the youngest master's warnings, Shirone had no choice but to admit that the kid was hiding under the bookshelf next to them. The swordsmanship teacher grabbed Ryan by the collar with one hand and yanked him out. "Master, this is just a misunderstanding." Ryan panicked, trying to explain, but the old man didn't give him a chance. With a swift motion, he threw Ryan to the ground and then grabbed his leg, dragging him off. "Follow me, you good for nothing. Skipping your training, you need a lesson in discipline." Ryan looked utterly defeated. Shirone could clearly read his lips when he spoke to him then. Ryan said, "You'll pay for this." However, seeing Ryan's swordsmanship style, which seemed even more powerful than the family head's, Shirone knew this was the only path for him to follow. After that day, Shirone overheard some gossip. The youngest young master was captured and taken to the mountain to train. Because of that, no one burst into the library and startled him anymore. In the days that followed at the Grand Library, Shirone continued to complete his tasks while also making time to read books. He finished the first book in 20 days, but after fully understanding its content, he went on to read 82 more books in just 4 months. Everything was progressing just as Shirone had expected, although the beginning was a bit difficult. After that, there wasn't a single book that contained entirely new material. If he could establish a solid foundation with the first 200 books, the remaining 650 books would be much easier to grasp. As Shirone read books about the history and origins of magic, he began to question, is studying the history of magic at this point really the right choice? But since he had already studied the formation of all things before, he became even more confident that this was the right decision. After all, if a scholar can create a theorem, a wizard does the same. However, they must also bring that theory into practice and apply it in the real world. So, a wizard is similar to a scholar. However, not every scholar is a wizard. That's because not everyone can enter a state of divine awareness in their consciousness, which is the realm of the spirit. Because of this, Shirone believed even more strongly that, with his own spiritual world, if he could absorb a large amount of knowledge from the books he had, he might truly become a wizard. He thought the peaceful days he had would last forever. That was until that night, Ryan stormed back in a fit of rage. "Hey kid, I crossed hell just to wait for this day." With his familiar green hair, tall build, and that deafening voice, Shirone quietly broke into a cold sweat. This young master sure was persistent. After going through that harsh training on the mountain, he still hadn't forgotten the grudge Shirone exposed in the library. Ryan was so furious his teeth were grinding together. "Do you have any idea how much trouble I had to go through, you little bastard?" With that, he began to rant about how his master had tortured him, climbing cliffs over and over again until his fingers were too weak to even move. Yet, every time Ryan thought he was going to die, he remembered the grudge from the library, the one that pushed him into this miserable situation, and it gave him a strange surge of strength. Shirone sighed to himself. This young master isn't just upset. It seems like his anger has been building up for a while and has now reached its peak. "Aren't you going to say anything? I asked for your help and trusted you, but you turned on me and reported me to the master. Every time I see a little coward like you, it just makes me sick." As he spoke, Ryan grabbed Shirone by the collar. "It's not like that. I'm just telling the truth. Don't try to justify yourself. You should be admitting that you didn't follow my orders back then." Shirone quietly sighed. It seemed like he couldn't reason with someone who was this angry and had the power to crush him. "So, what should I do, sir?" Ryan seemed surprised by Shirone's calm response. Then he burst out laughing and dragged Shirone to the training grounds, even though it was already well past midnight. Shirone thought Ryan might want to use a sword to beat him out of frustration. He didn't want to risk losing the opportunity his parents had nearly died for, so he decided to just take whatever punishment Ryan had in store. However, after a while of looking over the weapons hanging on the rack, Ryan randomly grabbed a wooden sword and tossed it to Shirone. He told Shirone to fight him one-on-one. "I'm not weak like you. This is the price you'll pay for underestimating me. Anyone destined to become a great swordsman will have to face the wrath of my blade. I haven't done anything cowardly." Shirone, feeling a bit riled up after Ryan's constant taunts, fired back. "As a servant of the Ojin family, you should have been protecting the Ojin family members. However, you betrayed me and the master just because you were afraid of getting punished. Is that cowardice?" When Ryan said this, Shirone could clearly feel the change in his gaze. It had turned sharper, almost vicious. Shirone instinctively gripped the sword tighter in his hand, and that's exactly what Ryan wanted. Hear the huge difference in skill between them. Ryan had given Shirone a head start with 3 free moves. Shirone was extremely nervous. Even though it was just a wooden sword, which wouldn't kill him, the wood was tough. If he broke a bone, he would be sent home and lose this job for good. A question kept spinning in his mind. What should I do now? After a few seconds of intense thought, Shirone tightened his grip and launched a powerful strike, but Ryan easily dodged it. When Shirone tried again, Ryan blocked his attack with his own sword. Unlike Shirone, whose hands were shaking as he held the sword, Ryan was clearly more experienced with much superior strength. Sweat poured down Shirone's neck. He only had one more chance to land a successful strike. If he failed this time, he would lose for good. Shirone focused all his energy and entered the world of his spirit. In this state, he could sense the weak spot on Ryan's sword, just like the times when he had successfully created lightning strikes while chopping wood. Once he pinpointed the target, Shirone launched his attack without hesitation. Ryan immediately raised his sword to block the blow and even mocked Shirone, laughing at how ridiculous his stance was. But when Shirone's sword came down, Ryan couldn't laugh anymore because the sword in his hand was instantly shattered into pieces. Ryan looked absolutely horrified. He stared at the broken fragments of his sword for a long time, still in shock. Shirone's sword had also broken, but he had succeeded. Ryan had given him 3 chances, and Shirone used the first one to feel out Ryan's strength, the second to calculate his opponent's timing, and then executed his plan with the 3rd strike. This was the lightning strike technique he had been practicing for 3 years. "Hey," Ryan said, his voice trembling. "Where did you learn swordsmanship?" "This isn't swordsmanship, it's just lightning strike," Shirone replied honestly. Ha! Seeing Ryan's confused expression, Shirone patiently explained that his father was a hunter, and since he was young, he had gone with him to chop wood off the mountain. Because his body was too weak, he couldn't chop wood the usual way. That's when he came up with this technique to make the work easier. The technique was named lightning strike by the woodcutters. The more Ryan listened, the more confused he became. How could someone come up with such a powerful move while chopping wood? And to think he had been wielding a sword for 15 years, only to lose to the son of a poor woodcutter. Moreover, what Shirone just called Thunderstrike was actually the assassin's blade technique, a secret skill from the Ojin family that Ryan's older brother Rai had learned when he was just 12 years old. Back then, Ryan had been defeated by Rai using the very same technique. Today, he was beaten again by Shirone, who used that same skill. "I won't accept this," Ryan muttered under his breath. His fists clenched tightly, and he couldn't hold back any longer, shouting in frustration. Seeing his opponent's increasingly serious expression, Shirone, who had just begun to relax, instantly tensed up again. "Young master, have I displeased you?" Shirone asked cautiously. "Shut up," Ryan snapped. Then he drew another sword from his side. This time it was a real sword, and he threw it towards Shirone. "Since both of our weapons were destroyed, this battle isn't over yet. If you've mastered the assassin's blade technique, I should treat you accordingly." Shirone's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. "Please don't tell me the young master is losing his mind and actually wants to duel with me using a real sword." Fortunately, Ryan hadn't completely lost his sanity. The duel with real swords was a serious matter, but before that, Ryan would give Shirone a whole month to prepare. A month may seem like a long time, but for someone like Shirone, who had no background in swordsmanship, it was essentially useless. Holding the sword in his hands, Shirone's entire body trembled uncontrollably. "If it's a real sword, then you really could be my opponent," Ryan said coldly. Shirone didn't want to risk his life, so he begged Ryan to reconsider. After all, he had never trained in swordsmanship, so how could he possibly fight with a sword? But Ryan had no intention of taking back his words. "That's exactly why I'm giving you a month. If you're capable of mastering the deadly sword technique just by chopping firewood, then somehow you'll manage to do it. And don't even think about running away. I'm sure I'll catch up with you." The sword in Shirone's hand wasn't particularly heavy, but it felt as though it was crushing his heart. After returning to the Grand Library and gathering information, Shirone finally understood why the youngest son had reacted so nervously. People from the Ojin family were known for having two distinct hair colors, black and blue. The head of the family, Ojin Bikoff, had black hair and fathered 3 sons and 1 daughter. His eldest son also had black hair and was already a level 6 swordsman. His eldest daughter had blue hair and was exceptionally talented in music, so instead of following the family's swordsmanship tradition, she worked as a musician in the palace. The second son, Ajahn Rai, also had black hair. He learned the deadly sword technique at the age of 12 and was considered a genius. But Ryan Ojit was believed to be completely different from his siblings. The household staff all agreed that he was rather unremarkable, despite having his own personal instructor. Shirone felt completely devastated. He started to regret not letting Ryan use a wooden sword to beat him, senseless back then. Instead, he had resisted, and now everything had turned out this way. Ryan's pride had been seriously hurt, and it seemed like the only way he'd be able to shake off the mental burden was to defeat Shirone in a real fight. Shirone had even cried from the stress. If he were to lose his life in the battle against Ryan a month from now, his parents would never be able to live in peace again. Thinking about his parents, Shirone couldn't allow himself to stay down any longer. "Think, you're going to be a mage, Shirone," he thought to himself. With renewed determination, he began searching for books in the library. Back when he lived on the mountain, Shirone had been very confident in his physical strength. He believed that as long as he learned a few defensive skills, he could survive, so he started studying everything within his reach. Meanwhile, Ryan had thrown himself into intense training. His sudden enthusiasm shocked his swordsmanship master. Even the student who had always avoided training now asked for more grueling methods to push himself harder. The swordsmanship master wasn't foolish. He quickly realized something had happened with Ryan, but when he asked, Ryan simply replied that nothing was wrong. Seeing Ryan's determination, the man didn't press him further. Instead, he began giving him a much more intense, grueling training plan, far tougher than anything before. While Ryan was sweating buckets on the training field, Shirone was carefully studying the concept of Luck-Du force map. It was considered a simple diagram of the human body. Just as magicians had their Lin-Vuk magic domain, swordsmen used Luck-Du to help visualize their bodies. This map could push their limits to the extreme. A person who mastered Luck-Du would be able to use and control every cell in their body perfectly. This was the key to becoming a true swordsman. This aspect was completely different from the Lin-Vuk Shirone had unlocked, but it also intrigued him. Should I give it a try? Shirone thought to himself. And with that, he made up his mind. Shirone closed the book in his hands, shut his eyes, and began focusing inward. This was the first step in unlocking the luck dew, and it was relatively simple, much like entering a Lin Vuk. However, while unlocking a Lin Vuk required someone to erase their sense of self, unlocking the luck dew required them to dig deep into their own existence. In truth, Shirone didn't want to put all his effort into luck dew, since it was the opposite of the Lin Vuk. So he decided to shift his focus and started learning some basic swordsmanship techniques using the foundation of his existing Lin Vuk. Shirone grabbed a pile of sword technique books and headed to the backyard. He began with the most basic drills, the 8 fundamental sword slashes. At the same time, Ryan was pushing himself to train so hard that even his swordsmanship teacher was starting to worry. He had never seen his students so worked up before, even though he had been teaching him since he was a child. Ryan's emotions were all over the place. In truth, Shirone was just the final straw. The real issue was that Ryan had always been compared to his older siblings, and the fact that he had been training in swordsmanship for 15 years without unlocking his true potential made him feel like a failure in the Ojin family. His teacher, though strict in appearance, was actually very caring. Today, seeing his students' terrifying transformation, he was genuinely moved to tears. Ryan, that's enough. Let's stop here for today. The sword in Ryan's hand was gently taken away by his teacher. At that moment, Ryan realized how sore his muscles had become. He put the sword down obediently, then sat down and stared off into the distance. "What are you thinking about?" Ryan's teacher asked, wiping the sweat off his face. "I'm thinking my hands hurt so much I just want to quit," Ryan replied. His teacher continued, "You know, I never knew you could push yourself this far, but I think you've done really well. Have you ever stopped to think about what the best thing you've ever done is?" He suddenly asked, "I don't know. I only know that what I do isn't good enough." "Yeah, that's exactly it. That's why you're not a genius," his teacher replied. Ryan felt frustrated. He thought his teacher was mocking him, but when he turned to look, he saw the teacher's face was serious, his eyes filled with deep thought. The teacher explained that all geniuses know what they are best at, and they only put in the effort when they are 100% sure they will succeed at it. However, geniuses also have one fear: the hard work needed to achieve the impossible, a burning will to challenge what seems unattainable. That will and determination are the kryptonite of geniuses. "Thank you, Master," Ryan said with a faint smile. "Out of all the encouragement you've heard, I think you'll like these words the most," his teacher replied. His swordsmanship instructor wasn't just speaking casually. Those words had truly sparked Ryan's fighting spirit, making him believe that if talent wasn't something he was born with, then he would grit his teeth and forge it through relentless training. Ryan was determined to turn the impossible into something possible. He wanted to win. And by coincidence, that was also the mindset of Shirone, who was struggling with basic swordsmanship training at that very moment. Shirone was taking his first steps into swordsmanship with full seriousness. Swordsmanship is all about learning how to perform actions that can take another person's life. The flip side of this is that it becomes a highly intense psychological battle over life and death. Since he didn't have a sparring partner, Shirone could only grip the sword Ryan had thrown him, imagining an invisible enemy in front of him, one that could strike from countless angles. In reality, when fighting with a sword, there are 8 main directions of attack. Through his extraordinary effort, Shirone had taught himself these 8 cuts as well as how to counter them. He practiced relentlessly, and eventually he realized that the path of swordsmanship was as limitless as magic itself. The amount of knowledge he had gained so far seemed no more than a grain of sand in the vast desert. "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to come home this time," Shirone said quietly, his voice full of sorrow. But since joining the Ojin family, he had never regretted his decision. Even though the path he walked was one that brought him face to face with death, it also allowed him to witness a truly amazing world. A month passed by in the blink of an eye. Shirone arrived at the training grounds on time, ready for his life or death duel with Ryan. In just one short month, he could clearly feel that the aura around his opponent had completely changed. Ryan, too, noticed the difference in Shirone. Just a month ago, he'd appeared disorganized both in stance and balance. Now, Shirone was calm and composed, and even though it was his first time holding a real sword, he was completely at ease. This made Ryan unable to stop comparing Shirone to his older brother Rai, and it only made Ryan want to win even more. Ryan is the one who charges first. Shirone was incredibly tense. Even though the servants often said Ryan was useless, the young master's swordsmanship was on a completely different level compared to his own. But luckily, thanks to the relentless training over the past month, Shirone was still able to sense the direction of Ryan's blade. Shirone's calmness and the way he observed the path of Ryan's sword only made Ryan more fired up. Is he not afraid of this blade? Ryan wondered to himself, feeling confused. In reality, Shirone wasn't reckless or fearless. He had just completely mastered controlling his emotions. On the other side, Ryan continued his assault. This time, the sword came from the right. Shirone managed to block it again. The first few strikes were light, but with each successive swing, Ryan's speed increased, eventually surpassing Shirone's ability to sense the sword's direction. Finally, the tip of Ryan's sword managed to leave a shallow gash across Shirone's chest. As blood began to flow, Shirone knew he was about to lose. Quickly, he changed his approach, gathering all his strength to retreat. Along with the sharp pain in his chest, a deep confusion lingered in his mind. Ryan looked into his opponent's eyes as if he understood the confusion. This made him even more pleased with himself. The technique he had just used was the Ojin sword technique to master the great sword. Every strike was the result of Ryan pushing himself to the limit, so the power behind each slash was completely different from a regular sword skill. After injuring Shirone, he became even more aggressive. In Ryan's eyes, there was only one goal now: to crush Shirone with his strength. They charged into the second round, but this time, Shirone was left feeling even more confused. If Ryan had slashed upward after landing a hit to his chest, Shirone would have been cut along the side. But the next attacks from Ryan didn't seem like finishing blows. This meant that Ryan's understanding of swordsmanship wasn't as advanced as Shirone had thought. Ryan could swing a sword well, but he couldn't fully grasp how to use the techniques effectively. That was the opening Shirone needed to turn the tide. Without hesitation, Shirone changed his battle strategy and put all his energy into attacking. He had learned the basics of swordplay, so his strikes were sharp and decisive. Once again, Ryan was left in shock. Why is he attacking all of a sudden? Isn't he supposed to be exhausted? Ryan thought to himself, utterly bewildered. Ryan grew even more confused when he saw that the moves Shirone was using were actually quite simple, yet he couldn't block them. Ryan, who had been aggressively attacking from the high ground, suddenly found himself on the defensive. Noticing that his opponent's stamina was slowly fading after several clumsy blocks, Shirone felt a renewed hope of surviving this fight. All he needed to do was keep his energy up and maintain this steady rhythm of attacks, and he could win. Meanwhile, Ryan's mind was in turmoil. Shirone's pressure was bringing back haunting memories from the past. Ryan remembered his older brother Rai, who had been praised by their father as a genius, and the one who had defeated Ryan with a deadly sword technique. Thinking back to his brother's arrogant smile, full of smug satisfaction after beating him, Ryan's anger flared up again, and this time he directed all that rage towards Shirone. Ryan's sudden loss of composure made Shirone momentarily think he had given up, but just as quickly, a new problem arose. Ryan may have lost his calm, but his burst of anger had made his sword swings much faster. They came so fast that Shirone couldn't keep up with all the directions the blade was coming from. In that final strike, Shirone truly felt like death itself had come to tap him on the shoulder. But with such a strong main character aura, of course, the young man wasn't going to die. Neither of them landed a hit. Because Ryan's sword had been knocked aside by Shirone's, he stood there, dazed in a way that didn't make sense. Shirone, on the other hand, was so exhausted he could barely catch his breath. Ryan could clearly see that in the final move, Shirone had read the direction of his sword, and in the blink of an eye, he had changed his grip. Shirone's sword tip had risen, meeting the descending blade of Ryan's in a direct clash. With the last of his strength, Shirone had defeated Ryan by knocking his sword out of his hand. Shirone gasped for air, still trying to process it. He had won, but couldn't quite believe it. Even though Shirone had truly won, he still felt awkward. After all, even though it was just a spar, Ryan was still a noble, and once again, he had crushed the pride that was already so high for someone like him. Shirone couldn't help but wonder what Ryan might do next. Shirone was tense. He couldn't even imagine how furious Ryan might be now, but to his surprise, Ryan didn't seem angry. Instead, he lowered his head and muttered 3 words: "I lost." Before Shirone could even react, Ryan scratched his head and repeated the same 3 words multiple times, now sounding flustered. "I lost and you won. Since I've lost, if you want to take my life, I won't have anything to say about it." Shirone was a bit taken aback. He didn't expect Ryan to accept defeat so readily, even offering his life so casually. But he was still a noble. There was no way Shirone could come out of this unscathed if he even touched a hair on Ryan's head. "What ridiculous thing are you saying, young master?" Shirone almost raised his voice in disbelief. "We fought with our lives on the line, and I've already admitted that I lost. So, you have every right to take my life, don't you?" Shirone responded in a bewildered tone. "You're the one who wanted to gamble your life on this. As for me, I just want to stay alive." Shirone shouted, "From the very beginning, I thought this whole fight was ridiculous. Why are you blaming me and wanting to hit me, when you're the one who ran away from your master just because you didn't want to train?" The anger surged in Shirone's mind, and without fear, He directly criticized the young master in front of him. Ryan, not willing to back down, immediately fired back with his sharp tongue. Hold on a second, you piece of garbage. Who exactly should be blaming who, huh? It's all because you're a coward. Even if this was the first time we met, and we met under those circumstances, you still should have respected me, don't you think? Respect? Are you kidding me? Shirone interrupted. Have you ever thought about how badly you made me feel? I was caught between the son of the family head and your swordsmanship master. If you really deserved respect, you wouldn't have put someone as small and powerless as me in a situation like that. Shirone's anger only grew as he vented all of his frustration, shouting at Ryan with all his might. To be honest, this young master is a real fool. The reason he wanted to challenge Shirone wasn't because he wanted to put him in a life or death situation, but because of his oversized ego. As for Shirone, he really thought this might be the end for him. After letting Ren have it with a long rant, he was so exhausted that he collapsed onto the ground. On the other side, Ryan had just been scolded by the servants in his household, left speechless and unable to respond. But what was strange was that he wasn't angry at all. In that moment, as Shirone was venting, Ryan felt like the calm, cold warrior he had just faced was suddenly gone. In his place was just a teenager, probably around his own age. And the most important thing was, even though Ryan felt Shirone was definitely a genius, he didn't mock him the way Rai had. Instead, Shirone gave his all to face Ryan, not just to protect himself, but also to show respect to his opponent. Because of all this, Ryan began to see the young man in front of him in a different light. Hey, what's your name? He suddenly asked. Arian Shirone. Shirone didn't really know what Ryan was getting at, but he answered enthusiastically. I'm Ulgent Ryan, Ryan said clearly. Shirone once again felt confused. Who didn't know that this green-haired young man was Ulgent Ryan? The confusion reached its peak when Rian suddenly reached out to pull Shirone to his feet, along with a surprising offer. Let's make friends together. And just like that, the duel between the two of them came to an end. Shirone returned to his work. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since he first stepped into the Ojit mansion, and by then, he had already categorized 7,028 out of 10,453 books. His progress far exceeded expectations. Even someone as critical as Tenguren couldn't help but leave a compliment. Since there were fewer books left to sort, Shirone's efficiency improved even more. What's more, his goal of reading all 850 history books was now down to just 200. Every day he read 3 books, and soon enough, Shirone would complete the foundation of knowledge he had always dreamed of. Not only that, but thanks to Ryan, he had also gotten to experience swordsmanship and understood the true nature of fear. As a result, it seemed like Shirone's endurance in the spiritual realm had grown stronger. Though his start had been slow, he knew that as long as he didn't give up, he would eventually reach his goal. And most importantly, Shirone had found his very first true friend in life, the same person who had yelled at him the first time they met. After that final showdown, Ryan pretty much set up camp at the Grand Library to talk with Shirone. He also started to realize that Shirone was more emotional and had some surprisingly cute sides to him, totally opposite to his towering, intimidating appearance. Although Ryan still sometimes acted in ways that gave Shirone a headache, like messing up piles of books he had just sorted. Overall, his friend was pretty valuable. But after they became close, Ryan started to get lazy with his training. Like today, after finishing the basics, he turned to his master and said, I want to go to the library and just hang out there. Shirone knew that the seemingly lazy guy was actually a smoldering fire that could flare up at any moment. Ryan would get stronger whenever he had the chance, so there was no need to push him too hard with his training. So, Shirone agreed to let Ryan stay in the library and read with him. But just 10 minutes later, Ryan was already getting bored with all the words in the books. He sighed and said, Shirone, didn't you say you wanted to become a magician? Do you really have to read that many books? 800 volumes? You're crazy. Shirone replied, Of course. Actually, I'm behind. Before I came here, I didn't have any chance to study. But now that I've read over 600 history books, I pretty much know everything. Ryan wasn't interested in reading, so he just focused on watching Shirone, and every time he saw him working, he couldn't help but be amazed all over again. Shirone's reading speed was unbelievably fast, so much so that Ryan felt like Shirone could get completely absorbed in the book at any moment. Out of boredom, Ryan would read a few lines and then start chatting with Shirone. The two of them were fine as long as they were close, like a couple of people at a busy market. Because of this, Shirone couldn't focus on his reading. They started debating the book Ryan was holding. It was about the most common comparison made on the continent. If a swordsman and a mage faced off, who would win? Of course, the swordsman would win. Then a voice came from behind the bookshelf. As soon as Shirone heard it, he jumped to his feet. The voice belonged to Ojit Rai, the second young master of the Ojit family, also the older brother that Ryan hated with a passion. Shirone became tense, worried that Rai might have overheard their conversation. If a servant dared to speak out of line with the noble family's children, they wouldn't be easily forgiven. Rai's stare right now felt like it could pierce through him. Noticing Shirone's discomfort, Ryan quickly spoke up to cover for him. Why are you acting like you already know the outcome? Are you sure you're not just picking the swordsman because you're one yourself? Oh, I didn't think you care so much about something like this. Considering the status of swordsmen and mages on the continent, it's pretty obvious. Ryan laughed loudly. We're talking about combat here. What does their rank have to do with anything? Do you think people choose their positions on the battlefield based on their military rank? I'm sure you're not about to say something that ridiculous, right? Ryan's attitude was clearly defiant, but Jia didn't seem to care. Instead, he turned towards Shirone, who was standing nearby. Oh, you there. What do you think? It was a simple question, but Shirone could feel an invisible pressure coming from Jia. He couldn't tell if there was any deeper intention behind the question, or if he failed to give the answer Jia wanted, whether he'd be safe or not. Still, Shirone couldn't ignore the question. He hesitantly shared his opinion. He believed that if a swordsman and a mage had the same skill level, the swordsman would struggle once the mage entered their magical domain. However, if the swordsman used his superior physical strength to fight before the mage could enter that domain, he might still have a chance to win. No, you're wrong. Rai interrupted Shirone. At some point, he had moved right in front of Shirone. The man was taller than Shirone, so his presence felt even more overwhelming. You're wrong. The mage will lose. As he said this, a smug smile spread across his face. That familiar, superior attitude made Ryan's blood boil. Rai had been like this since they were kids. Whenever he disliked someone, he enjoyed stomping on what they held dear. It used to be Rai bullying others, but now he was trying to pressure Shirone. You seem to enjoy history, don't you? I'm sure you've heard of the 5 gods' armor, right? Those holy relics that can break a mage's mental world. I'm talking about anti-magic. Shirone froze at Rai's words. A mage's natural ability is their spiritual domain, right? Fighting a mage within their own domain is like battling a school of sharks in the deep sea. But there is one thing that can stir the waters and distract the sharks. That's where the anti-magic Rai just mentioned comes in. If the spiritual world can be affected, then magic can't be used either. Once someone possesses a holy relic with this attribute, a mage can do nothing against them. But in the end, that's still just a theory. In the past, resistance to magic was a valuable power created from the flow of mana in a dragon's heart. Just this alone made it highly sought after. Moreover, due to wave frequency fluctuations, no amount of wealth could enhance its effectiveness. Even master wizards could only harness up to 65% of the power of the 5 gods. Therefore, the price to obtain sacred artifacts was incredibly steep. Of course, in modern times, it also holds historical value. As a result, the worth of magic resistance is equivalent to the budget of an entire kingdom over years. However, the most confusing issue here is that those who create magic resistance are also wizards themselves. They produce things that go against their own kind because the demand is so high, making it easy to profit from it. These wizards are lining up, waiting to be employed. Wizards are just a profession where pitiful people sell their own weaknesses for money, Rai said with a tone of disdain. Ryan felt extremely frustrated because he knew Shirone dreamed of becoming a wizard, while Rai openly insulted that profession. Yet the one who should have been angry, Shirone, seemed largely unfazed emotionally. That's the nature of wizards after all. Suddenly, he broke into a bright smile and said, Shirone's attitude surprised both Ojin brothers, especially Rai. What did you say? He thought he must have heard wrong and asked again. You're not wrong, sir. Anti-magic was indeed created by wizards. It's used to limit the effects of magic in areas where magic is forbidden, and it's also effectively used to assist in training magic students. Shirone's understanding was just as strong as Rai's. He knew that anti-magic was indeed meant to counteract wizards, but its existence represented an intellectual achievement aimed at serving good purposes. Because of this, Shirone maintained his viewpoint that Rada's belief that swordsmen were nobler than wizards was a misguided and narrow-minded opinion. Rai, known as the second son of the Ojin family, was used to ridiculing others. Today, in his own home, he found himself rebutted by Shirone's calm tone. Yet, Shirone's demeanor was entirely appropriate, leaving Rai unable to find any faults. The theory you're talking about and reality are two completely different things. No matter what, the truth is that wizards will never beat swordsmen, Rai said before huffily walking away. At that moment, Shirone let out a sigh of relief. When Ryan appeared looking so menacing, he thought he was in real trouble. Ryan was also quite pleased, as he was happy to finally have someone strong enough to throw shade at Rai for him. After that event, Rai stopped coming to the library to cause trouble. As a result, Shirone had more time to focus on his work. 6 months later, as winter arrived, he had completed the task of categorizing more than 10,000 books. He finished the job 6 months ahead of schedule. Tamarin seemed very relieved that the books, which had been neglected for 20 years, were finally organized. Shirone had finished his tasks so he could go home. However, a butler from the Ojin family seemed regretful about losing such a useful employee. He wanted to force Shirone to extend his contract using some unreasonable excuses, but Tamarin disagreed with this idea. Meanwhile, Shirone had read the last book he needed at the Grand Library, completing a year and a half of free reading of the Ojin family's collection. Ryan, who had been training with his sword, hurried over when he heard that Shirone had finished the book organization. He was worried that Shirone would leave without saying goodbye. Seeing that Shirone had read more than 800 books, Ryan looked even more excited than Shirone himself. To celebrate this moment, Shirone wanted to do something special and suggested, "Ryan, take me to tour your family's estate." Although they lived in the same estate, Ryan and Shirone mostly only met in the library, and it was usually Ryan who initiated their meetings since Shirone, being just a servant, had no chance to truly explore what it meant to live in a noble's home. Coincidentally, today the Ojin family had all gone out and would not return until the afternoon, so Ryan happily agreed to Shirone's request. Shirone had already seen the Grand Library, but stepping inside the mansion really took his breath away. Just one of the rooms felt as big as his entire house. Ryan was genuinely the young master of a wealthy family, yet he wasn't haughty at all. In fact, he seemed quite friendly. Ryan took Shirone to see his bedroom. It was the smallest room at the end of the hallway. Shirone braced himself, expecting to be dazzled by opulence. However, the truth was that Ryan's bedroom was much simpler than the others, and most importantly, it was filled with workout equipment and training swords. The messy bed looked like a resting spot after training rather than a lavish sleeping space. Shirone couldn't believe his eyes. A young master like Ryan lives in such a simple place. It was clear that you couldn't judge someone by appearances. After doing a full turn, Shirone and Ryan decided to play poker. However, Ryan kept complaining about losing the game. "Hey, you must be cheating with your little tricks, right?" "What? Do you think I'm someone who would stoop to such low tactics?" Then Shirone revealed how he figured out Ryan's cards. "That's how you win. You have a habit of placing your aces on the edges, and the way you bet when you have a pair is pretty obvious." Ryan felt called out and wanted to roll on the ground in frustration. "My observational skills come in handy as soon as you're not focused on any one thought. So when observing an opponent, you should pay attention to all their actions, and then you can guess what they're thinking." Shirone genuinely wanted to help Ryan improve and hoped he'd break through his limits soon. But unexpectedly, before he could finish his point, Ryan fell asleep. Shirone had intended to head back to his room for a rest when he suddenly heard a melodic voice. The melody, tone, and rhythm were all perfectly controlled by the musician. Shirone instinctively followed the sound. He knew that in this world, there was only one person who could play like this. "That's Ryan's sister, Raina Ojit. What do you think?" "That's my Samada." After the music stopped, Raina suddenly asked, which made Shirone, who was hiding behind the long door, jump in surprise. Seeing that she had noticed him, he decided not to hide anymore and walked directly in front of her, saying, "I thought it was really wonderful." Shirone's mood started to tense up again. It might have been because she was a noble girl, or maybe it was because Raina was just so beautiful. Raina continued, "Hello, this is the first time we've met. Are you new here?" Shirone quickly replied, "Yes, miss. I'm in charge of sorting books in the library, and I've been doing it for about a year now." Raina responded with an "oh," as she had heard of Shirone as a smart kid who could sort more than 10,000 books on his own. Raina then asked, "If that's the case, have you ever played the piano?" Shirone really wanted to decline because, besides Ryan, he didn't want to get involved with any other contestants. Moreover, Raina was known for her expertise in using charts during her performances, so he wanted to approach her. However, Ryan had once told him that he was the one with the worst personality in the mansion. Thus, when responding, Shirone seemed quite cautious. Shirone answered, "No, not yet, miss." Raina immediately suggested, "Then let me teach you. Come here." Raina moved to one side, leaving space on the seat for Shirone. But he really didn't dare to sit there. What's wrong with the Ojin siblings anyway? Shirone thought to herself, feeling that she couldn't be careless. He was an expert in using a comb when performing. He awkwardly replied to her, "It's fine, right?" Even though he said it was fine, his heart was in turmoil. Ryan had also mentioned that the most difficult person in this mansion was his sister. She looked at him and smiled gently, "Then I'll teach you. Are you going to sit down here?" As she finished speaking, one hand rested on the piano keys while the other patted the space beside her. He was taken aback by her invitation, sweat starting to form on his forehead. He felt increasingly tense, internally screaming, "What? Sit there?" Ryan noticed his anxious expression and calmly reassured him, "It's okay. I'm allowing it, so no one will blame you." He bit his lip, hesitating and fighting internally. He insists on this, and I don't have the right to refuse. With no choice, he reluctantly sat down, feeling both nervous and excited, his heart still in a frenzy. He reminded himself that he might not get another chance to sit in front of a piano. He sat seriously, listening as she introduced him to music theory. She eagerly guided him through each note. Now there were notes like do, re, mi, and musical symbols that were. She asked him to try pressing all three keys down at the same time. He quickly followed her instruction, gently pressing down with 3 fingers all at once. A sound rang out, leaving him a bit flustered. The clear, melodic tone stirred something in him. He sighed. This sound is really beautiful. She turned to him, surprised, and said, "Great start." At that moment, he felt a mix of emotions that was hard to describe. He was embarrassed, and his eyes couldn't hide his awkwardness. He spoke up. "I'm sorry if I'm asking too much, but may I try play?" She was taken aback by his suggestion, but didn't hesitate to agree. Sure. Shirone bowed his head, realizing that his request might have been a bit out of line. He felt that his proposal was perhaps a little too much, and he mumbled, "Maybe it won't be very good." Raina smiled gently at him and replied, "That's how everyone starts." However, deep inside her, a question lingered. Does he know more about music theory than what I've just taught him? Shirone placed his hands on the piano keys, carefully touching the notes. He began to move his fingers gently and gracefully, pressing the black and white keys. The clear and enchanting sound of the notes rang out one after another. Raina was so amazed that she covered her mouth, her eyes fixed on his hands. She was in awe, unable to believe that he was playing everything wrong, but there was no hesitation as she pressed a key herself. She wondered, should I stop him? Raina was sweating as she watched Shirone play the piano. A thought crossed her mind. She focused on the music he was creating, her expression softening. It was strange. He was completely off-key. Though the sounds weren't perfect and were a bit chaotic, she still enjoyed it. Then suddenly, Raina noticed something. Her eyes widened as she gazed at his hands, skillfully moving across the keys. She was stunned to realize that he was capturing the essence of the piece she had just played. In that moment, she understood that he could perfectly mimic the feelings of the music she had just performed. The harmony in each note left her amazed and speechless. His eyes suddenly sparkled with a jade light. Shirone felt like he had fallen into a matrix of musical notes. He and she sat at the center, with dim lights creating an otherworldly and captivating atmosphere. Under his skilled hands, melodies and sounds flowed seamlessly together. His fingers moved gracefully over the piano keys, and the notes seemed to dance around him with each tune. When Shirone pressed down, the keys sparkled, highlighting his elegance and finesse. At that moment, Raina furrowed her brows, her expression growing serious, as if he was on the right track. She paused, beginning to realize that he was becoming more accurate. His hands kept rising and falling, moving nonstop, much like a true artist. She sat focused, listening and savoring each melody he painted. Raina stared at the young man before her, struggling to believe what was unfolding. An indescribable feeling welled up inside her. It wasn't just a performance. He seemed to possess a deep insight, sensing the most exquisite nuances. Raina observed every gesture and action of Shirone, with questions bubbling up in her mind. How could this boy be a butler, especially when he looked so noble? He noticed her pensive demeanor and understood. "I'm sorry, I just..." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud shout from Ryan broke through. "Don't be so loud, you annoying little gremlin." The shout shattered the soft, flowing atmosphere, causing Shirone's mood to drop. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Raina looked annoyed, her eyes showing a hint of anger. He stood in front of Raina's room, slipping his hand under his shirt to scratch lightly, revealing his toned six-pack. He continued shouting, "Once we're home, just relax. Why do you have to act so crazy?" Looking inside the room, he was stunned to see someone else besides her. He stared at the guy in surprise and confusion. "Oh, you're here too, Shirone." Shirone found himself in an awkward situation with Raina. He felt a bit shy and embarrassed, responding clumsily, "Ah, yeah, that's right." Raina, sitting beside him, looked puzzled and asked in disbelief, "Do you two know each other?" While Raina stood there bewildered, Shirone glanced between him and her, his expression flustered. He stammered, "And no, actually." Unsure of how to answer her question, he started sweating nervously, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. He worried that his friendship with Raina would be exposed. Why did it feel like he was committing a crime? From behind, Raina casually scratched herself and said, "Oh, Shirone." He just woke up completely now. His eyes lit up as he introduced Shirone to Raina. "He's my friend." Shirone felt helpless and scared as he crouched down on the floor, his eyes wide with horror as he looked at Raina. "What do you mean, Ryan? You know deep down how it is. You're probably afraid that if our friendship is exposed, it won't be pretty." He smiled brightly, hands on his hips, directing his attention toward Raina. Ryan reassured him, "Don't worry, that gremlin witch is definitely different, but she doesn't care much about that stuff." Shirone's eyes widened in disbelief, turmoil churning inside him. What? How can that be? How can she not care? As he struggled to figure out how to face her, Reina spoke up first. So, your name is Shirone, huh? She squatted down beside him with a gentle and caring demeanor. She lightly placed her hand on his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, if Reina says you two are friends, that's good enough." The kid can be a bit annoying, but he takes responsibility for his words. Her unexpected demeanor took him by surprise and made him feel a bit anxious. Reina didn't care whether he and Ryan were friends or not, but what really piqued her curiosity was his thoughts. She asked, "So, what were you thinking while playing the piano? I really want to know." His heart raced at her question, his mind filled with a flurry of question marks, unsure of what she was getting at. Ryan was also taken aback by her inquiry. "What? Was Shirone playing the piano? I thought you were just being crazy in here." Witnessing this exchange, all of his beliefs from the past 16 years began to crumble. The walls of his understanding shattered in an instant. He couldn't help but wonder, does he really not care if I'm friends with a commoner? Shirone turned to him and said, "Ryan, why are you lying? Your sister is a beautiful and kind lady." Hearing Shirone's words, Reina couldn't help but feel delighted. In contrast to her expression, Reina's face turned pale. Ryan seemed serious, fear glimmering in his eyes as he said, "What? Don't let her fool you. She's a witch. Who knows when she'll latch onto you and swallow you whole." His words left Shirone stunned. She leaned in closer to him, covering her mouth with her hand and smiling apologetically. "I'm sorry, our little brother can be a bit childish. I'm glad he has you as a friend. Please take care of him." He looked into Rana's smiling face and responded to her, "It's no trouble at all. Honestly, I'm the one who owes you a favor." Her warmth made him feel shy. Rana couldn't stop praising Shirone. "Oh my, you're so cute," she exclaimed. Hearing this, Rana smiled mischievously. "If he's so adorable, why not keep him around? Maybe we should let him join our family too." Ryan was surprised by this suggestion from Rana, and her excitement was evident. "Are you really that close to him? Aren't you worried he might steal your big sister away?" Ryan chuckled at the thought. "What are you talking about? I'm not the one you should be concerned about. It's Shirone you should worry about." As she finished speaking, Ryan grabbed Shirone's collar tightly. The two began to fight, and she didn't hold back, regardless of the fact that he was her brother. "Do you think you were so tough just because I didn't say anything?" They wrestled on the floor, and soon Ryan could take it no longer and cried out in pain. "Ouch, that hurts." Shirone stood by, watching the two sisters. His mind was filled with confused thoughts, and he felt lost. Just when he thought he was starting to understand the nobility, it became even more perplexing. After they had fought enough, Ryan huffed in frustration and shouted at Reina, Why are you back home? You just took a break not long ago." She casually brushed off her hands, saying, "Don't you know? Ray is getting ready for the exam. I'm here to pick him up. We'll be leaving tomorrow. He went to visit a friend. He'll be back later." Ryan gasped in surprise. "What? Are you kidding?" He lowered his head, his voice growing softer. "So it's that far away." He noticed Ryan looking a bit down, and his mind kept racing with the things she had said. The exam was a critical test, a certification process that recognized mages and swordsmen, not just in the kingdom, but across the entire continent. Over 1,000 participants competed each year, but only about 30 succeeded each time. There were also unqualified credentials. Graduating from a recognized academy, like the Alpheus Academy of Magic, offered the chance to become a level 10 unqualified mage. After achieving certain accomplishments through organizations and guilds, they could rank up. Hundreds, even thousands flocked there. The lines stretched far beyond what the eye could see, but wherever there was wealth and fame, people naturally gathered. Even after obtaining unqualified credentials, people continued to yearn for certified recognition. This legendary exam was what Ray was preparing for at the age of 18. Ryan admired him. Sure enough, geniuses are different. They have the full support of their families, too. He let out a long sigh. Shirone's mood sank as Reina approached him, gently ruffling his hair in a comforting manner. "It's all good. I'll go prepare dinner. It's seafood from the royal palace, so I have to do it myself," she reassured him. She turned to Shirone with a bright smile. "It's so nice to meet you, Shirone. Let's meet again next time." He looked at her in a daze. "Yes, I wish you a good day." He secretly thought, will I have another chance to see her? Remembering the moment earlier when she taught him how to play the instrument, he felt wonderful. He didn't know if he could meet her again since he would be leaving the estate tomorrow. Reina walked out, leaving Shirone and Ryan behind. He turned to her, hesitating. "Don't say anything." Ryan, the lady's sister, looked at Shirone. Shirone gazed off into the distance, his expression determined. He asked Ryan, "Does she have a boyfriend?" His question took Ryan by surprise, leaving her momentarily speechless. Seeing his expression, Shirone realized he might have overstepped. He quickly backtracked. "It's nothing, really." Ryan couldn't contain her laughter, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Shirone quickly responded to her reaction. I was just curious. Forget I asked that. Before Shirone could finish her sentence, Ryan burst out the door shouting, Hey, sister. Shirone sensed something was about to happen and called after him. I told you there's nothing wrong. Shirone gritted his teeth, his face anxious. As he saw Ryan about to run out the door, he quickly followed. A feeling of urgency filled his heart as he blamed himself for accidentally saying something that upset Ryan. Meanwhile, Ryan sprinted outside at full speed, not forgetting his mission as he yelled, Sister, Shirone wants to ask you something. Ryan stood on the upper floor, gripping the railing and leaning over to shout loudly. Do you have a boyfriend? Ryan was leading the maids to prepare a meal from the royal gate when Ryan's shout echoed throughout the hall. His words rang out again. Do you have a boyfriend yet? His question left everyone stunned, and they turned to stare at Ryan. Shirone rushed from behind, covering Ryan's mouth while pulling him back, leaving him to make mumbling noises. Upstairs, Shirone kept holding Ryan tightly and covering his mouth. The muffled sounds coming from him made the people below start whispering to each other. What? What's going on? A boyfriend? Inside, she felt her heart racing. Seeing the maids looking over, she could only smile awkwardly, trying to hide her embarrassment. She laughed and said to them, They're just joking around. Don't mind it. Reina and her attendants continued walking, and as she walked, she said, We've finished separating the poison, now need to heat it up. They all responded in unison, Yes, miss. Behind a nearby wall, the head butler had been standing there for a long time, observing everything that just happened. He called to someone behind him, Hannist, does the young master have any guests today? The person bowed his head and replied, No schedule arranged, sir. Upstairs, Ryan was about to say more when Shirone quickly grabbed his arm to stop him. The head butler coldly addressed his subordinate. I've heard that voice before, and now I remember. He turned his face, his eyes sharp as daggers. He ordered his follower, Get Timoran to my office immediately. He furrowed his brow and shouted, Right now. The sky was clear, and the forest was covered by tall trees. The sound of Ryan's breathing and his training echoed in the air. A voice called out, Take a 10-minute break. Ryan, panting and out of breath, held a training staff in his left hand while wiping sweat from his face with his right. The teacher looked at Ryan and stroked his beard thoughtfully. He thought about Ryan, who had become more enthusiastic again. It had to be about a year now. Watching Ryan train with such passion, he recalled last time he gave up so quickly. He glanced at Ryan, deep in thought, but I'm sure that once we get to the royal palace, the boy will change. The key is to hold onto the map. Drops of sweat trickled down Ryan's face. Suddenly, a frantic voice called out, Young master. Ryan jumped, looking in the direction of the call. A man wearing a hat rushed over, visibly anxious. His voice carried from a distance. Young master, Miss Reina is requesting you to return to the mansion immediately. Ryan, about to take a sip of water, felt irritated by the man's words. My sister, huh? If it's just about praising my brother, I'm not interested. Just tell her to do whatever she wants. The servant quickly shook his head. No, it's not that, sir. The young lady said that Shirone is in danger. He might die. At this, Ryan spat out the water he had in his mouth. He stood up, holding the water bottle, looking at the servant with a mix of urgency and worry. Huh? Why? I thought he was coming home today. The servant, having run so fast, was now bent over, gasping for breath. The head butler reported to the family head. I'm not sure of the details, but the young lady said it has to do with you. Ryan hurriedly grabbed his coat and threw it on. He was anxious and turned to his teacher, saying, Master, I have to go meet my father. The old man saw Ryan's demeanor and knew something was wrong. He pressed, What's going on? Ryan, a bit flustered, replied, A butler named Shirone is my friend, and somehow my father found out. There's not much time. I feel like I'm sitting on a pile of fire. He said to the old man, I'm sure my father will forgive him if I can convince him. I'll train later. Before he could finish, the old man interjected, No way. Ryan stopped what he was doing, stood up straight, and looked at the old man in disbelief, asking, Why? The old man picked up a sword and stood in front of Ryan, causing him to exclaim, Master. Before them stood an impressive and grand mansion nestled at the foot of a mountain, vast and expansive. Inside the main hall of the mansion, Shirone knelt on the floor. Male and female servants lined up on either side near the throne. Sitting in the center was the head of the family, Ogden Bickhoff. On either side sat young Miss Rena and young Master Rai, with the head butler behind them. Shirone knelt before them, feeling a mix of anxiety and dread. The powerful voice of the man echoed with authority. Arian Shirone. Bickhoff exuded an air of high nobility. He held a report in his hand and looked at Shirone with anger, saying, You will be executed. The entire mansion was thrown into an uproar as people whispered among themselves, shocked by the events. How could this happen? The maids were filled with worry and fear. One maid leaned in to whisper to another, "How can a commoner dare to do this to a noble?" The murmurs grew louder, with another voice chiming in, "Shirone must not know what he's doing. Even if he's clueless, he should understand these rules." Every judgment and piece of gossip was heard by Temuren, who simply glanced at the maids without saying a word. Three people sat on a long bench. Bickhoff was intensely focused on the documents in his hands. Ray sat beside him, a bit arrogant and indifferent. Only Raina looked anxious, as if she were sitting on a bed of coals, wanting to speak to her father. Unable to hold back any longer, Raina spoke up, her tone filled with worry and urgency. "Dad, wait, I have something to say." Bickhoff flipped through the documents while asking her, what else could there possibly be to say? He examined the stack of papers carefully. The documents supplied by the head butler detailed a long list of staff lined up, all trembling in fear. Bickhoff was using this stack of documents to accuse Shirone, which included testimonies from many staff members confirming that the boy had behaved recklessly in front of Ryan. He turned to Raina and questioned her. "You've read the details of the contract, so you should have no objections. Is there anything else you want to say?" At that moment, Shirone lowered his head, hesitating a bit, but then his voice came out, "I want to ask something." He looked up at the man, his gaze cautious. "If I am friends with the young master, what will happen to him?" All the servants were utterly astonished, thinking that he was truly finished. Didn't he realize the gravity of his situation? He should have been begging for his life instead. The man was furious. "Do you dare to ask me that?" Raina glanced at her father and then at Shirone. In such a life-or-death situation, he still had the courage to ask about Ryan. She wondered to herself, is he worried about Ryan? Even in this dire circumstance, the man was enraged, hurling insults at Shirone. He really thought a commoner like him could befriend someone of noble standing without consequences. Shirone sighed, bowed his head, and then smiled. He looked directly at the man and clearly stated, "Yes, Ryan and I are friends." In front of everyone, he once again confessed, "We've been friends for a year now, and I want to make it clear that we will always be friends." The servants were terrified hearing these words from him. They fearfully exclaimed, "This person has gone mad." The man's eyes gleamed with a trace of killing intent, and the servants couldn't help but be curious. "Why aren't you scared at all?" he warned Shirone with a tone full of disdain. "That's right, it seems you look down on that guy, Ojin." Bickhoff lost his composure and shouted, "Head butler, deal with him quickly and make sure this doesn't leak out." He handed a stack of documents to the head butler. The butler bowed respectfully and took the stack from him. Two soldiers stepped forward, each taking one of Shirone's arms to lead him outside for his punishment. Raina shouted to stop him, "Father, wait. Please listen to me." She bowed deeply, her face revealing her worry and fear for her increasingly volatile father. When he saw her trying to interfere with his decision, he turned his anger towards her. He admitted it, and I've made my decision as the head of the family. Once I decide something, it won't be reversed. The servants felt like they were sitting on hot coals, all fearing for their fragile lives. The blonde man felt it was unfair and turned to the head butler, "Isn't this a bit too much?" The chubby guy next to him also wouldn't back down and decided to speak up to protect himself. "It's not right for all of us to risk our lives for one person." The blonde guy's face darkened when he heard those words, and he glanced at his companion in fear. He frowned and complained, "This family is our lifeline. To protect it, we need to eliminate any conflict that arises, no matter how small." As Shirone was being taken away by the two of them, he watched and said something mysterious. "Right now, you might think it's wrong, but later you'll be grateful for this choice." Suddenly, the door swung open and a scream echoed throughout the mansion's grand hall. "I won't let that happen." Ryan burst in, looking urgent and flustered, with his mentor's sword still in his hand. Raina felt overwhelming joy, unable to hide her happiness on her face. "Finally, you're back." Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, felt relieved. She called out, "Ryan." But contrary to her excitement, Bickhoff's expression darkened. He crossed his arms sternly, showing no hint of joy as he stared at his son. Shirone looked up at Ryan, but in Ryan's eyes there was not the anticipation that Raina had, but a resigned acceptance, as if he was waiting for the punishment he feared would fall on him. He probably worried about dragging Ryan into trouble. With a mix of impatience and anger, Ryan shouted wildly, "Who dares to kill my friend without my permission?" He coldly and decisively looked at the boy. With a calm demeanor, he said, "Oh, just a single phrase from him is enough to reveal his authority and status in his family." Ryan below used all of his words to defend Shirone. Ryan couldn't understand why, just for becoming friends with him, Shirone would face such a bitter end. Shirone was putting his life on the line for their friendship. Ryan questioned him. "Why? What did he do that was so wrong? He only made friends with me." Raina stood up anxiously, unable to hold back her worry for her brother and Shirone. He noticed that his son dared to question him over a commoner. He viewed human life as cheap. One didn't have to commit a grave mistake to deserve death. Matters involving nobility are very complicated. You can't even begin to imagine. Ryan regained his composure and shouted in anger. His words were strikingly firm. Our family is handling this complex situation, and I'm enjoying the privileges of being a noble son. If those privileges force me to kill my friend, then I don't need them. He looked at Ryan with an imposing glare, imposing his views on others. His words dripped with class distinction. Just a child. You wonder why he must die? Being friends with a noble means that relationship must be equal. Shirone was being escorted by 2 guards, his eyes indifferent, and his earlier bold declaration only fueled the man's irritation. Seeing Shirone, he hastily threw out insults and contempt. Do you really think that commoner considers you a friend? On what basis? There are countless people wanting to take advantage of the nobility. Ryan shouted back, vehemently opposing his father's arrogant words. Shirone would never do that. He looked at Ryan with disdain, his patience with Ryan waning. So what? Bickhoff stared at Ryan. His harsh words weighed on the boy's psyche. Why should I believe you? Prove that you and Shirone are truly friends. His words left Ryan stunned. Prove. Doubts crept into his heart. He felt uneasy. This was not good. Ryan, standing nearby, was also caught off guard by her father's question. She nervously looked toward him. He was staring intently at Ryan, a half-smile on his face, his eyes filled with arrogance. Ryan's mind was in chaos. If he said he couldn't prove anything, it would all be over. The pressure from the man's question weighed heavily on him. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said, "It's my feeling." He wondered if one could even prove human feelings. He found himself lost in tangled thoughts, but felt he couldn't just speak recklessly. He tried to put himself in Shirone's shoes. If I were Shirone, I could easily take him down. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. What if I were Shirone? He glanced at him and saw his carefree expression, completely relaxed and unafraid, yet his eyes were unwavering and strong. Looking into his eyes, Ryan fell into contemplation. Those eyes seemed to absorb everything around them, just like when they had competed before. Ryan stared deeply into those eyes as if Shirone was guiding him. He recalled Shirone's past words. Ryan, sometimes not focusing on the little things can yield better results. He remembered the time they had played cards together. When his cards didn't turn out as he hoped, Ryan rested his chin in his hands, feeling frustrated and unmotivated. In Shirone's hands, however, was a higher card. Shirone advised Ryan, don't focus on your opponent's minor details. Instead, look at the bigger picture. Ryan was skeptical of Shirone's words. Look at the bigger picture, huh? Shirone flipped over the card and held it out to Ryan. This way, you'll see their true intentions. He silently noted this in his mind. Ryan felt a surge of courage. Bigger picture, he murmured to himself. The person right in front of me, well, he's a minor noble, the head of the Ogent family, with black hair and a level 4 knight certified by a high official. He tightened his grip on the sword his master had given him, affirming in his heart, that's right, this isn't just an argument between a father and son. This is a duel. Flashback to 30 minutes earlier when he received the news and was preparing to leave, only to be stopped by his master. He shouted at him, Master, why won't you let me go? My friend could die. His master remained calm and unbothered by Ryan's urgency. Yes, you're talking about that kid who works in the library, right? Ryan hesitated and continued. But that kid is just a commoner. He was stunned into silence when he heard his master say that. Master, I didn't know you thought like that, he exclaimed. You've taught me better. I can't believe the person I've always respected could have such narrow-minded and outdated views just like my father. At that moment, Ryan felt completely broken. He lost control and shouted out his feelings, saying, if wielding a sword could mean having a conversation, that anyone could be my friend. His teacher calmly looked at his troubled student, beginning to explain. Ryan, don't you know what's most important for a noble? Isn't it true that a noble must eliminate anything that threatens their family's status? The teacher went on to outline the risks for Ryan's family. Have you ever thought about the burden your friend carries when his worth is equal to that of a fly? Have you considered the consequences of becoming friends with him without thinking it through? Hearing these words, Ryan clenched his teeth, feeling choked up. His shoulders shook repeatedly, unable to hold back the tears that streamed down his cheeks. Each drop of water seemed to highlight his helplessness and emotional pain. The teacher advised Ryan, his voice warm but firm, don't even think about resolving this with arguments. Ryan clenched his fists tightly, his fingers curling with determination. He spoke to the teacher with a tone filled with resolve, yet also revealing his frustration. But I can't just stand here and do nothing. I was the one who suggested we be friends. Ryan raised his hand, his eyes blazing with fierce determination as he spoke louder. I don't want to be a coward. His words felt like a challenge against adversity, and his determination shone through every gesture and look. Ryan looked at him with a different gaze. The old man silently appreciated him, recognizing his determination. The boy was very caring, honest, and pure. But that won't make you a great swordsman. I have high hopes for you, and I will support you. He held his sword out in front of Ryan and handed it to him. Take it. Fortunately, the old man was not the type to be narrow-minded or classist. He also advised and warned Ryan, I'll let you go if you bring this back with you. But if you're not even ready for what this means, don't think about stepping out of here. Ryan took the sword from his master, his eyes fixed on it. His gaze reflected his determination and seriousness. Right now, Ryan had to make a choice that aligned with his beliefs. His eyes lit up, carrying an unwavering confidence and resolve. Master, I will never forget this kindness. Every word he spoke felt like a vow, etched deep into his heart and mind, becoming the motivation for him to move forward and face this challenge. The old man glanced at him, remembering that letting go of a friend was like losing a part of oneself. His words served as a reminder and a warning. Inside, Ryan felt a raging storm. This was a duel, fought with his life on the line. Returning to the present, in front of the mansion, Ryan realized the truth his master had taught him. With his sword in hand, he threw back his head and laughed. His laughter echoed throughout the mansion, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Just like Dad, I nearly let myself be defeated. You shouted in anger, saying, Are we friends? I believe we are because I believe that I am Shirone's friend. You added that your existence as Shirone's friend was proof of the friendship between you and him. Bickhoff was furious at these strong rebuttals. He gritted his teeth and hissed. This is absurd. This isn't a father-son debate. He yelled in rage. Even now, the reputation of countless families is crumbling. His words left the servants completely stunned. He continued his mad rant. If it means saving the family's reputation, I would even be willing to sever ties with my own son. His declaration shocked you and a group of maids. Raina had to scream, wow. You straightened your legs, adopting a serious stance, your voice firm and resolute, showing no hesitation. If I have to do that to save my friend's life. He bowed slightly, placing his right hand over his chest, and showed the most serious and respectful attitude possible to express his stance, ready to leave peacefully. Everyone around him was terrified by his action. Bickhoff, enraged, shot up from his seat, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging visibly. He yelled at him, Kid, raise your sword. If you really think this kid is your friend, then bet your life on it right here. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his sword. The sharp sound of the blade echoed, signaling that the bond between father and son was about to break. Bickhoff couldn't believe his eyes. His son was actually drawing his sword to fight him over a commoner. He looked at him, voice faltering and halting. You're actually raising your sword to go against me. He held the sword in front of him. The blade pointed upwards, his gaze fierce and determined. I'm not pointing my sword at you, father. I'm just showing my trust. At that moment, Bickhoff clutched his chest, trying to appear helpless. How can you have friends? You can't even get along with the other families. Maybe it's because you can't measure up to the nobles. Now you're just holding on to someone weaker to comfort yourself. But no, he lowered his voice, firm and resolute. This time, you're wrong, father. His eyes burned with intensity, steady and unshakable. They reflected both confidence and belief in himself. He lowered the sword and gun, speaking to the man with determination. Shirone is my friend, and he's better than I am. I want to help Shirone shine brightly in a higher position. Your decisiveness should leave Shirone in awe. Bickhoff, embarrassed by his anger, pointed at Shirone, his voice filled with fury as he questioned, Did you deceive the boy? Did you convince him that a commoner could be friends with a noble? His words felt like a sharp knife piercing Shirone's self-esteem. Shirone quickly denied it. No, that's not true. Ryan stepped in front of Shirone, his voice protective and caring. Shirone, just stay there. I'll protect you. Shirone knew this was a decisive moment, not just for him, but also for the friendship he cherished. He called out Ryan's name. Ryan. Hearing Shirone call his name, Ryan froze. He took the blame entirely upon himself. You don't have to take responsibility for everything. I'll take responsibility for my part. Ryan turned to look at Shirone in shock. Shirone recalled the moment when Ryan's hand reached out to take his. From the moment you wanted to be my friend, I had a feeling that I would have to stand at a crossroads, choosing between being your friend and saving my own life. Ryan's eyes were filled with gratitude. Shirone looked at him and said, Even if it means I have to die here, I won't regret becoming your friend. Ryan lowered his head, tears welling up in his eyes. Shirone's sincere friendship didn't disappoint him at all. His voice was choked with emotion as he replied, That's right. Suddenly, Ryan lifted his face and shouted toward Bickhoff. That's exactly what I mean. The words echoed like a powerful affirmation of their friendship and Ryan's unshakable determination. His heart was filled with faith and resolve, knowing he had made the right decision. Ryan shouted again to reaffirm his bond with Shirone. Even if I'm isolated, we are still friends. His strong, decisive words left Bickhoff speechless, just staring in disbelief. Raina stood nearby, also moved to tears by his heartfelt statement. She thought, even if we lack maturity, we are still emotional beings. A true friend doesn't turn their back on us. The servants were touched as well, all of them shedding tears. Everyone has a friend like that. Those barriers made them lose their sense of equality and their dignity as individuals. The head butler glanced over at Ryan and Shirone, frowning slightly before clicking his tongue. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed throughout the mansion. How interesting. Everyone below looked up in surprise. Raina joyfully called out, "Grandfather." He stood on the upper level, looking down at everyone, full of vitality and excitement as he praised, "I never thought I would witness such a touching scene at my age. Youth truly is wonderful." Raina felt immense relief. Everything would be all right now. If her grandfather was involved, she believed the situation could be handled more easily. However, in contrast to her cheerful attitude, Bickhoff looked a bit uneasy. He glanced at his father with a puzzled expression and said, "You're here already? Raina told me you wouldn't be back for a few more days." He continued, "I arrived early because my friend ran away with a young woman." After saying that, he sat down in a chair. Shirone was taken aback by his appearance, staring at him as his mind subconsciously recognized the man's identity. He was the general of Thormia and a level 3 swordsman, Ryan's grandfather. He sat comfortably with his legs crossed, speaking with enthusiasm. "Anyway, this place is still as lively as ever. Youth truly is amazing." He was the former family head, Clump Ogent. While he was laughing and chatting with everyone, the current head of the family, his son, seemed far from cheerful. He looked troubled as he spoke to his father. "This situation isn't great at all. Our family's reputation has completely crumbled." His father didn't pay much attention to his son's gloomy demeanor. Instead, he eagerly turned his gaze toward the people in the grand hall. "Let's not rush to conclusions. I've been watching from behind and have seen quite a bit. Clearly, there are many things everyone wants to discuss. So why don't we first hear each other's opinions on whether we've truly lost face?" He welcomed the first speaker, his eldest daughter. She beamed with excitement as she shared her thoughts on Shirone. "Although yesterday was the first time I met Shirone, I could already tell he is a very intelligent and talented young man." She stood up to present like a speaker, and everyone there focused their attention on her, listening intently to her evaluation of Shirone. He crossed his legs and propped his chin on his hand, looking forward to hearing what his grandmother had to say. Moreover, Shirone has met all the requirements in the contract and was supposed to leave the family today. Given the circumstances, it's hard to say that Shirone approached Ryan with any ill intentions, and the conclusion was, "I don't believe his actions have tarnished the family's honor." He stroked his chin as if he understood what she meant. He scoffed coldly. "So that's it. If that's the case, what do you think, my second grandson?" The next person to share his thoughts was witness number 2, the second son, Rai Ogent. Though he hadn't spoken up before, his expression clearly showed no goodwill towards Shirone. He frowned and hissed through clenched teeth. "I don't like that kid." Bickhoff next to him was very pleased with this response. He smiled with satisfaction, silently praising his second son. "That's right. I knew I could trust you, Ray." However, Ray had never cared about things that didn't concern him, but this matter had nothing to do with him at all. His remark surprised Bickhoff, leaving him a bit taken aback. He exclaimed, "What do you mean?" Bickhoff's face turned dark as he turned to his son, who had always been indecisive, blaming him with a hint of reproach in his voice. "What do you mean by that? You said you don't like him, and now you say it doesn't concern you." Ray crossed his arms over his chest, leaned back in his chair, eyes slightly closed, and spoke with an indifferent tone. "That's right. I don't like that kid, but who he hangs out with has nothing to do with me at all." He was blunt as he added, "I just want this to end so we can set off to the royal palace." Raina was taken aback by Ray's attitude. Her eyes lit up with admiration. "Oh, what an attitude you have, little brother." Clump laughed heartily at his nephew's comment. This was exactly why there was no place like home. He stroked his chin and looked at Ryan, eager to hear the opinion of someone who had surely observed the Shirone boy the longest. He called for the next person, the deputy steward. The next witness was Deputy Steward Temeran. He cleared his throat, but then his attention shifted to the head steward. The head steward raised his hand near his chin, signaling to him, thinking, "I'm sure he's aware." Looking at Bickhoff's demeanor, the way he glanced at the deputy steward made his thoughts clear, signaling what was on his mind. "We are not people who express our opinions, but rather those who obey the wishes of our master." Finally, the deputy steward managed to say the name, Shirone. He glanced at the head steward and expressed his genuine thoughts about Shirone. He has completed every task I assigned to him, and he did it exceptionally well. Moreover, he finished the work 6 months ahead of schedule. His words struck the head steward like a bolt from the blue. He never expected the deputy steward would go against his directive. He gritted his teeth, saying, "What the hell does he think he's doing?" Bickhoff sat back with a sigh, his earlier imposing demeanor fading away. Clump glanced at the butler and asked, "Do you know they're friends?" The butler raised his hand to his chest respectfully and replied, "I know he often goes out with the young master, but I didn't realize they were friends." However, from my perspective, if he were an unruly child, he wouldn't be able to categorize those 10,000 books. Shirone was taken aback, unable to believe what he was hearing. He never expected that, apart from Ryan, his friend, and the kind Lady Reyna, there would be someone else in the mansion standing up for him. It was the butler who spoke well of him. Reyna glanced at Shirone with a smile. Finally, someone is here to acknowledge Shirone's efforts and abilities. Raya rested her chin on her hand, secretly feeling happy for Shirone. Things have completely changed now. But her joy was quickly extinguished when she looked at her father. His gaze on Shirone remained unchanged, a frown of displeasure on his face as person after person defended Shirone. Most importantly, since Clump's return, everything was spiraling out of his control. She knew that her father was the only one who wanted to punish Shirone. Suddenly, a deep, commanding voice broke the tension. No. Clump stood up, resolute in his stance. I cannot agree to this. As soon as he finished speaking, both Reyna and Mr. Bickhoff chimed in at the same time. Dad, Grandpa. Reyna didn't understand why her grandfather changed his mind at the last minute. Just when she had managed to relax, she now felt like an ant on a hot pan, while he seemed more radiant than ever. Mr. Clump quickly corrected his earlier statement. No, Nettle, I understand that you two see each other as friends. Shirone and Ryan stood before their grandfather, filled with worry and tension. He looked at them thoughtfully and said, However, let's stop here. If this relationship continues, rumors will eventually spread. This could become a vulnerability for our family, which our political opponents could exploit against us. He listened intently to his father's words, all too aware of the concerns Mr. Clump expressed. Rye, sitting beside him, still seemed indifferent. With a nonchalant attitude, Clump shared his perspective. Everyone in my family is a prominent member of the kingdom. Rye is either preparing to take an exam for certification. Besides, what else can I do when so many families depend on me? The maids, standing straight, listened to his words and couldn't help but worry for their own futures and that of their families. Being commoners working for the nobility was already a privilege in itself. Shirone, you're a smart child. I believe you will understand. Rayna turned to look at her grandfather, wanting to say something, but the words caught in her throat. But Ryan couldn't stay still any longer. He gritted his teeth, staring intently at his grandfather with a determined look in his eyes that showed he wouldn't be bound by anyone's expectations. Clump found it both amusing and frustrating as he looked at his beloved grandson. He couldn't help but think, I see a lot of potential in you, Ryan. You're quite clever, but why don't you understand what I'm trying to say? His own feelings were just as tangled. He wanted Ryan to understand the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders. The burden of so many lives resting on him was a heavy one. At that moment, Clump turned to Shirone, eager to know his thoughts. He also wondered what Ryan had realized about himself after making friends with Shirone. What do you think, Shirone? I want to thank you for teaching my knave grandson what true friendship means. Clump didn't want their family to be judged because of Shirone. He asked, but can we end it here? Shirone only bowed his head. He closed his eyes for a moment before abruptly saying, no way. This stunned both Clump and Ryan. Mr. Bickhoff was equally surprised that Shirone would be so stubborn, not recognizing the seriousness of the situation. Rye, who usually didn't care about anything, now looked at Shirone differently. Ryan was equally taken aback by Shirone's response. He had thought Shirone would beg for mercy for his own life and sever their friendship. Ryan never expected Shirone to be so daring. Hesitantly, he wanted to call out Shirone's name. You looked at Shirone with sincerity, staring straight into his eyes, unable to hold back as you called out his name. Shirone. Shirone placed his hand on his chest, looked at Hugh, and spoke words that came from deep within his heart. If I'm a burden to Ryan, I wouldn't mind never seeing him again. However, he was no longer hesitant or fearful. He boldly expressed his feelings. That doesn't mean I can't consider him a friend. He stated this confidently and firmly. Ryan and I are friends. I won't let anyone else tie our friendship down or let it be tainted by what someone else says. Shirone told Mr. Clump, as long as you think about these things, I will follow any orders you give me. Ryan's hand, which clutched his sword, shook uncontrollably, and he felt a wave of shame wash over him. Tears fell again, and deep down, he was blaming himself. I actually feel relieved that Shirone isn't dead. To be honest, a part of him truly felt that way. But Shirone understood that abandoning a friend was like giving up a part of himself. Ryan stared wide-eyed at Shirone. The lessons his master taught him during training were difficult to process, and he struggled to make a decision. For Shirone, he would rather lose his own life than sacrifice the bond of friendship. He felt a deep sense of shame. He made a firm resolution. Fine, this isn't something to negotiate. Ryan pointed his sword straight up to the sky and shouted loudly and decisively. His voice thundered. Here, I declare. Mr. Clump and Reyna immediately felt fear at Ryan's next actions. She shouted, don't do this. I don't know what you're planning, but please don't. She reacted this way because she wasn't sure if her younger brother was making a wise decision. Any small mistake could significantly impact his fate and that of their family. She couldn't let him act impulsively. Ryan drove the sword deep into the ground, the sound echoing painfully in everyone's ears. He knelt down, pushing the sword deeper into the stone floor, leaving Shirone astonished. He boldly declared in front of everyone, I, Ryan Ojin, the third son of the Ojin family, from this moment on will become the sword of Shiro. His oath resonated like thunder in the tense, suffocating atmosphere, causing Ryan's father to tremble with rage. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted in anger. He bellowed, What is this, you damn fool? The entire mansion seemed to shake under the force of his fury. His roar echoed through every corner. You idiot. The origins of the Knight's Oath date back to when the Kingdom of Formia was established during a chaotic time when all nations, big and small, fought for territory. The strongest among them succeeded in uniting everyone and proclaimed the establishment of the Kingdom of Formia. However, the newly formed kingdom had to face powerful neighboring nations. Therefore, instead of being destroyed in the unification process, the defeated kings were allowed to rule their own territories directly. In this way, they created the Knight's Oath. The defeated kings had to kneel before the new king. They vowed to become the sword that only their master could wield in exchange for being granted noble status. This was the origin of the Knight's Oath and the birth of the nobility. Breaking the Knight's Oath meant becoming more contemptible than a rabid dog. Ryan turned to look at everyone and grinned mischievously. What do you all think? I can't back out now, can I? Everyone went silent, their mouths agape at this surprising decision. He still held tightly to the sword, one foot on the ground and one knee on the floor. Inside, he couldn't help but blame himself, thinking, Master, it seems I've really messed up this time. Ryan also envisioned his master getting angry and scolding him. I didn't give you the sword to do this. Shiro knelt beside him, grasping Ryan's hand with fear in his eyes. Ryan, what the hell are you doing? Ryan didn't respond, but glanced over at the others. Mr. Clump's voice rang out, his face stern and determined. Ryan, if I'm really witnessing you say you'll become his sword, then that boy must be worthy, right? Answer me. Shirone helped Ryan to his feet, and they both looked towards Clump. He continued to ask, is he really that talented? Or is he just talented in your eyes because you see yourself as useless? Hearing this, Ryan relaxed a little. A confident smile spread across his face as he placed a hand on his chest and shouted, A sword isn't meant to be judged, it's meant to protect. Everyone fell silent at his response, and even Shirone looked taken aback. Suddenly, a hearty laugh broke through the tense atmosphere. Clump placed a hand on his face and laughed so joyfully that his body shook with it. He had to agree with Ryan's words. That's right. These immature kids at least need to rise to this level if they want to reach the peak. While Ryan's father sighed in exasperation, Ryan's grandfather couldn't help but praise him. Your words are pretty impressive, but with your mediocre swordsmanship, I feel sorry for your friend who has to put up with such a weapon. Ryan couldn't believe what he was hearing from his grandfather. He could only stammer, Grandpa, is that you? Clump placed a hand on Shirone's shoulder. He smiled, comforting and reminding him, that's enough, that's enough. Even if he's not the sharpest sword yet, Shirone, he will never betray you. Take good care of my grandson. Clump patted Shirone on the back. Shirone closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the weight of this moment. He looked at Clump with gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you for recognizing me. He pointed towards the head butler and ordered him. You two have sworn to be friends for life, so I can't let you leave like this. The head butler used the carriage that Shirone was supposed to take to go home and quickly took off to bring Shirone's parents here. He promptly acknowledged Clump's command. Yes, I'll go right now. The two servants exchanged amused glances and put their hats on. The head butler was still in shock, internally shouting, Is this for real? Looking up at the clear sky, light clouds floated gently by. He felt helpless, thinking, I can never figure out what the nobility is really thinking. Ryan finally relaxed, smiling comfortably and exclaiming, This is amazing. He flopped onto the bed, stretching his arms out. Shirone sat down next to him. Ryan laughed and asked, Did you see the expressions on my family's faces? Absolutely wonderful. Shirone felt a twinge of guilt. Ryan, you don't need to do this for me. Ryan sat up suddenly, startling Shirone. Shirone, I'm not doing this because you're my friend. Ryan looked straight into Shirone's eyes, determination burning in his gaze. I'm different from my brother. You have the power to inspire others. I'm just simply choosing to bet my life on someone like you. He felt a bit shy and blushed. What? He thought to himself, wondering why she suddenly brought that up again. Shirone looked at him and sighed, I feel so much pressure. She blushed and said to Ryan, But if you want to protect me, you'll have to train a lot harder. Her words made Ryan so angry he felt like he could spit blood. Seeing this, Shirone was concerned and asked, What's wrong? Ryan slumped down and said, "It's nothing. You just hit a sore spot in my heart." Suddenly, Raina burst through the door. She called out, "Ryan, did you really swear the knight's oath to become Shirone's sword?" As she walked in, she noticed Ryan collapsed in a pool of blood. She asked, "What happened to him?" Ryan mustered the last bit of his strength and said, "Get out." Shirone wouldn't budge. "What are you talking about? Just a little while ago, your sister helped us a lot." Shirone invited Raina in, saying, "Please come in." With pride, she replied, "That's right. I've brought important information from the opposing side." Ryan snapped into focus, his heart filled with a bit of worry. What's going on? What are father and grandfather doing? She gently sat down on the bed and explained to them. They really are bloodthirsty. But considering I brought up the knight's oath, they are planning their next moves. So anyway, she told them some very important news. Dad is considering enrolling you and Shirone in the Swordsmanship Academy. Shirone, you said your swordsmanship talent is incredible, didn't you? That's what you said. Shirone looked confused. But is it to that extent? She smiled. Of course. Now that you're a member of the family, I've told everyone about your talent to see if they would be willing to invest something in you. They want Shirone's talent to help Ryan. I'm sure for Ryan's future, they want to help you succeed. After hearing this, he shouted at her, "Not without my permission. Who dares to send me to school? I finally get to hang out with Shirone whenever I want." Without saying another word, she kicked Ryan to the ground and stepped on him. She sighed and yelled at Ryan without any mercy. This clueless brat is causing so much trouble and still wants to do more. Ryan protested loudly. He turned back and shot her a fierce look. Ryan yelled at her, and anyway, Shirone isn't even going to the Swordsmanship Academy. Shirone's future is as a mage. He's already unlocked his domain. She looked at Shirone in disbelief. What? His domain? Shirone has unlocked it. Wait, does that mean you have a knight's oath with a future mage? She looked at Shirone, her expression filled with skepticism, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Ryan, furious, shouted, "There's a limit to being useless. Get out of here, old lady." Thinking about the scene where Shirone and Ryan were sword fighting, Raina chimed in, "So you're using synesthesia to sense the spiritual world and read Ryan's movements to win." She rubbed her chin, impressed. "That sounds pretty clever. Since your energy in the spiritual world is quite high, that should definitely be possible." Shirone awkwardly replied, "Really?" Raina praised her nonstop. "You're amazing. From what I learned in school, the denser the energy, the more stable the spiritual world is. Being able to maintain that density while using a sword is incredibly impressive." Hearing those words, Shirone blushed and gently rubbed her head. Raina and Ryan shared the same thought. "Is that really embarrassing?" Raina said, "I'll talk to my grandfather about Shirone's path. Of course, to enroll in the swordsmanship school, that condition will come along too." Ryan, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? What will happen to your master then?" Ryan replied, "He already knows about this. That's why he ended the contract yesterday. Tomorrow morning, he'll be saying goodbye." Ryan was even more shocked. "Ah!" He tightly gripped his sword, feeling a wave of sadness wash over him. Ryan quietly thought of his master, the man who was about to leave this place forever. A butler entered and announced, "Sir, Shirone's family has arrived and is waiting in the living room. The master says you can go meet them first if you'd like." Ryan gently turned to ask Shirone what he thought. "What do you want to do?" At first, he just smiled, but soon he couldn't hide his emotions any longer. Overwhelmed with happiness, he jumped up and exclaimed, "I'm going." Shirone dashed down the stairs, making the two butlers worry. "Be careful on the stairs." Feeling a bit awkward, he said, "Just talk to me like you always do." But they panicked and replied quickly, "Oh no, please don't say that. We'll be lost." He smiled to reassure them, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Still, they insisted, "Even so, you can't say that." After a few brief moments, they all arrived at the door to the living room. Shirone eagerly swung the door open to see the people he loved most inside. Upon seeing them, he shouted, "Mom, Dad." They were equally emotional, calling out his name in unison, Chiron. He disregarded everything else and rushed in like a small bird returning to its nest, finally burying himself in the warmth of his parents' embrace. The three of them held each other tightly, overwhelmed with the joy that filled the room. Shirone looked at his family, feeling a deep sadness in his heart. They had lost weight. They must have been struggling so much, worrying about him day after day. His mother was crying as she tried to reassure him. "Don't worry, we're doing just fine," she said. Vincent, his father, asked, "But why did you suddenly call us? If you're done with your work, you should come home." He suddenly became agitated and pressed him. "They didn't force you to stay, did they?" Shirone explained, "No, it's not like that. I just had a pretty good opportunity." His father didn't understand. His mother looked confused too. "A good opportunity?" Vincent replied. "Oh." Then Shirone quickly recounted everything that had happened to his family. After hearing it, They all sat there in shock, their faces blank, unsure of what to say. Vincent's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his son. Then he forced a smile and spoke. So you're saying you become friends with a young nobleman while working at the library, and that nobleman has pledged his knighthood to you and allowed you to be friends with him? Shirone replied casually, yes, that's right. Vincent's voice turned serious. Shirone, tell me the truth. He grabbed Shirone's shoulders and shook him, tears welling up in his eyes as he shouted, how can someone as smart as you have such delusions? Someone treated you badly, didn't they? Didn't they? Shirone felt like he was being shaken up to the sky, but managed to say, no, it's real. He tightly embraced his beloved child, crying loudly as if he were about to say goodbye forever. Oh my God, they say that those who visit noble houses cannot return unscathed. His wife, Shirone's mother, pleaded as she tried to pull him away. Vincent. Suddenly, the door opened again and the butler announced, young master, the head of the house has arrived. At that moment, 3 people entered. Bickhoff spoke first. It's a pleasure to meet you both. I am the head of this house. Bickhoff. Ryan gently bowed and said, hello, I am Shirone's sword. Raina introduced herself with a warm smile. I am the eldest daughter, Raina. I've heard so much about the two of you. The couple witnessed the shocking event in front of them, and their faces went pale. They quickly bowed respectfully and responded, greetings. We are Shirone's parents. Why would such remarkable people as yourselves? Raina, surprised by their ignorance, exclaimed, oh my, you haven't heard from Shirone? Vincent, looking bewildered, asked with a trembling voice, are all those things the boy said really true? Even at the luxury banquet with all the delicious, expensive food, he still didn't believe it. No way, no way. In the end, Vincent seemed lost in thought, while Shirone's mother felt flustered, saying, honey, there are 2 plates. After finishing the meal, he still seemed like a person dropped from the sky, his mind swirling with confusion, wondering, what the hell is going on here? On the other side, she had just received a warm cup of tea and expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you. Vincent felt the heavy atmosphere in the room as if his mind was about to scream. What was happening? His hand trembled with the teacup, threatening to drop it at any moment. Even if he didn't know what the knight's oath was, there was no way they would treat a peasant family kindly like this. He needed to get to the bottom of this. With that thought, Vincent spoke up, excuse me, I'm glad my son is appreciated by you, but I have to express my concern. It's hard to believe that a noble hair like Ogent would take a knight's oath. Bickhoff frowned and replied, yes, honestly, I am also a bit uncomfortable with it. He continued, however, for the Ogent family, our militant ideals are absolute. If we discriminate simply because of social status, we tarnish Raina's honor. So from now on, we will use respectful forms of address. Please don't feel uneasy. My family will fully support your son. Clump laughed loudly and said, it's been a while since I heard you say something right. Bickhoff snapped irritably, father, keep it down. Shirone thought to herself, as the head of the family who manages and makes all the big decisions, his assertive and proud words truly suit him. Although he was only having difficulty deciding to place a civilian under his protection, Shirone subtly turned to Raina and noticed her winking at him. He continued to think as he saw Ryan's bright smile, but he wasn't afraid of anyone. Bickhoff then returned to a serious expression and said, to get straight to the point, I must say your son is a user of the spiritual world. The spiritual world isn't something you can just access through hard work. To put it plainly, it's a true talent that one is born with. He continued, from what I know, he aims to become a wizard. If he wants to obtain an unofficial wizard certificate as quickly as possible, I believe the Althea's Magic Academy, one of the 5 most prestigious schools in the country, would be suitable for him. Bickhoff rubbed his chin and added, I'm not saying he can only become a wizard by attending that school, but if he doesn't pursue that route, it would be a waste of his talent, and I wouldn't encourage that. So he should go to Althea's Academy to align with the standards of the Ogent family. Clump reminded, consider their understanding, my son. He looked at Vincent's stiff expression and immediately understood what his father meant. Then Bickhoff got straight to the point. If your son graduates from the magic school, he will become a wizard. At that moment, he finally understood it and jumped to his feet. Our son will become a wizard. Vincent thought to himself, the Wizard Academy. He began to stutter. No way, this must be a dream, right? Our son. Bickhoff continued, however, the biggest issue is his background. Vincent was startled when he heard the man explain that the magic school was selective, only allowing noble hairs to enroll. Clump added, there's only one choice. Then he seriously stated, we will adopt Shirone into the Ogent family. Vincent couldn't believe what he had just heard. He stood there in shock, his mind in chaos. What? Clump was determined to present his plan. This is the only option after we've merged our families. He pushed forward a document. I have a cousin who still doesn't have any children. If I add the boy's name to my cousin's family, all issues will be resolved. However, we have no intention of taking your child away. This is just on paper. But through this, Shirone will become a noble. Vincent thought, Shirone will become a noble. How lucky he is to have such an opportunity. But if I read of this, it feels like this child is being taken away from me. He gave his son an anxious look, silently pleading, tell me, Shirone, what should I do? Seeing Shirone's calm expression made him even more frightened. Could it be that he has already made up his mind? At that moment, Shirone glanced at his father, slowly resting his hand on his father's large, weathered hand that had endured so much for him, then squeezed it tightly, causing Vincent some pain. With a determined look, Shirone firmly rejected, no way. I am my father's son, and I cannot become someone else's adopted child. Hearing this, his father cried out in alarm, Shirone. Raina, sitting across from them, explained, this is just on paper. Of course, we will still treat your parents as your real parents. You will achieve your dreams, and nothing will change. As she finished speaking, Clump chimed in, you will become a noble. Opportunities like this don't come around often. Still resolute, Shirone responded, if I have to change fathers, I'd rather live as a commoner. Clump angrily shouted, commoners can't enroll in the magical school. Shirone firmly replied that I won't go to school. Once again, his father struck at his emotions. Then you won't become a mage. Big Hoff and Ryan were both astonished. Once again, he insisted that I won't become a wizard. His words left Shirone's mother and Ryan stunned. Clump grew more agitated and shouted, Shirone, why are you being so stubborn? This world isn't easy. There are things you have to let go of to succeed. If you can't do that, then your dream is just child's play, isn't it? He replied casually, maybe that's true. The response shocked Clump to the core. What? Over by Vincent, tears welled up in his eyes, which usually sparkled with enthusiasm and energy. The look of confusion and sadness was clear on his face. Shirone spoke up, no matter how wonderful my dream is, it comes from my parents. If they are the roots, then my dream is the fruit that draws its nutrients from them. He remembered the past, filled with memories of standing side by side with his family. Learning to read and having the chance to work at the Ojin house were things he achieved because of his parents. This was just an opportunity he had received, nothing compared to the countless opportunities his parents had given him. Shirone chuckled and stated firmly, now telling me to abandon my roots is like asking me to die. I really appreciate everyone's suggestions, but they are my only parents. At his words, everyone in the room fell silent, unable to say a single word to one another. Clump was so shocked that his eyes widened in disbelief. Deep down, he thought, what is this feeling of guilt? No, what the child means is... Suddenly, Vincent bent down and spoke loudly, please accept Shirone as your adopted child. I beg you. Shirone looked a bit confused. Dad. Clump replied from a distance, I understand what you're saying, but Shirone's concerns. He ignored the others around him, struggling to say, Shirone is not my biological son. Shirone's mother gasped at her husband's words. Vincent, what are you saying? He continued to look down as he replied, we cannot have children. Their child added, we got Shirone to do an unexpected event. I'm sure you can see it, but it's clear he comes from a noble family. The boy is extraordinary. Both Clump and Raina were increasingly stunned by this revelation. Vincent kept sharing his thoughts. If he becomes the adopted child of a noble family, he will return to where he truly belongs. So this isn't about a father disowning his son or denying his roots. Beowulf thought to himself, is that really the case? He looked at their family and understood. Everyone here has probably guessed that Shirone looks nothing like his parents. He then rubbed his chin in contemplation, thinking, but does that mean he wants to give up his son? Shirone could take no more. He was extremely agitated and grabbed his father's arm, shouting, Dad, what are you doing? How can you say that without telling me first? At that moment, Vincent could only avoid his son's gaze. I'm sorry, but you're old enough to know the truth. Suddenly, Shirone asked seriously, did you really think I didn't know? Vincent was taken aback by those words. Shirone's mood had sunk heavily and he struggled to say, the reason I didn't ask you, Dad, is because people only have one dad and one mom. I want that too. But now, you want me to have 6 parents. Vincent was taken aback, fear and heartache filling him as he hesitantly replied, I don't want you to give up on your dreams because of me. Tears began to fall from his eyes. Shirone shouted decisively, who's giving up on their dreams? As long as I try, opportunities will come. But, he cried heartbrokenly as he looked at his father and asked, have you ever thought about how I feel? Who wants to be abandoned by their parents twice? Vincent tightly grasped Shirone's hand, trembling. Everything I've done is my fault, Shirone. I will never abandon you. With that, he pulled his little son into a warm embrace, fearing he might lose him. The tears of love from a father flowed like a river. Vincent wept and pleaded, please forgive this foolish father. You mean everything to me. They hugged each other tightly, expressing their feelings. The people around them stayed silent, taking in the sacred and beautiful bond of family. Watching this, Bickhoff suddenly realized something. The things he did for his children could end up hurting them. Clump replied, being a parent really is hard. He asked, isn't it tough for you raising your child alone? Bickhoff, his eyes filling with tears, trying to hide them so no one would see he was crying. He gave a brief look at his son, Ryan, who was also in tears. Ryan was moved by the deep love between Vincent and Shirone. Suddenly, Bickhoff said, I have heard that the Althea's Magic Academy has special consideration for certain cases. Your father might be able to help with that. Clump asked in confusion, huh? What could an old man like me do? How can I convince that stubborn Altheas? Bickhoff responded, is it really impossible? I heard he owes you a favor. At that, Clump chuckled. Oh, for someone who follows every rule, isn't being stubborn the best approach? Bickhoff also laughed a little. He said, that's the same method I used to push you in to becoming the family head. Clump hesitated slightly before replying, it was all for your own good. 3 days later, after Rian arrived at the Swordsmanship Academy, the family head allowed my family to stay in Ojin. He still feels guilty towards me. I don't know when he'll remember this again. Finally, Ryan and I had some free time, so we both made the most of it by sleeping next to each other. He looked so happy, grinning widely as he watched his friend lying next to him. He laughed so hard at my stories that he couldn't stop giggling. Then 3 days later, both of us had to leave home to go to the academy, where they would make their dreams come true. Shirone glanced back one last time. That's when we heard someone sobbing. It turned out to be Ryan, crying loudly. Shirone spoke up, Ryan, don't cry. Ryan, in pain, said, why wouldn't I cry? As soon as I get on that bus, I'll be heading to the Magic Academy. We really have to say goodbye. The more he spoke, the louder he cried. Why can't I enroll next year like you? Shirone replied, I'm not even sure I'll be considered for special admission. We'll still meet during the holidays. Make sure you write me every day. Unexpectedly, Ryan placed his hand on Shirone's shoulder and shouted his name firmly, Shirone. With all his strength, Ryan yelled, you have to become a mage. I'll become the strongest knight to protect you. I promise. Before he could finish, Raina punched him hard in the head. Just focus on graduating first. I'm the one who worries about you the most. Then she turned to Shirone and said, Shirone, don't worry about anything. Enjoy your time with your family. That guy will definitely help you get into the academy. Shirone softly replied, okay, thank you for helping me. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed deeply to express his sincere gratitude. Raina smiled and thought to herself, what a strange kid. At first, I thought he was just a cute boy, but he's also so considerate. He even managed to stay confident in such a scary situation. Raina suddenly looked at Shirone, then spoke again. Shirone, maybe when you graduate, but she trailed off, falling silent. She thought, what am I thinking? He's just a kid about to enter a completely new world, the Magic Academy. Then Raina stepped forward, placed her hand on Shirone's shoulder, and said, no, just do your best. You'll definitely become a great wizard. Shirone responded, please take care of Raina. After that, she helped Ryan onto the carriage, then turned and waved a farewell to Shirone. Shirone climbed into the carriage where her parents were already sitting, feeling excited and full of anticipation. The horses started moving, and the two carriages headed in opposite directions, gradually drifting apart. As he sat inside, he suddenly heard a loud voice calling from outside, Shirone. He quickly stuck his head out to see who it was. It was Ryan Ojin. He was shouting to Shirone, when you get to the Magic Academy, make sure you outdo those guys. Hearing that, Clump couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then Shirone Arian shouted back just as loudly in response, same to you. And that was how the meeting between these two passionate young men came to be remembered as the start of an event that would disrupt the entire continent's balance. Below the sidewalk, there was a nest of baby birds. The mother bird flew in, perched beside them for a moment, and then took off into the sky, soaring above the grand castles with their majestic architecture. This was the Althea's Academy of Magic. A man was setting down a teacup on the table. It was Clump. He gave a tired, forced smile and spoke up. He had been thinking for 30 minutes already. The answer was probably yes, right? Altheas responded, though we've been good friends for 50 years, I truly can't accept your proposal. Clump, hearing that, yelled out in frustration, what did you say? Do you have any idea how hard it was for me when we were younger because of you? Altheas explained that this seemed to be quite a serious matter, which was why he had to say those empty words. However, the special consideration he was asking for wasn't just a backdoor option for nobles. Each year there were many requests, but this particular one had its own set of strict standards. The more Clump listened, the more irritated he became, scowling and cursing under his breath at this cunning old man who had made him wait 30 minutes for nothing. Then Clump burst out laughing. This time's different. He's a bit surprised. It really is important, huh? It's been a while since I've seen that expression on your face. Clump grinned mischievously and continued, I never said you should take in someone useless. It should be the opposite. The kid is the grandson of my youngest, and he's really smart. Do you know what I thought when I first met him? He became serious and said, I honestly thought I was looking at you when you were young. Alpheus took a sip of tea, then raised a question. If he's so talented, why did he just enroll in school like everyone else? There has to be something off about that. Clumph, still maintaining a serious tone, explained, Oh, there's definitely something wrong. He's not from a noble family. At that, Alpheus exclaimed, causing Clumph to jump in surprise. No way. Then Alpheus described Shirone's exact appearance, a fat child with blue eyes. Clumph remembered Shirone's earlier words, Even if I lose my life, I won't regret becoming friends with you. He commented, That was my first impression of him. He's got a sharp tongue, no doubt. He added seriously, I thought he was just a smart kid who knew how to manipulate adults. But after I suggested adopting him, Shirone shot back, If you've asked me to deny my origins, it's like telling me to go seek my own death. Just recalling that made Clumph burst out laughing and cover his face. Was it really reasonable? Who would ever refuse to become a noble? Alpheus gently stroked his mustache and said he understands the natural law of cause and effect. Clumph replied, That's right. Without a cause, there can be no result. However, not everyone understands this rule, and many easily lose themselves. A new opportunity can come at any time, but the moment someone rejects their roots, they lose everything and can no longer decide what they believe is right. Does that remind you of yourself when you were younger? Alpheus was silent for a moment, not responding right away. After a while, he spoke, The fact that they refuse to compromise means that others may agree with what they believe is right, but those same people could also judge them. That's what I find dangerous. Clumph, sitting across from him, clicked his tongue, then gently asked, You still can't forgive yourself, can you? You've done everything you could. You've taught so many talented people. Isn't it time to forgive yourself? Alpheus laughed and said, Forgive myself. That would be too arrogant. He then looked out the window and confided, The reason I teach children is to make sure there isn't another person like me in the world. With a sorrowful expression, he continued, Even I'm not sure that if the child is like you say, he won't end up walking down the same terrible path I once did. Clumph, hearing this, spoke up. He had once been a genius, Alpheus, a once-in-a-century talent. He continued, I, who was once seen as the light of the Merv family, went down the wrong path just once and almost lost everything. But in the end, I came back. Of course, who would have thought I'd end up as the headmaster of a school in such a remote place? Alpheus teased Clumph. What are you talking about? Guess the heavens were on your side. A useless kid like you became a third-rate swordsman. I'm really worried about the future of the Fornia kingdom. The two of them laughed heartily. Suddenly, Alpheus stood up and walked over to the window, gazing at his school. If there's no cause, there's no result. Clumph poured more tea into his cup and said, Is this fate? Who would have thought you'd know that kid? The boy who was cast out 4 years ago has come back. He laughed. I don't believe in fate. But then he thought to himself, however. Alpheus thought about Shirone, a talented kid whose potential had been buried by social barriers, wandering for 4 years and now standing right in front of him. Was this really fate? Finally, he decisively declared, I will accept Shirone. 3 years later in the spring, a carriage was driving toward the small house deep in the forest. Shirone had finished preparing from his hair to his clothes and called out loudly, Mom. Dad. Shirone Arian, 17 years old this year, smiled excitedly and said, I'll be back soon. His mother hugged him tightly, showering him with praise. My sweet child, I'll miss you so much. Shirone promised, I'll write often, but do you think my hair looks okay? I've never styled it like this before, so it feels a little strange. She replied, Lady Rana says short hair is popular on the nobility these days. Just act like yourself. Vincent, standing nearby, cleared his throat a few times, a little embarrassed, and said, Did you forget something? Shirone waved him off. Dad, I'm 17 now. A kiss would be... kind of. He immediately responded, Hey, if you're not going to do it, then I will. Shirone let out a yell, and Vincent gently kissed his young son on the forehead, filled with endless love. Then he softly pulled him into an embrace, expressing the heartfelt emotions of a father. Shirone, I'm so proud of you. Shirone really enjoyed the warmth of that moment. Afterward, Shirone asked, But is it really okay? Didn't the head of the family say he would give me a house? Vincent answered seriously, Oh my, you really? Your father is a hunter, right? A hunter's home is the forest and the fields. Shirone froze, thinking to himself, Is that really true? He was walking me to the carriage when he said, Even though your father has refused the support the Ochin family offered you, they are still determined to give it to you out of goodwill. Shirone thought to himself, This was supposed to be a happy day for the village since I was about to attend the Magic Academy, but my father still hadn't told anyone. I'm sure the reason he rejected the offer to live in the city was because he didn't want to be a reason for anyone to pressure me. Tegaran was already waiting outside and said respectfully, Please get in the carriage. We'll escort you to the academy. Shirone climbed into the carriage and stuck his head out the window, shouting, I'll be back soon. And that's how my first day at the academy began, with the carriage slowly pulling away. Behind me, a couple waved goodbye to their child, who was off to follow their dreams and learn how to grow up. Inside the carriage, it was just Shirone and Tamaran, making the atmosphere a little awkward. When they arrived, Tamaran opened the door and called out to Shirone, Young master, we've arrived. He helped Shirone step down and his face showed clear surprise and awe. He continued, at Althea's academy, it's very busy right now with people coming and going, making the whole area feel lively. The school's gates are tall and grand, looking very majestic. Tamaran added, the cost of your learning materials will be covered by me, young master. All you need to do is focus on your studies. Shirone was deeply grateful and said, Thank you, Mr. Tamaran, for accompanying me. He replied seriously, I'm just doing my job. Shirone gently lowered his head, expressing his feelings with sincere words. He felt that this was the first real chance. He had to thank the man. He knew that his presence here was all because this person had valued him. I won't forget what you've done for me, he said. Shirone smiled as he finally spoke the words he had kept inside for so long. But suddenly, something the man said caught him off guard. No matter how talented an ordinary person is, they will always be just an ordinary person. They can never be better than a noble. Facing him was Tamaran's stern, darkened expression. But then, he shared his thoughts honestly. However, not everyone is given this kind of opportunity. After you join the academy, many nobles will not take kindly to you. He smiled and offered some advice. But you must persevere. If you can stick it out until the end, everything will work out. Shirone, deeply moved, responded, Thank you. I will definitely become a magician. Tamaran nodded. Now, if you're ready, follow me. We need to get you registered for school. With that, the two of them walked deeper into the academy. As Shirone walked beside him, he thought to himself, the Althea's Mage Academy, a place known as the Cradle of Geniuses. What will I learn here and who will I meet? Inside, the guards all said in unison, We will serve with all our hearts. Bowing, the people on the school grounds were arriving to pursue their dreams just like Shirone. After completing the necessary procedures, Tamaran gave him a few final instructions. I'm heading out now. If you need anything, just get in touch with me. Shirone replied, Yes, thank you so much. But then he glanced around thinking to himself, Who will come to pick me up? Should I take a walk while I wait? And where should I go? Suddenly, he noticed several long signs posted on the wall. Althea's Academy operates based on a system of 10 levels, with a total of 420 students, 30 of whom are in the graduation class. Every year, the number of students who graduate is. Shirone blinked in surprise, wide-eyed. Is that all? Just then, someone approached and spoke up. So, you must be Shirone? He quickly turned around and immediately bowed respectfully. Hello, Principal. Alpheus laughed and said, We've met before. Do you remember me? Shirone responded, Thank you so much for that time. The older man patted Shirone on the back and said, It's all right. We can talk as we walk. Alpheus announced you'll need to take an entrance exam. Shirone was stunned because he hadn't studied at all. An exam? But I don't know anything. Alpheus reassured him, Don't worry, it's just a few simple tests to place you. Tamaran asked, Can you enter the spirit realm? He replied, Yes. Hearing that, Alpheus was truly impressed. Oh, that's impressive. He thought to himself, who knew he could enter the spirit realm on his own? If only I had started teaching him when he was younger. I should have recognized this talent right in front of me. It's a bit late now, but I'll still teach him the basics. The entrance exam hall would be filled with 10-year-old children, so if they arrived too early, Shirone might be embarrassed. So Alpheus made a suggestion, would you like to take a walk around the school? The two of them walked into another area, where a younger boy was reading 3 floating books in the air. As the boy passed by, Shirone noticed something strange passing him by. He stammered, what was that, Principal? Alpheus explained, this is the classroom where students study. Shirone looked up, impressed. It's the freshman class. From Class 18, this is the introductory class. Class 18 had many children flying around and using magic. Shirone stood below, still amazed. The children were laughing and playing, passing books around, and some were even gathering to play games and eat snacks. Shirone excitedly looked around and exclaimed, Everyone is using magic. Alpheus replied, That's right, but the place we need to go to is a bit different. Let's keep going to the advanced class 74. It's very quiet there. Everyone is focused on their studies, not fooling around. Shirone silently observed, The atmosphere is different. Everyone here is about my age, but what are they so passionately discussing? A boy with black hair spoke up, A large amount of magical power can lower the temperature to the freezing point. Wouldn't it be more effective to freeze the coolant instead? Although the downside is that the reaction will happen faster. How about this? What if we adjust the time instead of the magic? Shirone was startled, almost wanting to scream, "What?" He was struck by a painful realization. Why can't I understand what they're saying, even though we're speaking the same language? Suddenly, there was a loud explosion from behind. A girl emerged from the smoke, coughing with each breath. When she saw Alpheus, she quickly bowed and said, "Ah, hello, headmaster." He smiled and said, "All right, seems like there are some issues here." The red-haired girl wearing glasses responded, "Yes, sir. I'm experimenting with a method to amplify sound, but something went wrong with the results." Shirone quietly wondered, don't they even care? Alpheus commented, "It seems like there's a bit of imbalance between the input and output. Let's check if the current is balanced." She eagerly gave a thumbs up. "Thank you, principal. I'll redo it." Shirone was completely surprised. The principal didn't even stop her. And she's planning to try again? Shirone looked around with a confused and amazed expression. It's like I'm in a completely different world. As they continued exploring, a girl with long, flowing red hair passed by. It was Amy, a stunning young woman who made the boys nearby stare at her in awe. The two of them moved on to another room. Something caught Shirone's attention. Is this a bulletin board? On the wall was a large yellow board covered in writing. He looked at it and thought to himself, this shows the rankings for the entire intermediate class. The top one is Karmas. Isn't she from one of the highest noble families, specifically Amy Karmas? He stood there, frozen in disbelief. All the names listed here had talents like his own, but she was the one at the top. A feeling of longing grew in his heart. I won't be like that. I'll start over from right here. Shirone's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope for the future. Something inside him pushed him forward. He had to change his rank. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. "Hey, Amy, wait for me." The call made Shirone curious, and he turned to look. He couldn't help but wonder, is that Amy Karmas, the number one in the intermediate class? Then, something made him stop in his tracks when he saw the red-haired girl. Her face brought back dark, terrifying memories from his past. It was when a group of thugs grabbed him by the shirt. They were bullying and beating up others, and the leader of the gang was Amy. Back then, she had been like a little demon, pointing right at his face and demanding, "Where did you learn this magic? Why would a commoner like you?" Back in the present, Amy just walked past him without saying a word, but she unexpectedly glanced over at Shirone. He quickly turned his face away. Then, a girl with orange hair ran up from behind, shouting, "Amy, I told you to wait. You're such an idiot." Shirone lowered his head, silently praying over and over in his mind, "Please don't notice me. Please." And with that, the two girls walked on past him. The girl with orange hair looked back excitedly and said, "Do you see that? The guy we passed earlier, he's really handsome. Is he a new student? But he doesn't look like one." She paused, then wondered, or maybe he's a transfer student. Amy responded, "That's interesting. I think I've met him before, actually." The girl with orange hair suddenly exclaimed, "What? You're interested in him? But you don't even like guys." "Is that so?" she shot back. "No, that's not what I meant. He just looks really familiar," Amy explained. Not satisfied with that answer, the girl shouted, "Don't lie to me. You like him, don't you?" Amy firmly denied it. "No, I didn't say that." She was Amy Karmas, a top-level student in the middle school class and a most famous girl in her grade. She had turned down many confessions from seniors, classmates, and other students. She was a model student, one of the best of the best. But the only person who knew about her dark past was someone trying to get into the school. Alpheus asked, "Are you cold?" Shirone shivered and replied, "No, I'm fine." The third testing location of the Magic Academy was a building with solid, impressive architecture. Both of them entered inside. Alpheus spoke up, "Oh, looks like it's not over yet." He leaned toward Shirone and said, "Well, this is interesting. Pay close attention to what that kid is doing." In the center of 3 circles full of magical symbols stood a child with brown hair with the judges above them. Alpheus shared some information with Shirone. When you enter the spiritual field, you'll see that the symbols on the walls will change. The way you perceive them will help us understand the size, strength, flexibility, and tendencies of the field. He continued, "So all you need to do is answer the professor's questions honestly." Shirone replied, "Yes, sir." His heart was filled with excitement. This is fascinating. One of the judges sitting above called out, "So, Kami, can you use magic?" The child answered, "Yes, I can." A boy demonstrated his ability. "I can lift objects into the air." The judge praised him. "Well, that's adorable. Good job. Now try entering the spiritual field." Kami replied, "Yes, sir." The boy closed his eyes and announced, "I'm in." Judge Thad asked, "Which number is the farthest?" The boy answered, 6. A professor smiled and asked again, 6. Alpheus explained, the number 6 refers to the diameter of the area, which is 6 meters. Shirone quickly absorbed the information and said, "Got it." A brown-haired man then asked, "Which color looks the strongest to you?" Kami replied, "Red." I feel like I'm entering a red world. The man took note, associating the color with light and fire. This indicated that the person tended to be very active. Then, Alpheus explained this kind of divergence means her domain is much stronger than her age. A female professor asked, "Do you see the giant tower?" Kami answered, "It's on the left." Next, another judge asked, "How do you feel about the temperature?" The boy replied, "It's a bit hot. I'm already sweating." When everything was finished, she said, "Well done." Kami, praised for her efforts, happily ran off. Female judge Sena remarked, "This year's new students are truly impressive." The person sitting next to her smiled and said, "Yes, that student's domain size is 12 meters. It seems the quality of students has been improving every year." Finally, they wrote a comment. "Overall assessment, good use of domain, but endurance is slightly lacking." Then they called out the next name, next Shirone Aryan. Alpheus patted Shirone on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "Show them what you can do." He smiled back and replied, "Yes, I'll do my best." Judge Thad, watching from above, rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "So, this is the child who went through the special test the headmaster mentioned." The person beside him also murmured to themselves, "That's quite an unusual choice, but he's already a bit older. He's using the name of a noble family. Isn't his family famous?" The official papers listed Shirone Aryan, age 17, as a guest of the nobility. It seemed like she had discovered her talent a little late. Seeing Shirone, the person thought, "Well, she does look unique, but in this school, she'll likely be overshadowed quickly." Judge Thad spoke up and asked, "Shirone Aryan, can you use magic?" Shirone answered, "No, I can't. I've never been taught." He responded, "I see. But even if you haven't been trained, you should still be able to do something right." Alpheus furrowed his brow slightly. This was what they would think. Magic was an act of bringing knowledge from the mind. Nobles were taught many different things, and so they could naturally use magic. But this child had no knowledge at all. Judge Thad then said, "All right then, step into the circle and show us your abilities." The man asked, "Can you tap into your spiritual energy?" Shirone hesitated and replied, "I'll try." The three judges let out a collective sigh of relief. Thank goodness, looks like this isn't a severe case of domestic abuse. Shirone slowly began to access his spiritual realm, and a blue light appeared around him. A beam of light descended from above and touched the top of his head. The symbols around him began to move and float in the air. He opened his eyes to take it all in, amazed by the sight. "So, this is what it's like," he thought. Thad spoke up, asking a familiar question. "Now, Shirone, tell us the farthest number you can see." Shirone paused, not responding, which made the man call out again, "Shirone." The brown-haired woman smiled and said, "Looks like he's embarrassed." Alpheus, standing outside, called out, "Shirone, please answer. We won't judge you. We're just trying to figure out the best way to educate you." Still hesitating, Shirone finally explained his current situation. "I can see a number, but it's so long I can't read it." Thad was confused. "You can't?" "It's not about sight. It's about feeling it." Shirone clarified further, "No, that's not it. I can feel it, but it's just too long, and it keeps growing longer even now." Thad sighed, thinking, this really is. He frowned and said, "Then let's start with the first few numbers you can actually see." Shirone focused, slowly looking at the results. In his field, it was extremely long, and he saw the number 3415 with one more digit after it. He rounded it off to a single number and replied, 3.14. Thad was startled. "What did you say?" Sena, looking very concerned, said, "Shirone, we didn't include 3.14 in the data. Are you sure you did make a mistake?" He frowned and answered, "Is that so? But that's what I see." She thought for a moment. "Really? Well, there were cases where pi shows up. That means the size of the area must have exceeded the range we set. Can he really see up to 30 meters? The woman with brown hair asked, "So, which color do you see as the strongest?" Shirone glanced around and answered, "It's blue. Definitely blue." Once again, the professors exchanged surprised looks. If it really is blue, then doesn't that mean it's a type of convergence? But his field is still this large. A convergence field is better than the size of the area, the opposite of divergence. Alpheus, standing nearby, was equally stunned. "Ah, now I understand why you're so determined about this, but this isn't just a good talent." He stared wide-eyed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. They had written convergence in his file and continued on. Both professors asked in unison, "How many numbers are floating around?" Shirone looked up within his domain and silently thought, "Is he asking about this? There's no need to count each one. When I can feel it, there are so many bright, glowing dots in here." He answered decisively, 857. Upon hearing this, the man was so surprised that his face froze. He stammered 867, then shakily wrote it down on paper. Density 86.7%. Outside, Alpheus stayed silent, his face suddenly serious. "This is dangerous. Judge Sana gently pushed up her glasses with a cautious look in her eyes. She regained her composure and continued with the test. Shirone, how cold do you feel right now? He heard the question and responded, pretty cold to the point where I'm freezing. She wasn't surprised and wrote it down, just as expected. She then noted the overall assessment, convergence and defense with exceptional durability. His domain size is unusually large. The brown-haired woman smiled and complimented him. Well done. Now we have a meeting to decide which class you'll be placed in. So all new students, please wait outside. Shirone followed her instructions, turning around and heading out with the other children. He walked ahead, slowly opening the door and waiting for the rest to step out before him. Then, the door was finally closed. As soon as it shut, the room burst into chatter. Such an interesting student. How can a 17-year-old have a domain with a diameter of over 300? The density of the domain increases with its size, but his domain density is 86.7%. The elderly professor said, above all, it's pure concentration without any enhancement skills. Could he be some monk training nonstop on a mountain or something? Suddenly, Thad spoke up, stopping everyone from discussing further. What if he's lying? He smiled with a look of disdain. Think about it. A domain with 90% density and a 30-meter diameter coming from a 17-year-old who doesn't even know what magic is. It's a bit hard to believe. Is it possible he inflated the numbers before telling us? Sana frowned and replied, but sir, it seems like you've forgotten that there's no reason for new students to lie. If they got into a higher level class with numbers like that, they wouldn't be able to keep up with the rest of the class, not to mention taking tests. What kind of student would dare lie to a teacher when coming to school? Above all, it seems some of the teachers had forgotten that P was displayed as an error code. Shirone was sitting there, awkwardly laughing along with the kids. She continued, that's not something a regular student would say just to get attention. Thad clicked his tongue in frustration. Suddenly, Alpheus stepped forward and asked, then where would be a good place to put him? I mean, Shirone. She stood up quickly. Principal. Sana Oliver, a level 6 mage, spoke up. The 6th year class studies the development of magical domains and the theories behind them. The 5th year class is where they start learning real magic, right? I think this student's domain is almost fully developed. Based on that, I recommend placing him in the 5th year class. Thad firmly responded, I disagree. This made her even angrier. Thad, a level 6 mage, then voiced his opinion. He's a 17-year-old who knows nothing about magic. This could cause problems and make him arrogant if we put him in an advanced class. Right now, I think we should teach him the basics. Sana bluntly replied, that might be true, but not every student is like you, Mr. Thad. He shouted angrily, what? The two of them immediately began to argue. Thad yelled, come on, you just want to put him in the 5th year because you're in charge of that class and you want him there. Sana retorted, what's wrong with wanting to teach such a talented student? A brown-haired professor spoke up. Mr. Thad makes a good point. Even if he has great talent, he's still just a young student. What if we start by teaching him step by step in the 10th year class? The nearby professor sighed wearily. Well, here we go again. The woman with brown hair gently said, he might lose motivation if we send him to the basic class because of his age. What do you all think about postponing the class placement and keeping an eye on him? The elderly professor spoke up, I think 7th grade would be suitable. 7th grade is an advanced class that still includes basic lessons in the field. If the child is that talented, skipping a grade could also be an option. Alpheus stroked his chin and replied, as expected, what you said is true. Without hesitation, he immediately decided that Shirone would be placed in 7th grade. The Magical Academy has a system with 10 levels of classes. Based on assessments, students are placed in one of these 10 levels. However, these classes can be grouped into 3 main categories. Classes 10 to 8 are the basic levels, where students are taught with a focus on developing their fields. Classes 7 to 4 are advanced, where students learn to use their magic and fields. Finally, the graduation classes made up of levels 3 to 1 are intense and rigorous, training students to become professional mages. The next morning at the large and impressive Alpheus Academy, a young man with a 7th grade emblem on his chest arrived. He immediately drew the attention of the female students, who couldn't help but admire him when they saw him. Shirone, carrying a school bag in his hand, slowly walked into the classroom under the gaze of many eyes. The teacher in the class announced, today, our class has a new student. The girls in the back started whispering to each other. He was placed in the advanced class as soon as he enrolled. He seems pretty old, but he's so handsome. Shirone stood on the steps and gave a warm, bright smile as he introduced himself. I'm Arian Shirone. It's a pleasure to meet you. The whole class immediately buzzed with excitement like it was New Year's. There were claps, laughter, and happy chatter everywhere, mostly from the girls. They were all eager to welcome the new student. The teacher had asked for quiet to restore order. Shirone was in a great mood because his dream had finally come true. I finally made it to the Magic Academy. Alphea's Magic Academy. It spans the entire 75,425 kilometers of mountains, including the dorms. It has 33 buildings and 40 training centers. Although going outside was prohibited on non-weekends, it wasn't a big deal because most of the facilities were on campus. Classes ended at 5 p.m. At any time after that was free. However, students often went to the library, which was open 24/7, with a focus on connecting students with similar interests and satisfying their desire to learn. All of this created a prestigious environment. Shirone thought to himself, as expected, the classes are tough. There are so many subjects, all at an advanced level. This place is for nobles, people who've been learning since they were young and have been through a long, difficult journey with it. Because of this, he'd faced many obstacles. However, by using every possible method, he managed to keep up. Knowledge in the timeline of history has been deeply engraved in Shirone. All the knowledge of the world gradually started to accumulate within him. One beautiful morning, the teacher announced, "All right, class is dismissed for today. Great job, everyone." As Shirone closed his book, he thought to himself, the afternoon class was the practical combat class, but the schedule didn't mention the location. Looking around the classroom, he felt a bit awkward, unsure who to ask. Fortunately, there were a few people around his age. Shirone hesitantly approached and asked, "Hi, do you know which training facility we need to go to?" The girl he asked was caught off guard and jumped a little. "You're asking me?" Shirone thought to himself, she seems like a shy classmate. No wonder I'm the one who feels at ease. The girl responded, "You probably don't know yet. Today's practical class is at the 2nd General Training Center." Shirone asked, "General, what's that?" She explained, "All the intermediate level classes will train together for 2 weeks. Today is the orientation session." Hearing this, Shirone paused for a moment. Intermediate classes all together. Could it be? The scene shifted to the 2nd General Training Center. There were a lot of students entering the facility and the place was very lively. There was chatting, laughter, and greetings everywhere. "Hello, senior. Thanks for last time." "Hello. Senior, come sit here." They all said in unison. "Hello, Senior Amy." It turned out that the commotion was all because of her. Her close friend next to her also enjoyed some of the attention, waving back and greeting everyone. Shirone sat at the top, looking down and quietly thought to himself, being famous is really something. She's the type of person I'd avoid if I could. But she's got 2 training sessions every week. Even so, if she's been in the intermediate class from the start, she'll probably move up to the graduation class soon. The seniors are chatting away energetically, but there are still strict rules to follow. Shirone worriedly wondered, can I somehow stay invisible? Just then, a special instructor for the intermediate field class, Athela Romi, a level 6 mage, appeared and loudly announced, "Hello, everyone in the intermediate class. I'm Athela, and I'll be responsible for your field class again this year." She glanced around the room before continuing, unsure there are some students transferring into the class this new year, right? Though our class is full of well-known faces, quite a lot of them. Today, we have a new face joining the intermediate class. At this, everyone turned to look at Shirone. So the rumors were true? Who is it? Shirone could only laugh awkwardly, thinking to himself, wait, this is bad. Athela added fuel to the fire. "Shirone, would you stand up and introduce yourself to the class?" Shirone froze at her words, but still tried to comply. He swallowed nervously, trying to gather some courage. Meanwhile, Amy and her close friend were also drawn to the scene, glancing over at Shirone. He smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Arian Shirone, and I just started 7th grade. Nice to meet you." Before he could finish his sentence, the entire room erupted in applause to welcome him. Shirone stood frozen, as if about to faint, and said, "I don't know what to say anymore." His close friend, excited, spoke up, "Amy, is that the guy you saw yesterday? I think his name is Shirone." Amy, who seemed uninterested, thought to herself, "This is the first time I've heard his name. Who is he? He seems popular, though. I'm sure I should know people like that." Suddenly, a girl with brown hair spoke up, "Senior, do you know him? According to my sources, the teachers really pay attention to him." His close friend gasped, "Really?" The girl explained they said his scores were amazing when they tested him during the entrance exams. His friend responded, "Oh my gosh, I like him even more now. I wonder which rich family he's from." The casual question made Amy pause. Her eyes lit up and her hair seemed to whip around her face. It was as if something shocking had just come to her mind. She remembered a moment from the past when she and a few others had been caught in what felt like a whirlwind. Back then, she had stared directly at a boy outside and asked, "Where did you learn magic? How could a commoner?" The boy crying outside was none other than Shirone when he was younger. Back to reality, she was trembling, sweat dripping down her face, a forced smile appearing as she muttered, "Holy shit. The Karmas family was famous for their genius bloodline with the unique trait of red eyes passed down to every descendant. This gift allowed them to remember every moment they had ever seen with perfect clarity. An arrow was shot, hitting the bullseye with precision. Another arrow followed, splitting the first one cleanly in half, and that made all the learning seem pointless. The archer was a red-haired girl. Even though she hit the bullseye multiple times, she didn't seem happy at all. On the other hand, the butler standing next to her kept clapping and praising excellent miss. The red-haired girl was Amy, the youngest daughter of the family and the most talented of all of her siblings. Her father laughed loudly, "My daughter." He placed a chess piece on the board and said, "She's truly a Karmas descendant." Amy stayed silent, staring at the chessboard in front of her. The butler called out, "Miss." Her father asked, "What's wrong?" Amy stood up, her face cold. "Boring." Annoyed, she turned around and walked away, followed by a group of thugs. Amy fumed, thinking to herself, "I hate everything about this family. The family, the family, the family. What does my ability have to do with this name? I could do it on my own, without needing this family's reputation." She followed the gang of thugs around, fighting wherever they went. Amy thought to herself, "I can do whatever I want." Watching the thugs fight, Amy sat with her legs crossed, feeling bored. This is so dull, she thought. But then something happened that made Amy stop and reconsider everything. She was stunned as she watched the thugs collapse around her, and a young boy stood in front of her, crying, tears streaming down his face. The one who made Amy rethink her entire perspective was a poor, pitiful boy. In the lecture hall, Shirone bowed his head to greet everyone. Amy watched the scene unfold, and her mouth dropped open in disbelief. "Oh my Dan." Suddenly, she heard a voice calling, "Amy, Amy." The brown-haired girl next to her stuttered, calling out, "Senior." They were clearly on different wavelengths. Amy quickly explained, "It's my shoes. They're uncomfortable." Amy thought to herself, "I knew it." The memory seen through her red eyes couldn't possibly be wrong. The person next to her asked, "Wait, what were we talking about again?" But Amy was lost in her own thoughts. "I thought he was a noble." She looked at Shirone and continued, "But who would have guessed he was just a commoner? How did he even get into this academy?" Her body shook with embarrassment. That part of her past was incredibly humiliating. Amy slapped her forehead. "I just want to die." Her eyes glazed over. I erased all the traces of that mischievous phase. There's no way he remembers that day, right? Amy recalled the memory from the previous year when she was squatting in front of a blonde-haired boy, his face still blurred with tears. Amy covered her mouth and mocked him, saying, "A slave doesn't have nails, right? Why don't we just cut them off?" A little while later, she stood behind, blushing, covering her mouth as she watched the thugs strip the boy of his clothes. What are they doing? Why are they taking his clothes off? Amy imagined how Shirone might talk about her to others. Senior Amy isn't who people think she is. In her imagination, Shirone waved her hand, saying, 5 years ago, she used to hang out with the thugs in those small alleys. Why would someone trusted by all the professors like me lie? That's not all, though. Shirone whispered to the others, she's actually really into men. Listen, she even tried to strip me once and Amy, furious, accidentally tore a page in front of her. She clenched her fists. No, never. I can't let this rumor spread. I have to kill it before it even starts. Meanwhile, Shirone shuddered repeatedly. Is someone watching me? Professor Ithella Romy, a level 6 certified mage specializing in intermediate fields, stood at the podium and asked, "So, can anyone tell me exactly what the field is?" Someone answered, "It's the mental state of a mage." She nodded. "Yes, it's the awareness of a mage's mental state. The initial form of it is a sphere, because that's the easiest shape to focus on. The green of the domain reflected in Ithella's eyes, and through practice, we can learn to perceive it and change it as we wish." Ithella opened her domain and said, "I'll show you the domain's image." Shirone gasped. "I can see it now." Shirone focused intently on the blue image of the domain before her. She could actually see the professor's domain with her own eyes. The domain's range is 10 meters. Ithella explained, "This is the basic spherical form of the domain. But as I mentioned, in practice, the spherical form is rarely used." Ithella snapped her fingers. "Let me show you an example." A stone tablet appeared, floating in the air. Ithella said, "I'll use magic to target the object." Standing in the middle of her domain, Ithella's domain had a range of 10 meters, but the target was 20 meters away. She decided to use Fireball, a fire-based spell. Shirone excitedly covered her mouth. Finally, she would get to see magic in action. A small fireball appeared at the tip of Ithella's finger. She said, "First, I'll create a small flame." Ithella controlled the fireball, watching to see if she could hit her target precisely. In an instant, the fireball shot forward, trailing flames as it sped toward the target. However, as it reached the edge of the domain's range, the fireball instantly fizzled out. Below, all the students who had been sitting before were left wide-eyed, their mouths hanging open, as the flame disappeared. Athela smiled and explained, as you saw, most magic can't leave the magic field, and so it can only maintain its shape while inside the field. She bent slightly and extended her hand, continuing, however, if we expand the magic field, my spherical magic field immediately transforms into a straight line, she said, like this, straight toward the target. Athela's small flame instantly destroyed the target. She turned to the students below and said, this way, we can actually touch it. A wave of surprised and admiring cheers filled the lecture hall. Some older students started chatting among themselves. Look at the shocked faces of those 7th graders, so cute. Shirone and her friends clapped, impressed by Athela's demonstration. He thought to himself, I didn't know it was possible to do something like that. Is it really possible to change the shape of the magic field? Then Athela continued, but this method has a drawback. The students' faces showed a bit of disappointment. A boy raised his hand and asked, isn't that the right way to do it? Athela brought up a projector screen beside her and pointed to it. Changing the shape of the magic field requires intense focus. In real combat, when your opponent can attack you in so many ways, constantly shifting the shape of your field isn't the best option. Athela pointed to the green screen displaying information about the energy field. She introduced, so people have classified the shapes of the energy field into 4 main types: defensive, offensive, targeting, and redirecting. These are the 4 main forms. She continued, let's start with the defensive type. The defensive shape is an octagon. It helps the energy field block most attacks. Athela's energy field instantly transformed into an octagon surrounding her. She explained the more sides it has in contact, the stronger the defense. With a wave of her hand, Athela changed the shape of the energy field again, this time into a star, also known as the offensive form. Based on its shape, it helps the user easily locate their target. The sharpest points show where it's aiming at the most targets. Athela changed the energy field shape, once more continuing her lesson. Next is the targeting shape, which is extremely effective in long-range combat. However, it's not as useful against fast-moving targets. In theory, that's true. But in practice, the distance between the tips and the center is quite large, so it's hard to rotate. Her voice remains steady. When using this form, is how quickly you can rotate it. A few students were talking among themselves. She even used that technique without blinking. Does the professor think we can do that too? Unlike the others, Shirone was deep in thought with that method. It's possible to use a domain within a 10-meter range in real combat. Athela continued, and finally, there's the type that redirects. It's not very popular because even 5th-year students struggle to use it well. Athela then said, but I'll give you an example. Just then, a student behind Shirone spoke up, if we can do that, doesn't mean we'll be able to move up to higher classes. I got a perfect score in domain in 8th grade. It's as easy as pie. Before the student could finish, the change beneath them left them speechless. The other students gasped, and even Shirone was startled. The students murmured, the domain. Down below, the green orb was slowly separating from Athela. Every student in the lecture hall shouted, is it separating from the professor's body? Shirone was so excited she almost stood up. I don't understand. A domain is a wizard's mental state. How can it be separated from the body? Athela's domain gradually began to form into a stream. Shirone was curious, wondering what was inside it. What was at the center of that domain? Athela stood below, surrounded by the lines of the enchanted field, and said the directional shift form is extremely difficult to use. It's so hard that even mages struggle with it. But the strength of this form lies in the fact that the mage isn't the center of the field, so there's no limit to movement. Because of this, targeting with an instantaneous spell cast is no longer just a theory. It becomes possible since its range is unlimited. An instantaneous cast means the mage places the spell inside the directional shift form, and it automatically activates when it reaches the target. Hearing Athela speak, the students below gasped in surprise and whispered among themselves, how can the professor do this? She remained calm, as if it were second nature to her. Just stepping into the magical field was already a challenge. Shirone's girlfriend, standing behind her, responded, she's on a whole other level. She's a level 6 mage, after all. Shirone stood frozen, her expression soft, but hiding an extraordinary talent. Athela adjusted her glasses and said, you'll be disappointed if we skip the practice during the first lesson, won't you? The top scorer in the fast target magic test will be crowned today. Before Athela even finished speaking, the students below began chattering excitedly, thrilled at the chance to practice. Athela called out, where's Amy from class 4? We'll start with the student representative. The girl sitting next to her best friend Amy said, you're amazing, always the best in class. Her best friend turned to smile at Amy, teasing, here we go again. Amy really is a star. The male students couldn't help but fall for her the moment they saw her. She turned to look at Amy and saw the lost, dazed expression on her face. Her best friend stammered, finishing the sentence she had started. Right, Amy? Amy was sweating heavily. She really didn't want to be the center of attention right now. The first of the four forms in this field is the target form, and its advantage is a long attack range. However, it's a disadvantage against fast-moving targets and multiple targets. But if it's used by someone with an extremely high level of focus and control over the field at high speeds, bang, bang. Two loud explosions rang out in quick succession. Amy swiftly countered and threw a few fireballs at the target. That weakness completely disappears and turns into an impenetrable fortress against distant enemies. The students sitting in the stands gasped in admiration. As expected of Senior Amy, she's amazing. Normally, people who compete in rapid-fire shooting switch between the four forms, but Senior Amy always comes in first, even when she only uses the target form. A student sitting next to Shirone muttered to themselves, I wonder if I could ever become a mage like that. Shirone stared mesmerized. Even someone as inexperienced as her could tell how incredible Amy was. Shirone couldn't take her eyes off Amy's performance. The fireballs kept shattering targets, and not only was Amy skillfully shifting the field while standing perfectly still, but she was also able to strike all the targets that the field passed through. Amy was like a master of the arena, delivering another flawless move. Shirone sighed in awe. Amy's face was completely expressionless, and every movement exuded an air of grace and nobility. The sound of admiration rang out, that's amazing. The student behind Shirone said, if I were dating a senior like her, my school life would be completely different. The girl next to him laughed mockingly. Dream on, she doesn't care about anyone. Don't forget her family, the Karma's clan. Shirone listened to their conversation and thought, I can see why the guys go crazy for her now. She's not just from a noble family, she has everything. Shirone shifted her gaze down at Amy below. A perfect person. Then why is she hanging out with those street-level people? Down below, Amy finished her demonstration, bowing and using a quick spell to wrap things up. Her score was level 9 with a time of 205. The crowd around her burst into stunned applause. Suddenly, she looked up, locking her intense blue eyes onto one spot. Feeling that gaze, Shirone jumped startled. What were the students around her talking about? Senior Amy? No way. Someone shouted loudly, did she just look at the new student? Amy, snapped out of it by the shout, immediately turned back to her spot. Damn it, why am I looking at that kid? Amy was frustrated, but she couldn't help it. It bothered her. Still, at least she had confirmed something. The students around her continued to gossip. Do they know each other? No way, he just transferred today. Shirone paled and thought, I get it now. But it wasn't just Shirone. Right now, Amy was thinking the same thing as him. Amy believed he missed her, and Shirone could tell that she missed him too. Amy thought to herself if he spread rumors about her past, it would be a huge problem. Looks like she really needed to silence him. But then she shook her head, trying to calm down. No, she reminded herself, stay calm. I'm the top student in the school. Just a few random words from someone like him. Why would anyone believe that? If I panic, it'll only make things worse. Her blonde friend rushed over, noticing something was off. Amy, is something wrong? Your face is all red. Amy quickly shook her head, rubbing her face. No, it's nothing. Then the practice session was split by class. The students moved downstairs. Athela spoke up. 7th graders will start with defensive techniques. You need to master defense first. She walked around teaching the students. After all, mages needed to stay focused if they wanted to survive on the battlefield. Shirone was standing alone, eyes closed, concentrating. She thought to herself that the trick was to imagine shrinking and condensing her consciousness. In her mind, she was visualizing a personal magic domain. First, she condensed it and formed a solid shape, then built the framework and ensured it wouldn't collapse. When Shirone thought to himself, I've succeeded, he suddenly froze. He looked at the image field in front of him and thought, no, it's not certain yet. Until it materializes, I can't be sure. It'll be easier if I can actually see the spirit field in the image. Shirone walked over to Athela and asked, excuse me, miss, may I use the image field? She was surprised. The image field? Athela looked around and then said, actually, the upper year students are the ones who get to use it first. Shirone followed her gaze, thinking to himself that there was no need to worry about others when learning magic. The opportunity for a person to truly improve doesn't always come around. At that moment, Athela turned back smiling and said, it looks like no one else is using it right now. All right, you can go ahead. She thought to herself, is it too much to have a student representative demonstrate? The people around them started murmuring. A new student? Interesting. So cute. A close friend raised her hand and called to Amy, look at that. The next thing her friend said made Amy choke on her drink. That student just entered the image field. Amy turned around and shouted loudly, causing her friend to jump. What the heck is he doing? What can a 7th grader even do? Her friend whispered, Amy, what's going on with you today? Is something wrong? I'm starting to get scared. Everyone's attention shifted to the image field. Shirone stood alone in the middle of it, and the board behind him showed the words, Image field range 0 meters. Shirone stared straight ahead, and at last he saw it. A green sphere surrounded him, and he saw it with his own eyes. My spirit field. The group of students around her was immediately startled. What's up with that size? The range on the measurement board kept changing. Shirone looked up, thinking to herself, did they even tell me the size of my field when I took the entrance test? If the teacher heard this, they'd definitely say something. No, we couldn't even measure it, someone answered. Shirone raised both her hands. Then how much bigger can it get? As she watched her field expand more and more, panic started to rise inside her. She screamed inwardly, stop. The measurement board now showed field range, 20 meters. Some 5th graders mumbled in shock. Is she really in 7th grade? Isn't the average size for 7th graders only 13 meters? Whispers and chatter filled the air. Are you sure she's not just making it seem bigger? If so, the density would drop so much it'd be like a balloon. Shirone was sweating heavily. Okay, that's enough. Phew, I'm getting too much attention here. Now she was preparing to switch to a defensive stance. Suddenly, Shirone froze. What is this? Shirone looked at the field in front of her and thought, why isn't the frame being lifted? It's collapsing instead. But everything was fine during practice earlier. Amy, standing in the 4th area, stared in disbelief and said, there's no way it would work perfectly on the first try, right? Shirone was wondering to herself, where did I go wrong? Is it because I saw it with my own eyes that I got scared? No, my ability to focus shouldn't be affected by something like that. She focused, trying to reason it out. I need to figure out what went wrong. What's the difference between the inside and outside of the field? There has to be something. Suddenly, a realization flashed in Shirone's mind like a droplet rippling the still surface of a lake. I get it now. She remembered that when Athela stood in the field earlier, she had misjudged the situation because Professor Athela had made it look too easy. If I want to change the field, I need to focus. So even the intention to shrink my field also requires focus. Shirone took a deep breath, pulling herself together. If the thought of shrinking my field is what caused this, she opened her eyes wide and focused. Then she said, so I just need to keep it at a normal size. Shirone had just finished speaking when the range of his domain started to expand. The students around him stared in shock. What? It's even bigger now? The domain kept growing, and Shirone's eyes were filled with determination as the number on the range meter continued to climb. Amy watched this with a twitching smile at the corner of her mouth. What the hell? The entire hall was almost entirely covered in green. All the students around had to look up with their mouths open. The number on the range meter had reached 41 meters. The whole hall erupted in a shout. It's huge! Looking at the domain in front of him, someone shouted in fear. What the hell is this? What kind of domain is that so big? Shirone raised both hands, focused his thoughts, and now he didn't need to command one side separately. He stared at his own hands. I'll shrink it all down at once. Shirone's domain instantly shrank and solidified into firm, flat planes. Some older students nearby couldn't help but marvel. That new student is really something. They watched as Shirone stood inside his domain, and the whole group immediately began whispering excitedly. He did it! It's only the first day, and he's already pulled this off. Even Shirone was surprised by his own domain. He reached out and touched the domain, feeling like he was standing inside a giant gemstone. Athela, standing nearby, adjusted her glasses, equally amazed. She thought to herself, while the superior convergence qualities of this defensive type certainly helped, to succeed on the very first day is incredible. I heard he even impressed the teachers during the entrance exam. The girl with orange hair turned to Amy and said, it looks like the rumor about him catching the attention of all the teachers is true, huh? What do you think, Amy? Amy's expression was terrifying. Her best friend was also shocked. Amy thought, how could I forget? Thoughts about the past involving Shirone kept swirling around in her head. That kid is the reason I was humiliated. He probably traveled a long way to get here. Looks like someone's backing him up. She stared at Shirone in the picture and thought, sooner or later, he'll bridge the gap between the classes. Then his popularity will just keep growing. Amy made up her mind. Time to change the plan. I need to approach him secretly. Professor Athela was also surprised. She's especially talented in being versatile, almost like she's spent her whole life training on a mountain. Shirone said, Professor, its size has been reduced quite a bit. Athela nodded. That's right. The size is smaller, but the hardness of the field will increase. At this level of hardness, most physical impacts won't be able to break your field. Plus, the hardness will give you some resistance against mental magic attacks. After explaining, Athela continued, Great job, you could Noji chew the field. The field around Shirone slowly disappeared, and he said, Thank you, teacher. At that moment, the hall erupted with cheers. Students from various classes kept praising Shirone. Well done, new student. Congratulations. Shirone was startled. Why is everyone looking at me like this? He awkwardly said his thanks and quickly ran away from the center of attention. Thank you, everyone. Athela smiled as she watched Shirone. She thought to herself, I understand how he was able to perfect that defense form. He has a strong ability to gather power and an unusually large field, so it's no surprise that he succeeded in executing it. Athela observed Shirone's shy expression as he received all the attention. I need to keep an eye on him. At that moment, countless gazes were focused on Shirone, but not all of them were the same. A group of people was discussing Shirone. He'll probably join our class soon, right? That talent is truly impressive. Then there were competitive glances or some girls murmuring, wow, impressive. It's only his first day, and already, you can see the admiration and affection in their eyes. There was also jealousy and envy. And finally, in the very back, Amy stood watching Shirone with a frightening gaze. The next day at the academy, there was one more pair of eyes in the classroom. A woman with purple hair, tied up in a bun, was about to step in, casting a curious glance toward Shirone. As the door swung open, the classroom immediately buzzed with noise when they saw who had entered. It was Professor Sena. Professor, could you tell us about your first love? One student asked. Shirone also saw the person who had just entered. The woman's cold, serious gaze swept over the class from the front. The students whispered among themselves. Shirone recognized her. This was the intimidating professor who had given the entrance exam lecture, Sena Oliver. What Shirone didn't know, however, was that she was the professor in charge of Class 5. Some other students were excited. Wow, this is amazing. Who would have thought that we, a Class 7 group, would get to hear a lecture from her? But there must be a reason a Class 5 professor like her is teaching a Class 7 class. Sena, growing more frustrated by the second, muttered to herself, Professor Thad is such a pain. If you put someone with that kind of talent in a Class 5, they'd figure out how to keep up with the others anyway. She adjusted her glasses. She had come to this class because she wanted to teach Shirone herself. In her mind, she thought, I'll have you move up as quickly as possible, and you will definitely be one of my students. Shirone flinched and stared ahead. I think she just looked at me, he thought. Maybe I'm overthinking it. The student sitting in front of Shirone spoke up loudly. Since this is the first lesson, could you tell us a story? Another student jokingly asked, Is it true that you're dating Professor Thad? Sena didn't say anything, but her frown clearly showed her disgust. She raised her hand, and a small chunk of ice appeared instantly in her palm. The ice block was as beautiful as crystal. Sena asked the class, Can anyone here explain the theory behind this magic? On the glass door next to Shirone, a thin layer of frost had formed from the cold. Sena's voice remained calm. What is cold air? Even the ceiling of the classroom had gathered ice crystals as the temperature dropped. Sena continued with her questions. And what is the process of freezing? Some students shivered and wrapped their arms around themselves, stuttering, Professor, it's so cold. Sena calmly explained, the cold you're feeling is because you lack energy. She directed the small ice block in her hand downward, but in this world, there was no concept of thermal energy. Therefore, temperature could only increase infinitely and could never decrease infinitely. The ice block in Sena's hand suddenly shattered. She explained, when energy reaches 0 degrees, we call it absolute zero. Sena smiled and added, if we mix in a bit of energy from this room, we can easily create something like this ice sample. But what happens if we break it into tiny pieces and create a convection current? The shattered ice pieces fell to the ground. Sena answered her own question. The answer is, we could create temperatures cold enough to kill someone, like what you've all just experienced. The students, both terrified and speechless, thought, so, are we going to die? Sena turned her back and walked toward the podium. So the question here is, how can a wizard absorb that energy? She picked up a piece of chalk, wrote something on the board, and looked down at the class before continuing. Without any tools or devices, how could they activate magic like that? Shirone focused on Sena. She drew a circle on the board, symbolizing the domain of the wizard, and said, a wizard controls the world within their domain. Of course, this control is limited to a certain area, but within that space, the wizard is like a god. Sena's voice was steady. And if you want to affect the senses, you can create light, sense, or even physical sensations. This is a wizard's special ability, allowing them to dominate reality. But even with such divine abilities, Sena paused for a moment. She tapped the chalk against the board. What if they don't even know what abilities they have? She raised her voice. For a wizard to activate magic, they need to fulfill certain conditions, and those are omniscience and omnipotence. The 7th grade students below listened in awe as Sena continued. Wizards activate magic based on their omniscience and omnipotence. No matter how powerful you are, without knowledge, you can't activate magic. Sena's words seemed to awaken Shirone. That's why, aside from those with special senses, most mages study the world like scholars. Shirone also realized something. That's why I can't use magic. He remembered how he used to protect himself. He thought, I have no understanding of magic in its entirety, so I only train in the basics. Sana continued, you'll be learning countless subjects at this school. Magic theory is just half of what makes up magic itself. She smiled and added, if you don't work hard, you can't become a true mage. After the introduction, Sana began the first lesson of the day. Now let's start. Basic chemistry. Yes, Professor. Shirone made up his mind that he could do it. His eyes seemed to say, I can become a mage. As the day turned to evening outside the academy grounds, a few girls were chatting. Are you going to the library today? Of course. There's a test coming up. They even discussed their studies at the dining table. What's your research topic? Another student replied, there are a few things I need to create first. Students were walking back and forth across the courtyard. After classes ended, many went to the library or joined study groups. Shirone, holding his school bag, walked forward. I go to the library every day, and because of that, he had just enough ability to keep up with the other noble students. He looked up at the sky and muttered, the time for sleep is being cut down too. I'm so tired. Thinking for a moment, Shirone shook off the exhaustion, reminding himself that learning magic made him feel lighter because his dream was slowly taking shape. He quickened his pace. I wonder if anyone has come up with a spell that makes people not need sleep? Suddenly, his feet felt like they were floating farther away from the ground. Why is my body getting so light? Shirone was startled when he realized he was flying. What the hell? I'm flying. He glanced behind him and saw someone holding him by the collar. What the heck is going on? Shirone exclaimed, shocked. Someone was carrying him through the air like a hawk carrying its prey. Deep in the forest, there was a thud as Shirone was thrown to the ground. The pain made tears well up in his eyes. Sitting on the ground, Shirone looked up at the person in front of him. His heart raced in panic. Red hair. It was Amy. Amy Karmas. Shirone broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, I knew I have to face her someday, but I never expected her to show up like this. Shirone hesitated. Was she really still the same child from last year? Just then, Amy spoke up with that same expression. She said, so, you really do remember who I am? Shirone asked, what? A small flame appeared at the tip of Amy's finger, flaring up violently in front of Shirone. Amy smiled a terrifying smile. Right, I should just sell everything right here, right now. The past seemed like a movie replaying in her mind. Shirone cradled her head, trying to defend herself from the relentless attacks. Someone spoke up, hey, stop. A thug, crouching in front of Shirone, said to Amy, Miss, you're going to kill the kid. Amy thought back to that day. At first, she had planned to take the kid home, with that crying face. She paused, thinking, I wanted to watch a little longer. The brilliant flames were under her control. But now, suddenly, Amy glared, this brat. Shirone straightened up and looked at Amy. That look made her doubt herself. Could he really be the same kid from 5 years ago? Shirone sighed and said, of course I remember. She added, back then, you had those criminals strip me. Amy remembered that moment too. She had laughed, covering her mouth. Well then, why don't we confirm it? Amy interrupted loudly. Shirone, stop. You clearly remember everything. She raised her voice to explain that's not it, right? It's actually a misunderstanding, just your memory, not a huge misunderstanding. See, Shirone wanted to speak, but Amy cut her off. You'll see. Amy blushed, hesitated, and said, I'm not some reckless woman. Shirone couldn't follow her train of thought. Huh? Amy raised her voice. Those thugs were the ones who wanted to strip you, not me. I never ordered that. Then she quickly added, no, wait, I think I heard you say you wanted to see it, or something like that. No, that's not it. Anyway, Amy firmly stated, I wasn't interested in men from the start. Shirone mumbled quietly, no way. You kidnapped me just to say that? Amy froze, and inside she screamed, of course not. But why am I standing here making excuses like this? Shirone suddenly understood something. Was she worried that you would spread rumors about her bad reputation around the school? Things were already awkward enough. This was really a hassle. Shirone stood up. She just needed to apologize. Is that not okay? Amy stepped back. What? Shirone wearily said, I understand that's the memory you want to forget. Anyway, your scores are among the highest in the class and you're quite famous. But what happened can't be changed. Shirone continued calmly. So instead of making excuses, would it be better to just apologize and move on? I think that's the right thing to do. Amy froze for a moment. Apologize. After a brief pause, Amy seemed to snap back to her senses. Her eyes showed panic. This person sure knew how to talk. In front of her, it was like a chessboard and appeared. He was saying all the right things about her to make her look bad, trying to outsmart her and gain an advantage for himself. How dare he try to outwit her? He probably thought she was weak and easy to push around. Amy thought to herself, then opened her mouth. Apologize. Listen here, commoner. Amy asked Shirone, when do I get out of apologizing to you? Shirone looked at her, almost in disbelief. What did you just say? Amy stroked her chin thoughtfully. What I mean is, even if I apologize to you, there's no reason to believe that you would just accept my apology and not stab me in the back afterward. There's no trust between us, is there? She nodded. If I just apologized, it would mean admitting that I was wrong in the past. Isn't that just me getting the short end of the stick? Shirone asked her, do you have to get something out of an apology? An apology, the basic act of courtesy towards someone you've hurt, isn't something you do to gain any benefit. Amy's loud laugh interrupted Shirone's words. It seemed like he had no clue how the world worked. She thought to herself, another attack using moral arguments. I get it now. Amy assessed the situation and silently thought, I'll turn this around right here, right now. She continued, if I don't get anything out of it, I have no reason to waste my energy. I can't believe you're bragging about all that just to look good in front of me. Her words left Shirone speechless. It seemed that even when I apologize to you, I still won't be able to stay in the Magic Academy peacefully. Shirone felt Amy was forcing him to open his eyes, thinking, what on earth is that? Looks like the image of the ideal student is just an act. Her true, ugly nature is still there. Amy covered her mouth, letting out a quiet sigh, secretly pleased. I'm almost there. Should I say something else? She asked Shirone, do you know what the scariest thing at the Magic Academy is? Shirone looked at her blankly, not understanding. She spoke in a deep, mysterious tone. That's an upperclassman. Amy's next words felt like a heavy stone on Shirone's shoulders. If an upperclassman took notice of him, not only would every higher year student become his enemy, but so would his classmates. And of course, if anyone found out he was just a conner, with Amy's sharp eyes, it was very likely he'd be expelled from the academy. Shirone raised his voice and asked, are you worried I'll spread rumors to the point where you'll find a way to get me expelled? She covered her mouth and smiled. Of course not immediately. I just said I'd wait and see how you act. I'll check how well you can keep your mouth shut. Shirone asked, what do you mean by that? She gave an order. From now on, bring me coffee every day. I'll evaluate your trustworthiness through these little tasks. Shirone raised his voice again. Why should I do that? Amy stepped closer to Shirone. I heard you were specially accepted here. For a commoner to get this far, it must have been difficult, right? Wouldn't it be a shame if you got expelled? Shirone agreed, fine, if proving my trustworthiness through these little chores is what it takes, I'll do it. Amy put on her cloak and said, smart choice. Now behave well. After all, your future depends on it. A moment later, her expression darkened, and she threatened Shirone. If you dare report this to a teacher, I'll make sure you go down with me. After saying that, she jumped a couple of times, then disappeared like a gust of wind blowing past Shirone. Once Amy was gone, Shirone crouched down to pick up her backpack. Oh, maybe this is better than getting expelled. It looks like her scheming ability is still impressive. Even though it feels unfair to do everything she wants, it's true. Shirone covered his face, thinking that things were already tough right from the start. The next day, everyone was bustling toward the library. Some students at school suddenly got distracted by something, and one of them called to their friend, hey, look. Shirone was walking over, holding a cup of coffee. People around him were surprised and started talking. What? Isn't that the new student? Oh my gosh. Shirone stood in front of everyone, and with both hands handed the coffee to Amy, saying, here you go, Senior Amy. Shirone's voice wasn't too loud, but it was clear enough for everyone to hear, and all eyes turned to Amy. The friend standing next to Amy slapped her on the back, covering her mouth, and whispered, no way, Amy, what's going on? Amy brushed her hair back, and her red eyes became visible. She snatched the coffee cup from Shirone's hands. Oh gosh, you're probably going to spill a lot, she said. Then she turned around and walked away. Her friend asked, you're just leaving like that? Amy calmly replied, we need to hurry to class. We don't have time. Shirone's face turned bright red as he stared at Amy's retreating figure. What the heck just happened? The students who had been gathered around began whispering to each other. Oh my god, he just confessed to Amy, but Amy just walked away without saying anything. That's so sad. Shirelle chased after Amy and asked, do you think the new student likes you? Amy shook her head and replied, no, that's not it. I was just giving some advice to the junior. On the outside, she seemed calm, but inside, Amy was bubbling with excitement. She was so happy. Sipping her coffee, she thought, how do you like that? The humiliation the great Amy, just gave you. In her mind, a scenario was forming. She thought, with this, he'll be added to the list of juniors who secretly like me. She thought some more, even if Shirone stands in the middle of the school and yells, Amy Karmas is a freak and a bully. People will just shake their heads and feel sorry for him. Oh, he's probably trying to get back at me because I rejected him, she continued thinking. From now on, no matter what he says, no one will believe him. She hummed as she walked along thinking, is there anything sweeter than revenge? Her friend, who had no idea what was going on, remarked, you seem really happy. Amy felt a sense of relief and thought, it's like all my worries from the past 5 years have just melted away. Her thoughts were like a loud drumbeat. This is amazing. Meanwhile, Shirone seemed drained, standing in the middle of the crowd. This is definitely bullying. When did I ever offend her? He thought. Shirone clenched his fists and thought, if I get stuck in negative thoughts, I'll be the only one who loses. No trust, huh? He looked up again, and the emotions in his eyes were different. If I have to do this anyway, then I'll do it perfectly. My experiences and feelings depend on my thoughts. And from that moment on, for the next 10 days, everyone at the academy was buzzing. He's back. He's here again today. Someone shouted, the innocent romantic story at the Magic Academy. 10 days straight, has he confessed his love for 10 days in a row? Cheers and excited chatter filled the air. Amy and Shirelle stood in front of the library, also watching this scene. Amy laughed. Looks like the number of people watching has increased. Behind Shirone, many people were staring at him. Amy grinned. With so many people here, they must all know by now. Should I slowly wrap this up? Suddenly, a friend beside her spoke up and asked, Amy, when are you going to accept Shirone's feelings? The unexpected question left Amy speechless. Huh? What are you saying, Shirelle? Amy asked loudly. Why should I accept him? Did you forget who I am? Shirelle thought for a moment and then said, but there are a lot of rumors going around. Honestly, with other people, you wouldn't even give them a glance. But you always accept coffee from Shirone. Shirelle's words felt like a bolt of lightning to Amy. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the legendary couple of the academy to finally come together. But all that was on her mind were 3 words. Another cup of coffee was placed in front of Amy. Shirone called out, Senior, and with a smile, he said, your coffee. As soon as Shirone spoke, the students below immediately started cheering agree. Shirone looked at Amy with confidence and said casually, this time I didn't spill a single drop of coffee, did I? But inside, he was urging Amy to take it quickly. He needed to hurry to the library. Amy gritted her teeth. Not only were her eyes red, but now her cheeks were also flushed. How did this happen? Are you all messing with me? She asked, her face turning red as she glared at Shirone. Suddenly, she swatted the coffee cup out of Shirone's hand and said, this is so annoying. Shirelle and the other students were stunned. Shirelle gasped and called out, Amy! The coffee spilled onto the ground. Amy said, you think I'll fall for you just because you gave me this? She pointed at him and continued, you're a student who won't even study, but you're always chasing after female students. She turned sharply and added, don't ever give me something like this again. Sir quickly apologized to Shirone, sorry. Hey, Amy. The crowd around them erupted in chatter, rejected. That's so embarrassing. Shirelle asked, what's going on? What will you do if those rumors spread? Amy snapped, who cares? They're probably just people with nothing better to do. She raised her voice, by the time I graduate, it'll all be over. Outside on the stairs, Shirone was bent over, picking up a coffee cup. The gossip kept going. I think she's like an ice princess. That's why she's acting like this. Someone should report her for wasting coffee, one person said. Shirone, poor thing, was still in shock. Really? I don't have to do this anymore. He stood up, holding his bag. A few girls sighed, oh no, he looks so miserable. It's heartbreaking. But in contrast to what everyone else was saying, Shirone's face lit up, I'm free. That night in the library, Amy had her head down, staring at the book in front of her. Damn. She grumbled, then lifted her head, holding her pen just below her nose. I need to stop the freshmen from spreading these rumors, but I'm the one who started them. It'll be fine if I end it before it goes too far. But that's not the most important thing. Amy's eyes were red, her karmas-colored irises reflecting a memory. The surroundings around Amy suddenly changed. It was as if she were sitting in the middle of the academy's courtyard. This was a skill that allowed the user to relive their past experiences. Amy recalled the way Shirone looked when he handed her the coffee. He shyly called out, Senior, here's your coffee. For 10 straight days, every time she met Shirone, she used the karmas lens. Amy had memorized the image of him doing small tasks. She gritted her teeth. He had looked so pleased on the first day, but what Amy saw never changed over the next 9 days. Thinking quietly to herself, his gaze had remained the same, not even a flicker in his pupils. Amy moved closer, focusing on the image in her memory. What did it mean? She asked herself seriously, no matter how much someone might try to hide their feelings, they couldn't truly hide them in their eyes. The autonomic nervous system couldn't be controlled like that, if he could control his gaze. Amy's eyes suddenly brightened. He might be able to control his emotions, just like a robot. She closed her eyes, then snapped the book shut, reaching her conclusion. He was being extremely honest. Shirelle noticed her movement and quietly asked, Oh, Amy, are you done? Amy stood up and started packing her books. I'm feeling a bit tired today. Shirelle also began to get up. In that case, you want to go home together? Amy declined. No, you don't have to do that. I'm fine. I'll go by myself. Shirelle asked worriedly, is it because you feel bad about not accepting Shirone's coffee? Amy sighed in frustration. I told you, it's not that. Shirelle reminded her gently, if you want to talk about something, just let me know, okay? Amy nodded. Yeah, thanks. Amy walked out, feeling drained. She muttered to herself, oh, I'm so tired. Nothing is going as planned. My mind is all over the place. She pushed open the door. I need to rest for a while. Suddenly, someone greeted her. Taking off early today, Amy? Amy thought, that's Jake Arias. Jake winked at her. I thought I'd have to wait for you until midnight. Amy asked him, why would you have to wait for me? Are you that bored? Jake stepped closer and said, don't be so harsh. I heard some rumors. Apparently, there's this guy, a real softie named Shirone, chasing after you. Amy rolled her eyes. No way. Are you here to make fun of me? Oh my God, seriously? No, just take this. Jake handed Amy the coffee. This is top quality coffee from the West. You won't find anything like it on campus. You deserve to be treated like the amazing person you are. Amy looked at him with disdain and asked, what the hell are you doing? Jake replied, as you can see, I'm trying to win your heart. He continued, unlike that pathetic guy, I'm going to inherit the title of Minister of Finance for the royal family. I'm much more worthy of you. Amy's disgust was obvious. She coldly responded, I have no interest in playing any of your disgusting games. Jake froze and repeated, disgusting. Amy went on, and I don't think we're close enough for a relationship like that. She bluntly confronted him, do you really think I don't know your group is always trying to bring me down whenever you get the chance? Jake quickly raised his voice to defend himself. Wait, I think you're misunderstanding. Isn't what you're saying a little extreme? He held the steaming coffee cup and stepped closer to Amy. You're insulting me the same way you're insulting my family. I'll never forgive anyone who touches my family's honor. Jake squinted and smiled. As a member of the famous Karmas family, you must know that, right? Amy coolly replied, failure. Jake froze. What? Amy slapped him hard across the face without a second thought. Just because you have a bit of fame at school, you think you can act so arrogant, especially with people who don't support your family? She smiled coldly. A person who created that ridiculous club and secretly humiliates others, do you even know what honor is? Jake grinned, showing his teeth in a nasty smile. He rubbed his forehead and cursed at Amy. Yurkic, looks like you're getting all high and mighty just because you're getting famous now. Jake snapped loudly, his voice dripping with anger. You think no one can stand up to your Karma's family? Sure, her family might be on top in some fields, but not in terms of power. He kept stepping closer, forcing Amy to back away. With the power of my family, we could drain your Karma's family's finances. Jake looked down at her from above, raising his voice. Now, do you get it? Amy laughed. Yeah, I get it. She spoke bluntly. That's right, that look in your eyes is definitely the look of a piece of trash. Amy stared straight at Jake's ugly face and added, unlike Shirone, your eyes look like the eyes of a dead fish. Jake couldn't believe what he was hearing. What? Are you saying I'm not even as good as that pale-faced loser? Jake nearly lost it. Yeah, right. I've totally thrown everything out of balance. Before I completely defeat you, I shouldn't be interfering anymore. Jake's next words made Amy furious. I can say for sure that in just one more day, that guy will never be able to use magic again. Jake continued, I'll show you just how great I am. But before he could finish, Amy slapped him so hard that it knocked the coffee cup from his hand, spilling it everywhere. She was furious. The cup hit the ground and shattered. What is this? Jake gritted his teeth, glaring at Amy. You arrogant bitch, my patience has limits no matter how beautiful you are. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Amy had opened her domain. She calmly asked, what's going on? Amy's red eyes flickered in the darkness. What do you plan to do? Who? Jake thought to himself, wondering if she could really use the four forms that quickly. He hesitated before saying, are you crazy? Do you realize this goes against the rules of magic here? Amy laughed loudly, the wind howling down the narrow hallway. She mocked him. So you're just all looks, huh? At least Shirone doesn't rely on his family background. She continued, he's someone who takes responsibility for his actions. I bet you won't be able to catch up to him for another 6 months, right? Jake's veins popped out as he wanted to yell at Amy. That woman was, he thought to himself as she filled the room with a whirlwind of energy. Jake calculated. If he makes any move, will she act? He couldn't go up against the head of this magical academy. But he glanced at Amy, then gripped the handrail beside him, getting ready. A gentleman never seeks revenge immediately. It's best to wait 10 years. Jake ran down the stairs, but don't think this is over. Amy leaned against the wall, murmuring, I haven't been this worked up in ages. She asked herself, why am I doing this? Because he threatened me? Or is it because he knows my secret? Anya remembered what Shirone had said to her in the forest. If doing these little things will earn your trust, I'll do them. Amy turned sharply. She looked at the coffee spill on the floor and muttered, damn it. I guess he won't show up tomorrow. She mumbled again, but thanks to him, my mind's finally clear. A few days later at the academy, Shirelle stood there, eyes filled with tears. The waves Amy had stirred up. A note read, I've captured Shirone. Be at Training Center 14 at 6 p.m. before I castrate him. If you tell any teacher, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Shirone read the contents on the piece of paper and turned to ask Shirelle, who was standing next to him. So, Senior Amy went there to save me, right? At the bottom of the paper, there was a signature from the Dark Mage. These events had turned into a giant, unstoppable wave. The bell rang from the tall tower, signaling the start of class, and students trickled in to prepare for their lessons. Shirone walked and read at the same time. Everyone around him recognized him and whispered quietly, Look, that's the guy who was flirting with Senior Amy. It's funny, but isn't he acting a little off? Shirone sighed helplessly. 4 days ago, Amy knocked over my coffee and coldly said no. Inside, Shirone was crying out, How can I even hold my head up after that? He covered his mouth with his book and cleared his throat. In situations like this, a confident smile is all it takes. They wouldn't tease him for long. It seemed like they were starting to doubt him less. Suddenly, something caught Shirone's attention in front of him. Oh, that's Senior Shirelle. Seeing Shirelle standing there alone, Shirone wondered, She's always with Senior Amy. What's going on? Shirone approached and greeted her. Senior. As soon as he spoke, Shirelle suddenly screamed. He couldn't help but scream in response. Shirelle lunged forward and grabbed Shirone by the collar. Why are you here? Where's Amy? Shirone, shaken from the sudden movement, asked, Why are you asking me this out of nowhere? Shirelle shoved a piece of paper into Shirone's face and said, Look at this. You should be dealing with something right now. Shirone stared at the paper and asked, What? The paper read, Shirone is in my hands. If you want to save her, come to Training Hall 14 before 6 p.m. If you report this to a teacher, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Sign, Break Magician. Shirone stared at the paper, bewildered, and asked, Am I being kidnapped? She turned to Shirelle and asked, Who is this person? That's the Dark Magician. 30 minutes earlier, Amy and Shirelle were walking through the school grounds when someone blocked their path and greeted them. Senior, how are you? Shirelle grimaced. It's him again. Amy said, Didn't I tell you to get lost? Why are you still talking to me? The blonde guy grinned. You should tone down the attitude. You look better. He waved the paper in his hand. The boss wants to see you. Shirelle pulled Amy away. Ignore him. Amy replied, That's why he'll forever be stuck in the 5th grade. The blonde guy added, The boss said if I give you this, you'll listen. He said, If you don't want anything to happen to your boyfriend, you should accept it. Shirelle frowned as if she was looking at a madman. What did you just say? That's disgusting. You're disgusting. Then she turned to Amy and said, Let's head to the library right now. However, Amy suddenly turned back and snatched the paper from the person's hand. Hey! Shirelle called out in confusion. Amy. Amy stared at the paper in her hand. Shirone's been kidnapped. She thought of Jake. Was it him? At that moment, Jake had said, I'll make sure he can never use magic again. Amy cursed under her breath. Jake, you bastard. Amy clenched the paper tightly in her hand and shouted, So what? What does it matter, Amy? She threw the paper forcefully to the ground. What's his problem with me? Shirelle asked, What's going on? The blonde guy waved his hand. He said, Whatever. I'm just delivering the letter. Shirelle opened the paper and read it aloud. Dark Mage? Is that the group of evil people who bully the top students? She muttered. Why did they kidnap Shirone? What does that have to do with you? Amy looked worried. That day I really couldn't hold back, so I got back at him, she said. Shirelle replied, You should tell the professor. She added, It's not just Shirone. You're in danger too. Amy muttered, Professor, yeah, that's the right thing to do, but it's not going to be easy. Amy imagined the scene of being taken to the meeting room. If the board of professors got involved in the investigation, she would have to reveal her relationship with Shirone. Her past would be exposed. Amy thought about Shirone's face. If that happened, they would find out. The image of Shirone's pitiful expression flashed through her mind. She remembered what she had once said. For someone like you, a commoner, getting this far must have been tough, right? It'd be such a shame if you had to quit now. And Shirone's words, If it makes you trust me, I'm willing to do it. Amy's thoughts drifted back to last year. The person on the ground said, It's not me. She froze, seeing Shirone lying on the ground, pleading desperately. Please. Amy clenched her fists. She called Shirelle. Amy handed her bag to Shirelle and said, I'm going. If you don't see me come back, tell the professor. Shirelle looked shocked. What? Why would you? She watched Amy walk away, shouting, What can you do by yourself? Do you know how many people they have? Amy turned around and said, Sorry, but I have my reasons. Don't worry about me. She said with confidence, Even if there are 10 assholes like Jake, they won't be able to do anything to me. Back in reality, Shirone looked at the paper in his hand and said, "So." He couldn't believe it and asked Shirelle, "Did Senior Amy come to rescue me?" In his mind, Shirone thought, "No way, someone as sly as her." Shirone quickly asked, "Did she go alone? What should we do?" Shirelle replied, "Amy said she had her own reasons. It's the first time she's asked me for help, and look what happened." She continued, "She told me to wait until 7. Shirone stroked his chin. "Seems like we have no other choice." He thought about why she didn't want to tell the professor. Shirone pulled out his pocket watch and checked the time. He figured she probably wanted to keep the secret between just the two of them. He and she were in this together. After a moment, Shirone realized that she had no choice but to go alone to protect her secret. Then he told Shirelle, "I have to go too." Shirone tossed his bag onto the table with a thud. "Senior, just wait until then, okay?" Shirelle called out, "Wait a second." She called, but Shirone had already turned and ran off. As he ran, he thought, Hall 14 in the mountain direction. I wonder if I'll make it in time. Suddenly, Shirone's feet lifted off the ground. Shirelle was holding him and flying. She said, "How long would it take if you ran? It's better if I go with you." She spoke loudly to Shirone. "I'm about to teleport. Hold on tight." Shirone, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" A flash of yellow light appeared beside Shirone. He saw that his hands were surrounded by a faint golden glow. In the blink of an eye, they instantly disappeared from the sky. Shirone panicked and screamed. A few students walking inside the building saw something flash in the sky and asked, "What was that? Who just used magic?" Shirone's eyes widened in shock. Their destination was the forest. Shirelle quickly hugged Shirone and stopped. "It's dangerous to crash into a tree when teleporting, so from here we should fly instead." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately grabbed Shirone and took off into the air. Moments later, Shirelle landed on the ground. Shirone, shaking, grabbed onto a tree to steady himself. He wasn't prepared for this at all. "Don't hold onto the tree, you'll throw up," she warned. As for Shirelle, she had just landed on Hall 14 and quickly ran off, calling out, "Where are you, Amy?" Shirelle was worried. "There's no one here. This is strange, we're 10 minutes earlier than our meeting time." Shirone wiped his mouth and said, "Maybe they changed the location. The address in the letter was leaked, so they probably tried to avoid the teacher's watch." Shirelle shouted, "What about Amy?" Shirone paused to think, then replied, "This is a really complicated plan. Secrets, the past tangled up with the present. Now's not the time to worry about my own secrets, whether it's for the people or whatever. She and I could both get suspended. We're in a situation way worse than I thought." Shirone said, "Senior, you should head back and report this to the professor." He looked ahead and added, "It'd be much faster if you go back alone." Shirelle replied, "But Amy told me to wait until 7. Shirone shook his head. "It's fine. This is because of me, after all." He looked at Shirelle and said, "I'll help her, so don't worry. Senior, go quickly." Shirelle, confused, asked, "What?" After hearing him, she suddenly screamed, clutching her head, "The real reason is you. What's your relationship with her? Are you two secretly dating? Is there something I don't know?" Shirone urgently shouted, "We don't have time. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it gets." Shirelle snapped out of it and said, "All right, you stay here and wait." After watching Shirelle run off, Shirone let out a relieved sigh. The mountains were familiar territory for him. Standing there among the trees, he activated his domain. He closed his eyes and focused, confident that he would find a clue. The magic field kept expanding across the forest. Shirone seemed to catch something. Here it is, a footprint. He followed the trail. The footprints were from 2 people and were still fairly fresh, but they stopped halfway. Did they fly? Suddenly, a sound echoed through the forest, startling Shirone. "I heard something." He stood up and looked toward the column of smoke rising deep in the forest. "Don't tell me something's happened." Deep in the forest, the person who had just cast a spell on their voice slipped up. The blonde man, handing a letter to Amy, smirked. "Oh, I almost hit you. That was supposed to be a firework to welcome you, Amy." Amy glanced at the bright fire nearby. A few more people had shown up above her. They landed on the ground surrounding Amy. "Wow, Amy's here. She got a big one like this." "Our boss did something else," one of the newcomers said. "Cut it out," another one replied. Jake, leading the group, said, "Miss Amy here is our honored guest, so show some respect." Amy stood in the middle of the circle, arms crossed, looking at them. "Is that so? I thought you'd be something impressive. Turns out you're just a bunch of trash with nothing better to do." Jake asked, "Did you really come alone? Is that kid so important to you that you risked everything to come here?" Amy coldly said, "It's just catching a mouse. No need to burn down the whole house." Jake gritted his teeth, so angry he almost laughed. "Still acting tough, huh? With all these people around, I don't think you'll get what you want." He shot Amy a sly look. "This time, I've thought everything through." Amy didn't even glance his way. She replied, "What you've planned is your business, not mine. Where's Shirone?" The people around Jake burst out laughing at Amy's question. Where else would he be? He's probably still licking books somewhere in the library. He doesn't even know what's about to happen to his girlfriend. The big blonde guy mocked loudly. Books. Oh, how I love you. Whatever happened to him was irrelevant. They all stared at Amy now, focused only on her. These guys were bent on revenge and had lost their minds over it. Jake looked at Amy furious. What happened last night still has me pissed. I always get even, so watch yourself. Amy exhaled slowly. If Shirone's not here, it's easy enough. She smiled. Like they say, when people are always watching you, it's really a hassle. Amy's body was immediately surrounded by a blue light. She spoke. It's a bit of a hassle to clean up all this mess. Jake and the others froze, confused. What? He nervously wiped the sweat off his forehead. No, it can't be. Before they could process what was happening, Amy struck the blonde guy behind her. His arm was set on fire. The blonde guy screamed, "It's too hot." The others immediately panicked. That girl, she's really shooting fire. Jake shouted as he ran, "Stay calm and get out of the way." He yelled louder. Targeting methods ineffective with this many targets. Quickly, Jake and a few others flew up into the air trying to dodge and return to their original positions. But Amy's spiritual field reached them. Jake froze in place and boom, a blast went off right where he had been. Amy remained calm, standing below. She swung her hand again and her eyes glowed a sharp red. Come play with me. Amy's spiritual field split into multiple beams, sweeping over them all. She focused her power and flames roared. With a boom, she unleashed countless fireballs in every direction. The fireballs shot out wildly. The others ducked and covered their heads to avoid them. Hey, didn't you say she was just practicing the target form? How is her switching speed so fast? One guy who was hit was thrown back. Jake cursed under his breath. Dan, what the hell is going on? Her skill level is completely different from what we saw in training. Could she have actual combat experience? It's so hot. Jake flew straight up into the air. However, no matter how strong his skills were, there were always weaknesses. Hovering in midair, he looked down, preparing to block an attack aimed horizontally. The wind gathered into a vortex in his palm, so I knew I had to attack vertically. Jake mustered all his strength and launched an attack at Amy. Windblade. His windblade descended from above, getting closer and closer to Amy. Seeing that Amy couldn't avoid it anymore, Jake grinned, showing his teeth. Gotcha. But suddenly, just as the wind blade was about to hit, Amy swiftly dodged by falling to the side. Jake shouted, "What? How is that possible?" Amy looked at him with a mocking smile. "This is called force map, darling." She raised her hand. Fireball. Her spirit energy targeted Jake directly. He yelled, "Damn it." Amy's fireball hit Jake squarely, sending him flying several meters away. Jake nearly lost it. "You damn witch." Amy moved forward, smiling gently. "Maybe if you didn't waste so much time on pointless things, your results wouldn't be such garbage." Jake gritted his teeth in anger, reaching out to counterattack. "Don't you dare underestimate me." Amy laughed and said, "Don't resist, it's useless. This time, I won't let you off easily." Suddenly, something struck her eyes. A wave of purple energy rushed at her, and Amy's body seemed frozen in place. She panicked, not understanding what was happening. "What is this?" she shouted in pain, clutching her face. Jake and his group appeared around her, attacking together, pushing harder. It took a while, but they finally caught her. Jake grinned, showing his teeth. "Surprised, that lioness is done for. Amy's power field is falling apart." Jake continued, "If you don't break this energy field, you might go crazy. This trap is basically a counterspell." Amy cursed, "You bastard." Her eyes glowed a bright red. "You dare use forbidden magic?" She muttered to herself, "Damn it, even the red eyes can't heal me." A gust of wind suddenly blew, grabbing Amy's hands. Her arms and legs were instantly bound. Jake laughed loudly. "Finally, I got you, bitch." He ran his fingers through his hair, walking closer to Amy. "So, what do you say? Have you reconsidered my offer from yesterday?" Out of nowhere, Jake pulled out a dagger and threatened her. "You better think carefully. You see, I'm not afraid of committing a crime." Amy gritted her teeth. "I warned you. If you mess with me, I'll take your life." She thought to herself, "I can't get it off. I can't even handle the damn comb. After I turned 12, I couldn't train anymore. Damn it." Amy hovered in the air. "I need to figure something out." Jake laughed loudly. "Looks like you realize just how bad your situation is, huh?" He ran his fingers along the dagger in his hand and continued. "I heard you've had enough of those guys, huh? Let me help you out." Jake gave a shameless grin. "All I have to do is make a quick swipe, and they'll stay away from you." The red gleam of the dagger was dangerously close to Amy's face, and he seemed to take great pleasure in it. "I've wanted to do this from the start. You should have been in this kind of trouble right from the beginning." The tip of the dagger hung in front of Amy's face, and she could hear Jake's arrogant voice. "You should have been in this kind of trouble right from the start." He ordered, "Speak." Amy squeezed her eyes shut. Damn it, I don't have any strength left. Suddenly, she remembered something from 5 years ago in a narrow alley. The image of Shirone lying on the ground. So this is how he felt. In a tense moment, someone shouted, "Stop!" Amy opened her eyes and looked toward the source of the voice. It was Shirone, appearing with a wooden stick in his hand. He yelled, "You bunch of useless sons-in-law." The group led by Jake froze in surprise. He was taken aback. "You are?" Amy was even more surprised than Jake. "Senior." Shirone was breathing heavily, gripping his stick tightly as he glared at them. Jake sneered, "What's wrong? You came alone?" He waved the knife in his hand. "The prince is here." His gang immediately joined in, mocking the prince, "Even if you do something." Amy yelled angrily, "You idiot. Why did you come alone?" Shirone stood silently, calculating. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, did they really think they could overpower the leader of the intermediate students? After all, Senior Serial must have already called for the teachers. He just needed to buy a little more time. Shirone's aura flared. He reminded himself that he had once defeated Ryan with his swordsmanship, and he could do it again. He ordered firmly, "Let Senior Amy go now." Seeing Shirone running toward him, Jake mocked, "Are you crazy? Let her go so you two can attack us together." Shirone continued running with his stick. The blonde guy asked Jake, "Is that idiot just running straight at us?" Jake smirked, "You guys, get ready." They stood still, staring at Shirone. At that moment, Shirone also realized something was wrong. His domain suddenly shattered, just like Amy's earlier. His eyes went wide, and the staff in his hand dropped. Shirone clutched his head in pain and screamed. He collapsed to the ground as Jake and his group laughed at him. They laughed loudly, just as expected from a prince. They were not disappointed in him at all. "What do you think you're going to do with a mage in that?" Amy shouted at Shirone, "Get rid of your domain now. That's anti-magic." Shirone knelt on the ground, clutching his head. "Anti-magic? This!" Amy kept shouting, "You might not be able to use magic for the rest of your life. Get rid of your domain now, or you'll go crazy. Are you even listening to me?" Shirone's mind was hazy. His senses seemed to be slipping away, and his consciousness felt like it was breaking apart. He remembered what Professor Athela had once said: a mage must maintain focus to survive in a chaotic battlefield. Shirone held his head, thinking about the kind of defense that could prevent the domain from collapsing due to most disruptive forces. A defense that can withstand physical shocks and won't collapse under them. It'll also protect against mental attack spells. Athela's voice echoed in Shirone's mind. After all, anti-magic and magical energy were just ripples on the surface. He was still in pain, clutching his head as he endured the mental torture when his energy field was under attack. Shirone thought, "If I increase the density of my field to the point where it can't be pierced through." Shirone looked at his hand, focusing his mind, and began to reconstruct his energy field. The blonde guy was surprised. "What? He's trying to withstand it?" Jake sneered and said, "Is he trying to show off like he's a top-tier student? He's just a rookie." Shirone shouted, "Increase the output." Amy panicked. "Don't do that, you idiot. There are too many of them. There's a limit to how much you can take." But Jake and the others were stunned. "What?" They watched as Shirone's energy field was being rebuilt again. "What the hell is that?" The planes of the field grew more solid. Shirone slowly stood up, trying to focus. I need more shards." Jake and his group were struck by the magic and screamed, "What's he doing?" They're reflecting it back at him. Jake said, still attacking, "Don't be afraid, your emotions are disrupting the waves." Jake yelled, "You want to get hit by anti-magic, huh?" Meanwhile, Shirone had fully straightened up, stepping forward one step at a time. With each step, the barrier grew stronger. Shirone's magic barrier became larger and harder. Jake spoke up, "Don't come any closer. The magic resistance is pushing them back." No, their allies are all being attacked by the magic resistance. They're in pain, holding their heads and screaming, "Help me." Amy stood frozen, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, the magic that was binding her loosened. She had been so focused on figuring out why she couldn't use her own barrier that she didn't realize what was going on. Her hands were free. She could use her magic now. The magic resistance had disappeared. Amy landed on the ground, staring blankly at Shirone's barrier in front of her. It's impossible. Could such a cold, unyielding barrier really exist? Shirone was even bleeding from his nose. He looked down at the ground, feeling something moving beneath his feet. Shirone's barrier was pressing against the magic resistance. He stood still, sensing it, almost as if he were standing on a tiny worm. Jake, battered by his own forbidden magic, growled, "This doesn't make any sense. Are you messing with me?" He looked at his fallen comrades, who were sprawled on the ground, and shouted, "There are 6 of us. How could we possibly lose to a kid like him?" Jake, going mad from defeat, began to lash out at Shirone. "That's right, that damn brat. He must be a student who specializes in magic resistance. That's probably why he was allowed into the academy with special recommendations. Jake stood up and opened his aura. You think you can beat me with battle magic, he said. Shirone froze. This was a big problem. Jake on the other side was preparing to launch 2 wind blades. Shirone was confused, not knowing which magic to use. Jake laughed loudly. I should cut you down. Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit by a blast from Amy and fell to the ground, even rolling several meters away. Jake barely had a chance to recover before he was hit again, this time square in the face. Amy cursed him out. That's it, you bastard. Shirone quickly stepped in to stop Amy, who was on the verge of losing control and beating Jake to a pulp. Senior, calm down, Shirone said. As Amy continued to punch Jake, she asked, What are you going to do to me? Say that again. She hit him like she'd never been able to before, repeatedly asking, Say something again, I dare you. You damn bastard. Shirone couldn't help but feel helpless. If she kept going like this, he would really die. Using all his strength, he pulled her back. Please stop. After a brief struggle, the forest fell silent. Shirone turned to Amy and asked softly, Are you okay? But Amy didn't respond. She lay motionless on him. Shirone called out again. Senior. Finally, Shirone realized that Amy had passed out. He shouted in panic, Wake up, Senior, Senior. Inside the forest, both Shirone and Jake's group were lying scattered on the ground. Shirone looked down at Amy, who had fainted and was lying unconscious on top of him. I didn't think she'd pass out like this. Did she collapse from exhaustion? He paused for a moment before speaking again. Thanks, Senior. Shirone whispered softly, I heard you came here to save me. At that moment, Amy suddenly jolted awake as if springing to life. She sat up quickly. Now I feel much better. Amy turned to Shirone and said, By the way, how did you manage to gather the courage to come here and fight them when you're so weak yourself? Shirone winced as Amy accidentally bumped into him, clutching his stomach and kneeling on the ground. As expected, there was nothing about her to praise. Amy cleared her throat. All right, let's get out of here. If any of the teachers catch us, we'll be in big trouble. Shirone grabbed Amy's hand and stood up. Senior Shirelle must have already reported this to the teachers. I asked her to do that. Amy froze. What? I told Shirelle not to do that. Why would she? Shirone raised his voice slightly. What else could we have done? It was an emergency. Amy held her head in frustration. That's because you don't understand how things work around here. Everything is going to get a lot more complicated if the school gets involved in something like this. The mages only let things slide after they've fully investigated and understood what's going on. In other words, they won't just ignore this. Amy shouted, Do you want our secret to be exposed too? Shirelle responded, You think that's the issue right now? We just barely escaped with our lives. Jake's lying over there listening to you two argue. A secret? Amy snapped, Dan, we can worry about the consequences later. Let's just run for now. Shirone, confused, asked, We are running already. What more do you want? At that moment, a bright pink light shone down from above, freezing both of them in place. Amy gritted her teeth. Please, let it be an older teacher. An easygoing older teacher would just overlook this. Someone like that might say, yeah, something like this was bound to happen. But instead, 2 terrifying figures appeared. One was Thad, the fire mage, a level 6 certifier. The other was Saina, the ice mage, also a level 6 certifier. The moment Amy saw them, she immediately cradled her head and muttered to herself, I'm done for. Not these 2 again, the 2 hottest-headed advisors in the whole school. I'm definitely dead. Shirelle rushed over, asking, Amy, are you okay? She grabbed Amy's face, shaking her gently. Are you hurt anywhere? What happened to your head? Amy, dazed, replied, I'm fine. How did you get here so quickly? Thad over here is about to cast a spell. As fear shot straight up into the sky, Shirone watched in awe. That's the Blaze Sun spell, she said. I heard it's a very difficult one to master. Thanks to the light from the spell, Thad saw 6 of the attackers lying unconscious on the ground. What the heck happened here? Thad grimaced and turned to Amy and Shirone. Both of them jumped in surprise. Thad approached, shook Amy, and asked, Amy, how did someone as skilled as you end up in a situation like this? He continued, Are you hurt anywhere? Saina heard this and frowned. She turned to Shirone. Shirone, I heard you 2 were in danger. Can you explain what's going on here? Shirone nodded. It's because, but before she could finish, someone else interrupted. Jake spoke up. I believe I can explain everything to the teachers. With his bruised face, he went on, to be honest, I had a personal grudge, so I challenged Amy to a one-on-one duel. It's something that happens pretty often at our age. Saina's gaze turned icy. A duel, huh? She asked. I heard she received a threatening letter, and she glanced at Jake's teammates lying on the ground. I saw you using anti-magic. You're not going to claim you don't know the Academy's rules, are you? Jake was taken aback and quickly tried to explain himself. It's just Amy is too strong, and I only used it as a way to defend myself. Jake confidently said, but look, we're the ones facing the toughest consequences. He pounded his chest and continued, not to mention it was Amy who broke the rules first when she attacked me in the library. That's why I suggested a one-on-one duel. Don't you find it strange that Amy didn't report it to the teacher right away? Amy, hearing him confidently twist the facts, shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? You're the one who threatened me first in the library, and now you're writing that you kidnapped Shirone." Jake cut her off. But did we really kidnap him? In fact, you attacked us first even today. Jake pointed at Shirone, and it's clear that Shirone didn't report it to the teacher. He ran straight here. That means you two are hiding something. He raised his voice. Do you the teachers understand now? Jake firmly pushed the blame onto the two of them. The guilty ones are them. Thad turned to look at Shirone, while Amy gritted her teeth, muttering, "You piece of trash." Jake grinned. So why don't you two reveal those secrets right here, right now? What do you say? He quietly sneered, "Do you understand now the terror of a dark mage?" He quietly calculated his next move. He had a plan to blow things out of proportion. He didn't care how much money it would cost. Once he uncovered that valuable secret of theirs, the local authorities, the national agencies, and even the media would all know about it. He would spread the news everywhere. But Professor Sena interrupted his madness. The air around them grew colder in an instant. She said, "You can stop talking nonsense now, Jake." The cold wind howled fiercely. Sena continued, "You and your friends use counter magic. You've even gone beyond the limits of what counter magic should be used for. You use it to attack others." She glanced at Shirone and added, "You know that Shirone's or Amy's minds could have been destroyed. They could have even lost their sanity." Shirone gritted his teeth. "My life." Professor Sena's gaze turned an icy blue. "I think what you've done is more than enough to expel you from this academy." Jake slapped his chest and laughed loudly. "A little advisor like you really thinks you can expel me?" Thad stepped forward and whispered to Sena, "Hey, the Arias family is basically the lifeline of this whole academy. Without their funding, we'd even lose our salaries." Sena responded calmly, "Isn't it our role as advisors to guide students and steer them down the right path?" She coldly said, "If you can't even do that, then you'd better pack your bags and leave this academy right now." Jake laughed out loud. "All right, let's see if I get expelled or if you get fired first." He tried to open his swollen, puffy eyes to look at Sena and said, "This world runs on money. Money. In front of money, everyone will be forced to bow down." Sena's face grew darker by the second. Jake kept talking nonstop. "You should take this chance to learn a little more about how this world really works." Sena calmly raised her hand. "Looks like I still need to teach you a lesson." A pillar of ice seemed to rise up, and the wind was blowing so hard it was almost impossible to open your eyes. Shirone gasped, "So cool." Amy squinted. "How did things get this far?" Thad called out, "Teacher." Mr. Thad stopped him. "You can't just deal with a student like that." In the next moment, Jake was surrounded by a mountain of ice, like a giant ice tree, with countless sharp icicles pointed straight at his face. Shirone stared in awe. Impressive. She didn't even touch a thread of his clothes. That means she has perfect control over her magic, down to the smallest detail. Shirone was still stunned, so that's why she's called the Genius Ice Mage. Sena said, "Jake, do you really think everything can be solved with money?" He still didn't get it and yelled, "Stop talking nonsense and undo this ice magic for me." Sena snapped her fingers and the iceberg immediately shattered. She calmly said, "We know you've hurt many other students, but the academy has hesitated to punish your improper actions." Jake knelt on the ground. "That's because of my family's donations, right?" Sena shouted, "Don't make that mistake." She continued, "The school isn't a place where teachers teach you for money. More than that, we teach you lessons that even money can't buy." Jake hesitated. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Sena responded, "It's about what you dream of becoming." She asked seriously, "Don't you want to become a mage?" Her words awakened Jake. He remembered who he used to be. "Miss Sena, if you move me up to grade 5, I'll become a great mage and repay you." Sena continued, "That's the dream you shared with your friends. You all studied together to become mages. Isn't that why you decided to go this far?" Jake was stunned. He recalled the memories with his friends from childhood to growing up together. Sena asked, "Do you really want to destroy everything you've built so far with your own hands?" She gazed at him softly. He stayed silent for a moment before speaking, "Ms." And then his face dropped to the ground. A long time later, he said, "I'm sorry." Shirone looked up at the sky, thinking about what mattered most to him. Inside the punishment room, there was a scream. "It hurts so much. Please go easy on me. Don't make such a fuss. It's just a scratch. In the end, whatever's going to happen will happen." Shirone and Amy were sitting in the meeting room. Thad asked Shirone, "Why didn't you report it to the teacher right away?" When something like that happens, the first thing you should do is tell the teacher. His voice was flat, But instead, you went to help an upperclassman, someone much higher in rank than you. That's not something we can consider an acceptable excuse. Amy and Shirone exchanged a glance and fell silent. After a while, Amy spoke up. I understand now. I'll answer honestly. Shirone looked at her and said, right, as if we could keep this a secret forever, even though he didn't know who had told the principal about this. Amy was quiet for a moment, then said, actually, Shirone is. Shirone thought about his own identity, and Amy winked. My boyfriend. As soon as Amy finished speaking, Thad, Sena, and Shirelle all stared in shock. The loud scream echoed throughout the academy. What? Another shout rang out, help! Is anyone there? In her imagination, Amy felt like a princess trapped by a thorny rose branch calling for help. Please save me. Jake and his friends seemed like cruel villains. Who would come all the way to this lonely mountain to save you? You should have accepted our feelings. None of this would have happened. Suddenly, the sound of a horse's whinny startled them. When they turned around, they saw a shining white steed. Someone asked, who else is here? Shirone appeared like a prince, kicking the bad guys aside. They screamed, behind you. Amy, hanging from a tree, asked, are you Shirone, the one who cut through the thorny branch that was trapping me? Shirone looked at her with deep affection and replied, I'm here now. Shirone lifted Amy like a princess. Amy, he called. She looked at him sweetly and said, Shirone. They called each other's names, lost in the moment. Shirone. Amy. The students around them screamed with excitement. No way. Is this for real? A few girls stared at Shirelle, who stood in front of them, and said, how romantic. Shirelle nodded. Of course, it's all real. She confidently added, I saw it with my own eyes. Suddenly, Amy appeared dark and gloomy behind her and called Shirelle. Amy's voice echoed throughout the academy. What kind of rumors are you spreading? I know you've been into those cheesy romance novels lately, but this is just too much to accept. On the Academy's notice board, an official announcement was posted, detailing the punishments related to the wrongdoings of the school's research club. Specifically, it addressed the club's violent behavior, along with countless other images. Amy Karmis, the goddess of Alpheus, admits to dating the new student Shirone Arian. Senior Amy says she's dating the new student to save the person she loves from a web of injustice and violence. A young love blossomed the moment they connected. Dark magic was defeated far too easily. But who exactly is this new student? Amy? Shirone. A passionate kiss under the moonlight in a remote forest. On campus, a group of girls couldn't stop sighing, oh my gosh, I'm so jealous. Amy's voice rang out, Shirelle, are you trying to get yourself killed? She sighed, you've never actually seen it for yourself. Shirelle excitedly laughed. Why don't I need to see it to know what happened? You said you two were dating, right? So it's only a matter of time before you get engaged, isn't it? She laughed and said, I've thought this through. With this, no guy will dare to come near you anymore. Amy clicked her tongue. That's true. That part makes sense. A few days ago, when the incident happened, Thad slammed his hand on the table and asked Amy, are you lying to me? Thad shouted, the Amy I know doesn't care about dating anyone. This is ridiculous. Plus, Shirone is the new transfer student. Amy calmly made up a story. Actually, I met Shirone when we were kids, but meeting again here at the Magic Academy, it must be fate. She turned, tucked her hair behind her ear, and smiled at Shirone. Right, Shirone? Shirone quietly asked, so how do you plan to handle? But before he could finish, Amy kicked him sharply in the shin. Shirone quickly nodded. Yes, that's right. Thad and Sena were speechless. So that's the reason. No wonder he's been acting all panicked, following Amy around like that. Amy thought, well, pretending to be lovers is better than letting our past come to light. Shirelle was still excited. I knew it. I had a feeling from the start. What's this all about? Amy, you're such an idiot. Amy quietly drank her water. Shirelle asked, there's a combined class today, right? You'll get to see Shirone then. Forgotten her lunch, Shirelle leaned in, eager to know. Do you have plans to meet up with him after class? Maybe have dinner together? You two love your secret gates in the library. Amy replied calmly, we're just focused on studying, like usual. Shirelle rested her chin on her hand. How boring. Amy smiled weakly, thinking to herself, I have a ton of work to do. I don't have time to waste on fake love stories. She clenched her fists, thinking about Shirone too. That useless guy was just enjoying his Momo school life, carefree as always. Then Amy realized something was off. Wait a second. Why does this make me feel uneasy? At the combined class training area at the middle school, someone called out to Shirone. Shirelle cheerfully shouted, hey, over here. Shirone waved. Hello, senior. Shirelle excitedly ran over. Hey, how's it going today? Do you miss Amy? Shirone scratched his head and laughed. Senior, you're so funny. Amy sneered, so that's it, huh? It's really him. He should be grateful for even pretending to be my boyfriend, but just look at him. Amy was annoyed and thought he should be feeling some pressure just standing next to me. How dare he treat me like that? Suddenly, she cleared her throat to grab Shirone's attention. Amy patted her chest and said, "When it's just us, feel free to talk to me like we're equals. No need to be formal about senior-junior stuff. We've known each other too well for that." Shirelle, standing next to her, was surprised. "Oh my God, I've never heard Amy say anything like that. Is this the power of love?" Amy replied, "Well, considering our relationship." Shirone quickly smiled awkwardly and said, "Oh no, it's fine. You're still a senior after all." He added, "Class is starting, so I'll head in first." With that, Shirone walked away, leaving Amy standing there. Shirelle, still a bit confused, said, "Okay, bye then." Amy turned to walk away too. Shirelle quickly called out, "Amy." She looked back at Shirone. "What's going on?" Shirone sat down on a chair, silently listening to the nasty remarks being aimed at him. Congrats. You must be so proud of yourself, huh? You just came to class to play the love game, right? You don't even have any skills. Did you get into the academy just because of your looks?" Countless disapproving glances were directed at Shirone because he was always out on dates instead of focusing on his studies. Shirone silently listened to their conversations, knowing absolutely nothing about magic spells. His hand, resting on his thigh, clenched tightly until it shook. It all started 2 days ago, when the rumors began spreading faster. 2 days ago, on the 7th grade class bulletin board, someone ran in and announced, "Hey, did you guys hear the news?" They all started talking loudly. Senior Amy and the new student are dating. Of course, I heard they even admitted it in front of the teachers. A boy started crying and comforting his friends. "This can't be true. Senior Amy should be with me. Someone like you doesn't stand a chance. Come on, cry at my shoulder." Then a girl added, "This is so annoying. I keep thinking about those two being the center of attention now as a couple. I was planning on making the new guy mine." Maria sat and listened to everyone laughing and gossiping. Well, it makes sense. Like attracts like, right? How could it be any other way? We should be congratulating him. Suddenly, someone appeared beside Maria, causing her to jump in surprise, but wasn't it a little strange? Everyone in the class turned to look at the person who had spoken. A short-haired girl asked, "What do you mean?" He replied, "I'm talking about the new student. Look at this." A newcomer slammed a piece of paper onto the desk. "What's this? Midterm scores?" Everyone gathered around to look at the paper. "What's going on? What's this? What is this?" The paper showed everyone's scores. Shirone was at the bottom of the class with a 30 in every subject. Wasn't he supposed to be at the top? People started to look at Shirone differently. "See, looks like he doesn't know anything about magic." One student, not believing it, asked, "How is that even possible?" The big guy spoke up, "And yet he still got special treatment to attend. Something fishy's going on here." He couldn't stop bad-mouthing Shirone. He's just using his family to back him up, spreading rumors that he's a genius, and then he charms some noble girl. He sighed. The world really isn't fair. A spoiled rich kid who only knows how to party and is here just to find a girlfriend. His words successfully sparked frustration among the others. "So you're saying he only got in because of connections? Now that I think about it, doesn't it seem suspicious?" People started pretending to stand up for what's right, wanting to push Shirone out. "For the future of all of us, we need to kick this filth out of our school. We will never forgive him." Maria sat quietly, listening to everything. The doors of the classroom opened, and someone inside was still angrily shouting, "How could the academy do something so unfair?" Shirone silently looked inside. It was strange. Clearly, the atmosphere in the classroom was unusually quiet, which made Shirone feel confused. Just a moment ago, the classroom had been noisy and lively. He walked into the room, and Shirone asked his desk partner, "What's the next class?" However, his partner just walked away without answering. Shirone stayed silent. He probably didn't need to ask why people were acting like this. The students whispered among themselves, but they made sure he could hear them. They were blaming him, and even Amy was being affected because of him. Right now, in the practice room, it was time for field practice by class. Shirone stood alone. He tried to focus on his field, but he could still hear people mocking him. Why is he practicing here too? Shirone quietly listened to what they said. His field had touched theirs, and it made them disgusted. They kept showing their excessive hostility towards Shirone. His field was too big, too overwhelming. At that moment, Othello walked over and called out to Shirone. "Shirone, how's everything going?" Shirone quickly greeted her, "Professor Othello." He asked her, "The redirecting form is quite difficult. When I try to move my field out of my body, it feels like my consciousness is going along with it." Othello smiled and said, "That feeling is normal, Shirone. Your field's convergence is natural, so it will pull your consciousness with it." She continued, "The redirecting form is artificial, so having your field leave your body doesn't really suit you." Shirone nodded. "I thought so too." Ethel asked, "What about the other 4 forms you can create?" Shirone thought for a moment, those other forms, you mean? Shirone replied, it's not a problem. I guess so. Othello smiled and asked, great. Would you like to try practicing in the image sphere? Shirone was surprised. Huh? Shirone was confused. You mean right now? Othello said, if you don't feel comfortable, we can leave it for later. Shirone remained silent and didn't answer. She continued, Shirone is the only student in class 7 who can switch between all 4 forms, so I just wanted to see it once. Othello looked at Shirone with concern. This child wanted to use the image sphere from the very first day. No, is she worried about how the other students will look at her? Shirone thought, now isn't the time to be emotionally sensitive, but someone who believes in their own worth won't be easily shaken by that. After a moment, she looked up and said, I'll try. Please give me your feedback, teacher. The other 7th grade students immediately shot hostile looks at Shirone. She's really going to do it, one of them whispered. Another student responded, she just wants to show off in front of her crush. They watched as Shirone stood in the image sphere, openly talking behind her back. Anyway, what's she good at besides that? Othello said, try each form one by one. Just switch between the 4 forms in order. Shirone nodded, yes, ma'am. One of the criteria for being promoted to the next grade is proficiency in domain shifting. If I succeed now and get closer to moving up, the 4th grade students will be waiting to laugh at Shirone. Except for Amy and Sherelle, what's the difference? Shirone thought to himself, maybe I won't have to clash with the 7th grade anymore and can escape this situation. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his domain immediately appeared in the space. First, it took the form of a defensive shield. Amy was surprised. Is it even stronger than when you fought the dark mage? A male student commented, it has 144 sides. This is already an advanced defensive form. The 7th grade students were silent, listening to others talk about Shirone. At this level, isn't it just like a giant armor wall? Then, Shirone's domain shifted into a star-like shape, and then it quickly morphed into a cross shape. Othello smiled. This student really has a solid foundation, and his shifting speed seems far better than the 7th graders. With this level of skill, moving up to the 4th grade should be no problem at all. Shirone stood in his domain, exhaling slowly. Although I really want to prove my successes, if I want to get advice from the professor, I need to show them my failures. His domain wavered. The 5th grade student stared confused. Did he just shift into the redirection form? Only 5th graders are allowed to try that. The 7th grade students furrowed their brows. Redirection form? Could it be? The key is, Shirone focused, shifting the core of his domain before it shrank completely and disappeared. He held his head, breathing heavily from the effort, feeling like he had used up a lot of energy, just like during his training. He could shift the focus of his domain, but it felt like the farther the domain moved from his body, the more his consciousness was pulled along with it. Shirone encouraged himself, let's do this again. The other students started to cover their mouths and laugh. Mean-spirited gossip began to spread, as if they had finally found an opportunity to bring Shirone down. What's he doing? Does he think he's a genius? So arrogant. How embarrassing. Doesn't he know what shame is? And yet, he still stands there. Shirone stood silently, his head lowered, while the others continued to mock him. It was still just the 4 basic forms. Amy spoke up. Hey, he's doing great. What's going on all of a sudden? Sherelle said. Look at Shirone's domain. She turned to Amy and asked, why is it shaking like that? Is he embarrassed because he's being noticed? Amy shook her head. No way. He's not the type of guy to be that weak. She muttered to herself, what's been going on with him lately? Shirone stood there with his head down. Why do people enjoy seeing others fail? Isn't it just that everyone wants to see him fall? Everyone had isolated him. Shirone began to doubt himself, as expected. Memories from his childhood kept replaying in his mind. I really don't belong here, do I? A voice suddenly spoke, causing Shirone to jump. You're overthinking it. The person continued, don't hesitate. Just do whatever you want to do. Shirone stayed silent, listening. Is it becoming a mage what you wanted? He was confused by the voice. Who was it? But then Shirone also came to his senses. Wait, hold on. What am I even thinking right now? He squeezed his eyes shut. His domain flared up strongly once again. I came here to become a mage. The students from the 4th grade stared wide-eyed at Shirone's domain. The 7th grade students, however, looked uncomfortable. Shirone stood within his own domain. He clenched his fists, trying to focus before it changed direction, before it disappeared. Shirone shouted out loud. Someone flipped through the accident report for that day involving a student. The report written by Sade explained that 6 students had tried to damage the victim's mind by excessively using anti-magic, a forbidden type of magic at the school. However, the 7th grade student, Shirone, had managed to control the anti-magic with a defensive form. The person reading the report thought to themselves, he fought against anti-magic with just a defensive form. One of the 4 basic forms, Seine, Deep in thought added, anti-magic is such a dangerous type of magic that even experts need to rely on artifacts for it. It's both difficult and risky. An artifact is an object imbued with magical power, so much so that even those who aren't mages can still use powers similar to magic. She was certain that those kids would never use anti-magic properly. But how could one person stand up to six? Sana paused and thought Shirone's mental strength must be greater than the combined strength of all six of them. She couldn't help but sigh. She truly is a genius. Suddenly, someone called out, "Miss Sana." Inside Sana's office, Sana asked Athela, "Has the transformation to the redirecting form been successful?" Athela nodded. "Yes, just yesterday, the boy started learning the 4 transformation methods. He's been at it for only a month." Athela continued, "I've confirmed that the spirit domain was separated and vanished. It took about 4 seconds." Sana smiled happily. "That's amazing." She picked up her tea and took a sip, thinking to herself, as expected, my judgment of people was spot on. Athela added, "To motivate the students, I have some suggestions I'd like to share with the teachers." Sana adjusted her glasses. "I'm guessing we're on the same page here." A few days later, during the 7th grade chemistry class, Sana had written an entire board full of chemical equations. She said, "We'll stop the lesson here for today." The students sighed in relief, thank goodness. Sana continued, "The reason I'm ending the lesson early is that I have an important announcement to make." She called out, "Shirone, our new student, please stand up." He quickly stood, saying, "Yes." Sana said, "Shirone will start moving up to 5th grade tomorrow. Her schedule will follow the 5th grade timetable, so try your best to adapt to it." The 7th grade students immediately started whispering excitedly. "Did you hear? She's jumping 2 grades. That's impossible. Usually, it takes 2 years to move up 1 grade." All they could think was, which family is supporting her to get promoted by 2 grades? Sana picked up her book and was about to leave. "I hope you all will work hard to achieve that too. See you." However, before she could leave, the short-haired girl who always disliked Shirone spoke up. "Wait, I object. There's never been a case of jumping 2 grades at once. There's something fishy going on here." She raised her voice and asked, "And why would a student who can't use any magic be promoted so early?" Sana paused, thinking she can't use magic. She looked up at Shirone. Athela didn't mention this. Sana then asked, "Is that true?" Shirone remained silent. Countless eyes in the class turned towards Shirone, all of them clearly thinking, "It's obvious you don't have anything left. You can't go. You can't hurry." Shirone calmly answered, "Yes, I haven't been able to use any magic." Sana was a bit surprised and couldn't quite believe it. Even a simple, basic spell could be learned out of curiosity. Yet, she still said, "There's no rule that says you need magic to level up, so it's not an issue." Just as Sana finished speaking, someone slammed their fist on the table loudly. The person who stood up was the tall guy who had been intentionally stirring up trouble and trying to turn everyone against Shirone. He couldn't accept it at all. He raised his voice. "This is clearly favoritism. Did the teachers themselves say that the magic domain isn't everything when it comes to magic?" Shirone stood there quietly listening to his accusations. The guy continued, "What else is Shirone good at, aside from the magic domain? If he could even cast just one spell, I'd accept it." The 7th grade students felt like they had a point to stand on and eagerly started speaking up. "That's right, if it's a competition based on casting spells, we're definitely better than him." Shirone won't be able to keep up with the theoretical lessons either. They looked at Sana. If she insisted on promoting him early, they threatened to bring it to the student council and hold a hearing. Sana stayed silent, clearly unaware of this situation. She then said, "I understand your concerns. It seems I may have been a bit too hasty with this announcement." She added, "We will make an official announcement after the teachers' meeting." The tall guy immediately smiled, having achieved his goal. Sana sat inside, gazing out the window. Why are the students acting like this? She wondered, deep in thought. It felt like their reaction wasn't just about protesting injustice. It was about something emotional, too. At that moment, someone entered, looking for Sana. "Excuse me, Miss Sana?" She turned and asked, "What's going on, Maria?" Maria hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "It's about what happened earlier. I have something to say." Maria slowly began to explain. It all started a week ago. At first, we completely ignored Shirone. She recalled how lonely Shirone had looked. But a few days ago, people started openly talking badly about him, even throwing trash on his desk. Maria sat down in front of Sana and continued. They even started interfering with his studies. She broke down in tears. "I've seen everything. I've watched him suffer from false rumors and attacks from everyone. The way they've been bullying him is just so unfair." Maria was shaking with emotion. I just can't stand it." Sana, now understanding, furrowed her brow. "I see." Later, Sana said, "Thank you, Maria. You've done your best. Now let me handle this." In a book titled Outstanding Students, the physiologist Torkelin shared a profound thought. He said humans should sleep at least 6 hours a day for optimal health. He sighed and added, although I only slept 4 hours a day during my entire school life. The interviewer asked him, doesn't that contradict your own advice? Mr. Torkelin, you only slept 4 hours, but still became an outstanding student. Torkelin pointed and said, listen, teenagers are not just ordinary people. They're superheroes. No matter how much sleep they get or what they do, nothing affects them. The clock passed midnight and Shirone leaned back sighing. He looked around, noticing that the place was empty. Is it really that late? He thought. As he passed by a classmate leaving the library, Shirone nodded to greet her. Fortunately, she politely nodded back. Shirone walked alone outside the school grounds, with the crescent moon hanging high in the sky. He remembered Tenguran's words, young master, once you enroll at the Magic Academy, countless nobles will look down on you. But no matter what, you must endure. If you can stick it out until the end, you'll reap the rewards. Shirone looked up at the sky and thought to himself, I will definitely make it. He thought about the people who cared for him and made a firm decision. I have to do this because they placed their trust in me. A few familiar images flashed through Shirone's mind. He gazed at the bright moon overhead, feeling determined. No matter who stands in my way, I will still become a magician. In his bedroom on the 3rd floor of the dormitory, Shirone had just finished showering when someone knocked on his door. He hesitated and glanced at the clock. It was already past 1 a.m. It's so late, he thought. Who could it be at this hour? Shirone suspected it might be the group of 7th grade students. Could it be them? He wondered. Then a voice called from outside. Shirone, are you free? Shirone opened the door to find Sena standing there. She asked, can I come in? Shirone quickly nodded. Of course. He awkwardly poured tea for Sena. Would you like some tea? Sena gently declined. No, thank you. She continued. I was planning to come see you earlier, but you weren't in your room. I'm sorry for disturbing you so late. Sena looked around Shirone's room before asking, do you live here alone? Sena noticed something odd when she glanced at Shirone's grades. Though his scores were low, they were all fairly consistent across subjects. She understands. It seems like he tried to improve his understanding in all areas at once instead of just achieving short-term results. He's studying for the future, not because he can't learn magic, but because he decided not to learn it. But why is he doing this now? Sena looked at Shirone. Could it be because he didn't get to go to school when he was younger? Shirone sat up straight in front of Sena, feeling shy and thinking, I feel so embarrassed. The two sat across from each other. Shirone thought maybe it was because they weren't in class. Sena, on the other hand, kept her focus on Shirone. Although he always looked directly at her in class, he'd tell he was the type of person who got easily embarrassed. She spoke up and asked, school life must be tough, right? Shirone nodded. Yes, but it's fun, and learning is really interesting. Sena said, I heard that some of your classmates are bullying you. Shirone lowered his head. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Sena said seriously, tell me the truth. Don't hold back. Shirone nodded and said, I'm really okay. Even though I'm a little sad, I can't make friends with anyone. A moment later, he looked up and said, but I don't know what to do to make them stop hating me. Sena asked, don't you feel angry at them? Shirone nodded again. Of course I do. After all, I'm still human, even though I really want to have a good relationship with them. He calmly continued, but I don't want to obsess over relationships to the point where I lose myself. Even if all the students in the 7th grade say I'm wrong, in the end, they're just 40 people. Shirone explained slowly to Sena, I believe that somewhere in the world, there's someone who will understand me. Sena had an epiphany. I understand now. She smiled and nodded at Shirone. I get what you're saying. Shirone, I'll keep that in mind for the teacher meeting. Sena came to a conclusion. Shirone wants to be promoted to the next grade soon. Sena's serious, steady voice echoed through the teacher's meeting. Therefore, I would like to conclude the announcement by suggesting that student Shirone should be promoted to a higher grade. The professors paused to think, and one spoke up. Isn't this a bit sensitive? In the meeting room of Althea's Academy of Magic, the professors began to murmur. Are we really going to let a whole group of students bully one student just because they can't use magic? The teaching staff for intermediate level classes often sees this kind of thing happen in the lower grades. These classes usually have a lot of younger children mixed with a few older students who lack talent. On top of that, the skill gap between students at this level is often huge. One teacher said, this means Shirone should be promoted as soon as possible. From the student's perspective, he should graduate in 4 years. Sena sat down, continuing, from the school's perspective, he should graduate early. The sooner, the better. However, Thad spoke up. I disagree. Alpheus turned to him. You disagree? He looked at Thad and asked, what's your reason? Thad replied, I know Shirone is a genius, but the problem is he can't use magic. and I believe we can't overlook his weak theoretical scores either. Sana, frustrated, said, as I mentioned earlier, the issue with Shirone's grades is because he's studying all subjects at once. He's dragging out his magical studies. As a teacher, we shouldn't interfere with the student's personal learning method. I'm not questioning his approach. Thad frowned. The problem is that you're showing too much concern for Shirone, Miss Sana. Sina's lips twitched. What did you just say? Thad explained, while other students may be weaker than Shirone in terms of overall ability, they're still stronger than him when it comes to intellect. This decision could make the other students feel like failures and discourage their motivation to learn. He smirked. A teacher shouldn't focus only on the genius and forget about the other students, right? Sana shouted, you're not just trying to ruin the future of a talented student, but you also fail to see the unhealthy jealousy in these children. Thad and Sana both slammed their hands down on the table with a loud bang. The other teachers sighed, holding their heads. Here they go again. How can their personalities be so completely opposite? The other professors looked at Sana, whose 6th level certification clashed with Thad's. Their reactions were like oil and water, and they couldn't believe these two could become mages. Alpheus waved his hand. Enough, you two. Go back to your seats. The old man said both of them have their own perspectives. Sana's view is very meaningful, but Thad's opinion also makes sense. He's concerned about the overall balance of the school, and I believe that comes from his love for the students. Alpheus continued, he means well. I understand that. We need to consider the usual emotional tendencies of the students. Thad nodded. That's exactly what I wanted to say, Principal. Sana listened to Alpheus. Instead of reacting, the old man smiled. Why do we do this? The next morning, the students were bustling in and out. Everyone quickly ran toward the front, gathering excitedly around the bulletin board for the intermediate class. What's going on? Someone asked. On the board was an announcement about the promotion exam. Due to numerous complaints regarding the early promotion decision, the school had decided to give all 7th grade students the opportunity to be promoted. The promoted student would be selected based on the criteria below. All students involved were advised to take note. It was important to note that the early promotion would be determined through an exam. Only one student would be promoted, and that student would be directly advanced to the 5th grade. The subjects for the exam would be magic and spells, with instant teleportation being the chosen skill for evaluation. The problem with evaluating students based solely on their subject area has been resolved. As a result, the school has decided to change the evaluation criteria to using the teleportation spell taught in the 5th grade. Someone loudly said, surely all the 7th grade students will be taking the promotion exam. They've made a lot of noise. If you pass the test, you'll jump up 2 grades and go straight to 5th grade. This teleportation spell, do you know how to use it? Someone responded, of course not. That's the spell taught in 5th grade. The 7th graders were left confused. The theory sounds simple, so the practice can't be that hard, right? But one boy shouted, simple. Are you kidding? A senior I know had to be hospitalized after making a mistake while practicing it. Another student asked, then how are we supposed to do it? Are they seriously not planning to let anyone in our class get promoted? Suddenly, someone walked up, and the 7th grade students instinctively stepped aside. Everyone stared at Shirone, who had just arrived. He looked up at the notice board and said, teleportation, huh? After class, the advanced class notice board was buzzing with chatter. Did that really happen? Wow. Bullying? How sad. He's only in 7th grade. Is it because he doesn't know how to use magic yet? 7th graders haven't learned magic, so what does that have to do with anything? Someone explained the reason clearly. It's obviously jealousy. He's dating Amy, after all. Amy stood in front of the notice board looking confused. So, he's being bullied? Then she realized that's why he's been avoiding me. He doesn't want me to get caught up in this, does he? Shirelle, standing next to Amy, explained, well, the mental power of 7th graders is still pretty weak, so this kind of thing happening is normal. I've gone through something similar before, but getting promoted early isn't such a big deal, right? Suddenly, Amy turned around and walked off. Shirelle called out, where are you going? Amy answered, to see Shirone. Shirelle said, what? Hold on. What are you planning to do? Amy snapped, I'm going to teach him a lesson. He hid this for me. I'm going to round up those jerks in 7th grade. Shirelle hurried after her. Are you crazy? No way. Amy stormed ahead. Why not? I'm involved in this too. Shirelle's still being dragged along, trying to reason with her. If it were you, would you want the person you'd like to get caught up in a bullying situation? Shirelle shouted, if you go there, things will get even worse. Amy muttered to herself, so stupid, so stupid. She thought, so that's what it is? Ridiculous. I'm not even the one he likes. Then why the heck is he hiding this from me? Shirelle said, anyway, teleportation is just too difficult for a 7th grader. Amy frowned. If it's that hard, then that's good. For someone who's never learned magic, trying teleportation is way too dangerous. Shirelle suggested, Amy, why would you teach him? Doesn't that make more sense? Amy snapped, why should I help that kid? Plus, I'm studying for the upcoming exam. I've got no time to deal with that. Shirelle nodded, you're right, I forgot. Sorry. Amy yelled, if he can't even handle something like this on his own, he doesn't deserve to be my boyfriend. Later that night at the academy, something appeared on the trees. Someone was moving at incredible speed. A figure landed, and someone muttered, this definitely doesn't mean anything else. Amy, wearing a cloak, sat on a tree, grumbling to herself, I'm only helping him because it's my responsibility. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Amy kicked her legs a few times and flew toward Shirone's room. First, I need to make him beg me for help. Amy landed on the window of Shirone's room, startling him. Who? Shirone yelled loudly. Who's there? Before he could finish, she covered his mouth. Amy said, I'm here to teach you a lesson. Amy smiled brightly. How dare you do that to me? Then she froze, staring. Inside Shirone's room, Sena was sitting there. Sena adjusted her glasses. Are you Amy? She asked. Wait, it's so late, and we're meeting here. And you even snuck into the men's dorm at night? Amy quickly waved her hands. It's a misunderstanding, really. A huge misunderstanding. Sena quickly said, quiet. The neighbors are coming over now. Let's go inside first. Sena covered her mouth. It's been a while since we last met, and now you're being this bold. Amy stammered. This is my first time here. Shirone thought he might get in trouble if he saw me, so I snuck over. Then Amy suddenly remembered to ask Sena, but from what you said, why are you still here this late? Sena replied, I came to give him some advice about the promotion exam. The classroom atmosphere is really chaotic right now. Amy nodded. I see. Shirone handed Amy some tea. Senior, drink some tea. Thanks. It smells really good. Where did you learn to make tea? While they were talking, Amy suddenly jumped, feeling like she wanted to hit Shirone. This isn't right. That damn kid, why do I have to endure this humiliation for him? Shirone quickly shouted, I'm sorry. Amy's voice echoed through the entire dorm building. By the way, why didn't you tell me you were being bullied? Saya quietly called out, hey, you two, can you sit down for a second? Let me finish talking about the promotion exam first. Shirone took a sip of tea and thought, how did things end up like this? He looked at himself and Amy sitting across from Sena, letting out a helpless sigh. This is ridiculous. Amy said, isn't this teleportation exam a bit dangerous? Shirone hasn't even learned any magic right. Sena replied, the principal gave a direct order on this. I'm worried too, but clearly he must have a reason for doing it. Amy thought to herself, no wonder it's one of the principal's games. Shirone asked Amy, is it really that dangerous? Amy nodded. Of course. You know, teleportation magic uses the light attribute, right? Shirone answered, yeah, I've heard of the theory of photon magic. Amy explained to him that light has something called an absolute speed. They say that nothing in this world can surpass the speed of light. She went on to explain how magic works. Teleportation is a spell that uses that speed to move through time and space, Amy explained. Shirone said, by transforming the body into light. Sena, sitting next to her, added, it sounds complicated, but actually, teleportation isn't that hard. Even beginners can do it easily, so just try it. The required speed for teleportation is close to the speed of light. That's because it's a spell we can use even if we only understand 1,000th of the speed of light. Sena's voice was calm. However, because of that, the level of light conversion is reduced and the remaining body mass is very small. Shirone thought for a moment. So, while it's easy to learn, it's very dangerous if something goes wrong, kind of like the speed of sound. He looked up at Sena and said, do you understand now why teleportation is a banned spell in the curriculum? Sena smiled. You really catch on quickly. Amy, sitting beside them, glanced over. She thought to herself, when did those two get so close? They're totally ignoring me. I've never seen Sena act this friendly with anyone. Shirone asked, so how do we pass this dangerous magic test? Sena replied, well, Amy cleared her throat and said, you should practice it somewhere without any obstacles. Shirone stared off, is there such a place? Amy raised a finger, there is. Shirone looked up at the ceiling above. Then he suddenly realized, could it be in the sky? The horizon boundary, the teleportation practice field, 1,000 meters high, 700 meters long. Sena answered, it's not officially certified yet, but honestly, there's nowhere else but there. She mentioned the mountaintop and continued, the test rules are to race from the peak of one mountain to the peak of another. Shirone gasped, that sounds amazing. There aren't any obstacles up there. He smiled and added, so if you fall, you die, right? Amy asked Sena, but it's a race where the first one to reach the finish line wins, right? Don't you think that's a bit too tough for a 7th grade level? Sena's expression grew serious. If no one finishes, the student who teleports the farthest will win. Of course, the difficulty of the exam will be set at level 1 and safety equipment will be provided to minimize the risk. She was silent for a moment before continuing. What I'm worried about are the students. If the competition becomes too fierce, there will be conflicts. Amy glanced at Shirone. In that case, it's obviously Shirone. Sana added to what Amy said, she will become the target of competition for the kids. Shirone quietly thought to herself, can I handle this? If it's just a puff test, that's fine. But she remembered the malicious glares people had given her. I don't like the idea of having to face the whole class alone. I hate being hurt by the ruthless nature of competition. Shirone wondered, should I even take this test? At that moment, Sana spoke again. I'm sorry, Shirone. She looked at her. I tried to place you in the 5th grade class after the entrance exam when you first enrolled. It seems my greed has caused you trouble. Shirone quickly responded, no, please don't say that. Sana lowered her head. From today, I'll take responsibility for teaching you. Amy, sitting next to them, stayed quiet. After a long pause, she finally looked up, her expression dark as she looked at Sana. Why do you have to go this far? Sana met Amy's gaze. I just feel responsible for the unprecedented difficulty of this promotion exam. I'll do everything I can to help. Amy patted her chest and said, no, that's not it. That could make things worse. Rumors would spread that the teacher acting as the judge in the promotion exam is biased towards Shirone. Even if Shirone passes the exam, the results would be canceled. She looked confidently at Sana and said, let me take care of Shirone. If it's just a level 1 difficulty, there shouldn't be any problem, right? I can teach him. Shirone stared blankly at Amy. Senior Amy, isn't she angry at me? Sana adjusted her glasses and replied, that's true. But Amy, you? Sana turned to Amy and asked, you know I've submitted my graduation promotion application. Do you think you're capable of taking care of Shirone? Shirone jumped in shock. He turned to look at Amy sitting beside him, his eyes wide in disbelief. Graduation class? He thought. Oh my God, graduation class means. The graduation class is the dream of every student at the Magic Academy to become a professional mage. There, the abilities of the graduation class are recognized at a near professional level. If someone becomes a student about to graduate from a prestigious school, it would be written up in a special article in the Kingdom's Magic Academy magazine. But once you step onto that path, your happy school life will be over. What awaits you is a terrifying and hellish training ahead. Level up application form. Test So One for Karma's Amy has been submitted. Amy will be the first to step foot in such a place. Shirone leaned in and asked Amy, how can this be? Isn't it too soon for someone our age? Amy avoided eye contact and looked away. About that, tears welled up in Amy's eyes as she thought to herself, this is all your fault, you damn kid. She thought about how Shirone was about to jump 2 levels at once. This kid was progressing way too fast. The only place she could escape to now was the hellish graduation class. Amy quickly ran off toward the graduation class. Don't come here. Shirone looked at Amy with big puppy dog eyes. She's so cool. I can't even dream of aiming for first place in the advanced class. And yet she's confident enough to be the first to apply for a place so far out of reach. Shirone stayed quiet, watching Amy talk to Sana. He thought even in such an important moment, she's still here helping me. Meanwhile, Amy was laughing and chatting with Sana. No matter how busy you are, is there anything you can't do well? Just give up. Sana replied with a smile. I understand how you feel about your boyfriend, but at a time like this, it's better to leave it to the teacher. Sana said this because it was Shirone's first time learning magic, so having a teacher guide him would be more effective. That comment only fueled Amy's competitive spirit even more. She quickly turned to Shirone and said, well then, Shirone, you decide. Me or Sana? Shirone, feeling tense, replied, I'll choose myself. Amy asked, wouldn't you prefer to have your girlfriend teach you? Wouldn't that be better? Shirone smiled a little and said, no, I can do it myself. This time, both Sana and Amy were left speechless. What? A loud scream echoed through the dorm. What? Amy shouted at Shirone. Are you crazy? Do you have any idea how rare this opportunity is? Shirone twisted his hands together as he answered. I don't want to bother the teacher on the judging panel. Plus, the senior still has an important exam coming up. Amy raised her voice. Other people would be willing to pay tons of money to hire a tutor. And didn't you hear? You're the one everyone in class is competing for. Amy added, this isn't something you can handle by yourself. Shirone lowered his head. Isn't that the reason the senior is pushing for an early graduation? If I keep hesitating, I won't be able to move up to a higher position. Amy was taken aback by Shirone's words. Shirone continued, for me, being in 5th grade is just a step in becoming a mage, just like the senior did. Amy covered her mouth and coughed. Shirone said to Amy, trust me, senior, even though I can't say for sure that I'll pass the test, I'll try my best and won't have any regrets. Sana quietly listened to their conversation. Once Shirone finished speaking, she stood up. I understand. If that's what the student wants, then as a teacher, I have to accept it. Saina said her goodbyes. I won't stay any longer, but if you have any questions, feel free to ask. The same goes for the other students. Shirone stood up and bowed, thanking her. Thank you so much for caring about me, Miss Saina. Saina continued, you all can stay and discuss your ideas more. And Amy, you? Saina walked toward the door, then turned to look at Amy, saying, forget about today, but if you ever climb through the boys' dorm window again, you understand, right? Amy lowered her head. Yes, ma'am. Her soul screamed, I'm alive. Once Saina left, Amy collapsed, letting out a deep breath. That was close. As she relaxed, she suddenly jolted. She quickly stood up and said, I'm leaving now. Shirone also bowed to Amy, saying, yes, I shouldn't have made you come all the way here. Shirone sincerely said, thank you so much, senior. Amy suddenly asked, hey, tell me the truth. Why have you been avoiding me? Shirone froze. Amy continued, you could have told me from the start that you were being bullied. It's not something that's just your responsibility. Amy turned around. Could it be? She remembered what Shirelle had said. If the person you like sees something like that, they would feel their self-esteem take a deep hit. Amy stammered, their self-esteem would be hurt. Shirelle responded, it's not that I want to avoid you, senior. Amy covered her mouth in shock. So it's true, really true. Shirelle went on, if you're wondering why, it's because you're my goal. Amy paused, looking bored. I knew it, I could tell. Shirone scratched her face. Actually, from the first time I came to school, I saw your name at the top. Shirone remembered when she first came to school and saw Amy's name on the honor roll. She said, at that moment, I thought to myself, I want to work hard and be like senior. On the 4th grade honor roll, 42 people had first place written next to their names. Karmas Amy. Shirone smiled and said, but back then, I never imagined things would turn out like this. It's so awkward. If I told you I was being bullied, it might make everything even more awkward. Amy scoffed, target, huh? She muttered to herself, damn it, I got beaten by a kid. Amy recalled that, back then, if her father knew anyone at the magic school, he would introduce them to her. She coldly glanced at Shirone, thinking how ridiculous this connection was. Amy asked softly, are you kidding? Shirone looked confused. Huh? Amy shouted, target my ass? This is laughable. She stormed up to Shirone. In front of me, you act all friendly, calling me senior here and there, but behind my back, you're secretly trying to catch up to me. Shirone raised his hands in confusion. How did it end up like that? He sighed. Why did it turn out this way? Amy pushed the door open. If you plan to pass me. She put on her cloak, turned, and said, then don't call me senior anymore. Shirone stood frozen. Amy shouted, compete with me fairly. Let's see if you can. She climbed out of the window. You better catch up soon, or I'll make you call me senior for life. Suddenly, Shirone spoke up, Amy. Amy was shocked and flustered. You're calling me by my first name? Shirone said, wait a minute. He stood seriously in the room, looking straight at Amy. I'll definitely catch up to you. Amy laughed, her face shadowed with a deadly aura. You think you can catch up to me with that attitude? She turned around to face Shirone, then flew out the window. I just hope I haven't graduated by then. Shirone clung to the window, watching her disappear in an instant. He let out a deep sigh. I turned down all the help, but I'm sure the people who are targeting me are keeping a close eye on every move I make. His eyes showed determination. Looks like I'll have to rely on my own 2 feet. There was 1 month left before the upcoming promotion exam. The countdown had begun. The next day after class, everyone was talking excitedly. Are you preparing for the promotion exam? The students chatted among themselves. I just hired a tutor today. I have to study simultaneous translation for a whole month. It's going to be tough. Still, there are 20 people signed up for the exam. In theory, it was easy. If you applied the formula, it wasn't that hard. A group of 7th grade boys were talking to each other. The problem is how well you can apply it. One of the boys with green hair pointed towards Shirone, who was walking down the street carrying a pile of books. Is that kid taking the exam too? A stack of books fell, and the cover of one book showed the words optical theory. Shirone thought to himself, I said I'd do this on my own, but looking at the pile of theoretical books in front of him, he sighed. The real problem is the application. In reality, the environment a mage faces is always changing, especially when it comes to teleportation magic. Information about the terrain is crucial, and depending on the situation, we may need to adjust the level of power and light. Shirone sat there, taking notes. Just the units of measurement alone had already reached the 20th power of 10. How could humans possibly calculate something like that? He slapped his forehead and muttered, no, don't give up. There's no reason they'd create an impossible test. He thought for a moment. Saina had once told him that learning teleportation wasn't all that complicated. But what if that didn't apply to someone like him, who had never studied magic before? Shirone remembered what Sina had said. The 7th graders will definitely succeed because they've been taught since they were young and they can easily hire expensive tutors. He felt like an outsider watching them from the sidelines. Sina had asked him, "Do you think you can close that gap?" Suddenly, Shirone snapped out of his thoughts. Alpheus was smiling at him. On the other side, someone clapped and praised him. "Great job." The person looked at the tall figure through the misty smoke and added, "You executed the teleportation perfectly, just as expected from the son of Mr. Slider, the technical advisor of the Magic Association." The person addressed the young man Mark. His name was Slider Mark, 15 years old, in 7th grade. He stood up straight and said, "It was nothing. I'm just being taught by a level 9 certified teacher." The other man handed him a towel to wipe his face. Mark said, "I was a bit worried, but it was actually pretty easy." The man explained, since the test was fairly simple, you could focus and make your choices. His voice was steady as he continued, "While it's impossible to fully master teleportation in a month, if we just speed up learning the essential parts for the test and dedicate the rest of the time to practice, there's a good chance we can pass it." Mark smiled proudly. "Maybe I should thank that special jerk after all," he said, wiping the sweat off his face. "Thanks to him, I leveled up 2 ranks in a short time." Mark took a drink of water and turned to ask the man, "By the way, what's that jerk up to now?" The man replied, "As per the young master's instructions, I've been keeping an eye on him, but it seems like he's just studying on his own and reading books." Mark looked confused. Learning on his own with books? He sounded doubtful. "Really? I thought with that kind of money he'd be hiring a top-tier tutor. Something doesn't seem right, does it?" Mark gave the order, "Keep watching him. He's not the type to be careless." His voice was steady. "Just reading a few books is not enough to use magic." Over here, Shirone was fully immersed in numerous books. He set his pen down and took a break. "I've done everything I can. First, I spent a lot of time understanding light. I've memorized the theory without making a single mistake. I'm not sure, there's not much time left." The training field number 41 of Class 7 was dimly lit with only a couple of lights glowing faintly, as it was night. Shirone stood below, warming up. "Now I have to cast the magic. There's nothing impossible. All I can do is hope it works like I expect." Shirone's eyes glowed with a deep blue. First, he opened the domain between his forehead. He immediately began to glow as he spoke, applying the theory of photomancy. Shirone focused hard to maintain his concentration. "I am at the boundary between omnipotence and omniscience." The light grew more intense. Shirone was almost surrounded by the deep blue at the word "I" at its center. "Erase it." Suddenly, Shirone's body shone bright yellow. He looked at himself in joy. "Okay, it's working," Shirone shouted. "Now teleport." His eyes widened, unable to calculate the amount of light. Shirone recalled the teachings he had received. When a mage concentrates, their mind becomes sharp enough to sense everything around them. It's said that exceptional mages can even count the number of leaves from a great distance. Some even place small coins in their hands and explain, "This is called an extreme state of mental sensitivity or the domain." Alpheus raised his hand and said, "At that point, the mage will be able to perceive the outside world in a supernatural way, which allows them to control phenomena." In front of Shirone, it felt like a whole new world was unfolding. It wasn't about counting numbers anymore. It was about truly sensing everything around him. As time passed, the days slowly ticked away. There were only 13 days left until the teleportation exam. With 9 days remaining, someone inside the academy asked, "What the heck is that?" Everyone turned to look toward the back of the classroom. His face, someone whispered. A girl with short hair and pink locks, who always seemed irritated, shifted her focus to the back of the room. A voice rang out, "He trained without any protection. There's no way." All eyes were on Shirone, whose face was covered in bandages. He was focused on writing notes, his mind deep in thought. "My first attempt at teleportation failed." Shirone felt a bit helpless. "To fix my mistake, I have no choice but to keep practicing." He kept falling over, hitting the ground again and again. He lay there, hugging his knees. "This time, I messed up my knee." With 8 days left, Shirone's notebook was filled with scribbled notes. He remained focused, calculating. "Did I make a mistake of 0.02 microseconds? 7 days left. That's a foolish method. But there are 6 days left." At night, the sound of constant impacts fills the training ground. 5 days left. Shirone is still falling. 4 days left. He made up his mind. One more time. His body will remember it like an instinct. 3 days left. Then 2 days. And with just 1 day remaining, 1. Shirone stood under the lights, supporting himself on his knees, gasping for air. Sweat dripped from his face onto the ground. "What should I do? The test is tomorrow. But every time I fix one mistake, another one shows up." He wiped his face, thinking, "There's nothing left to fix. I have to do this. I have to." Shirone stayed silent, breathing deeply, and the space in front of him started to blur. He slapped his face lightly to wake himself up. Reconnect? I can do this. I have to. Shirone tried again, his foot pushing against the ground. He focused and thought, shift. A spark flashed, then flew away. When he opened his eyes again, Shirone found himself hovering just above the ground. Thud. He landed softly, relieved. No injury this time. Lying flat on the ground, he smiled in satisfaction. I did it. How far can I go now? He kept thinking and soon drifted off to sleep. There's no time to just lie here. I need to practice the connection. I need to pray. The next morning, Mark stood high up, looking out over the courtyard. The other man called out to him, young master. He asked Mark, how do you feel? Mark turned around and confidently replied, I feel great. Today will be a historic day because I'm moving up to level 5. He squinted. 700 meters is nothing. I'll do it easily. Inside the academy, the 7th grade classroom was still quite empty. Maria walked up to the door when someone suddenly called out, Hey Maria, have you given up on the exam? Maria jumped, recognizing the voice. Mark, she thought to herself, it must be him. She asked, Aren't you at the training grounds? Are you studying? Mark laughed loudly. Do I really look like someone who's failed at studying? He arrogantly asked Maria, What are you doing here? Is that why your grades are so bad? Mark mocked her. You should go learn from the training centers. The best way to study is by watching and learning from people who are better than you. Maria turned to leave, hesitating as she said, Right, good luck. I hope you pass. Mark laughed again, replying, Really? You hope I pass? Maria's hand shook. Mark stepped close to Maria and said, You're really amazing. Did you know that? It was like he was speaking secretly to a teacher. Maria quickly asked, How do you know that? Her response made Mark laugh. He burst into laughter. You're so stupid. I was just testing to see if it was really you. Maria's backpack fell to the ground. I have plenty of ways to gather information. A shy girl like you showing up at the teacher's office is a bit strange. Mark shoved Maria against the wall. Because we're classmates, I've been nice to you. But once I'm your senior, he threatened. Do you think things will go differently then? Looking at Maria trembling in fear, Mark stood up straight in disgust. She's such a coward. How could she ever think about becoming a wizard? That's why, even though she's 4 years older than me, she's still in my class. Mark left, throwing one last comment over his shoulder. Just wait and see. Behind him, Maria sat down on the floor in fear. Shaking, Maria covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Mark pushed open the door and loudly asked, Is the plan all set? The other 4 people from the 7th grade turned around to look. One of them replied, We'll stick to Shirone right from the start. The other 2 will protect you. Mark. So there will be 2 chances to make him fail. Mark said, The distance for the first round is 10 meters, so make sure to push him out at least 10 times. The guy with gray hair nodded and asked, You're really going to do what you promised if we get this done, right? Mark's eyes flashed for a moment. Of course. Once I level up, I'll definitely help you find a tutoring job. You won't have to worry about finding work, even if you don't graduate. Mark reassured him. My dad is the technical advisor for the Magic Association. If you help me, I'll never forget your kindness. If there's anything I can do for you, I'll definitely help. He smirked to himself, thinking, not a single mistake can happen. A genius should be careless. Inside the mist-covered mountain forest, was this the bridge they couldn't cross? The students who hadn't registered for the 7th grade exam were gathering together. The short-haired girl who had opposed Shirone's promotion to the class asked, This is the final round, right? I'm so tired. The pink-haired girl added, There are more people here than I expected, especially the 5th grade students. They looked so intimidating standing in front of me. Talking about the 5th graders, they were all anxiously thinking, If anyone from the lower grades gets into our class, I hope it's someone super cute. Everyone laughed and said, That would be so much fun. Students from the 4th and 6th grades also came to listen in. The judges had already arrived on time, including the principal. A signal shot up into the sky. Athela glanced at it, then turned and said, It's time. She looked at the students standing at the starting line. The test would begin in 10 minutes. Someone shouted angrily, Damn it, this is just a cliff. Where's the bridge? Another voice replied, Idea, it's that bridge. Someone else looked down and saw only 3 or 4 thin ropes stretched across. They screamed, What? What kind of bridge is this? On the other side, someone was using binoculars to observe the group of contestants. Here it is. This is the best spot. Sherelle eagerly held the binoculars. It's so clear from here. Amy crossed her arms and stood behind her. Hey, we don't have time for this. Why are you watching those 7th graders? Siri responded, What are you talking about? I need to cheer for your boyfriend. Give him a little luck. Amy sighed. Whoever makes it, makes it. Whoever fails, fails. What's the point of cheering? She bit her finger, thinking, By the way, you teleport. A friend with dark hair walked over and called out to Mark. As he warmed up, he asked, "Did you find Shirone?" The dark-haired friend replied, "No, that guy said he's not here." Mark shot him a look. "What?" Meanwhile, Shirone was still lying on the ground, an ant crawling across his face. Suddenly, Shirone's eyes snapped open, making the ants scramble away. He sprang up like a spring and shouted, "What time is it?" Someone shouted loudly, "What? Not here?" Amy looked through the binoculars. "What did you say?" "Is Shirone absent?" Shirelle panicked. "I'm not sure. I've looked everywhere, but I can't find him." Amy hesitated. Could it be? She thought, worried. Has he failed to use magic properly? "I told you," someone muttered. "I said learning teleportation on your own is really hard." Meanwhile, the students taking the test were standing in front of a steep cliff. One of them mumbled, "This is a cliff, not a bridge." Athela spoke up. "The rules are simple. When the instructor gives the signal, you need to move to the other side of the cliff. The one who teleports the farthest will pass the test." The 7th grade students looked at each other. "Really?" One student stepped forward and asked, "So you're telling us we have to run across? If we fail the test, we'll fall, right?" The 7th graders were skeptical. "Is there really safety equipment down there?" Thad, who was standing in front of them, spoke. "As you all know, death is a real possibility in any of the magic school's programs." Thad's face was serious. "Also, this is an early promotion exam, a selection process to choose students who are suitable for the 5th-year class. So if you believe you can protect yourselves, then go ahead and participate. But if your determination is as weak as that," he coldly warned the students, "you'd better leave now while you still can." On the outside, he appeared serious, but inside, Thad was secretly laughing. "They're hesitating, huh? A little pressure is necessary to prevent safety issues." He glanced to one side. The real danger here was, when he looked at Mark's group standing with their arms crossed, it was clear they were there for competition. Mark sneered. "Why bother taking this test if you're so mediocre? In the end, all you'll do is pave the way for me in this society." He smirked. "And that little umbrella kid, I've heard he's trying to pass the exam on his own. He'll definitely fail. What a joke." Mark looked forward, thinking to himself, even I have to prepare thoroughly for this. Just then, Athela raised her hand. "Everyone line up. The exam is about to begin." But then she noticed something and fell silent. A person was running toward them from a distance, clearly exhausted. It was Shirone, and everyone stared in surprise as he arrived. Shirone bent over, gasping for breath, and said, "I'm sorry." He lifted his head and looked at Athela, asking, "I still allowed to participate in the exam?" Athela hurried over to Shirone. On this side, through her binoculars, Shirelle had already spotted him. "Amy, he's over there," Shirelle said. Amy snatched the binoculars from Shirelle's hands and scolded loudly. What the hell took him so long to get here? That idiot. As Amy continued to observe, she bit her lip. Why does that kid's face look like it's covered in wounds? Did he get hurt during practice? Meanwhile, at the judges' table, Saina turned to Alpheus and asked, "Principal, Ms. Athela signaled that she wanted to ask you if we should give the late student a head start." Alpheus nodded. "Managing the situation is also a skill students need. Let the exam proceed as planned." Saina paused for a moment, then replied, "Understood." So, an orange flare shot up into the sky. Athela turned around and shouted, "Get ready, the exam will begin as scheduled." Athela spoke to Shirone, who was standing unsteadily. "Shirone, if you want to give up, just let you know." Shirone took a few slow steps forward. "Thank you for worrying about me, but I'm fine." Someone waved at Shirone. "Over here." He looked up confused and said, "Thanks." The person who spoke earlier glanced at someone standing a little to the side of Shirone and signaled. "Step 1, success. Get rid of that kid within 10 moves." Shirone lowered his head, breathing heavily, sweat pouring down. He glanced ahead, putting all his focus into what lay before him. Athela raised her hand high and said, "The early advancement test for 7th grade officially begins now. Everyone, get ready." Athela glanced at the watch on her wrist. The students had already lined up in their positions, all crouching down, preparing themselves. Mark gave a quick glance to the person next to him and signaled, "Just follow my plan." The person next to him nodded. Shirone also focused, mentally preparing. Athela fired a flare into the sky as a signal. All the students in the competition rushed forward. Shirone sprinted ahead like everyone else, with the other two following closely behind. They exchanged nods as they ran. The clock ticked away. Each second of the test passed quickly. The children had reached this point after numerous intense training sessions. However, this was the first time they had faced the cliff. What would it feel like to have the sky spread out beneath their feet? The heat creeping up through their toes. Would they feel excitement or fear? This was a world they had never known. There was only one strategy the children could think of. The students ran ahead, determined to claim the top spot. Each one thought to themselves. The chance to take first place was completely within reach. 2 seconds passed in the test, and the cliff was now just 20 meters away. Mark was pushing himself to run at full speed. He thought to himself, running faster won't get me in first place. The key is to use teleportation at the right moment. In theory and practice, the key to winning was knowing the perfect timing for the jump. Where you jump from will decide the outcome. It didn't matter whether it was earlier or later as long as you had the courage to do it. His red-haired friend accidentally kicked his foot and the cliff was still quite far off. The guy decided to risk it. The red-haired friend shouted, "Forget it," and instantly vanished in a flash of yellow light. A nearby friend was also in a hurry. I'm going too. Everyone scrambled to use their teleportation spells as the timer for the test hit 3 seconds, with only 5 meters left to the cliff. The leading group took off. Someone yelled, "Damn it, I'm definitely going to make it." With only 3 meters left, another friend rushed forward. One of Mark's teammates ran up behind him. "Sorry, Mark, I'm going ahead." Mark screamed. "What am I supposed to do if the escort group leaves first?" He gritted his teeth in frustration. Bunch of cowards. Mark kept charging ahead, his mind racing with worry. What if I fall? At 2 meters, Mark jumped. The timer hit 3.5 seconds, and Shirone was still running full speed. One of Mark's teammates who was in charge of pulling Shirone's legs was doing the same. What's this crazy guy's deal? Why is he following me so closely? Another friend hesitated. Who else is left besides us? Well, someone shouted, "I'm going ahead," and then vanished. The 2 people responsible for holding Shirone back also started using magic. Shirone kept running forward with only a meter left between him and the edge. 3.7 seconds had passed. Shirone still felt it wasn't the right time to jump, not until he was right at the cliff's edge. He made up his mind that he had to catch up with them. The students watching from Amy's side were left speechless. Even the judges on Sina's team couldn't believe it. Ethella anxiously watched, and small whispers began to spread. Is he really going to jump like that? Shirone Arian passed the 2-meter mark. The exam had been going on for 4 seconds. At the Ojin family mansion, it was similar to the previous swordsmanship competition. This is the first time I've seen someone not flinch in front of my father. Aren't you scared at all? These were all words of astonishment from Ryan, who himself wouldn't dare to look his own father in the eye. A year ago, in the Ojin family mansion Ryan's room, hearing Ryan's praise for him, Shirone felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh, that? It's nothing special. I just read in a book once that fear comes from imagination." But what really surprised Shirone was Ryan's knightly oath. How can your knight's oath be this strong? Even Shirone didn't expect it. Ryan was going to make the knight's oath with him. Remembering the book, Shirone thought that only humans were afraid of swords. He calmly explained that he imagined he would die right after the jump. For example, even if we jump off a cliff, we don't actually die until we hit the ground right. So I stopped imagining the future and focused on the present. That means I need to find a solution. To avoid fear, he stopped imagining the future and focused on the present, doing his best to find the answer. This really helped him a lot. After hearing his explanation, Ryan couldn't believe it and felt incredibly foolish. "Shirone, are you stupid? Like really stupid? Are you being called stupid?" Shirone was taken aback, a little surprised. He watched calmly as Ryan talked about dangerous things as if they were nothing. Ryan, sweating all over, grabbed Shirone's shoulders and shouted, "If you fall off that cliff, you'll die. You'll definitely die." "What the hell are you talking about?" Seeing that Ryan misunderstood and was worried, Shirone quickly tried to explain. No, that's not what I meant. Think clearly. I wouldn't die the moment I jumped off." Back in the present, all the students watching, along with the teachers, were extremely anxious and on edge. The clock in Ms. Ethella's hand ticked second by second. At the cliff, all the students who were part of the test had already turned into streaks of light and flew off, but it was only then that Shirone started to jump. His whole body emitted a faint golden light as he began to open his spiritual realm. The wind resistance was so strong when he used the teleportation spell that it created pressure on his body. "I can't lose focus. If the connection breaks, everything will be over." The moment Shirone fell, his entire body was enveloped by a layer of light. The space around him began to change. His body shot upwards, speeding away at the speed of light, gradually catching up to the students ahead of him. Shirone passed the group of students in front of him. At that moment, one of the students noticed and screamed. Everyone around him was shocked. They couldn't believe that Shirone had caught up, even past them. What? How far behind was he that he was able to pass us like this? Seeing Shirone's speed past them, the student was in disbelief. On the other side of the mountain, the group of students cheered loudly as they saw him enter the race. Everyone was shouting encouragement for Shirone. "It's starting. Go for it." Though it was just a brief moment when seen with the naked eye. Do you see that? Yeah. The students who had just jumped down the 5th years were extremely impressed by Shirone's outstanding performance. They couldn't believe that a new student could do something like this. Amy, this is his first time learning magic, right? Cheryl asked, her voice trembling in surprise. Even Amy didn't know how to respond. She was so shocked that she couldn't find the words. Calming down, she understood why Shirone had started later than everyone else, so it didn't surprise her as much anymore. As expected, even though he started late, he's doing his best to make up for it. If he keeps up that pace, Shirone will always be the one in the lead. Back in the race, Mark was in the lead, but he knew it wouldn't be long before Shirone caught up. Damn it, what the hell is the operations team doing? Now the distance ahead didn't matter anymore. Mark thought to himself, glancing behind as he tried to speed up. But it was too late. Shirone passed him in the blink of an eye and took the lead. That kid was right in front of him now. Far off in the forest near the mountain range where the competition was happening, Maria was slowly making her way through the trees. Erlang Maria, it wasn't that she didn't have talent from the start. The teasing from classmates and her own insecurity and weakness had held her back. In the teacher's office, when asked about her grades, Maria was too afraid to lift her head. Her voice trembled as she answered, "Teacher, it's because they were bullying me so much." Before she could say anything else, the teacher coldly interrupted her. "It's normal for classmates to hold each other back. This is a competition. All the other students have surpassed and been promoted to the next level." At the end of the third round, the students were divided into 3 groups. Leading the pack was the group with Shirone and Mark's tactical team, followed closely by the second group, which stayed about 3 meters behind. The third group, trailing behind, consisted of students who had used magic first out of fear. "Damn, I can't even use flight magic," one student muttered. According to the senior, even if they fell, they'd be safe, right? After flying for a while, one careless student sneezed. That single sneeze caused the student to lose balance and fall. Behind them, many other students from the third group followed, all falling off the cliff, screaming in panic. "Help! Teacher, I give up!" As the students fell, others watching from the side, including the teachers, laughed, amused by the scene. As expected, the students who couldn't overcome their fear were the first to fall. The teacher calmly wrote down the names of those who had been eliminated. The students who had fallen continued to scream as they plummeted. "Where's the safety equipment? How much longer do we have to fall?" When everyone had fallen to a certain height, a large fan below the cliffs suddenly started spinning. The fan created strong gusts of wind, catching the falling students and safely bringing them to the ground. Those who were still conscious lay on the ground, groaning in frustration. "This is ridiculous. You should warn us about this." After an intense race, the group of students who were eliminated all shouted out in frustration, upset that the seniors hadn't warned them about this in advance. They had no idea that this was just a small gift for the juniors, something the seniors had purposely set up. In the end, all the students in the last group were eliminated. At the 200-meter mark, the students who had made it this far were clearly exhausted, gasping for air. "I can't go any further," one of them said. Some students, too tired to keep up their teleportation spell, collapsed. "Teacher, help me." Familiar cries echoed through the air. The group in the middle had already given up quite a few. Back at the front, Mark was still trying to pick up speed. His magical abilities were average, but so far he showed no signs of fatigue. "Idiots, if you don't have the ability, don't even dream of going far. The people in the middle will drop out soon enough," he muttered to himself. Hearing the cries of surrender behind him, Mark couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. Even though he was pushing himself to keep up with Shirone, the distance between them was still significant. The problem was, damn it, I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like I'm falling further behind him, Mark thought, frustrated, gritting his teeth. Mark continued to increase his speed, trying to close the gap with Shirone, but couldn't shake the irritation bubbling up inside him. He doesn't even look tired. How is that possible? He should have dropped out before the race even started. Suddenly up ahead, Shirone's body changed. A surge of energy flooded into him. Mark, watching from behind, cursed under his breath. "Shit, what the hell is that?" Shirone suddenly picked up speed. Miss Athela used her magical eyes to observe the test results of all the students, and even she had to admire Shirone's talent. Shirone's abilities are truly impressive. Even I have to rely on mental techniques several times, yet Shirone's pace remains constant, like a machine. The mental technique Ms. Athela uses involves objectifying herself to stabilize her mind, creating a unique sense of inertia. Not only Ms. Athela, but all the teachers grading the test nodded in agreement with her assessment. Some even commented on Mark's abilities when they saw his decent level of magic skills. On the other hand, Mark showed a clear change in his rhythm. It's decent compared to the rest of the class, but there's still a sense of impatience due to his youth. What's more, some even praise Ms. Athela's talent. As expected from her, she could detect such subtle nuances from such a distance. Her sense of empathy, truly remarkable. Thad stood silently beside, looking displeased, his face showing no signs of speaking up. The principal, watching from the sidelines, was also very pleased with the talent Shirone was showing. Cheryl, holding a pair of binoculars and watching the competition in amazement, turned to Amy beside her and asked, "Can he really use mental techniques by himself? That's impressive. Where did Shirone learn those advanced skills?" Amy, standing on the other side and still focused on watching the test, answered Shirel's question. Though she already knew the answer, she wouldn't say it aloud. "Learn them. Ordinary mages are usually taught to consciously use the unconscious world. But this kid is different. He's almost directly controlling his own subconscious, something that can't be learned." As he watched the gap between them grow, Mark realized he couldn't win by playing fair. He had to stick to the plan. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Start now." At Mark's signal, his two underlings immediately began carrying out the plan they had prepared in advance. Both were already at their limits. Damn it, he gave the signal. But why now? "I guess we'll have to pour everything we've got into this one last push." To complete the task at hand, one of the underlings decided to risk everything with Shirone. He drained all of his remaining mental energy to push himself to his maximum speed. Shirone sensed something was off. Two attacks, huh? Someone changed the rhythm, he thought. In the split second of distraction, a shadow appeared right in front of Shirone, catching him by surprise. A student had jumped right in front of him, making Shirone flinch. He couldn't react in time and had to slow himself down to dodge. "What's going on?" Shirone exclaimed, still trying to figure out what was happening. Before he could make sense of it, another student charged at him. Shirone widened his eyes, staring at the student rushing toward him. The underling, though he knew his actions were wrong, couldn't go against orders. He thought to himself, "Sorry, but the game ends here. Let's fall together." The underling closed his eyes, charging full speed at Shirone with the intention of knocking him down. Shirone opened his eyes wide, staring in shock at the student who seemed ready to charge toward him. "Is he really going to come at me?" The student, eyes tightly shut and teeth clenched with worry, was floating in midair. In an instant, the student opened his eyes, looking around with a confused expression. As he continued to fall, he could only watch Shirone struggling in the air, and a thought crossed his mind. Did he dodge it? In the dangerous void, a few other students were also falling, their fate sealed. Shirone was desperately trying to keep his focus. His hand waved through the deep space, the vast blue sky looming ahead of him, the temperature shifting and exhaustion starting to take over. But with his final burst of determination, Shirone's emerald eyes shone brightly once more. "I can't pass out. Stay focused." A beam of light, like a ray of sunshine, shot up into the blue sky. The student falling below, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but think, he's a monster, not a human. With that thought, the student continued his fall along with several others. Below, a group of 5th grade students were still chattering away. Didn't he move kind of weird just now? Maybe he took a wrong turn? One student immediately said they probably want to crash right into the kid in front. That's more likely their real goal. The other two students turned to look at him in complete surprise. "How do you know that? Who would intentionally cause an accident?" When Aruki's name was mentioned, he simply sat cross-legged, arms folded in front of him, as he calmly addressed the other students. Aruki then demonstrated with his hands, one hand in a fist and the other flat, upright. He brought them closer together and explained one person blocks the race path ahead, while the other attacks from the side. With an indifferent expression, Aruki continued, "It's a brilliant strategy to stop both of them. The advantage of teleportation and spatial jumping. If the new student doesn't steer off the path, something terrible is definitely going to happen." After finishing his analysis, Aruki casually waved his hand and smirked. "Well, if it were me, I would have just escaped easily using the motion equation." Hearing that, the two students frowned, their faces twisted in disgust as they looked away. That pretending to be innocent act is just disgusting. Their eyes met for a moment, but according to Aruki, there was no way the teachers wouldn't notice. I don't know what they're planning. Meanwhile, the principal and Miss Scene are still watching the exam while Mark, with his abilities, is charging ahead with a confident smile and a loud, triumphant laugh. Mark grinned victoriously and said, "Everyone's definitely going to be jealous. All my dumb classmates, and even the 6th graders, will be my juniors. Just watch." His bright, confident blue eyes sparkled even more as he added, "This is my talent." At that moment, Shirone was still doing her best to chase after the glowing magical trail Mark had left behind. Shirone thought to herself, "Mark's in great shape. They'll definitely finish the exam. If I want to win, I have to go faster. If I rush to close the gap with my teleportation, the temperature might get destroyed." Shirone's eyes filled with determination. "I'll change my pace." Then her magical light picked up speed. Shirone surged forward, moving faster than Mark by half a step. The crowd cheered loudly and excitedly. Shirone's catching up. It's just the two of them now. "Mark, go faster." Amy, holding binoculars, looked on in amazement. How can he still use magic so powerfully when his body's in such bad shape? Meanwhile, Shirelle, holding on to Amy's arm with a curious, pouty expression, asked, "Let me see more." Suddenly, Amy, her eyes wide with surprise, pulled away from the binoculars. "That's it," she said. Mark was still rushing forward, stammering, "W, what is that?" A wave of magic, like a coil of string, sped toward Mark. He panicked and quickly jumped aside to avoid the magic as it zipped past him. "What the hell is that?" Mark muttered, still in shock, when Shirone appeared right behind him. A warning immediately popped up. Bridge difficulty level cannot be surpassed. Everyone was taken aback, stunned by the sudden message. Level 10, Shirone said, frozen in disbelief. Both Mark and Shirone stood there, staring at the dangerous white maze in front of them as long strands of magic kept flying out. What the hell does that even mean? Level 10? What does that even mean? In front of them, Miss Sana barely had time to shout, "Professor Thad, I'm going to the equipment room to check." Professor Thad immediately shouted back as he began running off. Without missing a beat, he used magic to fly up into the air, a bright burst of magic lifting him toward the sky. Miss Sana quickly turned to the principal. "Principal, we should stop the test." Another teacher spoke up, "But this is an advanced level test, one that raises students by 2 grade levels. If we cancel it, the families will be furious. What do we do then?" Meanwhile, Principal Alpheus kept his gaze fixed on the ongoing test. When he heard another teacher speak, Principal Alpheus immediately got angry and shouted, "Is this really the time to worry about that?" Quickly signaled to stop the exam. A beam of magic shot up into the sky, appearing in front of Shirone and Mark, catching both of them by surprise. Shirone hovered in the air, staring at the signal in front of him. The exam had been called off. Meanwhile, Professor Thad's magical energy had already arrived. Stepping out of the magical field, Professor Thad rushed over and said, "I just saw the yellow signal. Does that mean the exam has been canceled?" "Ha! Here comes another pile of complaints on my desk." Professor Thad hurried to the equipment room and shouted, "Brad, did you drink again yesterday? You know how important today's test is, and now this." "I swear, this time." Professor Thad grabbed the doorknob and tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. He stopped for a moment. "Locked? Seems like this isn't just a mistake," he thought, gathering magic. A bright burst of magic flared up for an instant, but then Professor Thad hesitated. "Huh? Is someone behind that door?" he realized as a blue light appeared, revealing what was inside. Behind the door, there were 2 figures. One was slumped over the desk, and the other was sitting on the ground in front of the control panel. Thad immediately raised his hand and aimed his magic at the door. "Who's there? Open the door now, or I'll blow it up." A voice quickly responded. "Go ahead, do it. Please, teacher. Anyway, no one will know if I disappear." Thad froze. The voice triggered a small memory in his mind. He remembered holding his briefcase with a young student standing behind him. "Who are you?" Thad was startled and realized, "Maria, is that you?" Maria was sitting by the door, hugging her knees, trembling in fear. When Thad recognized her, he immediately rushed to knock on the door. "Do you know what you're doing? Open the door now and I'll treat this as an accident and give you just a light punishment." Maria screamed, "No, it's over anyway. If Mark gets promoted, I'll have to live a life like hell. What's the difference if I die here?" "What?" Thad stood in shock when he heard Maria. "I'd rather that than this." Maria screamed again, trembling in fear, holding her knees tightly. Thad stood frozen, then sighed and closed his eyes. "I understand. Do whatever you want." Maria, with tears streaming down her face, suddenly looked up. "If you don't want to open it, then don't. It's not really an emergency anyway." "Just as I wanted, the exam has been canceled." A bright yellow signal beam shone intensely in front of Shirone and Mark. Mark clenched his teeth in frustration and thought, "Canceled the exam? Don't joke, the chance to level up is right in front of me." He quickly glanced at Shirone behind him. "You need to reconsider," he said. No matter how much he said, there was no way out now. The opportunity to defeat that person might never come again. Shirone was breathing heavily from exhaustion, her sharp gaze still unwavering. Mark continued to glare at her in annoyance. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and 2 beams of light shot toward them. The maze then erupted, firing dangerous magical beams. "Principal Shirone and Mark have entered the maze," a voice reported. Sana gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "No!" The principal clenched his fists in anger, his face turning from calm to furious. "What are these idiots thinking?" Sana, frantic, watched the 2 of them charge into danger like moths to a flame. Her heart was burning with worry, and she shouted, "Principal, we need to stop this now. It's too dangerous." "What on earth is Professor Thad doing? What is going on, Principal?" With that, all the teachers rushed over to the principal, seeking his decision. The principal was now visibly enraged. His fists were clenched tightly, his face no longer holding the gentle expression from before. His eyes, glowing with a golden hue, followed the 2 as they entered the maze. Inside, he felt a deep sense of disappointment. "I thought if it were you, things would be different. But if you let greed cloud your judgment and act impulsively, you'll never find your way out of this maze." In the maze, Shirone kept up his speed, skillfully maneuvering to find the way out. The students watching were in a panic, unable to sit still, full of worry and anxiety. Oh my gosh, what did we do? What should we do now? Amy, Shirelle said, covering her mouth with both hands, unsure of what to say. She called out to her best friend standing beside her. Amy, I'm so frustrated and helpless, watching the competition continue while we can't do anything. Those idiots, level 10 is for professionals. Andy replied, clearly upset. From the cliffside, thick black ropes shot out, forming various shapes as they violently sped toward Shirone, who struggled to dodge them. The speed of the traps was overwhelming. One would barely be avoided before another appeared. There was no time to think. If this kept up, his mental energy would be drained completely. Meanwhile, Mark confidently charged into the maze. Either way, both of them are going to be eliminated. The one who goes the furthest wins. If I perform well here, maybe I'll get recognized, Mark thought to himself, pushing forward without hesitation. He swiftly navigated through the maze's narrow gaps, feeling pleased as he watched Shirone continue to struggle. So, what do you think? Seeing my skills yet? You're going to be stuck there forever, Mark smirked as the thick, pitch-black walls of the maze continued to close in around Shirone. He tried to avoid the maze-like obstacles rushing toward him while desperately looking for a way out. But when he saw Mark charging ahead, he wanted to shout a warning about the danger, but it was too late. No. At that very moment in the control room, the screen of the machine lit up with a red glow. An alarm blared, followed by Maria's voice. Teacher, what is competition really? Maria asked, sitting against the door with her arms wrapped tightly around her knees. Her voice cracked with emotion as she spoke. Is it about encouraging lives to push others into the abyss? Is this really the kind of competition the Academy wants? Thad, sitting against the back of the door, tried to comfort her. You misunderstood Maria. Before he could finish, Maria interrupted loudly. Don't compare me to you. What would someone like him, a teacher always seen as a genius, understand? Her voice trembled as tears streamed down her face in anguish. I followed your advice. I endured. I persisted. But here, if a student doesn't have talent, who even remembers them? Someone as ordinary as me. Seeing Maria so upset, Thad continued to speak gently to her. I'm not sure if you know this, but I also graduated from this school. When I was in the graduating class, you were just a new student. Maria stopped crying when she heard Thad's words. She hadn't expected him to remember something from so many years ago. You still remember that? Thad, with a hint of nostalgia in his voice, continued. Well, have you ever heard the rumors about a genius named Save who studied here? Her voice still shaky from crying, Maria answered, No, I've never heard of that. I've always been at the bottom. I repeated 5th year for 5 years, and all that happened was I became more and more frustrated as my classmates moved ahead easily. Thad went on to share stories from his time at the academy. His words carried a sense of nostalgia and loss as he recalled his own experiences. There's no way you're teacher now, Maria said, a bit in disbelief. Thad laughed loudly, cutting off Maria's words, then continued his story. One day, the principal caught me and scolded me. Hey, what's going on? That kid hit you first. One evening, in a quiet corner of the academy, Thad's voice echoed. It was just a small thing. Why did the teacher have to step in? Thad, his face marked with bruises like he'd just been in a fight, said defiantly. I usually don't care about stuff like this, but do you know the one thing that a mage must never do? The principal interrupted him. It's comparing yourself to others. Hit straight to the heart, Thad avoided looking the principal in the eye, but still argued back. What are you talking about? Are you giving me a lecture now? Not bothered by Thad's attitude, the principal continued calmly. Mages call it the existence that erases the ego. You only need to look at yourself. If you can do that, then you truly have erased your ego. If you keep looking at others on your journey, one day you'll end up lost. In the maze, Mark was still confidently charging forward until he realized something was wrong. Looking at the grid in front and behind him, Mark noticed it was locked. He was cornered with no way out. Panic set in, and the fear that rose within him made it hard for him to think. All he could feel now was regret. I shouldn't have taken this path. Trapped and unable to escape, with the maze walls closing in to attack, Mark could only think of one thing. Is this how I'm going to die? He felt an overwhelming sense of regret and, terrified, screamed for help. Help me. Outside, seeing Mark in danger, everyone was filled with worry and fear, shouting, Mark, no. Just as it seemed Mark would die, a hand reached out. The hand grabbed the collar of Mark's shirt, pulling him away and saving him at the last second. Grabbing Mark by the collar, Shirone gritted his teeth and pushed himself to the limit, trying to escape the maze's attacks. When everyone in Class 7 saw Shirone save Mark, they cheered in relief. Mark saved. Shirone saved him. Then one student realized they were still in the middle of the competition and asked, But this is a test. Why would he save his competitor? Hearing this question, another student yelled at the first one, You idiot. Does winning even matter if someone's about to die right in front of you? It doesn't matter anymore. Another student noticed how Shirone had saved Mark in a unique way and asked, how could he teleport like that? In midair, Mark continued to struggle, shouting for help. Help me, please, help me. Finding Mark's cries annoying, Shirone snapped, quiet. I'm thinking. These traps are illusions. We have to see through them to find a way out. Let's move forward for now. As Shirone tried to figure out how to escape the maze while also carrying the burden of Mark, he felt a bit exhausted. Using light speed, he soared upwards, carrying Mark with him. The traps were chasing after them. As Shirone moved, the traps in the maze seemed to come to life and followed him closely. Running upward was useless. He had to avoid them. The students below saw that flying up wouldn't help and shouted loudly to warn him. That's dangerous. Get out of the way. With the maze closing in fast, Shirone realized that pulling back was pointless. But right now, he couldn't think of any better option. Increasing the distance didn't matter. What should he do? A sudden idea sparked in his mind. He knew exactly what he had to do now. That's it. There was a way. He needed to turn back. Without thinking too much, Shirone sped up and pulled Mark along as he headed back. Seeing the protagonist turn around, Aruki excitedly clenched his fists and shouted, "That's right. Going forward isn't always the right choice. Sometimes turning back is the right answer." On the other side, when the students saw how excellently Shirone was handling the situation, they began to feel confused. It had only been a month. Could he really have trained all by himself? I thought he only got in here because of connections. I didn't even think he knew how to use magic. Yeah, maybe we misunderstood him. You can do it. Ignoring their confusion, all the students began shouting out to encourage Shirone. It's dangerous. Keep going. Shirelle was amazed, realizing that Shirone's efforts weren't just for the exam. They were for something more. Amy confidently stated from one side, yes, he practices so hard not just to do well in this exam. After all, the promotion exam is just a small part of the journey to becoming a mage. He simply wants to become a skilled mage. Shirelle spoke up. In the control room, Thad continued to comfort Maria. Competition is just a tool to help us reach the finish line faster. It's okay to go slowly. When we cross the finish line, we'll all be mages. Thad's words echoed. At that moment, all the teachers and students, including the principal, were left speechless, stunned as they watched Shirone skillfully navigate through the maze. Behind the door, Maria softly muttered in regret, "Is it too late now?" Knowing he had successfully reassured Maria, Thad smiled gently and said, "I'll help you, so why not be a little braver?" Each word Thad spoke gave her more courage. Maria broke down in tears, filled with regret, but also perhaps crying because she felt the sense of relief. Back at the exam, unexpectedly, the principal spoke up, "Continue with the exam." Sina and the other teachers turned to look at him in shock. The principal, however, remained unfazed and spoke firmly, "I will take full responsibility for everything." The landscape ahead looked full of danger, but the sound of the crowd cheering still echoed. "Hang in there, it's dangerous, stay away." Shirone, with a determined look in his eyes, continued moving forward. With one hand, he pulled Mark along as they advanced into the maze of danger. This trap seemed almost alive, shifting and unpredictable, with no pattern. He wanted to save Mark, but couldn't even pinpoint their location. Mark screamed in fear, "I don't want to die." Shirone, on the other hand, stayed calm, thinking clearly. "First, I need to sense the entire structure and focus on one point." Shirone used his eyes to search for a safe way out, and soon noticed that the whole maze was glowing. He had been through something like this before. It felt like running for his life. At that moment, Shirone saw the path to take. With all his strength, Shirone sped up to his limit, charging toward the maze along the path he had already mapped out in his mind. His speed was so fast that only a yellow blur could be seen. Shirone darted through the gaps of the maze at lightning speed before they disappeared. Inside the maze, he moved like a fish in water, navigating effortlessly. The students watching were left in stunned silence, their mouths hanging open in awe at Shirone's power. Mark, still being dragged along, had passed out and was foaming at the mouth without anyone noticing. Amy and Shirelle were both equally shocked by his actions. All the teachers were deeply impressed by Shirone's display. How did he do it? The danger had unlocked his hidden strength. A limit had been reached, and it was enough to push him forward. Alpheus seemed to realize the source of Shirone's hidden power. But what he didn't expect was that even he couldn't know the limits of this child. Yet I couldn't sense any satisfaction or desire from that kid. Could it be because this child has no limits? The maze kept shifting and changing, constantly heading towards Shirone. No matter how it transformed, Shirone was able to dodge everything. Alpheus, who had been watching everything unfold, was in complete shock. He could now sense that there wasn't a single distracting thought in Shirone's mind. It was truly amazing. No attachments, no distractions. Athela continued to watch closely every second, every minute. Although her expression remained calm inside, her mind wasn't as composed as it appeared. The density of the spiritual field was nearly 99.9% in a state of chaos, yet everything was calculated perfectly. The talent was extraordinary, but this challenge was incredibly dangerous. Shirone passed through maze after maze, and each time the challenge grew harder. When he overcame one trial in the maze, he realized that the gaps between obstacles had narrowed by about a meter. He kept thinking of a solution. Moving instantly 10 meters was impossible to get past. Then split the instant movement into a tenth following the order right, left, right, left, right, left, left, right, left. While thinking, his body followed the plan and slipped through the gaps, less than a meter wide, at the speed of light. Shirone moved on to the next level. Now the traps awaited. At this level, the maze forms a series of tightly packed hexagons resembling a beehive, which causes Shirone a bit of trouble. Shirone quickly realizes the issue. So I can't go straight through. The gaps are incredibly narrow. Without hesitation, Shirone comes up with an immediate solution. In that case, I'll break it down into smaller steps. Rainbow Drop, has she finally made it this far? Aruki excitedly clenches his fists, shouting so loudly that everyone around him jumps in surprise. What is that? Is she bending light? Someone can't help but ask, seeing Shirone navigate the maze. Aruki, why is the light bending? Doesn't light only travel in a straight line? Aruki, hearing his classmates' questions, kindly explains. That's a simple principle. How could you not know? If you differentiate a circle, you get an infinite straight line and the movement distance is divided by 1,000th. 1,000th? No way. Everyone shouts in astonishment. How did you figure that out? Everyone is curious about the calculations. It's a feeling. It's intelligence. Isn't he supposed to be really smart? Aruki responds helplessly. In short, he's a genius, completely the opposite of. Aruki continues to brag, but no one's paying attention to him. They're all too busy admiring Shirone's talent. A genius? That's terrifying. At this point, the maze begins to shift again. The dark strands, almost alive, start to come together, forming a unified whole. The threads were becoming thicker and thicker, forming an enormous shape. This also made things harder for Shirone. Too big, she murmured. Shirone stared in shock at what the maze had created. As she realized what it was, all the teachers jumped up in panic and shouted loudly. No, that's the dragon's maze. A huge, terrifying black dragon's head formed from the maze, appearing right in front of Shirone. The maze continued to move, and even though Teacher Thad had been gone for a while, he still hadn't been able to stop it, which made Sina extremely anxious. What is he doing? She wondered out loud. Unable to wait any longer, Sina used teleportation and shot off like a streak of light. Mark, now regaining his senses, looked around and asked, "Where am I?" As soon as Mark snapped back to reality, he looked up, only to be met with the sight of the dragon's mouth wide open, coming straight toward him. He screamed in terror, a monster. Mark thrashed around in panic, but Shirone remained calm, trying to figure out how to break free. I need to remember the sequence I saw. First, the circle goes to the left. While Shirone was focused on finding a way out, Mark was completely losing it. He frantically begged, "Please save me. I'll be good. I swear, just save me." Meanwhile, Sina had teleported directly to where Teacher Thad was. As soon as her feet hit the ground, she rushed toward the control room shouting, "Teacher Thad, what's going on?" Seeing Sina rush over so quickly, Thad immediately spoke up. "Miss Sina, what's going on here?" Sina, in a hurry and without patience, shouted loudly, "I don't have time for this. Turn off the equipment right now." Has the exam been canceled? Thad still didn't understand what was happening. He thought the exam had been called off long ago. No, it hasn't been canceled. I heard Shirone and Mark are still at the exam site. Sina shouted again, surprising Thad. What? Damn, without thinking, Thad quickly turned around and ran toward the control panel. Miss Sina, Mr. Thad. Suddenly, a voice called their names in a panic. Athella rushed over to them, her voice frantic as she shouted, "Shirone!" At that very moment, the dragon lunged forward, swallowing both of them in one swift motion. All the students who witnessed it screamed in fear, unable to look at what was happening. The teachers and students stared frozen as everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. Time seemed to stand still as the second hand of the clock ticked forward. The clock kept moving, but then it stopped right at 12 o'clock. The hands of the clock reversed about a minute before Athella arrived, standing in front of the dragon's giant jaws about to snap at Shirone, who was holding Mark's shirt. Mark looked terrified. Everyone around them was in complete shock. Amy and Sherelle clung to each other, screaming, unable to look at what was about to happen next. Shirone stood in front of the monster, using all his strength. His eyes were glowing a bright blue and sweat dripped down his face as everything around him seemed to freeze. Just a minute before the clash, he was calm, almost as if he had stepped into another perspective, alive, still breathing. Think, he told himself as the neurons in his body fired at full capacity. 1/10 of a second, a burst of light shatters the barriers, 1% of a second. The light was weaving through the square blocks, 6 intersections in total, with 9 shifts, including an escape route. 1,000th of a second passed, and he worried he had made a mistake. The light was blocked by a red wall. Shirone thought, Mark and I can't escape this path. I need to find another way. Back in the present moment, the clock struck 12, and the monster charged forward aggressively. The people around him were in a panic. Amy screamed, Shirone! Alpheus was about to use his power to save them, but then something clicked in his mind, and he stopped. A burst of light flickered out from the darkness as if trying to escape the abyss of the universe. The loud explosions of light crackled in the blue sky. Everyone below rushed toward the light. In unison, they shouted, no, it can't be. For that light, Shirone shot straight down to the ground, pulling Mark with him. To the shock of everyone. Below, voices murmured, he really made it out. They're not ghosts, are they? Athela stood frozen, stunned by what was happening before her, then quickly ran off to somewhere else. Shirone panted, still in disbelief that he had escaped death by such a narrow margin. What just happened? Did I really make it out? I can't remember anything. The engine system of the invincible bridge had been disabled, and the level was 0. With everything he had just witnessed, the boy with the spiky hair exclaimed in surprise that was level 10 difficulty. He's already surpassed the expert level of the advanced class. Shirone, exhausted and panting after the challenge, shouted, I seriously thought I was done for. Everyone was taken aback by his words. Shirelle, overcome with emotion, started crying out of joy. He did it. He really did it. Amy smiled softly, thinking to herself, he's so cool. People who succeed through sheer effort never boast or act arrogant. Everyone gathered around Shirone, excited to congratulate him for overcoming the tough challenge. Congrats, you're amazing. You can directly accept it into level 5. The level 6 students are going to be so jealous. The professor suddenly appeared and asked, did Shirone really make it through? Sina sighed, her voice full of regret. I missed this important moment because of Professor Thad. Thad, feeling wrong, said, I'll explain later, but I try my best. Sina scolded him, saying he hadn't helped at all. Thad was deeply hurt by her words. Sina then spoke up, since both of you finished at the same time, we need to confirm things. Principal, will you please announce the details? She hesitated. Alfie, as the blank expression, continued to call out, Principal. He paused, deep in thought, wondering if I'd been worrying too much. He glanced at Shirone and thought, I'm so glad you've shown everyone the light of the Milch family. Thad looked at Alfie as thinking about the title given to the one who laid the foundation for the definition of photons, the one who had received the King's Award of the Golden Circle. Sina, looking worried, asked, what's wrong with him? A sudden surge of grief rose in her heart because of Shirone's exceptional talent. Thad stepped forward, placing his right hand over his chest, bowing his head in respect. Principal, please share your decision. I believe the one who will shape the future of this academy has already appeared. Alpheus laughed softly. Ha ha. Yes, I've been a bit absent-minded. He was reflecting on the past after witnessing his talented student. He realized that he felt a bit envious of Shirone's innocent love for magic. Thinking back to that moment, he couldn't believe in fate. Alpheus held up a pendant in one hand, continuing to ponder. It's been so long since my heart has raced like this. Standing in front of all the students and professors of the academy, Alpheus spoke up, even though only one person is being accepted. I want to commend all of the students who participated. The courage you showed today will inspire the world to move closer to a brighter future. The person who passed today's test is Arian Shirone. The crowd cheered, but when they looked back at him, they saw a tired, stunned expression on his face, his eyes blank. From the group, a figure slowly stepped forward. It was Mark, moving painfully with the injuries from the recent challenge. The people around him whispered, Slider Mark, don't tell me he's going to protest just because he was with Shirone. But this new student was the one who saved him, and the whole conflict seemed pretty suspicious. Mark grew increasingly uneasy. How could this be? I saw with my own eyes that he's truly a genius. Shirone turned to Mark with a frightening look. Mark lowered his head, admitting, I've been wrong all this time. With sincerity, Mark continued, No, I'm sorry, Senior. As a mage, I accept full responsibility. All the 7th-year students, frightened, lowered their heads in unison. Together, they shouted, We were wrong, Senior. We accept the punishment. Shirone, still tired, smiled and said, All right, I hope you all mean it. They shouted, Yes, Senior. Everyone thought to themselves, We're lucky we apologized first. Meanwhile, Shirone thought, I just want to sleep. I'm so tired I can't think straight. This is ridiculous. Amy urged, Let's go, Shirelle. Shirelle questioned, Don't you think we should stay with Shirone for a moment like this? Amy responded, I don't have time. Inside, she thought to herself, He's proven himself. Now it's my turn. Suddenly, Shirone looked at Amy and shouted, Amy. Amy felt a wave of unease. The two of them stopped, and he raised his hand, pointing at her. Shirone said, I kept my promise, right? Right now, I'm not fully alert, but I'll catch up to you soon enough. Amy froze, and the people around them gasped. Calling out the girl's name like that, could it be that he was jealous of his girlfriend? He was so cool. Shirone. Amy couldn't hold back her tears after hearing what he said. Shirone wouldn't remember this when he woke up. He had been promoted to grade 5. Meanwhile, somewhere, Othello was searching for something, her mind filled with questions. This is strange. I'm sure Synesthesia was following Shirone. She was worried. Did I lose him in the Dragon Maze? In a lavish mansion in a room called the Disciplinary Committee, a meeting was taking place. Thad was holding a report about a violation, while Maria stood behind him, her head bowed, confessing her wrongdoings. Maria had honestly admitted her mistakes and was now hoping to face the consequences. However, Shirone, Mark, and even the gatekeeper, Brad, who had all been affected by the sleep induction spell, spoke up, saying they didn't want Maria to be punished. The other students, moved by their words, also began to acknowledge their own mistakes. Some even brought up issues related to Shirone's test. From behind Mark, more students stepped forward to admit their faults, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. Shirone looked at Mark and thought, is he trying to keep his promise to take responsibility? Alpheus spoke up, I believe Maria's situation is unfortunate. She didn't use that machine to harm anyone. With a dignified expression, he continued, but according to the rules, disciplinary action must be carried out. Shirone placed a hand on his chest and said, then I accept punishment as well. I ignored the signal to postpone the test and entered the labyrinth. On top of that, I dragged Mark into such a dangerous place. Alpheus rubbed his eyes and sighed. Who would have thought we witnessed something like this in our school? Meanwhile, Thad thought to himself, this has gone far beyond what the headmaster intended. The students all bowed their heads as they accepted their punishment. They had been blinded by competition, pride, and jealousy, unable to see the truth. Now, in order to become respected mages, they were also acknowledging their mistakes. Thad sighed, recalling the first time he met the headmaster. He thought to himself, who would have thought teaching could be done this way? You've taught me so much too, Professor. Alpheus struck the gavel, delivering the verdict. A sharp crack echoed through the room. The students burst into tears. Mark walked up to Maria, lowered his head, and apologized. Meanwhile, Santa was writing up violation reports for each student. This was an unprecedented event since the school's founding. Every single person here was being punished. The violation records read, Merlangoria, 19 years old, class 7, homeroom professor, disciplinary action, suspension for 2 months. Slider Mark, 15 years old, class 7, homeroom professor, suspension for 2 months. Mark and Maria received a 2-month suspension, while the other students were suspended for 1 month. As for Shirone's report, he was only required to submit a written reflection. Recalling the moment Shirone admitted his mistake, Stana asked, Shirone, why did you enter the labyrinth even after seeing the signal? Shirone replied, at that moment, I didn't want to lose. The only thing on my mind was solving the labyrinth. I don't even remember much else. Stana smiled and said, you have a positive side to you that I didn't think you had, even though you seem so well behaved. On Shirone's representative paper, it was noted that he had advanced to the 5th grade. Was it because he's a boy? Back at Shirone's spot, he was fast asleep from exhaustion. In his dream, it seemed like someone was calling his name. Shirone. Shirone. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, the dragon's labyrinth. A flash of light streaked by. It was him, flying like a beam of light. He focused even harder. His eyes opened wide as he remembered the stares that had been on him. I will erase myself, erase myself. He recalled what had happened, feeling as if his soul was breaking apart into tiny pieces, spreading across the world as if it had always been part of this world. Shirone kept charging forward, and the space around him started to crack. He continued to race ahead, and the space around him shattered faster, infinitely. Suddenly, he fell into the broken space, speeding uncontrollably. Shirone was terrified. Beyond the crack, there was just an empty void of darkness. Then the sound of a piano echoed, pulling Shirone out of the terrifying dream. He wondered, a piano? Is it morning already? He put on his uniform and adjusted his tie. He thought he couldn't remember anything, but why did it feel so difficult? He picked up a book. Right, the notebook Amy lent me helped me remember the rules of magic. He flipped through the pages. He had to return it in the combined class today. He wanted to repay her for helping him all the way through. It was like he saw something, a question mark appearing all over his face. In the practice hall number 2, Shirone called out, Amy. Amy turned around, her face full of worry, while Shirelle greeted Shirone. Shirone, how's everything? Are you okay? Shirone held a basket full of apples and handed it to them. Thanks to you guys, I wanted to say thank you. Amy asked, confused, what's this? Apples. Shirone handed Amy the notebook and said, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but it looks like you like apples. She thought to herself, but I like cherries. Since when do I like apples? She quickly flipped through the pages of the notebook. Written on it was, what do I think? The issue was time. An apology should be enough, right? Sorry. Apples, apples. In Korean, apple and sorry sound the same. Embarrassed, she immediately ran off shouting, whatever. Shirelle called out to Amy, where are you going? The class is about to start, leaving the two of them confused about what had just happened. What's up with her? Shirelle chased after Amy, who easily passed the advanced test and moved up to the graduation class. But it seemed there were still problems that even her genius brain couldn't solve. A month later, the 7th grade students returned after a month-long suspension. In unison, they shouted, Senior, we saved your seat. Shirone was surprised by this. He nervously said, you guys don't have to do that. Strangely, every time they had mixed grade classes, the 7th graders would save him a seat. Everyone remembered the time he had made a scary face, and they quickly returned to their seats, feeling like they had become a feared senior. Suddenly, a voice asked him, is there a seat for me? Juniors. Recognizing the voice, he turned around. Of course, Senior Shirelle, please have a seat, he said. Shirelle continued, you don't seem as lively without your cute girlfriend around. He laughed nervously. You're the one who seems lonely, actually. You two are always together. Shirelle replied, that's right. That's why I'm about to graduate. Shirelle looked shocked. Really? Shirelle nodded. I was planning to graduate and live a normal life, but after seeing you and Amy, I felt excited again. I realized I've wasted a bit of my youth. Plus, it seems like Amy wants to become a soldier. Shirone was surprised. Soldier? You're saying she plans to join the war? She said this in frustration. Are you two even really dating? Shirone was worried. Isn't that dangerous? Even though Thormia was peaceful for now, if war broke out, Shirelle added, if a war does start, all mages are required to join. That's why we get so many benefits and support. Plus, Amy specializes in sniper magic, so she'll only be involved behind the scenes. Doesn't that sound cool? Agent Amy was stunning and charismatic. Thinking about that, Shirone replied, right, why should I worry about someone who's top tier? Specialization, huh? He waved goodbye to Shirelle. Starting in 5th grade, students began thinking about their future careers as mages. If you're good at something, it's a huge advantage, but that's not always easy to talk about with students who aren't doing so well. Suddenly, a voice called out to Shirone. Hey Shirone, you still planning to practice on your own? If you need any help, just ask me. It was Need, an incredibly friendly guy. He was a friend I truly appreciated for always talking to me, even though I wasn't the best at socializing. Even though his grades were average, he was so skilled that he could control lightning, and his versatility wasn't exactly something you'd call friendly. Seeing Shirone's sigh, Need said, you're doing that again. Shirone thought everyone has their own way of doing things. 5th-year students are completely different from 7th years. Even though we're the same age, they're so much more mature than me. Suddenly, 2 voices called out from behind, hey, Shirone, listen to us. What do you two think? Shirone was surprised to hear his name paired with Need's. Need responded, what? A boy with neatly trimmed hair spoke up, I told you. I just can't agree with that. Shirone thought, are they arguing about something? This is bad. What if they start avoiding me again because I don't understand what they're talking about? What is this about? Chemistry? Biology? Literature? Professor Athela or Sina? Who do you like more? Shirone's eyes widened, his mouth dropping open in shock. Completely caught off guard, he thought, what? Neve let out a sigh before speaking in a low voice. What kind of question is that? Shirone quickly shifted his gaze to him, silently agreeing exactly Need. Then, with a frown of discontent, Need raised his voice. I'm on Professor Sina's side, obviously. Hearing that, Shirone let out a silent scream in his mind, grabbing his head with both hands as if he'd just been struck by lightning. After saying that, Need crossed his arms and loudly challenged the other two. Don't you guys know that Professor Sina is the type who is both charming and wise? Hearing himself being called out, the person standing across from Need raised his voice in disagreement. No, it's Professor Athela who makes us feel like we want to be protected. Shirone, standing nearby, felt extremely uncomfortable watching the 3 of them argue. He thought to himself, teenage boys. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Shirone, what do you think? He jumped in surprise, standing there with his mouth open, thinking, what do I think? Caught off guard by the question, Shirone hesitated, deep in thought. Right. To have a happy school life, I need to learn how to fit in with everyone. Standing before 3 pairs of sharp, almost menacing eyes staring at him, Shirone felt the pressure of having to choose between the 2 professors. He was uncomfortable, silently thinking, but both of them are professors I respect. Choosing one feels a bit... After thinking for a moment, he clenched his fist and, with determination, said, for me, I. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze, confused. The two people who had been glaring at him with cold eyes were now quietly backing away, acting shy. They waved at him and said, "Ah, sorry, we'll come back later." He stood frozen like a statue, quietly crying inside, wondering to himself, is it because I couldn't answer? Need, standing behind Shirone, saw someone, but quickly turned away, raised his hand, and replied loudly, no, it's because of him. Then he called out in a loud voice, "Hey, Aruki." Aruki's cold gaze landed on them. He walked over, one hand on his chin and the other in his pocket, taking his time as if he had no clue what was going on. He asked, "What are you guys so excited about?" Need let out a soft sigh and gave a wry smile, answering him, same old, just asking which professor is the best for something like that. They weren't kids anymore, Need thought, deciding not to say too much. He raised his hand, introduced, "Shirone, this is Aruki." When his name was mentioned, Shirone, who was standing behind Need, thought to himself, he changes his attitude so quickly. He awkwardly spoke up, "Hello." Need continued, "This is the first time you two are meeting, right? Aruki is the oddball in the 5th year." After the introduction, Aruki reached out his hand, looking at Shirone with sharp, cold eyes, and said, "Nice to meet you. Arian Shirone, I've heard a lot about you. Honestly, who in this school doesn't know you?" Shirone was caught off guard. As he reached out to shake Aruki's hand, he couldn't help but notice Aruki's hand and wondered to himself, that voice. Suddenly, he remembered a voice and a vague face of someone he couldn't quite see, saying to him, "Don't hesitate. If you want to do something, just do it." The voice continued echoing in his ears, "You came here to become a wizard, didn't you?" At that moment, he stood frozen silently, thinking who? Then, with a bright smile, he grabbed Aruki's hand with both of his and said loudly, "It's you. Thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to successfully use the redirecting form." Aruki looked down at his hand, which was being held tightly, a bit surprised, but didn't respond. Shirone continued, "Thanks a lot for what happened last time." After a brief silence, Aruki lifted his gaze to meet Shirone's, smirking as he said, "You're the boring type, aren't you?" Shirone paused, caught off guard by Aruki's words, and muttered, "Ha." Need saw this and quickly stepped in, pulling the two apart. He smiled at Shirone and explained, "Don't mind him, he always talks like that." Then he turned to Aruki, holding his hands up in front of his chest, saying, "Hey, what kind of talk is that?" Aruki scratched his head, acting clueless, and calmly replied, "Ha." That was a compliment. With that, Aruki walked ahead, glanced back at the two of them, his eyes narrowing as he smirked and said, "Anyway, good luck. The 5th class is full of weirdos, so watch out." Need heard that and asked, "Aruki, where are you going?" "What about class?" Aruki turned around and walked off without saying a word, leaving behind just 3 words, "I don't care." Shirone was shocked by this response. He silently wondered, doesn't he care about joining the magic class? After Aruki left, Need scratched his head, sighed with a bored look, and explained, "Sorry about that. He's always like this, but once you get used to it, you'll see he's actually a good guy." Shirone responded with a confused tone, "He's a bit strange, isn't he?" Need continued, "Yeah, if you want to understand him better, it's going to be tough. But honestly, he's a genius." He paused for a moment before adding, "The problem is, he's a genius in a really weird field." Shirone looked surprised at Need's words. "Aruki's a genius?" Suddenly, loud voices from the crowd echoed, "Hey look, it's Aruki. Why is he heading into the shadowy area again?" Ahead, Aruki was on a platform, walking toward a certain direction. People below were staring at him, and a teasing voice called out, "Come on, he's not going to strip and lie down there, right?" Shirone was stunned, wondering to himself, strip? Need, standing next to him, slapped his forehead and shouted in panic, "Oh no, what's he planning to do now? Let's go check it out." At that moment, on the high platform, a whirlwind of air started to swirl around Aruki's legs, and some kind of magical circle appeared around him. Then, from where he stood, powerful energy began to radiate outward. The magical circle spun around his feet, and he stood confidently, one hand in his pocket, watching as a stream of green energy shot up from the ground into the sky. Shirone and the others stood frozen, mouths agape, staring at the surge of green energy. He wondered, what is that? Then, another thought crossed his mind. Redirecting spiritual energy, that speed is incredible. The green energy now formed a massive swirling vortex above the heads of the other students. Some of them looked visibly terrified. Suddenly a voice echoed, "No matter how many times I see this, it never stops being mesmerizing." Another voice followed, "I doubt anyone else in this kingdom could pull off something like that." Aruki smirked and snapped his fingers. Without warning, 8 medium-sized green circles appeared on the ceiling. The others looked up, murmuring in confusion. "What is that? Some kind of target?" The teacher, who had been in the middle of a lesson for Class 4, turned around at the commotion. She gasped in shock before shouting, "Aruki, stop this right now." Above them, the green circles suddenly sprouted 2 small wings and began moving. Inside each one, a rotating ring formed, resembling an eerie, unblinking eye. With his fingers pressed together, Haruki's cold blue-green eyes gleamed as he uttered, "Ignite." A warning cry rang out. Everyone, get out of the way. Panic erupted. Students scrambled in every direction, shouting, "That lunatic." In the chaos, no one noticed that one of the eerie green eyes had been pierced by a sword. It began to glow intensely on the ceiling, sending another wave of terror through the crowd. Then suddenly it exploded, a loud, thunderous blast right above everyone's heads, sending them into complete panic, with a flash of bright purple smoke. Everyone screamed, their voices almost giving out. Shirone didn't run. Instead, he stood there frozen, not caring that the purple smoke was blowing his hair around. Then, Haruki's laughter echoed. He spoke while glancing sideways at Shirone, hand raised to eye level. "See you later, Shirone." Haruki disappeared into the swirling purple and white smoke. The teacher suddenly grabbed him by the ear, furious, yelling and dragging Haruki away. "You troublemaker. It's only been a short time since the last incident, and you're causing trouble again." Haruki winced from the pain, but still managed to reply. "I can destroy the machine, though." "I know you didn't." The teacher, seeing that Haruki had spoken, shouted louder. "Ha! You're suspended for 3 days, got it?" Haruki didn't seem surprised. It was as if he'd been through this a lot before, casually responding. 3 days? That's it. Then someone's voice continued, talking about Haruki. Haruki is the oddest student in Class 5. His current image is one of high class and unapproachable. He sits with his legs crossed on the desk, hands behind his head, looking straight ahead. The voice continued, his social skills are extremely low, and his character is probably average. But the reason Haruki is called a genius is because he specializes in just one thing. For his midterm exams, he scored 0 in every social studies subject but got perfect scores in all of his science subjects. There's a condition called Savant syndrome. Savant syndrome is a phenomenon where, after recovering from brain damage, patients may develop abilities far beyond what most people are capable of. That strange voice kept echoing. To be specific, Haruki is the king of all sciences. His nervous system lights up with neurons. The person went on to explain, for example, he can calculate what will happen in extreme environments, whether the temperature is below freezing or above 100 degrees. He could even figure out the date 40,000 years from now. If he really wanted to, I bet he could memorize the digits of pi for his entire life. However, when it came to other areas, the statement stopped right there. Then the literature professor became so angry that the veins on his face stood out. He held up the test paper and shouted, "Haruki, are you disrespecting the authority of the professor? It's ridiculous that you turned an essay into a math problem." Specifically, in the second question, you were asked to explain the meaning of the line, "The leaves tremble and fall," from the poem by Gilberto. But you answered that the velocity on the surface of the falling leaf has air resistance, so it moves according to the resultant force vector. You've even written out an equation for the leaf's surface model here, and you've solved a whole series of equations in a literature exam. The literature professor slammed his hand down on the desk, furious, and yelled, "This is a literature test, not a math test." Meanwhile, Haruki just sat there, looking at his test paper, which the professor had blown up on the big screen. The professor was so angry that she shouted at him, "It seems like you want to prove you're a genius, but there are many things you can't explain with math, like a deep image or emotions." Haruki, looking completely uninterested, scratched his ear with his pinky and said, bored, "But, Professor, there's nothing I can't explain with numbers." He glanced at the professor and continued, "If we can't explain the world with logic, then how can we live in such a terrifying world?" With that, he pointed at the side of his nose, teasing her, and her face looked like it might explode at any moment. Then he crossed his arms, turned his gaze elsewhere, and said, like, for example, an angry face is just a result of a chemical reaction inside your body. The professor stayed silent, glaring at him with pure anger. Haruki went on, "Emotional imbalance. Your nerves tighten up from all the stress and your blood pressure fluctuates. Then your blood vessels expand, making your face turn bright red. On the other hand, if they constrict, your veins pop out and turn blue." The professor was furious when she heard this. Her face twisted in such a way that it looked like she was about to explode. Her teeth clenched as she hissed, "Get out." Then the professor's voice echoed throughout the building where he worked. "Get out! You got a 0. 0, 0. Do you understand?" Shirone froze upon hearing it, then exclaimed, "That's incredible. He can speak so confidently about what he believes in." He continued, "I can't believe he's the same age as me. There really are all kinds of people in this world." Sitting across from him, Need rested his chin on his hand, looking conflicted. At first, the professors were very supportive of Haruki, but eventually they all gave up. He crossed his legs, propped his chin on his hand, and said cheerfully, "But who would have thought he'd be curious about you? What a surprise. I was really happy when you approached me first." Shirone gave a reserved smile. I understand. Deep down, he still felt a bit uneasy. He raised a hand in his mouth, lost in thought. Anyway, Need sure knows a lot. As he was thinking, a gentle voice spoke beside him. Excuse me. Both of them flinched and turned to see what was going on. In front of them stood a girl with long hair and a slightly bashful expression. She looked at Shirone and softly asked, Shirone, would you like to join our research group? Need, surprised, called out his name, Shirone. But the girl continued her invitation. We're researching material teleportation magic. If someone as skilled at magic as you joins us, we'll be able to complete the research much faster. She continued, if you submit the research paper, you won't have to waste your time during the break with performance reviews, and the rest of the time we can study together. Shirone, feeling awkward, spoke up, sorry, my current grades aren't that great, so I think I need to focus on that first. He added, sorry for turning you down. Hearing that, the girl spoke softly, well, we can't really do anything about it. If you change your mind, just let me know. After saying that, she turned and walked back to her group of friends, giving him one last look and saying, if you change your mind, you can join anytime. Shirone, sitting at the table across, turned around and smiled with squinted eyes. Shirone responded, all right, thanks. Need smiled back at them with squinted eyes. After a while, they moved to another place, and Need looked back at them, chuckling to herself before saying, how embarrassing. That research group is pretty impressive. Well, you got Senior Amy already, so that group probably isn't that special, Shirone said quietly, wondering, what do those two things have to do with each other? Then he shifted his thoughts to something else. Unfortunately, he was still lacking in knowledge. He grew frustrated thinking about his low midterm score. Just raising my grades is hard enough. I can't even dream about joining a research group. Need teased Shirone, saying, ah, you're so jealous. Shirone quickly changed the subject, asking Need, don't you have a research group? I think if it were you, you could definitely join a good one. Need cheerfully replied, me? I have a research group. Shirone let out a surprised sound before continuing, and I'm also the group leader. Hearing that, he sighed in disappointment, lowered his head, and sat in silence. Seeing his reaction, Need hurriedly waved his hands, trying to comfort him. No, it's not a big group or anything. You're making me embarrassed. There are only 2 members, so our funding got cut completely. Need then raised his voice, deliberately explaining to Shirone, all the seniors graduated, so I ended up getting the position. Hearing that, he nodded in understanding and mused graduated students, so past members of the group also went on to graduate. His eyes suddenly lit up as if realizing something. If a research group had members who successfully graduated, then it must have great potential. Thinking that, Shirone asked, if you don't mind, can I take a look at your research lab? Outside the unfamiliar forest, Need's voice rang out, Shirone, I thought you weren't interested in research. Shirone answered, no, I am. I just thought I'd be a burden if I joined. Need exclaimed in surprise, what? A research group isn't that rigid. We study and have fun at the same time. This is our research lab. Need was leading Shirone to his lab, a pitch-dark place with a strange shape. Shirone asked in confusion, what is this? Need introduced, this is called the Istis Storage Room, a training facility with all the equipment for the students. The 2 of them suddenly felt small, almost like ants standing in front of a huge black, cube-shaped research room with a massive gap in the middle, set in an open area of the forest. Need continued, this is a highly advanced storage room. You can place your study materials into a block and it will automatically take them to the room you need. Shirone sighed, clearly frustrated with himself, and said, oh, so this is the storage room. Seeing the look on Shirone's face, Need quickly tried to explain. Wait, hold on. Even though it looks like that, inside it's really secure. You'll be amazed. The 2 of them entered the lab, and Need led the way, introducing it. This is the valuable place that my seniors have worked hard to protect. Shirone asked, really? He continued, so I can expect a lot from this, right? Need immediately answered, of course. Then he added, you'll be amazed by what's inside. Suddenly, an image appeared of someone's hand quickly writing with chalk on a blackboard, where the sounds were coming from. As they walked and talked, Need threw his bag over his shoulder, looked at Shirone and smiled. Other brutes had their eyes on this place. My seniors had to fight hard to keep ownership of it. Shirone walked past another hallway, stopped, and asked, what's this? Need looked back, grinned, and said, actually, we can use everything in here if we want to. Shirone was puzzled and asked, isn't that against the rules? Need looked at him and replied, every time you find something you want, the structure of this place changes. In other words, Need paused here. He had already stepped further in, while Shirone had only just entered, following a long yellow line with the number 7 symbol. Need walked ahead, one hand carrying his bag over his shoulder and the other tucked in his pocket. He smirked confidently and said, no one will be able to find us here. Shirone was amazed as he followed, glancing at him. He was lost in thought, imagining a hideout where no one could find you. Need happily extended his hand ahead, smiling at Shirone. This is our research lab. Shirone was speechless, his mouth hanging open in surprise. He made a noise full of doubt. The two of them stood in front of an old weathered sign hanging on the door, which read, Research Lab for Supernatural and Paranormal Phenomena. Shirone suddenly exclaimed in shock, Science about paranormal phenomena? Then he paused, thinking it over. Paranormal phenomena in a magic academy. Nii, however, was still just as excited as before. He turned to Shirone and asked, What do you think? It's so cool, right? Then he continued with an excited tone. Demons, spirits, past lives, aliens, hell, God, and many other things. We study everything related to topics like that. He stood behind, his face pale and his body shaking uncontrollably. Shirone questioned himself, thinking quietly, I think I joined the wrong group. I'm not totally uninterested, but this is a bit much. Then a door creaked open, breaking the quiet atmosphere, followed by a loud bang that didn't cause any harm. The force of the explosion blew his hair and clothes around. Shirone gasped, What was that? Nii, looking amused, squinted and said, It's just a little dusty. You'll get used to it soon enough. Shirone coughed uncontrollably, covering his mouth with his hand, and shot him a glare, thinking, Why do I need to get used to it instead of cleaning it up? He froze once again when he saw something ahead. In front of them was the back of someone standing and writing on a board. It was Aruki, focused on solving something. Shirone spoke up, Is that Aruki? Nii tilted his head, looked at him, and replied calmly, Our research team has quite a reputation, so we can't reveal all the members yet. That's why I couldn't tell you about him earlier. Shirone was confused. Was Aruki interested in supernatural phenomena? Aruki seemed to have noticed their presence. Nii explained to Shirone that the situation was actually the opposite of what he thought. Aruki had joined to disprove those very things. It was also a good way to challenge people who believed everything in the world could be explained by pure logic. Aruki's eyes lit up with excitement as he called out, Ah, is that you, Shirone? He ran over, grabbing both of Shirone's hands, his voice full of enthusiasm. What kind of wind brings a genius like you to a place like this? It's great that you're here. Listen to what I found out. Shirone was taken aback and hesitated before replying. Then Aruki continued. What matter is broken down. What remains are atoms, right? That's correct, isn't it? Still wearing the same excited expression, he went on. But I think even atoms can be broken down into smaller particles. If that's the case, what do you think those atomic particles are made of? Shiro was flustered by Aruki's question. He hesitated before speaking. Well, yeah, I'm not sure, but I think there's some kind of hidden latent energy. Hearing that, Aruki enthusiastically shook Shirone's hands up and down. Exactly. I knew you were incredible. I can't believe you're thinking that far ahead. Shirone broke into a nervous sweat. He thought to himself, Wait, did I just get that right? Aruki looked at Shirone happily and continued. There must be an enormous amount of latent energy, so much that could destroy an entire city. If that's true, what do you think would happen? Shirone was overwhelmed by Aruki's question. Shocked, he replied, What? His face turned serious, and after a brief hesitation, he spoke up, People are going to get hurt. Hearing that, Aruki casually stuck his pinky into his nose, then coldly responded, What are you even talking about? He then extended his pinky outward, his expression now completely unhinged, as if overflowing with untapped energy. Do you really think we need to care about that? Shirone frowned in shock. What? Do you even hear yourself right now? Then raising his voice, he continued, The headmaster told us that as mages, we have to consider the consequences our magic could have on this world. Nii, watching the rising tension between them from behind, had no idea how to intervene. Shirone's voice grew even louder. So you think sacrificing countless people is acceptable just to fulfill your own desires? Aruki calmly lifted the cherry stem from his glass, his voice indifferent as he remarked, You're seriously boring, Shirone. Holding the cherry up to eye level, he smirked and went on. You think other mages don't know this? That they don't do it because they actually care? No, it's because they can't. That's the real reason. Then, popping the cherry into his mouth, he added, That brilliant mind of yours. It's a gift meant to accomplish something great. Shirone glared at him in frustration and shouted, It doesn't matter if we're geniuses. Instead of being a genius who brings harm to others, I'd rather be a harmless fool. Aruki was looking up at the sky, chewing on a cherry when he heard Shirone speak. He glanced down and said with a teasing tone, A small group of geniuses leads the majority of ignorant people. History has proven that, and it's the world we live in. I really hate having to use idealism to explain it. Shirone's expression turned serious. He shot a glare at Aruki and snapped. No, your logic smells like failure. You could easily satisfy that ideal, though. Nii rushed in, sweating profusely, and waved both hands in the air to break the tense atmosphere. Well, that discussion was really interesting, huh? Shirone stood there, staring hard at Aruki, who was still standing with his arms crossed and looking away. Shirone rubbed the tip of his nose, and Need quietly stepped in to calm things down. But you know, getting emotionally worked up like this isn't good for you, right? Come on, sit down, have a bite of cake, drink some water. Shiro realized he couldn't stay any longer. Without a word, he turned and headed straight for the door, saying, I've got nothing else to say here. Goodbye, Need, I'm leaving. Need cried out, waving his hands at Shirone as he walked away. Wait, Shirone, do you know the way out? Aruki casually asked while rubbing his nose. Just follow the same path you came in through. If you can't manage that, then you're really a fool. Need turned around, anger flaring, and shouted, Hey, why'd you say that? If it were you, you could have explained it in a way he'd understand, right? Aruki slumped down onto the couch and responded, Well, I admit, I did go a bit overboard. Then he crossed his arms, placed his right leg on his thigh, and smirked. It's because he's my rival. Need looked at him with a puzzled expression and said, You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? And who would have guessed you'd actually use the word rival when all you ever care about in this world is numbers? Aruki ran his fingers through his hair, leaning his head back and looking at Need with an air of arrogance. He replied, Exactly, that's exactly why all I care about is numbers. You saw Shirone in the ranking test, right? Need, surprised, responded, The teleportation test? Of course I remember. And that's how he ended up being ranked the same as us. Aruki glanced up at the ceiling, thinking for a moment, and then continued. For someone who's just learned teleportation, do you have any idea how fast you have to think to get past level 10, especially the Dragon's Labyrinth? Need stayed silent, his face tense as he stared at Aruki. Aruki, still deep in thought, added, There's no way to get through it without dividing your time. In that moment, he was performing 10,000 calculations per second. Aruki's voice grew serious as he said this. Shirone's brain worked quickly, connecting to the concepts appearing in Aruki's mind. Need, upon hearing this, was immediately surprised and spoke up, 10,000 calculations per second, really? Aruki suddenly lowered his head, then burst into mad laughter, exclaiming loudly, That's the mystery of wisdom. Faster than effort, more accurate than knowledge. No conscious calculation can ever beat the speed of the unconscious mind's processing. Afterward, he suddenly became calm again, staring at Need with a cold, sharp look before saying, What about you, Need? What would you do? Need furrowed his brows for a moment at Aruki's question, then smirked, showing his teeth as he replied, I get it now. A battle between calculation and wisdom, and you want to test that with an exam, right? The upcoming test was on his mind as he spoke, and he couldn't help but think of Shirone's determined expression as he left earlier. The next day, voices of conversation echoed outside the grand building where the students were. The speed test is happening in 2 weeks, right? If I get another failing grade, I won't be able to level up. Inside the classroom where these conversations were coming from, it seemed that class had just ended. Shirone was packing his bag at his desk when he overheard the chatter. But aren't you looking forward to it? What? They suddenly mentioned Shirone. Shirone. Hearing his name, he stopped packing his bag. The voice continued, He's really good at the practical part, right? I wonder how high his score is going to be. He overheard them talking and couldn't help but feel anxious inside. He thought to himself, the rapid fire test. In the rapid fire test, you use active magic to aim at targets and score points accordingly. Active magic is the common term for spells that affect targets other than the caster. Even those who aren't part of the attack, healing, or support classes can participate in this test. You need to hit all the targets that appear in each round to move on to the next. There are 3 rounds in total, numbered 1, 2, and 3, with a number of targets being 10, 11, and 12, respectively. Fast and accurate aiming is crucial. However, Shirone was sitting still in his chair, holding a cup of tea with both hands. He was both amazed and worried, so he spoke up. Professor, I still can't control active magic. If that's the case, how can I take the rapid-fire test? The professor responded, saying, to be able to use all-level magic, you need to score at least 60 points. A score sheet appeared, showing 4 numbers, 41, 40, 41, 42. Sina Oliver, the homeroom teacher of Class 5 and Shirone's professor, sat in her chair, holding a cup of tea, smiling with her eyes squinted. She said to him, But it seems like your chemistry score in the class I teach is increasing the fastest. Pretty impressive, huh? He called out to her, pleading. Professor, from the window, you could see into her office. The two of them were sitting across from each other. Sana was wholeheartedly encouraging him. I'm not teasing you. You completely understand this subject. You can fully optimize and apply all your knowledge. Shirone sat with a slight hunch, feeling a bit awkward as he listened to her continue. And there's one more thing, right? A part of this knowledge that only an expert could truly grasp. He was surprised to hear her say that. Then a thought struck him. Wait, are you talking about the Phocon decomposition theory? Then another realization hit him. teleportation magic is actually a variation of photon decomposition theory. It's a type of passive magic that breaks down the user's body into photon particles. He recalled what had happened before. The process had been so fast that he hadn't even noticed it was passive magic. So it turns out it wasn't something too advanced for him after all. Passive magic doesn't have a time limit for the mage. As he finished reminiscing, Shirone looked at Sena in astonishment and spoke up. I didn't know we could apply photon decomposition theory to active magic. She turned to search for something while saying, recently, magic like this has been getting registered at the association. He was taken aback, wondering to himself, magic that uses photons. I hope it looks cool. The image of Amy, shining brilliantly while using her domain, flashed through his mind. Sena handed him a document. Take a look. Shirone held it in his hands and thought to himself, this is his first active spell. He thought for a moment, then flipped through the pages of his magic journal. He came across a page with important information, a new discovery about photon splitting theory and photon output. Beneath the image, there were additional notes. The researcher described photon output as being similar to its name. This was magic that produced light as its output. A person could detect everyone around them through photon output. However, this method wasn't as effective as light magic, and a lot more research was needed to understand it fully. He then voiced his concern. Professor Shirone picked up the book, widened her eyes, and said, are you sure this is the spell you're introducing to me? You can take the test, but I'm not sure you'll be able to use this magic effectively. She lifted her teacup, closed her eyes, and gently replied, on the surface, it seems pretty useless, but the idea of using photon output is incredibly bright. She sipped her tea and continued, light is the fastest thing in this world. A golden beam of light in the shape of a Z flashed through her mind, and linear paths are easy to control. In the Ivory Tower, the leading institution in magical efficiency, they had predicted that photon output would be a major breakthrough for information transmission and communication in the future. A towering spire faintly appeared behind a veil of white clouds. Sena mentioned that it was already being studied in many magical techniques we don't even know about yet. If they study it more thoroughly and consistently, it could develop into a highly advanced field of magic by the time you graduate, with enormous potential. After she finished speaking, Shirone looked at the book, propped his chin up with his hand, and thought for a moment before replying to Sena, I understand. It wouldn't be bad if I could master this skill before that happens. I'll do as you say, Professor. Magic leading to a new field, huh? He thought. Maybe it'll turn out to be something pretty interesting to learn. Now, Shirone was in a different space, standing in a forest. He raised one hand into the air, but nothing happened. Surprised, he muttered to himself, raising both hands in front of him, waving them up and down. Why isn't it working? One hand was holding the document Sena had given him, and with the other, he raised his palm, staring at it. He spoke out loud in disbelief. No way, I can't control it at this level yet. It turned out he was in a training area with other students. In Training Area 32, a large, open space at the foot of a mountain surrounded by trees and hills. Close to the edge, there was a large viewing platform, with students gathered around it. These were students from the 5th year practical class. Someone raised their hand into the air and silently whispered, activate the spell. Activating the spell was the gesture used to cast magic. Then he thought for a moment. Of course, the magic doesn't come from the hands, but from the spirit domain. However, imagining the photon coming from my hands makes it easier for me to cast spells. He raised both hands, looking at them nervously, and kept thinking, creating photons isn't simple. Could it be because my spirit domain is the type that gathers energy? It's kind of like casting a spell. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Nice to meet you all. I'm Athela. She stepped out onto the stage, smiling with her eyes squinted, and said, let's get started with today's lesson. The students standing on the field were in a panic, all gasping and shouting together. Who are you? Professor Athela's glasses were gone. It was true. She had taken them off and was clapping her hands together, smiling gently as she looked at them. Shirone exclaimed in awe, oh my gosh, your outfit is gorgeous. A male student behind him touched his upper lip with his finger, closing his eyes as he guessed. She must have just come back from training. Shirone turned to look at him, confused. Training? When? Where? The male student continued answering. That's right. Professor Athela is a bishop of the Karsus order. Shirone looked at him skeptically. A bishop? You mean she's a pastor? Another male student standing behind added. Exactly. A bishop is a high-ranking position that protects the 12 holy temples. He explained that there are 12 bishops across the entire continent. Athela shone in her bishop attire, surrounded by a halo not everyone can achieve. The voice of the male student continued, and Professor Athela is one of them. With her strong mental power, she was granted the title Jonah by the kingdom. Jonah is the title given to the wizard with the strongest willpower. Once the student finished speaking, he proudly turned towards the arena and asked, got it now? with that confident exterior, Professor Athella. Immediately, the word obsessed appeared above Need's head. He gazed at Athella with adoration, clasped his hands together, and said with deep admiration, "From today on, I'm joining Professor Athella's team." Then he put his hands to his face, twisting his body dramatically as he spoke with dreamy eyes. "I will study hard, I'll study forever, and I'll pass the test forever." The two male students watching were left speechless. Shirone, on the other hand, was silent, staring off into the distance, deep in thought. Amazing, he thought to himself. I can't believe I'll be learning magic from such a talented professor. Athella, standing happily in the arena, clasped her hands and loudly asked, "Are you all ready for the speed shooting test?" The crowd in front of her responded in unison, yes. She smiled and continued, "Before the test, each class will have a practical lesson like today's." They eagerly responded together, yes. With a serious stance but still smiling, Athella announced, "In today's lesson, we'll be learning an advanced technique to enhance your versatility. I've invited a senior from the graduation class to help us out." The students began to murmur excitedly, "Oh, from the graduation class? Where? Where?" Athella's voice rang out warmly. "Please welcome Mage Samuel Kodadama." Footnote: Koto means words and Dama means soul or spirit. Samuel relaxed his shoulders and stepped forward, greeting the class. "Hello, fifth-year students." He placed a hand on his shoulder, bowed his head to everyone, and said, "At the invitation of our esteemed Professor Athella, I come here today. Even though this isn't exactly my place, I hope I can be of some help to you all. I'm more than happy to do so." The female students let out excited murmurs, unable to hide their enthusiasm. Meanwhile, as Samuel bowed slightly beside her, Athella clasped her hands in front of her chest and instructed. Samuel's signature magic is Kokodama, which is closely related to today's lesson. So please pay attention and stay focused, everyone. The two male students who had stood in front of Shirone and Need earlier looked visibly jealous. The one on the left scoffed, "A graduate's disguise." The one on the right clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "He's not even on our level." Standing behind them, Need and Shirone both wore expressions of disdain. Need smirked and said, "Since when was he ever on your level?" Standing on the platform, Samuel looked down at the students gathered below and raised his voice. Kokodama magic uses the power of words to amplify mana. Seeing it for yourselves will be much easier to understand than any explanation I could give. He extended both hands forward, his blue eyes lifting slightly as he spoke. "So first, I'll show you a basic dragon fist wind spell." He used the magic field created from the palm of his hand, a stream of green air that swirled around like a ball. Shirone was surprised and thought, "Oh my, that spell is something the principal showed me when I was little." Then Samuel exclaimed, "Dragon spiral wind." Immediately, out of nowhere, a high tornado swept through, lifting everyone's hair, and the center of the vortex was right where he stood. After a while, the storm began to settle. Everyone was frightened and whispered, "You really scared me there." That was no joke. Samuel calmly closed his eyes, holding the notebook in his hand, and continued, "Remember the power of that spell. Now I will amplify its magic with Kodadama." He then spoke a chant, "Earth Mother, Wild Demon." After that, Samuel opened his blue eyes and, looking down at the small notebook in his hand, read aloud, "I call upon your strength. Please take my hand. From the heavens above, spanning through eternity, the sacred temple, my heart holds. The soul of the mage merges with the earth and sky, singing a high melody. To honor and praise, let it burn and contribute the wind to create a storm." At this point, everyone was amazed by his chanting. The female student looked at him with admiration and murmured, "It sounds like a spell. His voice is so beautiful." 3 minutes later, he was still reading his chant, "The soul united with the body. We call upon the name of the sorcerer, fearless of the wild power of the mighty lion, along with the ocean that holds the burning sunlight and the earth that carries the wind blowing for millions of years. We will devote ourselves without limit, moving toward utmost reverence." Everyone had dozed off after hearing the chant for just 3 minutes. A few others, clearly tired, spoke up, "How much longer is this going to take?" Don't fall asleep." He looked serious, the corners of his eyes narrowing as he said, "Long Quan Fang." Right after, a whirl interrupted from his feet, spiraling straight up into the sky. Its force was so powerful that it almost sent everyone flying, including Shirone. Others screamed in panic, "Help me." Everyone was tossed around by the pull of the vortex. It felt like they were just strands of hair swaying in the wind. They exclaimed, "I thought we were going to get blown away for good." Athella smiled with her eyes squinted and spoke up. She didn't say the chant out loud, but she still recited it in her mind. Samuel's voice carried his will into every word, holding them precious. The small book contained many different spells. He continued, "This is what has amplified the magic power. This is the fundamental principle of Kodadama magic." Samuel held the small book, closed his eyes, and calmly said, However, the spell is too long to use in battle, so now I'll show you something called the sound speed magic. The others panicked when they heard him. Not more? They exclaimed. But Samuel didn't continue reading. He simply folded the small book shut with his thumb and index finger, then quietly said, Earth Mother's Fury. He then tilted his head back and shouted toward the sky, Grant this to me. What followed was a series of rapid, long incantations, so fast that no one could fully make out the words. The wave grew stronger with every passing moment, and their hair seemed as if it would fly off their heads. Samuel didn't stop chanting, his tongue moving up and down so quickly that it was hard to tell what he was saying. One hand held the book, while the other was raised toward the sky as he shouted something incomprehensible. His hair whipped wildly in the fierce wind, his blue eyes seemed ready to pop out, blood vessels visible in his sclera. He screamed, Dragon's Windstorm. After those 3 words, the wind rising from the ground shot straight up into the sky. Even from miles away, you could see it. It formed a massive pillar of wind, surrounded by a swirling vortex that tore through the thick forest, blowing away the trees in its path. Athella's voice suddenly rang out, All right, you all saw the senior demonstrate, right? No one answered because they were all knocked to the ground by her long Quian Fong technique, scattered across the floor. Shirone pushed himself up with one hand on the ground, while brushing his hair with the other. His eyes half closed, he thought to himself, That power is unbelievable. Is this the level of a graduation class mage? He kept thinking. A graduate level mage, referred to as a level 10 mage, was technically not considered an official mage. Athella stood with her hands clasped, turned, and cheerfully looked at him, saying with a smile, Thanks, Samuel. He bowed his head in reply, Anytime, just let me know. Shirone watched them, lost in thought. I can't even imagine how much more powerful someone like her, a level 6 official mage, could be. So this is what the world is really like. Some of the students had managed to sit up, while others were still lying on the ground. One student over there, trembling, raised their hand and asked, Professor, do we need to practice Kotodama magic? She stood on the platform, looked down, and answered, Kotodama magic is an advanced subject, so you won't need to practice it. Hearing that, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Then her tone became serious as she continued. Instead, the technique you'll be practicing is called trajectory. Trajectory is a technique that will help enhance your versatility by concentrating energy when the time comes. Shirone raised her hand and asked seriously, So the more we count, the stronger it gets? The other students were left stunned. One male student wondered, Why numbers though, teacher? Athella spoke up to explain, Numbers are characters with specific patterns, so they align with our field. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes turned blue. A blue field appeared behind her like a glass panel, displaying the words field radius, 10 meters. Athella continued, Of course, you're not just counting. Like Kotodama magic, you're attaching a specific meaning to these numbers. Let me show you. The pattern is the most basic system of propositions used in logic and mathematics. At that moment, Athella was surrounded by a field with a 10-meter radius. She stood inside, squinting her eyes and smiling. I'll activate the field using the trajectory technique. I'll start by counting a series of tens. She closed her eyes and began counting. 100. Suddenly, a 10-meter field expanded beyond its previous limit. The students below began to murmur. Did the professor just count to 100? Did she really just count from 1 to 100? A voice of surprise came from somewhere. The professor's field has expanded. The 10-meter field had indeed expanded to 12 meters. Then, Athella continued counting. 400, 1100. With each number, the field kept growing. She reached 1700. Then it reached 2400. Shirone was stunned and quickly covered his face with his hands, thinking to himself, No way! How could an ordinary person be this fast? The range of his aura continued to expand, and he kept thinking about how easy it was. He stared in surprise. After she counted to 10,000, she opened her eyes and let out a relieved sigh. The aura now covered almost half of their training ground, and everyone around them exclaimed, It must be just the trajectory technique, but the aura has quadrupled in power. Athella stood on the platform, looking down at the students who were staring in awe with their mouths open. She spoke up, Did you all pay attention? If Kotodama magic reflects and sets up the scene, it likely only uses thought and reflection. She added, The faster you count, the stronger your aura will become. Not only will its size expand, but its power will also increase. The precision and accuracy were clear, a spiral of numbers twisted down from above. She continued, And all your skills will be enhanced. He stood there, dazed, thinking to himself, This is amazing. If I master this technique, I could generate photons. Athella's voice echoed on, Of course, trajectory is not all-powerful. Its effects will weaken if your mental strength isn't stable enough. She cheerfully reminded them, So don't forget that strict discipline and a will full of empathy are the basic principles when unlocking your aura. Understand? Everyone replied in unison, Yes. A moment later, they all split up to practice. Shirone stood there, lost in thought, then clenched his fist and nodded happily to himself. All right, I counted to 1,000 in 1 minute. Then he thought, but counting silently is harder than I thought. In fact, everyone around me couldn't stay focused when counting for too long. Seeing this, he reflected, if I hadn't been constantly training my mental strength in class, I definitely wouldn't have been able to do it. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait a minute, when I teleported, I used a technique to help me process complex calculations. He guessed that it was probably trajectory. A series of large and small numbers appeared in his mind. He continued thinking, sorting the numbers by hundreds and stacking them together. A beam of light struck the ground and shone brightly. Shirone estimated it had been about 10 seconds. Then, with a serious look, he held out his palm, silently wondering if he should aim at the tree. He mentally repeated the word Fet Kwang Tu, and suddenly his palm began to glow. The yellow light twisted into spirals and shot straight toward the tree, surprising everyone. The light shot straight toward the tree over there. Everyone gasped, exclaiming, "What? What's that? What's that light?" The students behind him were wide-eyed, mouths agape. Shirone was also startled, but kept his posture. He silently exclaimed in his mind, "So dazzling." After performing the technique, Shirone stood still deep in thought. It's so flashy. From above, looking down at the large practice field, he noticed he was still standing in place while people gathered in small groups, turning their heads to look at him. Their murmurs filled the air. Was that Fet Kwang Tu? Did he learn that for the rapid-fire test? Since it's light, it's definitely fast. One of the students hesitated and said, but learning this just for a test seems a bit... Another voice replied, yeah, it's not really practical, is it? Athela, who was standing outside, turned around and accidentally saw him casting his radiant spell. She looked a bit confused, thinking to herself, "Ha! Shirone, the defensive specialist, is now learning offensive magic." She walked over and called out to him, "Shirone, looks like you've mastered trajectory, right?" He turned to her, surprised, and said, "Professor." Then he quickly turned away, sounding a bit awkward. Yeah, I guess so." Athela cheerfully suggested, "Would you like to try practicing in the projection field?" Now, everyone gathered around the projection field, where a figure stood in the center. They started discussing among themselves. "Oh, are we jumping straight into speed shooting? I'm so curious." Athela stood behind a desk, watching him and instructed, "After you finish with trajectory, summon the target, okay?" Shirone glanced back and nodded, yes. Once he replied, he closed his eyes, focusing. He first used trajectory to enhance his magical field. Numbers of various sizes gathered into a large point of light, then split into smaller points of light, all concentrating around him. Shirone stood straight, then snapped his fingers. The projection field began to activate, surrounding him. He thought to himself and summoned his target. Immediately, a series of blue lights appeared around Shirone. On the dark green screen, the information appeared. Rapid fire level 01, score 00. The time limit was 1 minute. Shirone's pupils flashed as he quickly identified the targets and reflexively reacted to the dazzling blue light. He frowned and widened his eyes, watching as the targets hovered in front of him. Then he raised his hand, focusing his energy to concentrate in one spot. He directed his palm toward the target floating in midair, then focused, mentally activating the photon. At once, the photon emitted a glow and shot straight toward the target. Shirone watched in awe and thought to himself, "This is exactly what I imagined." He realized that due to the bullet's speed approaching the speed of light, a photon would automatically seek out and hit the target just by a slight release. It shattered the targets into pieces. Shirone kept reflecting on the situation, feeling as if he was both aiming and shooting at the same time. Right now, his rapid fire was at level 02, with a score of 11, and the time remaining was 55 seconds. The other students were astonished, murmuring, "That's incredibly fast." Everyone stared, mouths wide open. One voice rang out repeatedly. As soon as he aimed, he hit the target instantly. It's like a kind of magic that activates immediately. Athela stood there silently, watching him, and thought to herself, "I get it now." Shirone's trajectory is a set of numbers that form a large combination and then expands them. She silently concluded in her mind, "This is a technique once used in magical intelligence." Above Shirone's head, his attack on the targets looked like fireworks exploding in the sky. Below his feet was a wide magic circle that covered the entire field. As Athela observed, she thought that this knowledge must have come from the bridge he couldn't cross. She couldn't help but marvel silently, what an insane rate of growth. Meanwhile, Shirone was focusing on launching attacks at the targets. Not a single shot missed. Every target was shattered into pieces. After a while, the training session with the Phantom Abyss finally came to an end. Shirone stood, wiping the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve, unaware of the information on the wall. The timer showed 19 seconds with a score of 342. Time left, 0 minutes. The crowd below cheered nonstop. Wasn't that a perfect score? 342 targets taken down in just 1 minute. A voice echoed, should I switch to using the photon shot instead? Another voice replied, you better not. That's only possible if you understand it like Shirone does. As he stood wiping his sweat and exhaled with relief, Shirone thought to himself, with this move, I don't have to worry about the rapid-fire test anymore. Mead, standing outside, had seen everything unfold. He crossed his arms and spoke up. So far, he hasn't had any success with magic, but as soon as he understood it, he immediately scored 342 points. Impressive, Aruki, who was sitting next to him, commented. But that's still a pretty careless score. Need quickly responded, what? But that was his first try. It's not bad at all. Aruki sat up, glancing at him with a grin. Sure, his score was careless, but it's still interesting. Then Aruki suddenly raised his hand and called out, Professor Athela, I want to give it a try too. Both Aruki and Need were caught off guard by his words. She looked concerned and spoke up. Aruki, what are you doing? She frowned, her voice filled with worry. Just make sure you don't cause any trouble, all right? Shirone, who had been standing and wiping his face, suddenly heard a voice that made him stop in his tracks. Huh? It's Aruki. He wants to try too? Shirone puffed out his cheeks in frustration, turning his head away as he thought, Aruki, I really don't like the way he thinks. But then he hesitated and thought, still, I'm kind of curious. Aruki stepped out onto the stage, looking confident and determined. Everyone gathered around to watch. He took his hands out of his pockets, stood tall, and smiled slightly. A field of magic started to surround him. The energy rose from beneath his feet and shot up into the sky, and he wore a smug expression. The crowd was stunned, whispering among themselves. Speed shot and a direction shift. No way, that's totally different from speed shot. Shirone was just as surprised. A voice echoed. So he plans to take down the targets just by looking at them. Instead of using synesthesia, the targets slowly floated around Aruki, and a large magical circle appeared beneath his feet. He lowered his head and snapped his fingers. His domain shot straight toward the targets. Shirone frowned in surprise, thinking, is he really shrinking the targets even more? How's he going to do that? Then, his eyes widened in realization, and he whispered this. Aruki's domain twisted into a Z shape, cutting through the center of the targets in the sky, leaving everyone below in shock. Suddenly, all the targets exploded at once like fireworks bursting in the air. The crowd gasped, mouths wide open in disbelief. The scoreboard flashed. Speed gun level 02, score 13. Time limit 0:57. Aruki's domain twisted again, cutting through the center of another set of targets, causing them to explode above the crowd. Shirone stood frozen, watching the explosions, already knowing without having to look further that Aruki would easily beat his own score. He thought seriously to himself. Aruki glanced down from above, smirking, and silently thought, if they're already amazed now, they're in for a shock, Shirone. Then he pointed his hand forward, adjusting his domain to move faster and shift into different shapes, triggering the targets to explode. The crowd couldn't help but marvel. Wow, his speeds increased. Has Aruki always been this strong? One of his classmates muttered in awe. Shirone stood behind, his eyes looking up, his hand raised to cover his mouth, a stunned expression on his face. Then he thought to himself, I get it now. If you look closely, you can see that he's not chasing the target with just his eyes. He's predicting the target's movement using motion equations. He glanced at how Aruki was controlling his domain and thought about it. Aruki had divided the targets into different motion equations. Shirone kept thinking, but he was surprised to realize that even after predicting their movements, Aruki was still able to catch up with all the targets using a change of direction. Shirone raised his hand to his chin and said, how is his domain so fast? Could it be that this is also part of trajectory? Need walked closer, smirking, and said, exactly, but Aruki isn't just calculating a few hundred or a few thousand numbers. Shirone asked, clearly puzzled. He's calculating up to hundreds of thousands. Need looked at him and grinned, answering shortly, millions. Shirone's face showed disbelief upon hearing this. The board on the wall displayed the time, level 24 with a score of 548, and the time limit was 0 minutes. Everyone cheered at Aruki's result. What? Aruki is incredible. Aruki, meanwhile, grinned smugly, one hand on his hip and the other raised above his head, looking quite silly. The crowd continued to shout, how come you've been hiding your skills? Hitting a target with such a tiny change of direction is really hard. Are you even human? Athela stood off to the side, watching him walk past before stopping to think for a moment. Amazing, so skillful. He walked up to the edge of the stage and stood in front of Shirone, who was warily eyeing him. Aruki spoke first. So, what do you think? Then he added, is it worth watching? Shirone looked up at him and replied, it's amazing. I didn't know you could use the redirection like that. Haruki, hands in his pockets, smiled arrogantly at Shirone and said, "Is that all? I'm a little disappointed." Shirone raised an eyebrow, asking, "Disappointed by what?" Haruki answered, "I'm honestly impressed that you thought of modulating it that way." Shirone's face fell when he heard this. He then straightened up and looked at Haruki seriously, asking, "Are you curious about how I managed to calculate millions of numbers?" Shirone tensed, eyeing Haruki cautiously. "I am, but is it okay for you to tell me? It feels like you see me as a competitor." Everyone around them was watching closely, wondering what they were talking about. Haruki stood on the podium, speaking arrogantly. "It doesn't matter. Even if you knew, I'm not sure you could pull it off." Shirone stayed silent, not responding. The crowd was confused, murmuring, "What's going on?" Haruki's voice rang out again. "It's nothing, really." He scratched the back of his head, glanced away, then continued. "I use locking and reduce the units." Shirone was stunned when he heard that. He stood there with his mouth open, thinking, "No way. How could you consider that a method?" The people around them couldn't believe what they were hearing. They gasped. "What? Isn't that totally insane?" Shirone furrowed his brow, deep in thought. If he calculated things logically, the numbers would definitely seem much bigger. Even if he used trajectory, a simple calculation method, the math would still get complicated. Then, he confidently said, "This is the syndrome of a scholar." Haruki raised his finger to his nose, furrowed his brows, and asked, "What do you think? Do you think you can beat me?" Shirone replied loudly, "I'm not trying to beat anyone. This is just a test." Haruki turned his head away, covering his nose, and answered a simple statement from weaklings. "Remember that." Then, Haruki became serious. "If you don't have the skills, then give up on your ideals and keep pretending to be the best." Shirone sneered, "Hey, that's not convincing at all." Shirone, growing angry, growled, "So if I beat you, that will prove I'm right? Haruki snapped his fingers and laughed mysteriously. "Of course, but you should know that no matter how much knowledge you have," Haruki continued, "compared to me, you're nothing more than a bug." Shirone, completely furious, spat out, "A bug? Even Need would be shocked," he thought to himself. Then he eagerly started searching for something in his paper bag. "This is really interesting." The rules for the speed shooting test. Your score is based on how many targets you hit within a given time. Level 01. Score 00. Time limit is 1 minute. For each level, the number of targets increases. In the first stage, the goal is 10 targets. In the second stage, the goal is 11. In the third stage, the goal is 12. In the fourth stage, the goal is 13. And in the fifth stage, the goal is 14. If you miss even one target, you cannot move on to the next level. Additionally, the higher the level, the faster the targets are summoned. If you can't control the field quickly enough to keep up with the targets, you'll time out. If you can't handle them fast enough, you won't be able to summon more targets and your score will take a serious hit. Everyone is focused on the results of the rapid fire test. Shirone is watching too. He thinks to himself, the average score for the 5th grade class is 400. No one has ever scored over 700. Then he rests his chin on his hand, pondering, to reach 700 points, I can't miss a single target. I need to hit level 30 within 1 minute. To do that in 5 seconds, I have to clear 1 level already. At that moment, Shirone stands on the stage with everyone watching him. He looks serious, tilts his head up, and raises his right hand to the sky. Instantly, targets explode one after another. The other students are shocked, looking up at the sky. One of them exclaims, "I'm really impressed. This is incredible." He then turns and performs his move. His eyes are sharp and determined. He swings his arm, directing the field toward the targets ahead, and they explode with a thunderous sound on the ceiling. The two people who had spoken to Shirone earlier are now standing there, astonished. The one in front speaks up with a serious tone. Shirone is no joke. Now, even without moving his head, he can hit the targets. How could you possibly doubt him earlier? The blackboard on the wall displayed the results. Level 25, score 567, and a time limit of 0 minutes. A voice, filled with admiration, echoed through the room. In just 1 week, his score has jumped by 200 points. The time was up, and the aura disappeared. He stood, massaging his left wrist, letting out a sigh as if releasing all the tension built up from the loud cheers around him. Then, Shirone turned and began to walk away. In the distance, two people were whispering to each other. His bullet speed is incredible. Once he locks onto a target, he doesn't miss. The person next to him responded quietly. His rapid-fire shots have improved a lot too. I think he can shoot 4 rounds per second now. Wiping sweat from his face, he glanced back and sighed again, silently thinking to himself, how's that? I've caught up to your score. It turns out he was looking at Haruki behind him. Haruki smirked, standing up leisurely, then walked past Shirone toward the stage. With his hands casually in his pockets, Haruki spoke nonchalantly. My turn. Shirone glanced at him a little worried. Everyone's attention shifted to the stage, and so did his. He watched it with growing tension. The result was the same as before. Aruki controlled his aura with even more skill, and the wave of energy destroyed the targets, making them explode in unison. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. His aura is even smaller than before, they said, and Aruki's aura zipped past their heads. Everyone watched in amazement, completely focused on it. The voice continued, and it's even faster now. Aruki's aura continued to twist and weave through the targets, causing them to explode one by one. After a while, Aruki finally finished. He raised his hand, making a gun gesture towards the sky with a cool attitude, then spoke up, "Done." The scoreboard on the wall displayed, "Time's up. Level 25 score, 568, time limit, 0 minutes." After that, Aruki didn't pay any more attention and walked away without a second glance. The others started talking excitedly again. Aruki's score went up, but it's only 1 point ahead of Shirone's new score, huh? The murmurs grew quieter. Shirone was really close, but he lost. Yeah, but Shirone's score is growing exponentially. He'll catch up soon enough. Meanwhile, Shirone was feeling confused. He watched Aruki's back as he thought that 1 point difference can't be a coincidence. The next day, the scores of both players were just 1 point apart. Of course, Shirone's score was 571 and Aruki's was 572. The following day, the scores were 585 and 586. Just a 1 point difference again. The day after that, it was 593 and 594, still just 1 point separating them. Aruki stood with his back to everyone, raised his right hand, glanced back, and smirked proudly. The other students cheered his name. Aruki! Aruki! Only Shirone knew that the 1 point difference wasn't by chance. He stood still among the crowd, glaring up at the podium, deep in thought. So he only wants to be 1 point ahead of me. He must have planned this carefully, starting from level 1. Then, Shirone frowned and stared ahead, deep in thought. That's exactly it. Even though he didn't say it out loud, that was the message he was sending. He imagined Aruki standing on a high wall, looking down at him with arrogance. He could easily defeat someone like him. He stood there, quietly reflecting on that. A little later, in the tall, luxurious building, someone's voice echoed. "Do you think Aruki will win this time?" It turned out the 3 people were sitting together, talking. One of the guys, sitting on the table with his legs crossed, tilted his head and continued. "Scoring over 600 points, Shirone is really good." The person sitting on the left leaned on the table and replied, "It's just that Aruki is too strong." Another voice joined in. "I think Shirone doesn't know his limits." Meanwhile, Aruki sat with his hand on his cheek, arrogantly looking the other way, not paying attention to the 2 people standing in front of him, who spoke up. "Aruki, do you want to join our research group? Teach us how you do it. What's the highest score you can get, Aruki?" On the other side, Shirone leaned on the table, clearly irritated, and glared at Aruki. "Exactly. Unlike someone who gives it their all like me, Aruki hasn't even used his full abilities." Then he fell silent, thinking that if he hadn't realized this soon, all those strategies would have gone to waste. Suddenly, Need placed a hand on his shoulder from behind, smiling with squinted eyes, and said, "It's okay, we're cheering for you." Then he continued, "Actually, both of you are my friends, so it doesn't really matter who wins." Shirone turned to him, annoyed, and replied, "But at that moment, while eating, I couldn't tell if I was chewing food or my own fate." Nee rested both elbows on the table, slightly tilted his head, and spoke slowly. "I feel sorry for you, but as a spectator, this is actually pretty entertaining. We're also excited to see which one of you can break the high score record." Shirone was puzzled. "A high score record that exists?" He then asked, "How many points is it? Is it from some senior who graduated?" Nee looked at him blankly and replied, "Don't tell me you don't know the score of your girlfriend." Shirone was surprised and asked back. He turned his head in disbelief. "What?" Need said loudly, "It's Senior Amy's, 987 points." At the same time, in another place, maybe in front of a 2-story building on the schoolyard, a lot of people were walking back and forth. A girl with pink-red hair was sitting with her back against a chair when she heard someone call her name. Amy. It turned out to be Sherelle, who had just run over and was calling her. Sherelle, looking worried, stood in front of her and said, "Long time no see. You've lost a lot of weight. It looks like graduation classes are really tough." She handed Amy a stack of papers and gave a small smile, which revealed her dark under-eye circles, then said, "Sooner or later, you'll be just like me. Here's the material you asked for." After that, they sat down, had some drinks, and chatted. Sherelle looked at Amy and asked, "Was the promotion exam really that difficult?" Amy picked up her drink, took a sip, and answered, "It wasn't too hard, but the standards are really high. Even if you get a good score, it doesn't guarantee you'll pass." Amy made a cold expression, trying to scare her, and said, they'll review everything you've done so far. Shirelle gasped, "Oh my, that's terrifying." But then Amy lowered her head and smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. Even though it's called a graduation class, it's basically the same as the advanced level 4 class. With your skills, you'll be fine." She lifted her cup with both hands and looked at Amy with admiration. "Wow, I think she's changed. Her mindset is much stronger now." While she was thinking this, Amy spoke up again. "So, how's Shirone doing these days?" When Shirelle heard that, it felt like a lightning bolt striking her, and she suddenly screamed in shock. "That's terrible. You two have never met before? Are you really dating?" She continued, "There's something really interesting going on lately." Her voice echoed by the sound of the running artificial waterfall. Amy, looking mostly uninterested, asked, "So, Aruki challenged Shirone, huh?" She looked at Shirelle, who was nervously explaining, and said, "When I was in 5th grade, he challenged me too. He's kind of strange. He acts like he doesn't care about anyone. But once he defeats you, he'll use that feeling to taunt you." Hearing that, Shirelle was confused. "So, he's some kind of genius hunter. Something like that? What about our Shirone? Aren't you going to help him, Amy?" Shirelle anxiously kept asking her. Amy, however, just rested her head on the arm of the chair, calmly sipping her drink as she replied, "Why would I? He doesn't need my help." "What do you mean? Our Shirone?" she suddenly shouted. "You're being so heartless. Why are you acting cold toward your boyfriend?" Amy raised an eyebrow, took a sip from her straw, and softly said, "No, that's not what I meant." Then she firmly added, "Shirone knows exactly what he needs to do." Over here, he was panting heavily, his face drenched in sweat. It turned out he had just finished the speed typing test. Everyone was amazed when they saw the score displayed on the wall. Timeout level 30, score 700, and time limit 0 minutes. As for Shirone, he was struggling to catch his breath. He had his hands on his knees, crouching down and loosening his tie. It seemed like he had pushed himself to the limit. The two people who had been standing under the podium earlier exchanged surprised comments. "I can't believe someone in the 5th grade class scored 700 points. That's one hell of a guy, a total monster." The crowd was buzzing with excitement. To get that score, you have to level up 10 times in just 10 seconds. "I can't believe it actually happened." Shirone frowned, stumbling as he walked, clearly exhausted. Aruki, hands in his pockets, walked up to him with a smug look and said, "Congrats, 700 is a really high score. Not bad, huh?" Shirone, breathing heavily, glanced over his shoulder and replied, "I wanted to show you something." Aruki closed his eyes, smirking as he passed by him. "I knew it." Shirelle's voice rang out, "So, do you think Shirone can win?" Amy, sipping her water and staring at the sky, responded nonchalantly, "What does it even matter if you win or lose? It's just a test." She was taken aback, looking at Amy in surprise, and asked, "What? Are you flexing your undefeated Amy reputation now?" Then she yelled, "I know you beat Aruki, the one who set the record with 987 points in the speed test." Amy frowned and replied, "No, I've never competed with him. I just ignore his trash talk." She then glanced off to the side and said, "But if we actually did compete, I'd probably lose." Her tone was serious. Shirelle blinked in confusion, and then her voice rang out again, "Oh." Back at the competition, the blackboard lit up, showing the word over. 701 points in 0 minutes. A crowd in the stands screamed, "Amazing. That's a rookie score." Shirone was standing there, staring at his result. Someone in the crowd shouted, "He did it again, just 1 point at a time. I can't believe he scored 700 points and still looks so calm. What's a rookie's limit?" Everyone was wondering the same thing. Shirone stood there, bewildered, thinking to himself, "I don't think I can beat him." He then looked up at Aruki with a frustrated expression, suddenly coming to the conclusion, "I can't win against him." His bag was casually tossed onto the table. He sat silently on the simple bed in the large room. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting its light directly on his face. He looked out the window deep in thought. When the break ends, the exams will start. I only have 3 days. He closed his eyes, lowered his head, and sighed. I can't find any other way to beat Aruki in that amount of time. Should I just give up? It's just a test after all. Suddenly, he remembered a phrase. Only the weak would say that. He fell silent, furrowing his brow as he thought. He recalled the rookie's cold expression when he said, "If you don't have the skills, fine. Go ahead and idealize life and pretend you're the best." His expression changed instantly, frustration crossing his face. He remembered a series of painful and unfair things he had experienced recently. Then he thought, no one will believe what I say. The last image that flashed in his mind was when he was a child, seeing the bodies of several people scattered on the street in the alley. He then struck a match and lit a candle. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he stared at the burning candle on the table, deep in thought. Have I lost my sense of reality because I've been at the noble school too long? Actually, Aruki's words aren't wrong. And then he thought, the world won't listen to those without power. Shirone's eyes suddenly turned blue and he whispered to himself, I won't give up. He sat up straight, closed his eyes, and focused. To overcome Aruki, there's no way forward except to overcome the numbers. Droplets of water slowly shrank and formed numbers greater than one. A question flickered in his mind. What are numbers? In the depths of his consciousness, Shirone was floating, surrounded by numbers. He quietly asked, what is this sequence of numbers? He gathered the numbers into a circular field of light glowing brightly in the palm of his hand. He lifted it to eye level and stared at it. What is its core? He thought about it quietly, pondering the meaning. Then he raised his hand toward the sky and released the light. He continued thinking, if I stay trapped in these thoughts, I won't be able to see the bigger picture. As he thought, he relaxed his arm, letting it drop. Tiny blue lights began to fall slowly. As he felt them, these lights broke into even smaller ones, falling one after the other. More and more lone lights cascaded down, enveloping Shirone's body. His form was floating in midair, transparent and glowing blue. His eyes widened as he stared at them, wondering how far he could count. Then he thought that maybe he could. Shirone is flying up toward the light. He then pondered, how far will this go? He flew toward a barrier, like a surface of water rippling. In the middle, there was a hole, like a whirlpool. As he flew into it, his thoughts raced. What is this? The end of numbers? That can't be. Numbers are endless. Shirone placed his hands on the jagged edge, confused, and thought, so, what is this? Suddenly, the space around him began to crack. He was astonished, his mouth wide open in shock. The ground beneath him began to crack too. He looked down and could only mutter, huh? Then the crack under his feet widened, forming a large hole. He froze, unsure of what to do. Back in reality, he snapped his eyes open in panic. He sat up, breathing heavily, and thought, I must have reached it. What was that? Was it an illusion? The candle on the table had burned out, leaving only the wax remains. He stared at it, deep in thought. Could it be that I've reached the limit? Was it really an illusion? I felt such a strong pull. Shirone sat cross-legged on the bed, raised his hands, and blankly stared out the window. It was hard to explain, but perhaps numbers weren't just meant for counting. He looked up at the bright moon above the castle and thought about it. Shirone later realized that 40 hours had passed since she closed her eyes. The next day, the speed shooting test for the first level training field was scheduled. It was the day of the 5th grade class's speed shooting exam. On the field, 2 people were standing in the center. The stands around them were filled with spectators. The scoreboard on the wall was already up and running. Someone sighed and said, I'm so nervous, so nervous. It was the 2 male students again. The one on the left, sounding confused, spoke up, why are the lower grade students here? The one on the right frowned and replied, they probably came to watch. I've done that before. Suddenly, everyone looked toward the door. Oh, over there? Is that? Someone exclaimed in surprise, why are the seniors from the 4th grade here too? Among them was Shirelle. The male student who had been crying earlier held his head and said, this is too much pressure. The student on the right awkwardly tried to reassure him, don't worry. They're all here to watch the match between Shirone and Haruki. That's probably why, right? The people sitting behind didn't dare to say anything when Shirelle and her friends took someone else's seat. She smiled with her eyes narrowed, raised her hand, and said to the student whose seat was taken, thanks. The crying student replied, oh, of course. He looked up at the schedule for the day. So many events. A voice echoed. The main event of the day appeared on the blackboard. Haruki and Shirone would face off in Group 20. A guy with pink hair wondered aloud, I wonder who will win. The person sitting in the middle stroked his chin and answered, Haruki's ahead right now. Shirelle raised her finger confidently and said, it's still too early to say. She then looked at them, smiling mischievously as she added, since the test is done in groups, the score could change. If it were a real-life situation, Shirone would win. She said it with full confidence. A minute passed, and the test ended. In the first round, the person on the left won with a score of 427. He happily raised 2 fingers and said, I won. The other person wasn't satisfied. Even though the test was over, he still felt angry. Shirelle sat in the stands, frowning, resting her chin in her hand as she thought out loud, but what should I do? I'm so nervous. A minute passed, and the test ended for Mead's group. He stood, wiping sweat from his forehead, feeling secretly pleased. I did way better than I thought. Ethella, standing behind the desk, spoke up, great job, Group 19. She then flipped through some papers, smiling with her eyes as she said, now it's the last group, Group 20. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd cheered, their voices filling the room. Haruki and Shirone stepped into their positions at the same time. The crowd shouted their names in unison. Shirone, Haruki. The echo of their voices still rang out. Haruki and Ethella both felt a sense of unease in their hearts. He stood still amidst the cheers of the crowd. Shirone should have spoken up casually, but he seemed too focused. His two friends raised their fingers to their lips, signaling him to be quiet. The cheers gradually faded. The two of them were now standing in the center of the arena. Ethella's voice rang out, "You have 1 minute." She stood behind them and added, "Many students are watching you, so I hope both of you will do your best." Shirone, listening intently, gave a slight nod. Haruki, on the other hand, seemed uninterested. Ethella then said, "All right, let's begin." The information board on the wall displayed 2 buttons, yellow for Haruki and red for Shirone. The yellow button beeped and everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on the arena. Shirone started counting in his head, his eyes glowing brightly just like in his dreams. Then, the red button beeped as well. Both of them had activated their fields, starting their battle. Each of them used their own unique techniques. Haruki's attack was powerful and winding, while Shirone's was sharp and precise. The crowd in the stands watched in awe, gasping, "Incredible." Now, both were at level 12. In the first 2 seconds, someone exclaimed, and as soon as it began, every target exploded. Shirone's eyes gleamed with a blue light. He focused all of his energy into the palm of his hand. The crowd screamed in admiration. They were both so skilled. Haruki threw his attack while glancing over at Shirone. Someone commented that Haruki's energy field seemed smaller now. It was true. Haruki's moves were getting sharper and faster, easily breaking through targets. The person sitting next to Shirelle crossed their arms and said, "So that's the power everyone's been talking about. It's impressive." Shirelle responded with a serious expression. "So this is why Amy called him a strong opponent, Shirone." Then she blinked in surprise. "Huh? Shirone's score is higher." She looked up at the scoreboard and gasped. Shirone has 121 points, while Haruki has 119. She then shouted angrily, "That idiot Haruki is messing around again? Does he think he can turn the situation around by playing games? How ruthless." At that moment, Haruki, still smiling, could barely keep his laughter in. Everyone misunderstood him. He swung his hand and grinned, thinking to himself, "I've been giving it my all from the start." He glanced at Shirone, sadly wondering what has this guy done in just 3 days. Haruki kept his eyes on Shirone, focused on unleashing his next move. On the platform, Ethella was watching him closely, her expression serious. She thought to herself, "I understand now. The first time you take a path, it feels long, but once you've walked it again, it's quicker." She stared at Shirone, still deep in thought, and continued, counting as the same. "You've come a long way already, Shirone." Haruki looked at Shirone, a smile that seemed a little off, and muttered, "This guy is crazy." Shirone quickly swung his hand forward, focusing his energy into his palm, firing at the target and making it explode one after another. Afterward, he stared at his hand and silently thought to himself, "Release the module." Ethella, standing outside, was amazed. She began to think he's gathering the numbers together and performing calculations at the same time. This strategy can only be used when someone has reached the limit of cognitive calculations. She remembered when Shirone entered the arena. To be able to do this, he must have already entered a state of intense focus before stepping in. However, if he did that, he was now completely focused, aiming to attack as quickly and accurately as possible. He reminded himself, "If I make even the slightest mistake in the matrix, all my efforts to maintain this continuous focus will be for nothing. I have to stay focused no matter what." He furrowed his brow, thinking this. In his mind, a streak of golden light shot straight toward the source of the light up ahead. On the information board on the wall, the scores of the two players were rising. Shirone was in the lead with 469 points, while Haruki had 432. The gray-haired person sitting next to Shirelle suddenly exclaimed. The gap between their scores was widening. She and the girl beside her slammed their hands on the table, stood up abruptly, and shouted, "Shirone, go!" Everyone in the stands jumped to their feet, cheering loudly. The blonde girl with 2 braids yelled toward the arena, "Go faster." The match on the field was intense, with both fighters showing off incredibly powerful and lightning-fast moves. The crowd was thrilled, praising the action. Haruki, while landing a blow to destroy the target, thought to himself, this could be considered a form of encouragement. Shirelle breaking from his usual strategic style meant he was betting everything on this move. Haruki glanced at Shirone and smirked. "All right then, I don't underestimate you, Shirone," he said. "Your spirit is just as strong as mine." Then he immediately clenched his fist, silently adding, "But my gamble will always be on a completely different level." Haruki focused his mind, his eyes narrowing coldly, and the air around him crackled with blue lightning. Suddenly, the crowd froze in confusion. Some people stood up, others rubbed their eyes, trying to figure out what was going on. Something felt off. Haruki's score! Someone yelled in astonishment. His score just shot up out of nowhere. Aruki's score on the board skyrocketed suddenly, overtaking Shirone's by a level. The two standing with Need earlier were also left wide-eyed in shock. But I don't think Shirone is falling behind at all right. Someone on the left commented. The rhythm of Aruki's explosions just changed in such a strange way, said the person on the right. Need stared blankly, thinking, this can't be happening. Shirelle's group of three had all stood up, and the girl with pink hair asked, did anyone else notice something strange about Aruki's aura? She frowned and replied, I noticed it. That's not just an aura. Shirelle's eyes widened in panic as she pointed ahead and shouted, he has two auras at once. Two more auras appeared around Aruki, surrounding him. Now, everyone was stunned. Someone shouted, that's even possible. Athela, amazed, began to think it over. Twin auras were a sign of the rare mental shift technique. She never imagined she'd see a student use it. What was even more surprising was that he was performing two continuous chains of actions while also recording the process. She stared deep in thought. Even if he had a genius-level condition, this ability was still extremely rare. She never expected such a hidden talent from a child like him. Then Athela quietly muttered to herself, another unexpected variable has appeared at this magic academy. Shirelle and her friend were still focused on the arena below. She mumbled, Amy was right. Aruki's twin auras passed through the target and flew across the space under the ceiling. Shirelle's voice rang out, Aruki really is a monster. Aruki raised his arms straight ahead, directing his twin auras to smash the target. The scores of the two people suddenly stopped. Aruki's was 845 and Shirone's was 692. Someone's voice spoke up. It's over. Need's group of three watched intently. The person on the left said, looks like everyone has figured out the result. Then he continued, Shirone's really unlucky this time. He stood silently, struggling to catch his breath. He felt helpless, thinking to himself that, in the end, he still couldn't win, even after betting everything he had. Shirone was suspended in front of the cliff, lost in his dream. It was clear he had given his all, and now he felt exhausted. He thought to himself, but he still couldn't match Aruki, not even half. He sadly reflected, I gave it everything. His hand went limp, but then he clenched it into a fist. Shirone thought again, everything? A bead of sweat trickled down as he lowered his head, staring with a determined look in his eyes. No, it's not that. I'm still scared. Shirone was afraid. He wondered whether he was even allowed to walk down this path. Then he raised his fist into the air and punched hard at the cliff face in front of him. But at this point, it didn't matter anymore. Shirone thought to himself. A crack appeared on the cliff face as he pulled his fist back. Then Shirone swung his fist up high, gathering momentum. His teeth clenched, his eyes fixed on the hole with resolve. I'll break through it with my own hands. A powerful force hit the cliff face, creating a huge hole. Suddenly, it started to glow. Shirone was stunned when he saw that. The bright white light reflected off his face, lighting up the entire space in his mind as if it were daylight. Back in the arena, Athela was startled and turned her head to look at Shirone. She glanced over, puzzled. Shirone, I can't believe all the targets are being pierced right through the center by Shirone's yellow beams of light, each one just a few millimeters wide. The light was really small. The crowd in the stands gasped again, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. Someone shouted, holy shit, look at Shirone. The light is getting brighter and brighter. Shirelle's group was also freaking out, practically ready to dive onto the battlefield. But Shirone did make a sound. He just stood there, head lowered. The light coming from him was so intense that the green targets turned black. Then they were completely shattered into pieces by the beam of light coming from Shirone without him even having to do anything. Both scores were rising quickly, but it seemed like Shirone's was going up faster than Aruki's. Aruki turned to look at Shirone again, cleared his throat, then grinned through gritted teeth, thinking to himself, doesn't matter how fast you are, I'll definitely calculate faster than you. The remaining time was down to just 5 seconds. Aruki was still confident. I'll calculate every single number in the world, he said firmly. However, his domain was still speeding up, and there were only 4 seconds left. Aruki's domain hit the target, and there were only 3 seconds left. He thought to himself, I'm ahead. I can win this. Only 2 seconds left now. Just 1 more second to go. And finally, it was only 1 second remaining. Aruki grimaced, gritting his teeth, and muttered to himself, damn it, why is time moving so slowly? Everyone stood up and shouted as the match came to an end. Aruki suddenly slumped to the floor deep in thought. It was over. He looked up at his score, feeling smug. Oh, not bad at all. Did I win? His score was 1247. Then Aruki turned to Shirone, wondering, how did Shirone do? He glanced at Shirone with a confused expression. Shirone still wasn't reacting. Suddenly, someone rushed over, shook Shirone's shoulder, and called out loudly, Shirone. That's when Shirone finally snapped out of it, exhaling sharply. It was Shirelle, who was slowly letting go of his shoulder. She looked worried and asked, Shirone, are you okay? The people around them gathered closer, watching anxiously. Then, Shirone spoke up, Sister Shirelle, the test was. Then she turned her head, looked at the board on the wall, and happily said, the victory belongs to you. He was incredibly surprised when he looked up at the scoreboard. She continued, you set a new record. The score you got is 1253. The other students happily gathered around and said in unison, congratulations, Shirone. He was stunned, thinking to himself, did I really win? Suddenly, Aruki walked up to Shirone and called out to him, hey you. Shirone looked at Aruki, his eyes wide with surprise. Everyone around them seemed just as shocked. Aruki then added, you know, using area-wide magic is banned in the rapid-fire tests, right? Shirone immediately closed his mouth and thought, that's right. The entire arena was covered in light back then. Aruki's voice rang out again. Ha ha ha, you're really clueless, huh? Aruki slipped his hands into his pockets, then extended one hand to offer a handshake. He grinned and said, just kidding. Having photon emission doesn't mean you're using photon magic. Congratulations on your win. The other Gale students, hearing this, all shouted in shock, oh shit, Aruki actually admits he was beaten. Is the sun rising in the west today? Shirone took Aruki's hand, stood up, and said, so, are you finally admitting what I said? That life is more important than research? Aruki replied seriously, yes, you're right. Shirone, almost unable to believe what he was hearing, asked again, huh? Are you serious? Aruki calmly responded, well, it seems like you misunderstood something. A bomb doesn't necessarily mean violence. Everyone around them was confused, not really understanding what they were talking about. Aruki continued, a bomb is just a large amount of accumulated energy. To count as violence, the intent of the user has to be to harm others. Need and Shirelle stood together, wide-eyed and confused. Need quietly spoke up that, but Shirone wasn't paying attention. He furrowed his brows and countered, but that kind of energy is controlled by humans, right? That means it's still dangerous, isn't it? Aruki replied, well, then the person who controls it has to take responsibility for managing that enormous amount of energy. And by the way, while we're on this topic, I need to ask you something. Shirone looked at Aruki, his expression full of confusion. With a serious face, he said, from now on, you'll be responsible for me. Aruki's voice rang out, an explosion is just a large, uncontrollable energy. But if we can control it, that same energy could save 100,000 lives. He spoke seriously, and a strange light shone in the dark sky, casting its glow over a city. Aruki stood facing Shirone and said, a new era has begun. We're not just fighting nature anymore, but of course, I'm not some noble soul with high ideals. Shirone stood there silent for a moment before speaking up. Why didn't you say that from the beginning? If you had, I wouldn't have misunderstood. Everyone standing around, whispering and judging us. Aruki replied, I wanted you to realize where you stand to understand that you have the power. Shirone, surprised by Aruki's words, paused, and Aruki then spoke firmly, or are you someone who only knows fear? Shirone stared ahead, thinking, I get it now. Aruki is afraid his power might get out of control. He looked at Aruki and thought this to himself. Aruki, his eyes filled with a deep sadness, said, if you defeat me, you'll prove your will. So the only one who can stop me is you. Shirone, still standing there in shock, listened as Aruki continued in a serious tone. If you can't handle me, then I won't take another step. The people standing behind Shirone exchanged confused glances, and one of them quietly murmured, oh my, it's he saying he won't move because he's afraid of his own power. Shirone was uncertain, unsure of what to do. Suddenly he spoke again, feeling completely lost. I still don't understand what's going on here. Shirone looked at Aruki worried. I can't tell if he's delusional or just being realistic, but there's something I know for sure. Shirone stared into Aruki's eyes and silently thought, the fear in his eyes is real. He then stepped forward, took Aruki's hand, and said firmly, I promise. He locked eyes with Aruki and continued with determination, when the time comes, I'll stop you. Everyone in the courtyard had no idea what was happening and all shouted together, what? Meanwhile, Need, tears streaming down his face, rushed over to the two of them, calling out, guides. Then he threw his arms around their necks, pulling them into a hug with a big smile, saying, that was so awesome. I'm so proud to have you guys as friends. Athela, standing behind a crowd, spoke up, Shirone, come here for a moment. He turned his head and replied, yes, ma'am. Aruki, still stuck in Need's tight embrace, could barely breathe. Shirone then followed Athela outside. Suddenly, she grabbed his shoulder, making him flinch as she sharply said, Shirone. She looked at him with concern and shouted, do you even realize what you just did? Do you really want to leave here? Shirone was stunned by her words. He stammered, Professor Athela. She frowned and said, "If you go down that path, if you enter that world, you won't be yourself anymore." Shirone slowly lowered his gaze, looking down in frustration, and spoke softly. "I'm sorry, teacher. I didn't know it was this dangerous." Athela's voice was gentle as she replied, "Shirone." She lowered her head in thought, then gave him a serious look as she continued. "The territory you stepped into goes far beyond mere numbers. It's called the Infinite Realm. Sorcerers often refer to it as the immortal function." She looked into his eyes and added, "Our monks call it nirvana." The mention of that word shocked Shirone. A person could reach the infinite, but those who do would no longer be human. He thought to himself, beyond the numbers, what he saw in that place, the face of the enemy he had shattered, a vast space. Shirone felt as if something was pulling him forward. His thoughts kept drifting, and it felt like he was being drawn into it. Suddenly, Shirone woke up with a start. He was gasping for breath and pressed his hand to his forehead. He swung his legs off the bed and leaned on the table, lost in thought. Back to that nightmare again. "Ever since I entered that place, I've been having this nightmare every day," he said. "There's this strange feeling inside me." He picked up his glass of water, but his hand shook, causing the glass to tip over. Suddenly, his whole body trembled. He braced himself against the table to stay upright, and with his other hand, he grabbed the fabric of his shirt at his chest. He felt anxious and frightened, thinking that sometimes he sensed something was wrong. "I asked Professor Athela, but neither of us could figure out what's happening with my body." He looked at the puddle of water that had spilled on the table, worry written all over his face. "What the hell is happening to me?" One afternoon, the birds were flying back to their nests. Shirone's voice echoed in the room. "Lately, I think I've been haunted." He sat in the chair, his face showing clear exhaustion from not being able to sleep well. Aruki and Need sat nearby, and upon hearing him, they both looked at him with curiosity. The three of them were in some room together. Need, sitting on the left on the couch, scratched his head and grinned, saying, "You look so serious, I actually got worried." Shirone, slumped in the chair, responded lazily, "I am serious." "You said this was a research group on paranormal science, didn't you?" Aruki said, crossing his arms and smiling wryly. "Yeah, the level of worry from someone who's beaten me is on a whole different level, so I'm surprised, but why did you think he was being serious?" Shirone chuckled bitterly, pointing his finger at Aruki. "Did I ask something stupid?" Aruki rested his chin on his hand, looking at Shirone before speaking again. "The dream you mentioned, you said you saw yourself in an empty, dark space, right? And then the stars were being sucked in from somewhere." Shirone just gave a casual "yeah." Aruki's voice continued, and finally, that barrier broke apart and a burst of light shot out. "Is that right?" Shirone widened his eyes and answered, "Ah, yeah, that's right." It was like the rhythm of a heartbeat. Aruki sat with his arms crossed, leaning back in his chair. He looked at Shirone and said, "Considering both the size and speed of the space you're talking about, it's a number that no one on this continent could ever guess." Now, Aruki had a new nickname, Mercading Aruki, Spiritual Critic. Aruki joked, "If we assume that place is real." Then he became serious and continued, "It must be beyond the universe." Need and Shirone were taken aback, both sitting up straight and staring at Aruki. In unison, they exclaimed, "Beyond the universe?" Need looked at Aruki, his face filled with doubt, and said, "Are you talking about the universe mentioned in the books? But how could I even dream about it if I've never seen it?" Need rested his chin on his hand, eyeing Shirone sharply, and said, "No." He raised his hand and said with a serious expression, "I've heard about it." Shirone awkwardly called out, "Need." And Need also got a new nickname, Need, Spiritual Inquirer. He continued seriously, 200 years ago, a condemned prisoner underwent a soul-switching experiment. If a person's soul could be turned into physical matter, there was a theory that electricity could separate it. A sealed conductor, meaning they would put someone in a metal box and run electricity through it, but the experiment was deemed inhumane and was stopped long ago. The prisoner survived. His consciousness returned after a month. He paused for a moment, then continued. He learned about the situation in countries outside the continent, about places he'd never been to or even heard of. Shirone nervously asked him, "Is that really true?" Need rested his elbows on his thighs and answered quietly, "The information the prisoner on death row shared has been verified, and everything has been confirmed as true." He glanced over at Shirone with a look that almost seemed like a warning. "The soul has been separated by electricity and then gradually ionized, which created electrons. Is it this power that attracted the information about the world to the prisoner? That was just a theory. The strange tingling sensation the prisoner experienced. That's called a spiritual feeling," Need said. As soon as Shirone heard him, goosebumps immediately covered his skin. He hugged his arms tightly and, with a fearful voice, said, "Oh my God, it's itching, just like what I'm feeling." Aruki suddenly stood up, startling Shirone, then spoke loudly. "That's why Shirone can see the universe out there. If your soul has been ionized by electricity causing quantum phenomena, then the possibility of you breaking through space and time becomes real. Shirone froze, confused. Break through space and time. Naruki held up his thumb and index finger, leaving a tiny gap, no bigger than a grain of rice, and explained, in a microscopic world smaller than an electron, can an event beyond human understanding happen? A world defined by probability, a place you can't observe and measure at the same time. If you think the weight of the soul was lighter than an electron atom, an electron orbit appeared in Naruki's imagination, and he continued, then the connection between space and time wouldn't mean anything. Aruki then pointed his finger at the ceiling, looked at him, and concluded that sensing the space beyond was possible, so he pointed at him excitedly and asked, "What do you think?" "I think it's exactly your case," Shirone shouted in admiration, then said loudly, "You got it, huh? This is amazing. You too look like this, but you're actually a real research team." Shirone praised them, and Need smiled and showed his teeth in response. "It doesn't seem that special, does it?" Aruki replied, grinning proudly, sitting with his arms crossed, then added, "It's just a hypothesis. To do real research, we need more information." Then Aruki asked, "So why haven't you told the truth yet?" He looked confused, not understanding what Aruki meant. Aruki gave Shirone a cold stare. During the speed shooting test, there was an issue with his self-luminescence. He also mentioned that after that day, he started having nightmares every night. "Tell us what happened," Aruki said, genuinely wanting to know what was going on. He awkwardly looked down at the table. Then Shirone told them the story. "Actually, Professor Aruki did tell me a few things." After they both heard it, Need was shocked and shouted, "The immortal function? What is that?" "Aruki, do you know what it is?" Aruki stood there without answering, only letting out a small laugh. Shirone looked a bit panicked, glanced at Aruki, then sighed and tilted his head back, laughing out loud. "I get it now. So that's what it is, the immortal function." Aruki continued, "I've heard my father mention it before. It's the dream of mathematicians, a function that holds the key to everything in this world." Need and Shirone both felt a bit uneasy hearing that. He awkwardly said, "But the professor also said that it's really dangerous." Aruki spread his arms wide and said loudly, "Of course, because to have everything is to have nothing." Then Aruki covered his mouth, giggling, and said, "I got it now. To defeat me, you need the immortal function." Shirone, surprised but also relieved, looked at Aruki. He thought to himself that for some reason, seeing them joke around made him feel lighter. Shirone suddenly grew serious and said, "I've made up my mind. I'm going to join the paranormal research group." Aruki and Need both jumped up with excitement when they heard his decision, saying together, "Really?" Shirone answered, "Yeah, I don't want to be scared anymore. I want to research it myself and face it head on." Shirone stood up, squinting and smiling as he said, "If I'm working with you guys, I'm sure I'll find something." Need raised both arms to the sky and shouted, "This is awesome. Whether it's the immortality formula or whatever else, we'll make it through. We've got enough people now. We're finally an official team. I'm so happy. We'll get our funding again." Aruki added, "But did you think the professor will actually let Shirone join? Our reputation isn't exactly great." Need mischievously held up a piece of paper and said, "Just trust me. I'll get Shirone in without the professor ever knowing." Shirone and Aruki both looked at each other in confusion and said in unison, "Is that really okay?" Need immediately rushed over, hugged both of them, and with a big grin said, "Don't worry, everything's fine. Let's go grab coffee and throw a party to welcome our new member." Need continued, "I'm paying today." Aruki coldly reminded him, "But you still owe money to the cafeteria." As for Shirone, he didn't say anything. He just glanced around thoughtfully. This was his research team now. He looked around the lab and thought, "All right, let's start by cleaning up." Later that afternoon, things didn't go as Need had hoped. Someone had gotten their hands on the paperwork to form the team, and it was clear that person was very angry. The scariest professor had discovered it, Saina. She had a very intimidating expression as she glared at the application form in her hand, her voice low and sharp. Someone's voice echoed, "Professor Thad." That's it. The man, holding a stack of papers up to his nose, glanced back and answered, "Ah, the application to join the research group. This always happens around the holidays." He kept walking while talking, not noticing that one of the papers had fallen to the floor and scattered around a bit. After some time, once the exercise was done, the group broke up. "Let's just get this over with quickly," he muttered. Stena saw the paper on the ground and spoke up, reminding him, "Professor, you dropped this." He jumped, startled, and exclaimed, "Oh no!" She picked up the form and looked at it. "This is." Thad leaned in to see and furrowed his brow, asking, "Huh? Professor, this research group, what is this research group?" Thad hesitated. They both looked down at the application form. A research group on supernatural soul science from the Need group. His voice was filled with surprise. A research group on supernatural souls? Then Thad's gaze shifted to the name Arian Shirone on the form. He glanced at Sena and asked, "Isn't that you, Shirone?" Sena's face darkened and she said nothing. She then crumpled the form tightly in her hand, her smile turning terrifying. Inside the relatively low mountain range, deep in the hills, there was a house and the voice of someone echoed outside. "I'm sorry, Professor Athela, you're still in the middle of your practice." She sat cross-legged at the tea table, lifted her cup, smiled with squinted eyes, and spoke. "You come all the way here, so it must not be a simple matter. Professor Sena, so this is Athela's house." The atmosphere fell silent for a moment as the two sat across from each other, sipping their tea. The surrounding scene was peaceful. Sena set her cup down and said, "Actually, Shirone has joined a research group." Athela happily asked, "So she finally joined a group? Which one is it?" Sena leaned forward, her face serious, and said, "It's a research group studying supernatural souls." Athela took a sip of her tea, but when she heard that, she froze. Tea almost spilled out of her cup. Sena, both frightened and trembling, continued, "As you know, even before we became professors, this group has a history of causing trouble. Every day I get tons of complaints from parents. She grew more anxious. Why that group? Shirone is the future of our school. She should be focusing on her studies right now." Athela paused, stopped sipping her tea, looked at her with a silly smile, and said, "But isn't that group different now?" She raised her finger and tried to defend Mead's group. "The president right now is Need, a very well-behaved student who gets along with everyone, so there shouldn't be any problems. The troublemakers have all graduated already. The current president of the Formia Magic Association is the former president of that group," she said cheerfully. She continued, "I'm sure they'll all share good things and focus on their studies." Meanwhile, over with Need's group, he was lying back on the couch, looking completely relaxed. Need greeted Shirone. "Oh, Shirone, you're here." He stood by the door, frowning and using his sleeve to wave away the dust that was rising in the air. Annoyed, he said, "You guys, I can see the dust flying up from the ceiling, all over the room." Shirone, standing by and brushing the dust away, replied, "Aren't you going to school?" "I wasn't feeling too well today, so I'm just resting." With my head on the pillow and legs crossed on the couch, Need answered, "I'm not feeling great today." Aruki, meanwhile, was sitting on a chair, focused on playing a game of chess, and casually said, "I skip school all the time." Then, with excitement, he focused even more on his game. "All right, checkmate in one more move." His hands quickly moved 2 pieces at once. Shirone stood behind him, just watching in silence, not saying anything else. Then, he turned to the mess on the right and thought to himself, "I already cleaned this up. Why is it a mess again?" After a moment, he spoke up, "You guys aren't studying or doing research, and now you're even skipping school." Need looked up with a confused expression and replied, "Huh? You can regret it all you want, but you're not going anywhere." Shirone turned away, sighing as he took off his outer uniform and said, "I'm studying." With that, he walked over to the round table next to the long desk, took out some documents, and sat down quietly to study. Haruki and Need silently watched Shirone. Need, lying on the couch, made a bored face and thought to himself, "What a model student." Suddenly, Haruki propped his elbows on the table, leaned forward, and smirked as he looked at Need, saying, "Need, you finished that new invention." Need turned over, propped himself up, and looked at him. "All right, of course I did." Haruki's voice rang out, catching Shirone's attention. "Is this the invisible cloak?" While Shirone was taking notes, he overheard Haruki. The two of them started talking excitedly. "Wow, this is so cool. It's amazing." "Yeah, totally." Shirone couldn't focus on studying anymore, so he perked up his ears, trying to listen in on their conversation. "It lasts for an hour. If you feed it energy like this, wow, this is amazing." At this point, Shirone couldn't pretend to be quiet anymore. He immediately stood up, looked at the two of them with curiosity, and shouted, "I want to see too." Back at Athela's house, Sena calmly lifted her cup of tea, took a sip, and then spoke. "We were talking about Need, so let's also talk about the others. That kid Haruki, he's in 5th grade, but he acts like he's clueless." In Sena's mind, 2 faces came to mind, Haruki and Shirone. She fell silent for a moment before continuing, "Have you seen his abilities?" And Shirone even defeated the monster that Haruki couldn't. "When the graduating class finishes, I think these kids will be the shining stars of our school." Suddenly, she placed her tea down on her lap with a rush, her voice growing tense as she shouted, "But what if Shirone starts hanging out with troublemakers like Haruki and becomes as rebellious as he is? She'd turn into the biggest failure this academy has ever seen." Athela, hearing this, looked both confused and concerned as she asked, "Failure?" Then Athela relaxed and spoke more calmly, "Oh my, you're worrying too much." Meanwhile, in the research room with the 3 of them, Shirone's voice sounded in awe as he saw a pile of strange objects that looked like grenades inside a wooden crate. "Wow, did you make all of this, Need?" "So this is a magic grenade?" The 3 of them were sitting around the wooden crate. Need propped himself up with his hands, then giggled and said, I'm saving these for a big show sometime, like a huge one. Shirone, sitting next to him, tugged at his invisibility cloak while lifting a round, pink grenade and asked skeptically, but it isn't that kind of dangerous. Aruki sighed, picked up his black book, and chuckled awkwardly, saying, come on, Need's dream is to become a magical engineer. That's why he's going to school. Since Shirone was wearing the invisibility cloak, only his head, the collar of his cloak, and his hands gripping the cloak were visible. When he heard Aruki, he looked at him with admiration and said, a magical engineer? That sounds awesome. So, you use electronics to make stuff like this? Then with a puzzled expression, he asked, but what's this book? The red one. Shirone reached for the red book and picked it up. Aruki and Need both glanced at it. Need gasped and said, huh, that's... Before he could finish, Aruki quickly interrupted, huh? Is this from the Human Anatomy Research Group? Why is it here? Shirone flicked open the book, but kept his eyes on Aruki, asking, Human Anatomy Research Group. Then, as he looked at the page he had just opened, he froze and screamed. The page Shirone turned to showed pictures of two beautiful women. What is this? He hesitated, letting the book fall to the floor, then covered his face with both hands, leaving just one eye peeking through. Isn't that one of our school students? Aruki looked at the page, frowned slightly, and spoke. So it's here. He then turned to Shirone, who nonchalantly started to explain. This is like an info book from some shady research group. The drawings aren't great, but it's packed with insider info. Aruki said this in a tone full of disinterest. It's just something for bored kids to mess around with. But he didn't feel quite right about it and furrowed his brow, visibly uncomfortable. Isn't the school going to step in? Then suddenly his eyes widened and his cheeks flushed red. It turned out his reaction was because he had spotted a drawing of Amy in the book. Noticing his silence, Aruki asked, why aren't you saying anything? Shirone, are you really dating her? Before Aruki could finish his question, Shirone raised both hands to the sky, awkwardly stumbling over his words. You guys can't be looking at stuff like this. What the heck? Need saw Shirone like this, and Aruki raised his hand as if to say something, but only let out a surprised noise. Shirone quickly dropped his hands, looked at Aruki with a worried expression, and then quickly changed the subject. Who even runs a group like this? He answered calmly, it's a secretive underground group, but most of the stuff about the graduating class is probably written by the graduating class members themselves. Anne anxiously muttered, a graduation project, and yet we have a group like this? Under the eaves of Athela's house, the gentle, faint sunlight reflected off her roof. Saina's voice rang out, that's right. The research group on supernatural souls is just as shady. She then spoke with a cold expression, saying the Dark Sorcerer group is just child's play. The real problem is that it's a joke created by the most intelligent and talented students at the school. They each have different talents, like in painting or even eyes with supernatural powers. Saina continued, then paused. They're extremely advanced. They have talents in communication or research. She added, and they completely avoid the school's investigation system. Saina sat upright, her hands interlaced, and she seriously explained to Athela, the reason we haven't touched the Supernatural Soul Research Group is because it's no longer considered an official group. These gifted students are trying to revive it. Then, with a cold face and sharp eyes, she said, so, taking this opportunity, I will disband this group. Athela remained silent for a moment, then closed her eyes, pouring tea into a cup, and said, I understand your concern for the students. She was pouring tea into a cup while saying, however, there's a reason the school doesn't intervene in those groups. To help students develop independence, these research groups are considered independent. They must take responsibility for their own choices. On a high tree branch, there was a bird's nest with chicks of different colors, not the pink of the mother bird. The mother bird perched nearby, keeping watch over them. Athela continued, if we as adults take away that right from the students, they will start to fear making choices. Calmly, she subtly asked Saina, why don't we give them a chance? Saina stayed silent, closed her eyes, and thought for a moment. Then she furrowed her brow and spoke up, of course what you're saying is true, but she opened her eyes and looked at Athela with concern, then countered. I believe that developing students' talents and preventing them from making mistakes is also our responsibility as adults. Athela looked at her quietly, thinking, I can see how much Professor Sina cares for Shirone. I will give Shirone enough time to decide for himself, but I can't ignore her opinion either. After thinking for a moment, she spoke again. I'm sorry I didn't mention this earlier, but this is about Shirone. In the recent speed shooting test, Shirone reached Nirvana. Saina's eyes widened in shock when she heard this. She couldn't believe it was true. And then she screamed loudly, what? Saina's scream echoed through the mountains and forests, startling the birds resting on the tall tree branches. They panicked and flew up into the sky. Inside the research room of the three of them, the hanging light fixture on the ceiling suddenly shook violently, causing the ground to tremble nonstop. Shirone crouched on the floor, scared, and shouted, "Huh?" An earthquake. Need grabbed a cloak and shoved it into a wooden crate, speaking urgently. "This is bad. Hide everything quickly." Iruki also helped, gathering papers and placing them into the crate. Only Shirone seemed confused and asked, "Why? What's going on?" Iruki, while adjusting the couch, answered him, "A professor is controlling the storage room. Need needs to quickly adjust the table." Shirone just stood there watching them, then nervously asked, "What do we do now?" Iruki quickly replied, "Just wait." A hand pressed on the identification scanner by the door and a voice rang out. It was an emergency investigation. Sana stood, waiting for the door to open. She thought seriously, it takes 3 minutes to summon the desired storage room, enough time to hide the evidence. In the research room, Shirone was forced to sit down by Need and Iruki. He frantically yelled, "The professor's here and we're not going to greet her." Need replied with a serious face, while Iruki anxiously reminded him, "It's fine, just act like nothing's wrong. If we get caught, it's not just a suspension." After hearing their words, Shirone reluctantly followed their lead. Need sat cross-legged in the chair in the middle of the room, interlacing his fingers as he looked at him and said, "This is our turf, and if you get scared, it's over." Shirone hesitated for a moment, but responded, Okay. Sana walked in, exuding a cold, powerful aura. Her presence seemed to fill the room as she pushed open the door. In front of her were 3 people sitting in various postures. The room itself appeared perfectly normal, with nothing suspicious. Iruki sat with her arms crossed, looking up at Sana with a haughty expression. Need sat upright, hands resting on the table, slightly lowering his head as he glanced at her. Shirone looked serious, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Sana furrowed her brows as she stared at the 3 of them, and thought to herself, "Before it's too late, I need to disband this group." But then, her thoughts hesitated. "That's why I anticipated this reaction." Need, still with his legs crossed, coolly spoke up, "We apologize. We're in the middle of a debate." Sana wasn't happy with the way he was acting. That attitude was a bit annoying. Need was sitting with his legs crossed, elbow resting on the armrest, hands clasped together, and he was grinning with his eyes half closed as he said, "If you had sent an official message before coming, we would have welcomed you properly." Sana stopped looking at him, annoyed, and glanced to the side in silence, lost in thought. The thing that frustrated her the most was that Shirone was dragged into this mess too. On the outside, Shirone seemed perfectly fine. He just sat quietly, staring down at the table, but inside he was probably pulling his hair out, silently screaming. As Professor Sana, should I just sit here and be fine with this? After a moment, Sana smiled brightly and said, as if she didn't understand the problem, "When a guest arrives, don't you guys offer tea or a drink?" Need, still grinning, responded, "Oh wow, you really trust us enough to drink tea we serve." Shirone, sitting between the 2 of them, had frozen up, looking like he wanted to disappear. She pushed her glasses up with her index and middle fingers and smiled lightly with her eyes closed. "All right, I'll get straight to the point before I leave," she said seriously, sitting up in her chair. "I want you to return the research team's room." After she finished speaking, Iruki just gave her a stern look. Need smiled with his eyes narrowed, and Shirone looked a bit confused. Then the 3 of them leaned in toward each other wide-eyed and said in unison, "What?" Need suddenly slammed his hand down on the table, stood up, and in pain yelled, "Give back the room. Why is this happening?" Sana pulled out a folder and started flipping through it, then said, "I've looked through the documents, and it's hard to find a reason not to shut down this research group. The truth is, you haven't done anything in 4 years." Shirone broke into a cold sweat, looking over at Iruki, who seemed just as worried. Sana continued, "The truth is, you've been lacking students all semester. That's enough reason to close the group. Looks like your budget's been cut again, hasn't it?" Sana flipped through the papers, reading while speaking. "According to the policies, if you can create any value within a month, you can keep the research group open. Otherwise..." Need suddenly knelt on the table, clasped his hands together, and bowed his head in desperation, surprising Shirone. "I'll beg you for anything, but not for research results." He lowered his head and pleaded earnestly. "The topic of supernatural research, it's something that can't really be proven, right? Do you really want to shut down the only research group that challenges a society that's too reliant on science and logic? We'll do anything except provide research results, please." Sana held the folder against her face, looking down at Need as she said, "If that's what you want, I have another suggestion." Need, serious, spoke loudly, "Yes, I'll do anything." Sana looked at him with a heavy expression and said, "Expel Shirone from the group." Once she finished speaking, Need immediately lifted her head, looking at her in surprise. Shirone and Iruki were also equally shocked. All 3 of them were taken aback by her condition. Then they all shouted at once, "Why?" After a brief discussion, Saina spoke up. Have you guys heard about this? Need and Aruki sat up straight in their chairs, both unsure of what to choose. Meanwhile, Shirone was made to sit in the chair across from her, looking just as confused. Senga stood behind the chair, arms crossed, and said, immortality is a huge issue that even students can't handle. It's extremely dangerous for a young student. Shirone could end up disappearing because of it. Shira looked up at her, both worried and dissatisfied, and replied, I already know it's dangerous. I won't do it again. She gave him a serious look, then turned to face him and said, That's not the point. The real issue is the overload that comes with it. Shirone looked at Need and Aruki and asked, Overload? What's that? Need seemed too frightened to answer, but Aruki frowned and explained, I guess I should explain it like a disease that geniuses get. I had it when I was 8, but it wasn't too severe. You repeat what your father said to you. He said, You're crazy, so just keep quiet and live with it. You speak with a tone full of curiosity. I don't know anything about it, Sena says, holding her forehead and speaking with a troubled look. I call it a problem because that's how you all see it. Overload is a phenomenon that happens when your mind can't fully control the amount of information that comes from suddenly waking up. The brain of the person who experiences it will have something accumulate inside and glow outwards. She continues, it's like a dam that can't stop the flood of water. It's a terrible symptom that can shatter your consciousness, but it's seen as a disease that only geniuses get. It's like a mother whose child is seriously ill in bed, but when she hears it's a disease of geniuses, she's both relieved and worried and doesn't treat it. Saya goes on, a lot of children miss the best time to get treatment and live their whole lives suffering from it, and they think that overload is the cause of immortality. Your teachers would never want to imagine how dangerous it really is. When you hear her, you frown, feeling uneasy and lost in thought. The collapse of consciousness. Maybe that's it. The nightmare you dream every night, your body often feeling strange, like a series of cylindrical threads inside you are writhing. Then you think to yourself, maybe I've really gone crazy. Sena stood there, frowning as she tried to persuade them. I think I'll let Shirone focus on psychological treatment while doing my best to minimize the impact on her studies. He lowered his head sadly. She continued, I'll handle things on my own to make sure there are no lasting effects. So, if you really care about your friend, shouldn't you be the ones to send Shirone away? Suddenly, Need shouted, cutting her off. No. She looked at Need in surprise. He spoke firmly and confidently, though there was still a hint of humor on his face. As president, I don't think you know everything. She angrily bent down and snapped. What? Is this the time to get upset? But it was Aruki who responded to her. Isn't this something Shirone decided on her own? Shirone was taken aback when she heard him say that. Then he spoke up again. I know you're worried, but don't you think this is a bit too much? Need, sitting beside him, was irritated and stood up. Exactly. I can tell you why you're going too far, Professor. It's because you like her. Like what? He hesitated, then, in a burst of anger, yelled. You like Shirone, don't you? Saina immediately responded to him. Yeah, what's the problem? When Need heard her reply, it felt like a lightning strike right next to his ear. He stood there, holding his head, tilted his neck back, and yelled out. Of course it's a problem. I never thought a professor could be attracted to a student. His face turned bright red, to the point where it seemed like smoke could rise from it. His eyes became blurry, almost dazed, and he said, So, if that's the case, you must like me, right? Sayana coldly responded without hesitation. No. He collapsed face down onto the blood-stained desk, groaning in dramatic despair. Shirone, standing nearby, panicked and said, The president's dead. Sayana immediately spoke up. I don't want to get dragged into that debate over what's right or wrong. Stop being so stubborn and accept the reality. Aruki stood there, looking at her, and then spoke. Professor, if Shirone can't handle the overload, does that mean this is as far as he can go? He's not actually dead, right? Shirone stood frozen, stunned by the question. Sena answered seriously. I think you already know the answer since you've experienced this before. This isn't just a normal situation. This is about immortality. Aruki frowned, confused. Immortality is a field that's never been fully understood. It's where Shirone has just taken a step. Shouldn't we trust him and wait? Are you worried he's pushing beyond his limits, Professor? Then Aruki emphasized serious in tone. And that's what everyone calls obsession. After hearing that, Saina just quietly looked down, pressing her lips together. She started to think, an obsession, huh? She remembered a moment from her childhood. Someone had called her name. Saina, you need to leave here. She recalled sitting alone in the middle of a forest, feeling confused and scared, hugging her head in distress. Suddenly, Shirone lifted his face and spoke. Like I thought, that's something you have to decide for yourself. Saina was startled and anxiously turned to look at him. Shirone, he said. Honestly, I'm also really scared. Like she said, Professor, there was a time I thought I was losing my mind. She panicked and spoke up. Then it starts now. But Shirone interrupted her. No, actually, I felt amazing. Saina stared at him in disbelief. Ha! Shirone placed his left hand on his chest over his heart and spoke warmly. It's not something everyone gets to experience, but it was meant to happen to you, right? I'm really afraid of the nightmares disappearing. If they go away, I won't be able to explore the secrets hidden deep inside me anymore. Then he lifted his gaze to look at her, his eyes full of confidence. If this is a question for just me, I want to find the answer. I don't want to run away from it. I want to face it. Saina sat silently, thinking that, just like her, she remembered a young man with blonde hair who had once reached out to help her. He had told her, don't run away, look straight ahead. And then she whispered to herself, she's just like him. After a moment, Saina nodded and said, I understand. I respect Shirone's decision and I will never think about her giving up again. The three of them were both surprised and relieved to hear that. Need, who had been hiding under the table, poked his head up and asked, so? She answered him yes. Then she turned around, waved, and smiled brightly. We'll go back to the original terms. You'll show the results next month, right? Need frowned in confusion, muttered something under his breath, and then his face dropped into a disappointed frown. Right now, the three of them were sitting on the bench near the waterfall, each staring off in different directions, lost in thought. Need, on the other hand, looked completely absent, like his soul had left his body. Shirone, in a state of panic, asked, what should we do? So we need to show the research results in 1 month, right? Do you have any notes from past research? Need was too far gone to respond. He couldn't answer him. The rookie, furrowing his brow in deep thought, replied, from what I know, we've hardly researched anything at all. If anything, what we have is something about supernatural soul science from the textbooks. There's no evidence to prove the existence of souls. Aruki said this helplessly. Finally, Need spoke up, but his voice sounded strange. His face was pale, and he said, I'm sorry, former president. The research team will end with this generation. He said more, but it was inaudible. Shirone, with tears streaming down her face, still managed to encourage him, hang in there. Suddenly, Aruki, feeling bored and leaning back in his chair, sat up and said with bright eyes, that's a pretty girl, Shirone commended. Now's not the time for that. Focus and Need is still acting like a zombie, Aruki replied. But as soon as Need heard pretty girl, he immediately jumped up, cupped his hands around his eyes to get a better view, and kept asking, where? Where? They were looking at a girl in a long dress with flowing purple hair walking over there. Need couldn't take his eyes off her and exclaimed, who is that? Is there anyone like her in the advanced class? Aruki touched his chin thoughtfully and said, there's no one like her in the advanced class. Did she graduate already? Shirone, looking at them, asked in confusion, Aruki, do you remember every girl's face in the advanced class? Then Shirone noticed the girl looked a lot like Saina, and his face turned red as he frowned and gasped. After that, both Shirone and Need stared at the girl, and in unison they shouted, Professor Saina. Need then spoke loudly. There's no way. Can someone really change that much? Aruki looked at Shirone and asked, Shirone, you sure have an eye for girls, huh? Pervert. Shirone quickly tried to explain. No, it's not like that. Then he wondered aloud, but where's she been going on weekends? And she's wearing makeup too. They continued to watch Saina's figure as she walked away, taking turns discussing. Aruki guessed, is she going on a date? I mean, she's at the right age for it. Need doesn't believe anything. Does she have a boyfriend? Suddenly, Need stood up, muttering, this is the opportunity. Shirone, sitting next to him, wondered what he was planning to do. Then Need excitedly said, after we track down Professor Saina and figure out her weakness, we'll use it to stop the research group from being disbanded. Aruki spoke seriously. Chasing after a certified level 6 mage isn't easy, but we have the invisibility cloaks. With that, the two of them started running, leaving instructions for Shirone. Aruki said, I'll track the professor first. Go with Need, he added, and Need pointed a finger right at Shirone's face, shouting, I'm going to grab the cloak from the research room. You know how to keep a safe distance from the target, right? This is the only way to save the research group. They left him with only those words, and Shirone stood there completely confused. After a moment, he yelled, use your brains for studying, guys. Meanwhile, Saina had stopped, carefully scanning her surroundings with a wary, cautious look. The three of them were hiding behind the apple rack under their invisibility cloak. Aruki spoke up. She's really alert. We almost got spotted. Need's super into this. He grinned slyly and said, looks like something's up. Who's she about to meet? Shirone, feeling frustrated, said, why do we have to do this? But then he nervously continued, but there's something. When a noble goes on a date, the four of them were in a large, crowded marketplace with people bustling all around. Shirone wondered, aren't they supposed to avoid areas with regular people? Saina kept looking around nervously as she walked like she was on high alert. She even turned around carefully when she noticed something suspicious. After that, Saina quickly weaved through the market stalls. Haruki shared her thoughts. There's definitely something shady going on. She was very watchful of her surroundings, while Nee was more concerned about the fate of the documents. Do you think the professor is selling off those weird items for money? Shirone shot him a judgmental look. You think she's like you? Saina stopped in front of the door of a residential building in the neighborhood. She smiled as the door opened. A man reached out and embraced her, showing his happiness. The three of them were all taken aback and said in unison, "It's a man." Need, excited by what he had just seen, exclaimed, "Is this her secret boyfriend? Hot scoop! Is this a forbidden love the family doesn't approve of?" Both Haruki and Shirone turned their eyes to Need. "She's gone inside now. We should stop here." Despite his curiosity, Need couldn't hide his excitement. He quickly jumped up and ran down the street, filled with joy. "What are you talking about?" "We need to follow the professor and find evidence for the survival of the research team," Haruki said, feeling helpless alongside Shirone at Need's decision. Need signaled to Haruki. "Haruki, it's time." Haruki cleared his throat, mentally preparing himself. A wave of green light entered the metal pins inside the door. The lock on the outside clicked open under the pressure of the force, and Need, thrilled, shouted loudly, "We did it! The door's open." He swung the door wide, proudly showing off his prediction. "I knew the basement door lock was the loosest one. Let's go." With that, the three of them quickly explored the floors of the house. The first floor had nothing. "Great, let's break into the second floor. Use your field of shifting to check the hallway first." Shirone could only smile helplessly at the carefree attitude of his friends. Why don't these two use their intelligence and credible motivation for something like studying? The three of them, cloaked in invisibility, crept along the walls and listened closely. Suddenly, Need signaled, "Hull, I hear a woman's voice coming from that room." The room ahead was closed, and the sound Need had heard was coming from there. Shirone felt things were about to go too far, so she cried out and begged, "Please come back. I'm begging you." Need spoke up to stop her. "Professor Sina was the one who started this. We don't have any other choice, do we?" Shirone pressed her ear against the door, trying to listen to what was going on inside. She heard the man's voice. "Don't you need to change clothes?" Inside, Sina responded, "I still prefer the outfit I'm wearing today." Sina continued, "Maybe I should change after all." Then the man decided to compliment her. "You look beautiful." Haruki and Shirone, overhearing this, turned red and awkwardly said, "I think we should stop listening." Sina's voice came again from inside. "When will your wife be back?" The man answered, "Probably in about 2 hours." The three of them were stunned and confused. Is the professor really dating someone who's already married? Inside, the man quickly took charge of the situation. "Great, let's get down to business." Haruki commented, "This is way worse than a weakness." Need, shocked by what she just heard, quickly grabbed the doorknob and decided to act. "We have to stop this from happening." Three of them rushed into the room, tears streaming down their faces, trying to prevent something terrible from happening. "Professor, please don't do this," they all said in unison. Then their voices faded. "It's wrong," they added. The three of them were stunned by the scene before them. The door, unable to withstand the pressure from all three, had fallen off. The sight of the man sitting there, painting, left them confused. "Painting?" Sena stammered. "You kids." The sudden appearance of the students in the situation they walked into made her so embarrassed that she got angry and shouted, "What are you doing here?" Immediately, all three of them were ordered to raise their hands, their arms trembling, unsure of how long they'd been in the air. Need, who was at the front, spoke up to apologize. "I'm sorry," he said. "We thought she was doing something for adults." He continued, "We thought you were doing something inappropriate." Sana was caught off guard by Need's excuse. "What? You really think I would do something like that?" She was furious and snapped, "Go back to school and you'll see what happens. Understand?" Haruki sighed in frustration. There had to be some kind of punishment. He quickly dragged Need, the ringleader, in front of the weapon. "He was the one who planned this," Haruki said. Shirone, standing to the side, quickly provided evidence. "The invisibility cloak belongs to Need." Need, caught in the middle, couldn't react in time to the sudden betrayal from his friends. "You traitors," he said. "You didn't even protest." The man with long hair quickly stepped in to rescue the three of them. "Don't scold them anymore. I'm fine, and the door's been fixed." Sana still felt guilty about him, but he spoke up to explain, "Your students just followed you because they were worried about you. Right, Sana?" He gave a light smile and gestured to show it was fine. Even though they had followed him, it was really because she had been careless and had broken into someone else's house. It was clear that the kids hadn't thought things through, but they'd rushed in because their teacher was here. He slowly walked toward the outside and said, "I'll go make some tea. You all talk for a bit." The Shirone group quickly responded, "Thank you." The three of them looked at him with admiration. He really is an angel. Watching his slow movements, Shirone began to wonder and quietly asked herself, is he blind? Suddenly, a shift in her mind made her clutch her head, thinking, but why does my head feel so heavy all of a sudden? Could this be related to the feeling of sympathy? Saina helplessly raised her hand to her forehead and said, I'm just glad Armin is such a generous person. Shirone immediately asked about it. Professor, he politely asked, who is that? Need supported one side and couldn't hide her curiosity. Right, what's your relationship with him? Why do you have to be so careful when you visit him? Saina rubbed her temples, still having to answer, Armin is a senior who attended the Magic Academy with me when we were younger. Iruki asked, so he's a wizard too, but why did he lose his sight? Saina let out a sudden sigh, pausing before speaking. Armin, her voice dropped, the atmosphere grew heavier, he lost his sight because of me. Saina remembered that day. She had been running in the pouring rain. When she was younger, she had pushed herself too hard. She could still picture herself crying loudly in the rain, her sobs blending with the story she was telling. During that terrible day, the only thing she could do was run away. Armin. He had been a young boy, running fast and shouting, Saina, be careful, the water's rising over there. Saina, stubborn as ever, tried to escape from Armin. No, don't come near me. In that moment, she lost her footing. Saina was swept away by the rushing water, her screams blending with Armin's desperate calls from above. Saina! Without hesitation, Armin jumped into the water after her. They both grabbed onto a large piece of wood. Terrified, Saina cried out. Armin immediately tried to calm her. Hold on. If we can just hang on until we reach the lower river, we'll be saved. Armin suddenly saw what lay ahead. A massive pile of wooden trunks stacked on top of each other with branches of all sizes sticking out dangerously. He quickly turned to Saina and gave her instructions. Saina, we have to dive down. You can do it, right? Saina, tears still streaming down her face, replied in fear, I can't. With little time left, Armin pushed Saina's head down into the water, constantly reassuring her. Hold your breath. I'll keep you submerged so you won't float back up. If we hold on tight, we'll survive. Saina nodded obediently, her voice soft. Okay. Armin was left alone above, facing the large logs ahead, but a sudden surge of hope filled him. Yes, we will survive. The speed was increasing and the logs charged straight toward the pile, while his thoughts raced, at least you have to survive. Tears fell from Armin's eyes as he waited for whatever would come next for the two of them. Saina bitterly recalled that moment. The genius of the Magic Academy, Armin, had lost his eyesight like that. He had given up his dream of becoming a mage, even though both of them had survived. Everyone around them looked at Armin with sympathy after hearing his story. Saina continued, when I heard he became a painter, you can't imagine how shocked I was. She spoke softly, adding, so, that's how it turned out? Iruki understood then. So, you were really worried about overloading him. At that moment, Arden walked in and broke the heavy silence with his voice. Saina sure complains a lot, doesn't she? Saina, caught off guard, responded Armin. Shirone quickly chimed in, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, sir. Armin continued, but even though she complains, Saina definitely cares a lot about those kids. She talks about her students all the time. Needy, looking a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and said, we really respect her too. Iruki, sipping his tea, casually added, it's iced tea. Shiro moved closer to the painting Armin was working on and asked, if it's not too much trouble, could we watch you paint? This surprised Armin a little. You want to watch me paint? I'd like to see too. Iruki then asked curiously, how do you paint if you can't see? Saina noticed her students were being a bit too blunt and quickly intervened. Don't be so rude, you guys. Armin gently reassured Saina, I'm fine. There's not much time left. I need to keep painting. Saina, you're okay with that, right? Saina, not bothered at all, immediately agreed, of course. Though a little shy, Saina posed for Armin, preparing to be painted. By now, Armin had almost finished sketching his painting. Neve stood off to the side, constantly marveling at Armin's skill. It's unbelievable. I wonder how he does it. Iruki thought for a moment and said he definitely must be using his domain. Neve turned to discuss it. So, that means he has to be a wizard at the very least. Meanwhile, Shirome quietly observed every movement Armin made. He slowly stood up and cautiously said, Uncle Armin. Shirome asked a question that made Armin stop what he was doing. You can see it, right? Armin immediately smiled and turned to look at Shirone. He slowly removed the cloth covering his eyes and said, I've been looking forward to this kid. I wondered if Shirone. Shirone stood in shock, staring at the scene in front of him. Armin, with his glowing eyes, looked back at him and said, Did you notice it? Armin's eyes were bright, and as he pulled the white cloth away, he moved closer to Shirone, making Shirone even more excited. I'm waiting to see when Shirone figures it out. Shirone repeatedly tapped Need's head, but didn't get a response. Need, Iruki, come look at this. Armin's eyes. He turned around and was surprised to see his two friends standing still. Sano was also frozen in place, sitting silently. Shirone checked each person, his eyes wide. Wait a second. Armin spoke up from behind, explaining, it's magic. The golden light around Armin grew brighter, adding to his presence. This technique is called stilled reading. Shirone couldn't believe his eyes. He exclaimed, no way. He thought to himself, never expecting to meet a wizard who had reached the level of being able to wield time magic at the speed of light. Armin calmly invited Shirone to sit down. Sit down, take it easy. We have plenty of time to talk, he said. At that moment, Armin's room seemed to split into thousands of smaller rooms, creating an endless maze. Shirone still couldn't believe what he was seeing, his mouth hanging open in a dumbfounded grin. Armin sat in the chair across from him and calmly said, honestly, I've always been worried. I knew you'd figure it out sooner or later. Shirone was surprised and asked, you knew I'd figure it out. Armin pointed to the white cloth wrapped around his eyes and explained, people take in light through their eyes and then recreate it as an image in their minds. But my eyes themselves are light. He continued, as soon as I saw you, I knew we shared something in common. Shirone hesitated, thinking it over. Could it be? Armin immediately confirmed, exactly. He smiled gently and revealed the ability to be immortal. Shirone was just as shocked. He cautiously asked Armin, can I ask about the immortality ability? Armin didn't hesitate to explain. The ability to achieve immortality is the gateway to reincarnation, and those who open this gate are called unlockers. The light from Armin's eyes shone through the white cloth. Before Shirone, a lock appeared, suddenly unlocked, surrounded by a golden aura of power. Shirone, you've opened that gate, Armin said. Along with Armin's explanation, a stream of emerald light and its powerful circle appeared. The mind of the unlocker flows into infinity, and from there, they experience great strength and liberation. Shirone listened carefully to every word. Noticing the tension on his face, Armin reassured him. Don't worry, as long as you don't cross the limit, your mind will remain intact. Shirone quickly replied, it's all right, actually. I've been dreaming about the universe every night. Armin was surprised by this information. The universe? Armin asked. Shirone expressed his concern. Yes, I've kept it for my friends, but with these supernatural feelings, it felt like I was losing my mind. He hesitated before continuing, and it seems like there's some danger too. Armin smiled and spoke to Shirone. I understand now. It seems that he gave Shirone some positive news. Magic has taken a liking to you, Shirone. This left Shirone feeling a bit confused. Armin continued to explain. First of all, the symptoms you're experiencing are unavoidable. The image of Shirone floating in the vastness of space, surrounded by thousands of stars, appeared alongside Armin's detailed explanation. The place you're touching is the infinite realm, the universe itself. Anyone who faces reincarnation and a space as overwhelming as this would feel fear. A trigger like fear will lead to enlightenment. Armin then mimicked the image of Shirone unlocking the universe. Most people who unlock it gain space-time omnipotence. But for you, Shirone, the fear you're feeling has nothing to do with space. You've encountered something entirely different. Armin gently reassured Shirone once again. The moment you realize what it is, your worries will disappear. Hearing this, Shirone immediately perked up. How will I know what it is? Armin smiled and replied, you'll figure it out. I don't know when though, maybe soon, or it could take a lifetime to realize. This made Shirone's mood drop a bit. A lifetime? Armin reassured him again. Don't worry. The image of Shirone's cosmic soul reflected behind Armin as he spoke. It's already inside you. You just haven't named it yet. Shirone thought about the statement for a moment, then asked, is it something that hasn't been discovered yet? The universe exists, but it's inside me. I don't really understand. Shirone then shared something that surprised Armin. Could it be related to the light and the threads I dreamed about? It seemed like Armin realized something and smiled, continuing, maybe it's connected to gauge symmetry theory. Shirone's eyes lit up as she was introduced to a new concept, gauge symmetry theory. Armin went on to explain, scholars believe this world is perfect, under the influence of supernatural forces of the universe, and with my detailed explanations, people believe in a perfect physical law, a world that can be explained through math. Just like the speed of light being constant, this ideal symmetry seems like something someone intentionally crafted with great care. But Armin paused. Over time, as the world has changed, the forces affecting humanity have quickly drifted away from their original path. Yet the more we study, the more we realize that this symmetry has been broken. Shirone turned to observe Iruki, lost in thought. Come to think of it, Iruki once told me about the mysterious world of probabilities. Armin continued, the universe we live in is not perfect. We can't know what broke that symmetry. He concluded that it was an unnamed existence. But if it were you, Shirone, you'd figure it out. Shirone heard Armin's encouraging words and awkwardly replied, "Thank you, uncle." He seemed to have realized a lot and happily told Armin, "Thank you so much, Uncle Armin. I think I can do it." Shirone hesitated, expressing his regret about following the professor, but added, "But I'm really glad I got to meet you." Armin turned to look at Sina and said, "Take care of Sina, okay?" He gently told Shirone, "She's more sensitive than you think." At that moment, Shirone suddenly remembered and quickly asked, "Why did you hide your ability?" You could have told her. Armin bent down slightly and explained, "Sina always worries about me because she feels guilty, but it took a long time for my eyes to heal. I didn't want her to waste her time on me." A brief thought crossed his mind. "I'm already married." Armin returned to his seat and continued drawing. Shirone kept observing. As Armin drew, he reflected on what he had just said. "I want to help Sina live her own life." Sina sat still, posing for Armin's painting. Her cheeks were flushed, looking just like the princesses in old stories. Shirone sat quietly, thinking about their conversation, while Nin and Aruki chatted excitedly next to the table. Shirone remembered Armin's advice and smiled, as if agreeing with it. "So promise me, keep this secret, okay?" The painting of Sina in a yellow dress like autumn leaves was complete. Armin expressed his gratitude to Sina. "Thank you, Sina." Sina humbly replied, "It's nothing. We're close like family." She softly added, "Today's the last day. Once you're settled somewhere else, I'll write to you." Armin immediately agreed without hesitation. "Yeah, I'll reply." Then he turned to Shirone and reminded her to study hard with Aruki and the others. The three of them happily responded in unison, "Thank you so much, Uncle." Armin smiled and said, "Sina, I'll see you later." Sina, still feeling a little reluctant, said goodbye. "Well, I'm going now." Just then, a bright voice rang out from a distance. "My love, I'm back from shopping. Have you finished the drawing?" The four of them stood still, looking ahead, where Armin's wife appeared, calling out warmly, "Oh my, Miss Sina, are you leaving already? Stay and have a meal with us." Shirone was taken aback by Armin's wife's appearance. Uncle Armin has some unique tastes, she thought. She bent down to examine Sina's face and assessed, "Why is her face so red? Darling, Miss Sina doesn't look well." Sina was speechless, unable to say anything. My classmates and I quickly made our exit to avoid the awkward atmosphere. "Sorry, we're in a rush, so we'll leave now." Armin barely had time to say quick goodbye. "Take care, Sina." The red-haired girl behind them watched everything unfold. Then, in a mocking tone, she said to Armin, "I wonder if your superiors believe this, Armin. Does your clear-sightedness really show such an expression?" Armin coldly replied, "Stop the nonsense and report already." She quickly got to the point, "We need to leave Kreese. There are plenty of flies and mosquitoes on the road to Kelbera, but what does that matter compared to your clear-sightedness, Armin?" Then she said sarcastically, "Wait, I should call you the one who seeks the souls of the eternal realm, shouldn't I?" Armin silently walked into the house and said, "I'll do as agreed, so stop talking nonsense." She then asked, "You still haven't told Sina, have you?" Seeing Armin remain silent, she reminded him, "Don't forget, the lives of those you care about are at risk." Armin coldly responded, striking her with a sharp reply, "Don't worry, Sina doesn't know anything." Sina walked silently ahead, not saying a word, so the others behind her spoke up, worried. "This is bad." Shirone turned to ask why, and Mead explained, "At this rate, Sina's mood is really bad. When we get back to the academy, we'll be punished for stalking and breaking in. The research group will be disbanded." He suddenly called out to Sina, making her stop and look back. Professor Sina, Mead stepped forward, using his usual playful tone as he asked, "Could we grab a bite before we head back?" Garuki immediately joined in, "Yeah, we're starving." Shirone smiled warmly and added, "We don't get to go out often, so we should definitely eat something, right, Professor?" Seeing her three students so pitiful, Sina's heart softened, and she said, "I guess so. You're all really hungry, so you haven't been yourselves all day." She quickly agreed and turned to walk ahead. "All right, let's go. We'll eat until we're stuffed." The three behind her, now having gotten what they wanted, cheered in unison. Nice. Neve focused on his ultimate goal, getting Sina's spirits up to avoid punishment, while Aruki had his eye on a delicious dinner. "I'm going to order something really expensive." But it was Shirone who was most concerned about Sina's feelings. She's sad because she has to leave Mr. Armin. We should try to cheer her up. It was getting late in a shop in the city. Sina's voice rang out, "Give me more." Then came the frantic voices. "Professor, I was wrong. Please stop, ma'am." Sina's face was flushed from the alcohol as she lifted the bottle and loudly said, "Another bottle, please." The students beneath her begged in fear, "Please don't drink any more, ma'am." An unsolved mystery. What happened to Sina? 2 hours earlier, when three students were nervously begging her, the table was already set with beautifully arranged, delicious-looking food. Need saw Sena pour wine into a glass, and one student asked, "Professor, are you planning to drink?" Sena casually picked up her glass, speaking sarcastically to her students, "So what? You guys can sneak into strangers' houses, but I can't have a drink." Need quickly smiled and said, "Of course not, today's your day off, feel free to drink." Shirone, sitting beside the table, eagerly enjoyed each dish, constantly exclaiming, "This is so good." Iruki, laughing at Shirone's innocence, looked like it was the first time he had tasted this dish. Need, trying to win Sina's favor, quickly poured more wine for her. "Let me pour for you, ma'am." She swiftly pulled the bottle away and shooed her student. "You're just a kid. Why are you messing with this stuff?" Need smiled, but inside he was already planning his next move. However, he had to make sure the professor stayed in a good mood. If he remained mysterious with his plan, he'd be able to win her over. Behind him, Shiro happily shared her food with Iruki. "Iruki, try this dish too." Iruki quickly declined. "No thanks, I'm tired of it." Need, looking proud of his strategy, grinned deviously. "I'm sure I'll find her weakness." About an hour later, Need cried out in pain as Sina pinched his round cheek, saying, "You troublesome kid." She playfully teased him, squeezing his cheeks. "Why do your cheeks always look so chubby?" Shirone and Iruki, sitting across from them, started to feel nervous. "She's drunk," they both thought. Suddenly, Sena turned toward them, making both of them jump. "You two are really good at fast shooting," she said, still holding Need's cheek with one hand and pointing at them with the other, speaking in a loud voice. "Both of you are so talented. Why you slack off at school?" Her tone softened a bit, and Sena wiped away a tear. Her voice choked as she said, "Even with all your talent, so many still don't reach their dreams. You might think I'm a bad professor, but what about you two?" Shirone quickly spoke up to clarify, "No, we don't think that at all." Sina's face was flushed from the alcohol, but there was also an undeniable sadness in her expression. It seemed like she lost her balance and collapsed straight onto the dining table. She laid her face down on the table, motionless, causing her students to panic and call out loudly, "Professor!" Iruki, casually picking his teeth, said, "I'm done eating." The three of them stared at their professor, thinking the same thing. She's still not awake. Need, still chewing his food, looked at their teacher with concern. "What do we do now? She hasn't even paid yet. Seriously." Shirone rushed over to shake Sena, trying to wake her up. "Professor, wake up, please, Professor." Just then, a man's voice rang out, dripping with a sly, mocking tone. "Oh no, this young lady seems really drunk. Should I take her home in my carriage? Of course, she's just a lady, so I should politely decline. There's no need." The group of men, who clearly weren't bothered, moved closer to Sena's seat. One of them said, "Hey, kids shouldn't interfere. Let the adults handle this. Hurry, help her out." He reached his hand towards Sena. Up close, she really was beautiful. His eyes gleamed as he muttered, "Impressive." Just as he was about to touch Sena, Shirone grabbed his wrist, his voice cold. "Why have you let go?" Shirone's gaze was steady as he stared at the two strange men. "Don't touch our professor." Both men were taken aback by Shirone's attitude. One of them raised his voice and yelled, "How dare this kid? If you're students, what are you doing here at night? You should be at home, sleeping with your mothers." Shirone stood there without changing expression as the man continued, "One word from me and you'll all be expelled." Suddenly, a beam of electric light appeared out of nowhere, causing the man to scream in terror, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Need, standing to the side, cast a spell and threatened, "I think you should quietly leave unless you want to embarrass yourself." One of the men quickly realized what was happening and hesitantly said, "It's magic." The other man started to panic, muttering, "Don't tell me they're from the Alpheus Magic Academy." He thought to himself, "This is beyond my authority." Then a voice suddenly spoke up, "Administrative Official Kreese Douglas Silver." The man turned around and saw his wallet in Haruki's hand. "My wallet, when did you take it?" Haruki, calmly inspecting the contents, asked, "Are you a person of authority?" He tossed the wallet back at its owner, then smiled and said, "If you want to expel these people, come find Mercade and Haruki. I'll be staying with them." The wallet hit the dumbfounded man square in the face. So shocked, he stammered, "Mercade." The image of a powerful man with immense strength and an impressive background left the two men in awe. A top-tier noble, part of a family that's been royal advisors for 3 generations, was that Mercade? The two of them quickly panicked and fled. "We should have never gotten involved with them from the start. And what's the point of showing off so much power?" Need watched them run and, turning to Iruki, asked curiously, "Why did you mention the family? I thought you didn't like them." Iruki explained, "Aside from those assholes who only care about connections, let's go. It's not worth being in a bad mood after enjoying such a good meal." Meanwhile, Sena was still peacefully asleep, smiling in the back. Need quickly snapped a picture, feeling excited. He held the photo in his hands and turned around, grinning like he just hit the jackpot. Look at this. Someone who's a perfectionist, drunk, and nodding off. This is priceless. Aruki, holding the camera, complimented Need's photography skills. You can actually take decent photos. Need, feeling proud of his catch, replied, our group is finally safe from falling apart. Shirone, drenched in sweat, whispered, you guides. At that moment, Saina was lying motionless on Shirone's back, like a heavy, lifeless lump. Why do I have to carry Saina? Shirone muttered. Need joked, what's wrong? Jealous? Aruki quickly reassured him, you're the strongest out of the three of us. The image of helplessness as Need carried Saina on his back was clear. Need muttered under his breath, I'm going to die. Haruki, even weaker than him, couldn't even take a step before collapsing. Haruki walked over to Shirone and whispered a small tip to him. Try using the map. Shirone looked confused. Hey, you just use it whenever you want. Haruki explained. You can only use the map if you can use your magic field. Need suddenly turned around as if remembering something. Right, there are also the magic swordsmen in the kingdom. Haruki encouraged Shirone. I know you've got the talent. Hearing that, Shirone's eyes immediately lit up. Really? I want to learn. Haruki quickly gave him instructions. First, close your eyes and focus on yourself. He gently guided him. Shirone, I'll ask you some leading questions, so just follow my voice. Shirone took it seriously and followed his instructions. He gradually sank into the deep well of his soul, focusing on feeling his true self, then reflecting deeply on who he was. In the quiet space of his mind, Shirone heard Haruki's voice. Can you hear me? He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly. Haruki stood behind Shirone, his tone mysterious as he said, listen carefully and answer me. Where did you have your first kiss with Senior Amy? Shirone opened her eyes helplessly at the prank played by her two friends. Need burst into loud laughter, saying, ha, that's hilarious. Shirone got tricked. The deep, dark sky and the crescent moon cast a beautiful blanket of stars above them. The three of them had just crossed the bridge when Shirone spoke up. Hey, stop using the professor's weaknesses to get what you want. Need looked displeased. Why not? We worked really hard to get that. Shirone spoke softly. You know why, Professor Saina. Today, she must have had a long, tiring, and sad day. Saina was peacefully asleep on Shirone's back. Haruki spoke up. Professor Saina, she just hopes we won't have to go through the pain she once felt. Need fell silent, avoiding the gazes of his two friends. After thinking for a moment, he made up his mind. All right, but the foreigner president handed the group over to me. If we fall apart, then I. Need seemed frustrated as he made the decision. He threw the photo into the river below, watching it quickly dissolve into the current. Forget it. Things will work out. The three of them turned to face each other, making a silent vow. Yeah, let's just do what we can. Perfect. Suddenly, Saina jumped up, startling the students. What do you mean perfect? Shirone awkwardly asked, Professor, are you awake? Saina quickly replied, sorry to troll you all, I apologize. She quickly put on her jacket and calmly said, I will keep your secret. The three of them were surprised and asked in unison, what? Seeing that her students didn't understand, Saina explained, what I mean is, I won't punish you. Guide. The three of them were stunned and replied together, really? Then Saina pointed at them and said, and I'm giving you 1 month. With the tone of a professor assigning homework, she added, show me something supernatural or whatever. If you truly care about your research group, then use that confidence to convince the academy. Saina said earnestly, what I'm saying is, you all need to achieve what you want. In response to her passionate words, Shirone seemed to sense something and softly said, Professor. Need, standing nearby, responded with excitement, yes. He stood determined in front of the professor, saying, whether we present it or not, we will prove the value of our research group with confidence and pride. Haruki, also excited, added, we'll have to use our intellect, right? Saina encouraged them, go for it, you troublesome students. Need eagerly replied, don't be too amazed then. Standing in front of this scene, Shirone smiled contentedly, thinking, nothing has changed. He smiled happily, but I felt a wave of relief. The four of us then casually walked across the bridge. At that moment, the students began to ask Saina, Professor, when did you wake up? How can a mage pass out from just a few drops of alcohol? This caught Saina off guard. What? Wait a second. A few days later, at the academy, under the clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds, whispers began spreading inside the school. What's this? A research presentation. A large poster was pinned to the bulletin board, attracting the attention of many students passing by. Since when did Senior Shirone join this group? And Senior Aruki too. Everyone seemed puzzled by the name of the research group, but what exactly is spiritual science research? The poster was printed in gray with mysterious images related to the topic and a striking headline that caught the reader's eye. Spiritual Science Research Group, the terrifying truth about Althea's Magic Academy. Outside the castle, voices asked, Senior Shirone and Aruki are involved too. But wait, is this really an academic presentation? The scene shifted back in time to 10 days ago at a place called Ista's. Need, pulling his hair in frustration, shouted, I can't think of anything. He leaned back into the couch and sighed. The table was covered with a mess of topic cards. On the couch across from him, Aruki was also sighing, while Shirone, sitting in the chair next to him, was slouched, unsure of what to do. Aruki reached up to touch his nose and said, no matter how long we stay up talking, looking at all these topics on the table, goblins, zombies, exorcisms, spiritualism, extrasensory perception, ghosts, gods, possession, telepathy, aliens, spirits, Ouija boards, the afterlife, out-of-body experiences, ghost stories, doppelgangers. He paused and continued, there just aren't many interesting topics here. Need glanced at the cards in his hand. One side had ghosts, goblins, and exorcisms. The other side had out-of-body experiences and extrasensory perception, spirits. Need, looking confused, said, even if any of this stuff is real, we can't exactly demonstrate it during the presentation. The topic cards scattered across the table, reflecting their collective confusion and helplessness. It had been 3 days since they promised Professor Sena, confidently declaring that their presentation would win, but now they were researching the science of the supernatural. Neve remembered the moment when the professor had pointed at them and said, show me a ghost or something. Shirone sighed in frustration, thinking, how are we supposed to show something that can't even be seen with the naked eye? Thanks to that, the soul is completely insane. That's why Need starts throwing a bunch of pictures around and then wonders, why did I even throw these away? Haruki says, well, I've been crazy for a while, so it's nothing new. Meanwhile, our main character, Shirone, stretches and yawns before saying, I can't do this anymore. Then he adds, anyway, about this. At that moment, he glances over, then freezes. He lets out a loud scream when he sees the image of a transparent figure staring at him and smiling. Shirone is sitting in a chair, but he falls backward onto the floor. Standing behind the chair, the figure of a laughing shadow says, how's that? Or should we trick them into thinking this is a ghost? Aruki, still lounging with his feet up on the chair, casually replies, that's just a lightning shadow. Shirone quickly lifts the chair up, turns around, and says in a panic, it's staring at me. That's why I'm scared. Aruki sighs and gives him a quick glance, saying a mage isn't going to fall for something like that. Need innocently asks, huh? But it fooled Shirone. Aruki questions, if it only fooled him for 2 seconds, does that even count as being tricked? At this, Shirone gets antsy. He immediately stands up, clenches his fists, and shouts, no need to check it. He repeats firmly, we don't need to check it. Need laughs and says, right, so let's go find Professor Seina's weakness. Aruki, thoughtfully stroking his chin, says, actually, I think he might have a good idea about this. Shirone explained to Need, it's not that I'm scared because I was tricked. It's a fear deep inside me that's been triggered. Need, surprised, asked, can you explain that a little more? Shirone spoke seriously. Instead of making them believe by presenting evidence, we'll bring out their hidden fear. Aruki, starting to understand, said with interest, so what you're saying is we should change our approach. Instead of proving something to make them believe, we'll make them believe first and then prove it. Shirone nodded exactly. It's a kind of mental puzzle. Need grabbed Shirone's face and shook it, shouting, wow, you're the one who's going to save our group. Shirone, annoyed, shouted back, you haven't showered in 3 days. Aruki, resting his chin on his hand, said, that's a clever reversal of the concept. Haruki pointed at Need's shadow and said, the problem is if we show a magic trick like this, the superstitious people probably won't even believe it. Can you make it look scarier? Need, who had been pushed away by Shirone, immediately responded, of course I can. He began using both hands to cast a spell and said, if I keep using lightning shadows like this. Need yelled out, check this out. A series of shadows, all with the same expression as him, appeared at once. Need danced and sang, if I use 24 frames per second, I can create a much smoother animation. The two of them watched as Need, who hadn't slept in 3 days, continued bouncing around. Shirone held his forehead, turned away, and said, we can't use this method. Haruki, on the other hand, asked, what if we built a machine? Need stopped, scratched his head, and awkwardly replied, I thought of that, but there's a problem. He explained, demonstrating, I could upload the program into a machine and move the projection. For example, if someone enters a forest and unexpectedly encounters a ghost, their reaction would be immediate. They'd jump and scream, ah, it's a ghost. But if someone doesn't react, they wouldn't be fooled. Instead, they'd stay calm and think, what's this? It's just a trick. Shirone thought for a moment. He realized Need was right. He'd been so shocked because Need had looked straight at him. At that moment, a hand shot up with a voice saying, oh, that's Aruki. Haruki spoke confidently, I think I can solve that problem. The other two were taken aback and asked, you can do it. Haruki nodded and pointed upward. If we predict their reactions, we can do it. We'll use the theory of complex systems. Shirone repeated, predict their reactions. Go on. To illustrate his point, Haruki showed an image of Shirone's daily routine. Haruki continued, after analyzing most of the reaction habits, we will program it. Let me give you an example. After predicting that Shirone will look to the left, a spirit on the left will look toward him. At that point, if Shirone gets scared and runs, two options will be given. Chase him and continue staring. Hearing this, Shirone is surprised and exclaims, can you really do that? Haruki continues, everyone at the academy has the same habits, so we can make it work, but we'll need a lot of data. He keeps explaining we'll also need a lot of memory, but more importantly, we need a way to send the whole program to all the machines. Need thinks for a moment and says, my lightning energy won't be enough. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Need says, wait, Shirone, you can use your luminary magic, right? Shirone is taken aback and answers, I can use luminary magic. Remembering what the professor had said in the Ivory Tower, where the latest magic is studied, luminary magic was predicted to revolutionize how we exchange information. Shirone nods with excitement and says, that's right. Professor Sina said it would be used as an intermediary to exchange information. Shirone becomes more enthusiastic. Yes, we can do this. At this point, Haruki spoke up again, saying, we can create the perfect ghost, but I don't think just scaring them with a ghost will be enough. He turned to Shirone and asked, you have a different plan, right, Shirone? Shirone replied, yeah, but I think he furrowed his brow. For example, I was thinking of using this psychological trick. With that, Shirone picked up a pen and started writing on a piece of paper. Haruki and Need both leaned in curious. Shirone looked up confused and asked, what's wrong? Is it that useful? If it doesn't work, we can always add another keyword. Need, still looking down at the paper, said no. He was certain of it. This made Shirone ask again, really? Need confirmed, I don't even think we can use it like that in the presentation. At this moment, Haruki said, if it works, I guarantee the whole academy will be turned upside down. A total 180-degree change. Shirone got excited. Really? That's amazing. Need grinned that it's settled. Need assigned tasks. I'll go work on the machine right away. Haruki will write the program, and Shirone will prepare the self-luminous display. Shirone and Need were both excited. This is great, we can save the team. Haruki became thoughtful and said, but do you guys know? Need jumped and asked, what now? Haruki said seriously, I'm estimating the necessary amount of self-illumination required to transmit the data. Shirone asked, how much do we need? Haruki held up both hands, saying, 3 times the amount we currently have, and you need to maintain it for 10 minutes. He turned to Shirone and asked, what do you think? Is it possible? Shirone and Need's faces changed instantly. Shirone stuttered, 10 minutes? Need looked completely confused. 10 days later at Ista's, Need, looking anxious, pushed open the door and called out, hey, you too. I went and put up some posters. And, oh my god. Inside the room, Haruki had been working on the action routine equations all day. He looked up. Meanwhile, Shirone had been practicing self-illumination all day, turned around and asked, what's going on? Need said, it's causing a huge stir. Everyone's saying they're coming to check it out. He wiped the sweat off his face after seeing the poster, then added, we've got to make sure we go see it. Haruki asked suspiciously, oh no, do you think it's because we put our names on it? This could get messy. Too many people come, the workload will increase. How many people do you think will show up? Shirone, looking extremely happy, said, I'm not sure, but probably more than half the academy. Outside, a voice shouted, Haruki. Shirone calmed down and said, there are about 17 days until a presentation by the Supernatural Soul Science Research Team. Someone was walking down the hall. A girl with purple hair was strolling when she overheard people talking around her. You think it's going to be a lot of fun, right? Yeah. Who would have guessed that both Senior Shirone and Haruki would be giving presentations? I'm sure that presentation won't be anything ordinary. I wonder what they'll show us. All the chatter from the people around her filled her ears. As she walked, she crossed paths with someone standing between the buildings. Out of nowhere, a figure in the shadows spoke, their face hidden. Is it true that the Supernatural Soul Group will be presenting something? She replied. We haven't decided yet if the group will be able to pull it off. She turned toward the figure in the shadows and continued. According to my sources, if the presentation fails, the Academy will take back the research room. The person in the shadows responded. Of course that group is done for. Its glorious past is long gone. Another person with short hair, also hidden in the dark corner, said, but we still don't know. The group has Haruki, who has Seventh Syndrome, and Shirone, who defeated the Dark Sorcerer. We can't underestimate Need's abilities. The first person scoffed and said, they're still just low-level students. What we should really worry about is what happens after that. The girl kept walking forward, signaling that the battle for the shadowy research route to become the second masters of Istas had begun. In a dark, pitch-black room, the sound of teeth grinding echoed. Suddenly, the bricks on the wall shifted on their own, and light from the outside began to creep in, illuminating the once gloomy room. In the dim light, Shirone's handsome face was tense with strain. He clenched his teeth and furrowed his brow, fully focused on a technique that would help him recover. Both hands stretched out in front of him, releasing a powerful surge of energy as his magical force flowed from his palms. After a while, sweat began to form on his hands. It seemed like he was getting exhausted. He collapsed onto the floor, his face clearly showing signs of fatigue. Shirone thought back to what this was called mental recovery. It's an extreme method used to quickly boost magical output when mental energy has reached its limit. It would take about 20 minutes to recover, during which time you keep pushing yourself until you hit your limit. The average mental energy required for each spell is a sustained focus over 40 minutes, which is why this method is considered reckless and can kill the user. As he thought about this, Shirone glanced at the pocket watch in his hand. He silently thought if the professor found out, he wouldn't let this slide. The stopwatch read 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Shirone felt a bit discouraged. This is bad. The whole point of pushing my mental limits like this is so I can use my light-based spell within 5 minutes. He frowned, knowing that his presentation was just 7 days away. I have no choice but to push through and reach 10 minutes, he thought, resolving to keep going until his consciousness completely shattered. Shirone was lost in thought, wondering, can I really do this? Just then, Need poked his head into the room and looked at Shirone. He asked with concern, Shirone, are you okay? Startled by the sudden question, Shirone jumped. He quickly replied, of course, I'll finish it before the deadline. Need looked down, his eyes welling up with tears, and whispered, it's so hard. The goal feels so far away. It's beyond what the 5th grade can handle. But if you fail, Need couldn't finish his sentence because both of them knew how disastrous the outcome would be for the whole group. Shirone understood what Need meant. He immediately reassured him. I told you, don't worry. Shirone skillfully changed the subject. How about you? Are you done with your part? Need snapped back to reality and remembered. Right, I was just about to go back and test it again. Shirone followed Need into another room. As soon as he entered, he stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes widened in shock at the sight of Haruki, who had dark circles under his eyes and was frantically writing his paper. Shirone gasped, Haruki, are you okay? He rushed over, slapping his hand on Haruki's shoulder. Are you really okay? Haruki didn't stop writing. His eyes were wide open, almost mechanically as he replied, ah, don't worry, I'll finish it before the deadline. Shirone was left speechless. He helplessly thought to himself that there was no way he could stop him. This is crazy. Need suddenly spoke up, cutting off his train of thought. Here it is. After seeing Need's work, Shirone couldn't help but be impressed. He eagerly asked Need, is this the prototype? Need laughed and explained, the final test will be with your own light magic. I need to check the performance of the light cables that Haruki's father sent us. Need guided Shirone through the experiment. Hold the crystal ball and use your magic on it. Shirone followed Need's instructions. He held the glass ball with both hands. Once he was ready, he signaled. Okay. Shirone closed his eyes to focus his mind on channeling his magic into the ball. In an instant, the ball began to glow with a dazzling light. The light from the ball traveled down a cable connected to it. Shirone, amazed and excited, exclaimed, oh, this is amazing. Need, standing beside him, grinned with squinted eyes. So, how's it feel? His voice carried a hint of pride. Not bad, right? Really not bad. Looking at the results before him, Shirone was sure that their team had succeeded halfway. In the days that followed, on a rainy night, hurried footsteps could be heard on the muddy ground. It was Need, who had just returned from outside. As he entered the house, he took a deep breath, feeling the chill, with a little bit of rainwater still on him. The first thing Need did when he got back was head straight to Shirone's room. He peeked inside and called out, Shirone, it's almost time for the presentation. Are you ready? The room was unusually quiet. Need called again, Shirone. Suddenly, the pendulum clock that Shirone always used slid across the floor, stopping right at Need's feet. Need bent down to pick it up, and as he did, his pupils widened. He froze for a moment and then said, wait, Shirone. His voice couldn't hide the excitement. Did you do it? Shirone stepped out of the room. He had beads of sweat on his face, but he wore a bright, beaming smile. He gave Need a thumbs up and said excitedly, let's do this together. Before long, the presentation day arrived, and the entire paranormal research team gathered at the academy. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the big day. Laughter and chatter filled the air. This is so exciting. The The booths around were just as lively. Who wants some food? Please wait in line. A female server, carrying a tray of drinks, greeted guests. Here's the Academy's famous peach juice. In front, a girl with pink hair was handing out flyers, constantly saying, "Please take a flyer." Amidst the excitement, the sound of heavy footsteps suddenly cut through the noise, followed by a rough, dry voice. "Ha! There's an event today." It was Slider Mark, the student who had been suspended for 2 months. He had clearly learned to express his displeasure, saying, "Why are there so many people here?" A girl with pink hair immediately walked up and handed him a flyer. "Please take this and wait in line," she said. Mark took it, awkwardly replying, "Huh, thanks." Holding the flyer in his hand, Mark thought to himself, What kind of flyer is this? It looks like something a kid drew." Suddenly, he focused on a detail. Wait a minute. On the flyer, alongside the spooky images, there was a bold headline: Paranormal Research Team, the terrifying truth behind Alphea's Magic Academy. The secrets the school wants to hide will soon be revealed. The headline was intriguing, but what caught Mark's attention even more was the name Arian Shirone. He couldn't forget that name. He furrowed his brow in anger and thought, what kind of childish presentation is this? Who would even want to watch it? I thought he was a genius. Just then, Merlin Maria, who was also suspended for 2 months like Mark, popped her head over to look at the flyer in his hand. She excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, Senior Shirone, let's go check it out." Maria turned to tug at Mark's sleeve, speaking in a cheerful tone. "You're going too, right? Right? Come on." Seeing her excited face, Mark reluctantly said, "Of course. Maybe I'll learn something if I go." Before Mark could back out, Maria decisively pulled him along, shouting, "The line's this way." Maria and Mark had received special education from Thad while they were suspended. To be more specific, Mark had been stuck there and had to endure much more training than the others. While Maria pulled Mark along to watch Shirone's presentation, a group of girls gathered around, chatting excitedly. One of them, with chestnut-colored hair, pointed toward Amy in surprise and exclaimed, You guys, isn't that the senior class?" Her friend standing next to her with dark hair couldn't believe it at first and asked, stunned, "What? The senior class?" Another girl quickly jumped in. Where? Soon, all eyes were on Amy and Sherelle. The students eagerly shouted, "It's Senior Amy and Senior Sherelle." Curious whispers spread among the crowd. Why would the seniors come to watch a presentation from the advanced class? A quiet voice piped up, "Senior Shirone is her boyfriend." Immediately, everyone understood and burst into cheers. Amid the chatter, Sherelle cheerfully offered Amy a piece of cake, teasing her as she said, "Open wide." Amy, already embarrassed beyond belief, couldn't hold it in any longer. She shyly called out to Sherelle, "Why do we have to come watch a presentation from the advanced class?" Sherelle giggled and replied, "Oh my God, how long were you going to say that? It's because it's your boyfriend's presentation." She purposely emphasized the words, "your boyfriend." Amy, embarrassed, covered her face with her hands, secretly wishing she could disappear. This is so embarrassing. It's like getting hit with my own stick. Suddenly, all the students turned their attention to one direction. Someone exclaimed in shock, The senior from class 1 is here." Another person, equally surprised, asked, "Why would someone so rare show up?" Amy was momentarily confused. Who could it be that even a former outstanding student like her is being ignored? Sherelle pointed ahead and shouted, "Amy, over there." The person arriving was wearing the prestigious school badge on their black suit. The crowd behind them was completely stunned. They whispered to each other, "Why is Senior Fermi here? Don't tell me he's here to watch the presentation." The students were wide-eyed, astonished, and exclaimed, "That's not all. It's Senior Hershey from the Sonar Department, and Senior Rakin, the so-called electric monster, Senior Richard from Alchemy, and even Senior Caden." The students couldn't believe their eyes. They gasped in amazement. What on earth is going on? The appearance of these exceptional figures not only shocked the students, but even Sherelle was taken aback. "Why is class 1 here?" she asked in surprise. Amy, on the other hand, wasn't too surprised. She casually asked Sherelle, "What do you think they have in common?" Sherelle furrowed her brows and asked, "In common?" Amy looked at Sherelle and replied indifferently, "Yes, all of them." As far as Amy knew, there were rumors that they were all part of a mysterious research group called Gold Rune. At that moment in the presentation hall, all the students had already found their seats. Sena was carrying a tray of tea to offer to a teacher with snow-white hair. The teacher was so surprised that she stumbled over her words. Sena couldn't believe it and said, "What wind brought you here, Principal?" Principal Alpheus smiled kindly, waved at her, and explained, "The students have worked hard to prepare for this presentation, so of course I had to come." Sena immediately, though flustered, respectfully invited the principal to sit in the most honored seats. "Of course, please have a seat." Alpheus smiled and sat down next to the elderly teacher. Beneath his warm smile, he narrowed his sharp eyes and thought to himself, "Well, Let's see what these kids have prepared for me. In front of the presentation hall, the seating area was now completely packed. A few people sighed, saying, "No more seats. Please don't push." Amy glanced around, quietly assessing the presentation. Then she spotted Mark and Maria sitting together. In the distance, she noticed Fermi's group. The front row, of course, was reserved for Alpheus, Sena, and the other respected teachers of the school. With all the influential figures present, Amy couldn't help but wonder, is there something I don't know? Soon after, the entire presentation hall went dark with only a spotlight shining on the center of the stage. The voice of the announcer rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen." On stage, Need, dressed in a sharp suit, took on the role of the host. Facing the audience, he formally introduced the presentation on spiritual science, asking for permission to begin. He raised his hand and declared the start. The ambitious presentation by the spiritual science research team had begun. But 30 minutes later, in stark contrast to everyone's expectations, there wasn't a single clap of applause. Instead, a storm of paper balls rained down along with loud curses from the audience below. Damn it. The students, one after another, crumpled paper into balls and threw them directly at the stage. They shouted in anger. What was I even expecting from a 5th grader? Focus on studying. This is a waste of time. Is this supposed to be a presentation? I've been tricked. Amy seemed frozen in shock. Shirelle, sitting beside her, softly called her name. Amy. Above them, the technical staff adjusted the lights to focus on Mead. On the stage, Mead began his presentation. Thank you all for being here today. He briefly introduced himself. Today, I'll be your MC for this presentation. I'm the leader of the spiritual science research team Weiss Need. Through the speakers, Need's confident voice filled the room. Today, our main topic is spirits. Mark, sitting in the audience, furrowed his brows and grumbled. Spirits like souls or something. On the other hand, Maria, sitting next to him, gazed up at the stage with admiration. On stage, Need continued his presentation. Some of you might feel scared, so please be careful while watching. As soon as Need finished speaking, all the lights on stage were turned on at once. Yellow, blue, and red lights mixed together, making the entire stage light up in a dazzling display. The audience erupted into an amazed, long ooh of surprise. Principal Alpheus smiled broadly and complimented them. You students really prepared well, didn't you? Miss Sina reluctantly replied, yes. In her mind, she couldn't help but think, it looks amazing. A bit over the top, though. Then she quickly changed her thoughts. I wonder what they plan to do next. On stage, a grand and impressive image of a school resembling a massive ancient castle appeared. Need held the microphone, speaking in a voice full of emotion. Have you ever heard the story of how this school was built? It was 250 years ago. With that, Need snapped his fingers. Instantly, the screen behind him shifted to show an image of a long-forgotten village. Need looked up at the screen and continued. This was once a small village of farmers. The scene on stage changed, and the peaceful village was suddenly overtaken by chaos and war. Need's voice remained calm and steady as he spoke. However, the entire continent was soon swept up in the famous Conquest War. He went on. The people there fled to the mountains for safety. Civilians, and of course, even soldiers who didn't want to fight, were no exception. When Need said this, the lights on the stage suddenly went out, and the entire auditorium was enveloped in darkness. The students sitting below were taken aback. Surprised, they looked up at the stage and instinctively whispered, "Ha! The lights?" Need's voice echoed again, but it was no longer calm and steady. This time it sounded dark and eerie. Non-human entities appeared. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream cut through Mead's narration. Some of the students who were easily frightened turned pale, their hair standing on end. They tried to calm themselves, telling themselves there was probably nothing scary about to jump out. On stage, the bloody footsteps of a heavily armored knight suddenly appeared. Need's voice grew deeper. The armored knight let out a horrific scream, flailing its arms, covered in blood, looking just like a zombie. According to Need, this knight was someone whose body had been taken over by evil spirits. The students who had been scared out of their wits earlier now burst out laughing. One guy even pointed at the armored knight, mocking. Isn't that Iruki? What's he doing there? On stage, Iruki staggered forward, moving awkwardly and groaning in pain. He looked terrifying, but also quite pitiful. However, the audience below was laughing uncontrollably. Shirelle was laughing so hard she could barely breathe. She commented, "This is hilarious." Amy, sitting next to her, frowned and said, "Wait a second, is this a lecture or a play?" On stage, the story continued with Mead leading the way. And then one night, the stage lights shifted to a cold, eerie blue. The once beautiful village was now enveloped in a quiet, desolate atmosphere. Need's voice suddenly echoed, filled with a sorrowful, pleading tone. "Olia, my love. Olia, where are you? Damn it. I came here to escape the war, but I lost you. the most precious person to me. At this point, Need clutched his heart tightly, his face twisted in unbearable pain. Below the audience, Maria sat, gripping her hands together, fully immersed in the play unfolding on stage. It seemed like he had lost his lover while fleeing. Mark, however, wasn't like Maria. He twisted his mouth in confusion and remarked, "What the hell is this? Isn't this supposed to be a presentation? When's the actual person coming out?" At that moment, the one Mark had been waiting for finally appeared. Shirone's voice rang out, nearly making him choke on his own spit. "No, I'm here." At Shirone's call, the entire audience's attention shifted toward him. In the dim stage lights, Shirone's figure emerged in a stunning white dress. He placed his hand over his heart, his voice soft, filled with endless love. "My love." The whole auditorium nearly erupted with the sound of cheers from the crowd below. "Senior Shirone." The female students blushed, unable to believe their eyes. "Is that really Shirone?" The male students, on the other hand, were holding their stomachs, laughing uncontrollably. In the front row of the VIP section, Sina's mouth dropped open in sheer shock, speechless. Downstage, Shirelle frowned and turned to call out to Amy, Shirone's faking being a woman, Amy. At that moment, Amy was too stunned by the sweet scene unfolding on stage to speak. Shirelle quickly shook her. "Amy, snap out of it." Meanwhile, under the stage lights, Shirone rushed into Need's arms. Need lovingly embraced her shoulders and said with deep affection, "Aaliyah, I've missed you." Shirone smoothly responded in kind, "Let's never be apart again, Noah." At this, Need and Shirone exchanged a loving gaze. Shirone looked up and Need gently leaned down, as if they were about to share a warm kiss. Mark's face turned pale, while Maria's face was completely red. She stammered, "Don't tell me. He can't be." The male students squinted, trying their hardest to focus and not miss a single moment of what was happening on stage from that point on. Shirone and Need were almost face to face. Shirelle gasped, "Really?" Amy nervously replied, "In the plays, they actually do it." At that crucial moment, a rookie suddenly appeared wearing blood-soaked armor, standing right behind Need. He opened his mouth wide, looking like he was about to devour Need alive. With a swift motion, a rookie bit down on Need's shoulder. Need screamed in agony, "Help me." The audience, witnessing the bloody scene on stage, was frozen in shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape. The entire auditorium went completely silent. All the lights in the hall went out at once. Maria, frightened, leaned against Mark. "That's kind of scary," she whispered. Mark felt stiff as Maria leaned on him. Just then, a spotlight lit up in the center of the stage, revealing someone holding an ancient book and raising it high. 6 months ago, the origin of this story came from an old diary discovered during the Academy's historical research. Need excitedly explained, "Our research team started studying it immediately, and what we uncovered was shocking. The souls became malevolent because they were infected by evil spirits. Now they wander the underworld, searching for a host to possess." As Need spoke, some students started to feel uneasy. Need's gaze became sharp. Until today, suddenly, a massive bell appeared behind him. The sound of the bell echoed deep and resonant. The students sitting below were startled and exclaimed, "What? Isn't that the bell that rings at midnight? It's not even 7 o'clock yet." Need stood on stage, his voice carrying an eerie tone as he said, "At midnight, when the light has completely vanished, yes, at midnight, evil spirits will appear." Below, Maria was clearly frightened by Need, while Mark remained unfazed, his face showing nothing but contempt. On stage, Need grinned maliciously. "You've never seen an evil spirit at midnight, have you?" he continued. "Well, that's possible, because evil spirits only show themselves to those they want to see them. But after our presentation, you might feel a little more curious about them, right? In other words, you'll start to tune into the frequency of the spirits. Tonight, when the bell rings at midnight, take a look around. You might just see an evil spirit wandering nearby." At this, the audience below became increasingly uneasy. They whispered anxiously, "What? That's scary." Some tried to act brave, boldly declaring, "That's just a lie. I'm staying in the library until midnight tonight." Amid the chatter, Need suddenly announced, "Of course, that's if you're lucky. We'll end the presentation here." The entire auditorium froze for a few seconds, then suddenly the stage lights were turned on all at once. The hall was brightly lit, and the students, confused, said, "What?" The lights came back on. Everyone couldn't believe it. They were bewildered and asked, "Is that all?" Right after that, a shower of paper flew up onto the stage, followed by a loud, furious shout. "Shit, you call this a presentation?" The students angrily protested, "There's no evidence or results. What did you even show us? It's so dumb to trust Shirone and a rookie. I knew this would happen." "Forget those damn spirits," Amy muttered, frustrated, throwing her coat on and storming off. She yelled angrily, "This is so embarrassing. I knew something like this would happen when I got close to those weirdos." Shirelle quickly ran after Amy, calling her, "Amy." A group of students, rumored to be part of the Gold Room Club, quietly stood up and left. Only Fermi remained sitting. In the honorary seats, Sena, embarrassed, turned to Alpheus and apologized. "I'm so sorry, Principal." Sena bowed deeply, speaking quickly. "I'll punish those students." She forced a smile, saying awkwardly, "They're from the spiritual brood, so it's understandable." Alpheus, on the other hand, showed no reaction. He just waved his hand as if nothing was a big deal. "Don't worry about it. Why would they do something like that?" Sena raised her hand to block her face and sighed. She murmured to herself, "Was I wrong to trust them?" Alpheus walked up to the stage, deep in thought. If they planned to end it like this, it shouldn't have started in the first place. "Isn't that right, Shirone?" Alpheus managed a slight smile, his eyes showing clear confidence. Behind the curtains, Need burst out laughing with delight. He turned to Iruki, grinning. "You see their faces?" Iruki nodded. "Yeah, I saw. You can tell just by looking at their eyes. The confused, bewildered expressions of the students, Maria's worry, Mark's disdainful gaze. Those are the seeds, I'm sure of it. They've been planted. The mysterious bell on stage will also play an important role in this plan." Shirone walked up from behind them, speaking slowly to Need and Iruki. "Step 1 has succeeded." With a spark of energy, Shirone added, "Let's show them what a spirit really is." As midnight drew near, the prestigious academy was shrouded in a deep, quiet darkness. The sky was a dark purple, making the atmosphere feel eerie and otherworldly. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, marking that it was already past 11:30. Need stood outside Shirone's room and called out, "It's time, Shirone. Have you finished the test ship?" Shirone turned around, giving a small nod. Then he stepped outside with Need. A few days ago, Need had gone out in the rain. He walked all around the school on a very important mission to set up hundreds of 3D projectors all over the campus. The projectors were connected to underground cables, and they would send a program to predict Iruki's actions. Deep in a basement below the ground, Need tiptoed and reminded Shirone, "Be careful as you walk." Iruki checked his watch and calculated, "In 5 minutes and 15 seconds, it'll be midnight." "Wait, no, 9 seconds. We can't be too early or too late. We need to show them the ghost exactly at midnight." Iruki raised his hand to signal, "Start the moment I give the sign." As Need adjusted a few settings on the control panel, he told Shirone, "It's your turn now. It all depends on you." Shirone stepped forward and placed both hands on the white crystal ore. Iruki, across from him, raised his hand to signal ready. Need glanced nervously at Shirone. He raised his voice now immediately. Shirone poured his energy into the crystal orb, and instantly bright light erupted from it. Need shielded his eyes with his hand and marveled. What an incredible source of power. Iruki couldn't help but admire Shirone. He had really developed his magical abilities so much in just 1 month. Need excitedly cheered, "Just like I expected from you, Shirone." However, Shirone didn't seem pleased at all. He frowned deeply and muttered, "This feels strange. It's like I've poured water into a bottomless bowl." Hearing Shirone, Need gasped in surprise. "What? Don't tell me." Need rushed over to the control panel, panic in his voice. "What's wrong with this thing?" Iruki, worried, asked, "What happened? Is something wrong?" Need, on the verge of tears, said, "The output energy isn't increasing. The needle won't budge past 18%. Iruki's fear grew instantly. "How is that possible? Can you fix it?" Need, in a panic, replied, "I don't know. My calculations were perfect. What the hell is going on?" The problem was that the rats had chewed through the transmission pipes, so Shirone's magical energy couldn't reach the projector. After struggling for a moment, Iruki, disappointed, said, "It's over. We've failed." The clock in Iruki's hand showed there were only a few seconds left until midnight. Need hung his head, muttering, "It's all my fault." He blamed himself sadly. "I was so stupid. You released it, and I couldn't even make the device properly." Iruki softly called, "Need." Tears streamed down Need's cheeks as he said, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I'm sorry for making you the joke." He wiped his tears with his hand and continued, "I'll take full responsibility no matter what." So, Need turned to Shirone and said, "Stop it. Shirone, let me take responsibility for this." But Shirone firmly responded, "No." He spoke slowly. "We've all worked so hard, sacrificing even our sleep. Need and Iruki, you two should give everything you've got." Shirone's eyes were filled with fierce determination. "I can't let it end like this." It seemed like Iruki realized what Shirone was about to do and urgently shouted, "Need, stop Shirone." Still in a daze, Need asked, "Huh?" After a few seconds, he snapped back to reality and stammered, "No, no way." Panicked, Need shouted, "Is he going to use his immortality ability?" Sure enough, Shirone began activating the energy inside him. His eyes shone brightly as he stepped into an endless spiral of space. Iruki and Need desperately pleaded, "Shirone, stop. Don't go any further." Iruki, growing impatient, shook Shirone hard. "Damn, why isn't he stopping?" Need grabbed the orb Shirone was holding and yanked it away with all his strength. He cried out, begging Shirone, please stop. You'll disappear. Need said through tears, we can give up on this research group. I don't want to lose you. Shirone softly called his name Need. His face was unexpectedly calm. I'm not scared anymore. A flash of blue lightning struck deep within Shirone's consciousness. He felt an immense power taking over his entire body. The power was so overwhelming that Shirone couldn't bear it. He gritted his teeth. A pain groan slipped through his clenched jaw. He recalled what Armin had once said, I won't disappear. Shirone screamed in agony. His whole body began to dissolve into dust. He told himself, I need to remember. One by one, beautiful memories flashed before Shirone's eyes like a fast-forwarded film. The moment he ran into his parents' arms, Rada and Ryan's bright smiles, the first time he met Amy and Sharelle, the day spent with Need and Aruki as friends, the trusting gaze of Principal Alpheus, the reunion with Armin, the countless life and death moments they'd survived together, all the endless efforts that led him to this very moment. Each memory reminded Shirone of who he was, and as soon as he knew who he truly was, the immortal energy within him awakened. The process of his disappearance slowed. Even his body began to slowly return to its original state. As Armin had said, Shirone didn't disappear. He opened his eyes and silently promised himself, I won't run away anymore. Shirone suddenly screamed. Need, panicked, asked him, Shirone, are you okay? Shirone shouted at the exit. Aruki quickly reacted, turning to Need and shouting, the gauge. Need rushed to the control panel. He froze in shock and exclaimed, hey, wait a second. He couldn't believe his eyes. No way. The needle's jumping. The current reading is at 157%. Need, on the verge of tears, quickly signaled to Aruki. Aruki now. In Aruki's hand was a switch. Following Need's command, Aruki decisively flipped the switch. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Maria's soft voice rang out, what? Is it already midnight? Maria Umberlang was currently a 7th grade student. She closed her book and said, what a shame, but I should go to sleep. I've got class tomorrow. Suddenly, Maria shivered, remembering something that sent a chill down her spine. I forgot. I just remembered the story about the spirit. Does that mean I'll see a ghost at midnight? She let out a long sigh. Shirone, there's no such thing as a spirit in this world. As Maria finished speaking, she accidentally turned her head toward the window. Outside, a ghost suddenly appeared, pressing its face against the glass. The ghost had a terrifying look, with a skeletal face, drooling and its eyes hollow. Maria's face showed pure terror when she saw it. On the other side, Amy screamed at the top of her lungs, get away, followed by the loud crash of a broken glass vase. Standing in front of Amy was a tall, dark figure. Trembling, Amy shouted, what are you? How did you get in here? The dark figure was a ghost dressed as a knight, and it taunted Amy. Amy stared wide-eyed at it, thinking, did it just smile? Suddenly, Amy turned and ran. She screamed as she fled. Sharelle from the next room rushed into Amy's room. Amy, a ghost just appeared, she yelled. Amy, still shocked, asked, Sharelle, you saw it too. Sharelle, in panic, replied, does that mean? At that moment, both Sharelle and Amy turned their heads toward the back. Sure enough, all the girls from the other rooms were rushing out like beads from a broken hive. The air was filled with loud screams. A ghost! Run! Behind them was an army of ghostly soldiers, each with its own terrifying and grotesque appearance. In the school campus, the lights in all the rooms suddenly blazed to life. The entire academy shook violently and screams echoed everywhere. A ghost! I see a ghost! Just as Need had warned during the presentation, when the clock struck midnight, evil spirits appeared all at once in their most terrifying forms. The sound of groaning and shrieking filled the air, creating an incredibly frightening atmosphere. Evil spirits were everywhere, from the campus grounds to the classrooms and the students' dorms. The screams grew louder. Help! They're even up in the sky. The entire school was shaken in one night by the chaos caused by the evil spirits. Everyone was in a panic. Why do they keep chasing us? Don't come any closer. The school's ancient tower hadn't been disturbed like this in years. Students ran out into the yard and gathered in a group. The female students huddled together, crying softly, do something. The male students tried to use magic to fight back against the evil spirits. A male student with light brown hair nervously said, they're everywhere, just attack. The footsteps of the evil spirits grew louder and louder. There were indeed too many of them, and their appearances were horrifying. The students no longer had the courage to fight. They burst into tears and frantically scrambled to run in every direction. At that moment, the evil spirits suddenly disappeared. The students stared in confusion and asked, they're gone. One male student, still wiping away tears, questioned doubtfully. The male student standing next to him looked up. Ha! There's someone on the roof. On the roof, Shirone and Aruki stood proudly, looking down at the students below. Need clapped his hands a few times and said nonchalantly, "Our presentation was delayed, but you all still showed up." Need placed a hand on his chest and said seriously, "Thank you." Suddenly, an angry voice shouted, "You kids." It was Sina. She was running toward them, fuming as she scolded. "Get down here right now. It's past midnight. What's all this chaos about?" In her hands, Sina was holding a projector that Need had set up earlier. She was visibly irritated, especially since she had been in the middle of her bath when all of this started. Seeing her, Need gave a casual salute and winked playfully at Sina. "The night is beautiful, isn't it?" "Good evening, Professor Sina." When the students saw the projector Sina had brought, they suddenly realized. A 3D projector? So those spirits were fake. Someone in the crowd laughed. Sina turned around and was surprised to see it was Alphys. She asked, "Principal, what are you doing here?" Alphys calmly replied, "I thought the presentation wasn't over yet, so let's listen to the rest." On the roof, the research team excitedly presented their findings to the students below. "Hey everyone, according to our research, the soul does exist. Do you all believe in the supernatural?" The students below immediately reacted with strong opposition, led by a boy with light brown hair. He loudly scolded the group, "Those scammers are still going on. What do you mean the soul exists? They're all fake, using tricks so simple, a 3-year-old could pull them off." After saying the words simple tricks, the boy suddenly felt something was off. Two girls behind him turned to each other and whispered, "But how are they doing it?" The boy quickly spun around and confidently said, "What are you talking about? Of course, they're using 3D magic." The girls still weren't satisfied with the boy's answer. They explained, "But it's weird. How can the 3D projections move differently?" Immediately, the entire school campus became lively with chatter. The students began eagerly discussing it amongst themselves. "Ever since I found out they were fake, I've been thinking about it, but I still don't know. I think they're using projections from a machine, but can they really cover the whole school? They need a huge amount of data and energy." Alpheus used his magical power to create a playful, ghostly figure. He laughed and asked Sina, "So, what do you think?" With a mischievous smile, Alpheus asked Sina, "Can you explain the trick they use, Professor Sina?" She smiled helplessly, adjusted her glasses, and chose her words carefully. "Their trick is pretty advanced." On the roof, Shirone stood beside Need, smiling quietly to himself, thinking, for wizards, the most important thing is intelligence. They can't resist their curiosity and get drawn in. This is something that the oldest ancient texts have always said. The male students who had mocked Need's group earlier were now furious. "I can't believe I was tricked by a 5th grader. This is so frustrating." One male student with light brown hair was so angry his whole body was shaking, veins popping on his forehead. "I don't know what mechanism they used. The performance was impressive, but it still doesn't fully convince Sina." She furrowed her brows and turned to Alpheus, saying their trick was difficult to pull off, but it's still not enough for us to approve their research group. Alpheus simply smiled in response. Calmly, he said to Sina, "Actually, this trick isn't all that important." Sina was momentarily puzzled by Alpheus' words. Meanwhile, the students continued to criticize Need's group from below. "It's still fake. There's no such thing as a soul." The male student with the light brown hair was the most agitated. He pointed at Need, shouting angrily, "What does a fake soul have to do with supernatural research?" Need laughed. Well, you still don't believe in supernatural research, huh?" The students below answered in unison, "Of course not. That was just a performance trick." Need spoke calmly. "Let me ask you all, why are you here? Why is it that every student is suddenly speechless at my question?" He continued, "What is it that you're afraid of, and why did you run away? If souls or ghosts aren't real, then why are you all so scared?" The students below hesitated, unable to respond. Amy and Sherelle, like the others, could only remain silent. At this moment, Need narrowed his eyes and added, "Your feelings right now are exactly what the research on supernatural souls is all about." His voice was slow, but it hit the core of the students' thoughts. "All of you who don't believe in souls, yet when you see a ghost, you feel fear. It's because deep down, you have a seed of doubt that maybe, just maybe, souls and ghosts do exist." Need uses rhetorical skills to gradually persuade everyone. "We're simply showing you that tiny seed of doubt. We don't know if they exist or not, but we're studying that doubt, and that's the whole point of this research." As Need spoke, Shirone and Haruki quietly nodded to each other. Below, a female student with chestnut-colored hair covered her mouth and whispered, "That's right. There was a time when everything we knew was considered true. Now, it's being seen as a lie from the past." On the school stage, Need's voice rang out powerfully. "Because everyone doubted us, we have proven that our research team is valuable." And with that, the presentation by the supernatural science research team came to an end. At this point, all three, Shirone, Need, and Aruki bowed deeply, facing the students and teachers below, and said, "Thank you so much." The students turned to one another, smiling. The boy with light brown hair crooked grin. Immediately after, the whole campus erupted in cheers from the students. "That was amazing. We're on board. If it's a special performance like this, I'd let you trip me as many times as you want." Standing behind the students were the teachers. Alfie, as with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke in his usual steady voice, but there was an undeniable authority in it, like someone who knew what was coming. "Where do we come from, and what does the future hold? Some are exploring doubt and revealing things unseen. What do the teachers think?" Sana remained silent. Alfie smiled and made a comment. "I think this presentation has real meaning." Thad, standing beside him, respectfully responded, "I have no objections, headmaster." Sana sighed. "I understand. All right then." Sana stood tall and formally declared, "The professors have decided we will officially recognize the presentation from the Supernatural Soul Research Team." Upon hearing this, the three members of the group couldn't hide their excitement. So, a vein popped on Sana's forehead. She angrily yelled, "Instead, you're all suspended for 3 days, you idiots." Despite the suspension, Aruki and Shirome embraced each other, bursting with overwhelming joy. "We did it! We succeeded! We did it!" They cheered. Below, the other students shared in their happiness. "Congrats! Give it your all." Sana realized no one was paying attention to her, and in frustration, she shouted, "Are you even listening to your professor? I said you're suspended." Maria turned to Mark and said, "Wow, Senior Shirone really is." Mark immediately responded with a cool statement. "She's really awesome." Mark's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Senior Shirone is a genius." Shirelle looked at Shirone's group with admiration, saying, "Oh my gosh, they're so cool. Everyone would want to do something like that at least once, make the world stop and stare in awe." Amy stood beside her in silence. She thought to herself, "I can't believe this. While I'm buried in my studies trying to graduate, you're wasting time on something so pointless." Looking at Shirone's bright smile, Amy pouted and snorted in annoyance. Amy looked up at the twinkling stars in the sky, quietly thinking to herself, "I'm a little jealous, just a tiny bit." In a hidden corner, a group of faceless figures dressed in black watched angrily as Shirone's team succeeded. One of them clicked his tongue and muttered, "Ha! A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse." It was frustrating to see a group of graduates being outdone by a bunch of unruly kids. Another person crossed his arms and complained, "Forget about taking istas for ourselves. My team's language research on ants needs rescuing." Someone else interrupted, "They're still just 5th graders. Don't tell me you're just going to back off and run away." The one from the ant language research team snapped, "What? But they'll be graduating soon enough." A figure with a feminine posture covering his mouth mocked, "If you don't want to face them next year, you better graduate this year." The ant language researcher was shaking with anger as he retorted, "You better keep quiet, you doll-collecting weirdo." Furious, the ant language researcher started picking fights with the others, and you too. The hide-and-seek research team. Fermi, who had been silently standing with his arms crossed, finally spoke up, cutting through the tension. His voice was cold, carrying the authority of a leader. "All right, that's enough. Stop it here, or we'll draw attention to ourselves." Fermi smirked, and his words came out with a sly, difficult-to-read tone. "All of us being here like this will only end up hurting ourselves. Just wait for the right moment." From a distance, Sina quietly observed Fermi's group. She sighed and thought to herself, "Those rookies from those shady research groups." She wanted to scream and yell, "Grow up and help her out." Alpheus extended his hand and used the magic Shirone had employed to shape the evil spirits. He chuckled, nodding in approval. "It's really beautiful." Alpheus stroked his beard and smiled, complimenting Shirone. "Even I, as specialist in light magic, am amazed. The way it's been used like this surprised me." He looked up at the sky, admiring the mystical beauty of the stars. Alpheus was clearly pleased as he remarked, "You've completed a pretty tough mission, Shirone. Back then, I thought you wouldn't be able to do it. I thought you were just a kid with limited potential, but I was wrong." As he said this, Alpheus looked down at the keepsake in his hand. He whispered, "Maybe in the future you'll have the power to fulfill my dream." With that, Alpheus gripped the keepsake tightly in his hand. Meanwhile, Shirone was lying on the grass, smiling with joy. "This feels amazing," he said. Need lay next to him. He gently tapped Shirone, a little worried, and asked, "Are you really okay? Are you sure you're fine?" Shirone smiled reassuringly at Need. "Yeah, I'm fine." Haruki sat up and teased Shirone. "You're crazy. Who risks their life for something like this?" Hearing Haruki's teasing, Shirone just smiled. Haruki gave him a sidelong glance and said, "But you're still the best." Need sat up, agreeing with Haruki. "You're right," he said. "If Shirone hadn't used his unique ability, he wouldn't have made it. But when I think about the risk of putting his life on the line for it..." Haruki lay back down and laughed. In the end, it was just luck that got us through. Thinking about how Shirone could possibly disappear when using his immortality power, Aruki firmly added, "But you're really crazy, you know that?" Shirone blushed, feeling a little embarrassed as his two friends kept complimenting him. He awkwardly said, "Why are you two only praising me? You both are geniuses too. Aruki, you're amazing for being able to predict how every student will react across the entire school." Aruki, flustered by the compliment, looked away shyly. Shirone then turned to praise Need. "Need, you're incredible for being able to create so many machines." And that's just the beginning. Like Aruki, Need turned red, his face as bright as a tomato. All three of them felt embarrassed, their faces burning with shyness. Aruki, feeling a bit awkward, said, "Oh, I can't believe you're actually being modest now." Need stammered, clearly flustered, "You guys know, you're making me so embarrassed." Shirone stretched his hand out as if trying to touch the distant, shining stars in the sky. He shared, "For me, I want to reach higher like those bright stars up there." At this point, Shirone's eyes shone with a glimmer of belief and hope. Aruki also glanced up at the sky. He muttered softly, "So, what do you think, Doctor? I've been practicing a lot lately. Should I start thinking about advancing my career now?" Hearing this, Need quickly sat up. With excitement, he said, "Ah, that's a great idea. The three of us should graduate together. Once we join the outside world after graduation, I'm sure there will be even more fun things waiting for us out there." Shirone raised an eyebrow and looked at Need. He mumbled, "The outside world, huh?" Aruki, hearing Need, sat up as well. He smiled a little and said, "Sounds good. Isn't it about time we started living confidently and comfortably?" Need eagerly extended his hand. "Promise me," he declared boldly, "we'll stick together until the end." Shirone placed his hand on Need's and responded, "Yeah, we'll be the strongest." Aruki was the last to place his hand on theirs. He softly asked, "But what should we use to cheer each other on and keep this promise now?" Need shrugged and replied, "Who knows, we'll just use whatever we have." Suddenly, Need had an idea. He pointed to the brightest star in the sky and shouted, "Long live supernatural science." Aruki immediately joined in, saying, "Don't give up, three little sheep." Shirone reached out with determination, saying, "Let's graduate together." Need then pointed at Aruki, teasing, "What kind of cheering is that?" Aruki laughed, "I just said we'll try our best, just like the three little sheep." Shirone, sitting between them, laughed until tears rolled down his face. In his heart, he silently wished, "Together, we will become the strongest wizards." Tonight, the sky is so beautiful. The stars shine down on the academy grounds, promising a bright and hopeful future. The next morning in the male dormitory, someone called out, "Shirone, wake up." They shook him gently and said, "Are you really going to waste this precious break? Come on, let's go out and have some fun." Aruki stood beside Need, watching Shirone's face closely. He thought to himself that Shirone must be exhausted. Need wasn't giving up, though. He tried shaking Shirone a few more times. But Shirone still didn't respond. He lay still, his eyes closed tightly. Shirone wasn't refusing to get up. It felt more like he was trapped, unable to move at all. He silently thought, "Right, I'm stuck in this nightmare again. Just like last time, I'm drifting into that endless void, surrounded by the movement of the stars and heading toward that massive galaxy with its twisting light waiting for me. But this time, something feels different. I always wake up at this point. There's something off about it." The something Shirone was referring to was a string of glowing golden particles, shining with an almost magical light. They intertwined almost like shattered pieces of a mirror. Shirone couldn't quite tell what it was. Shirone's eyes went wide. In front of him was a scene so surreal, it was hard to put into words. Shirone's whole body suddenly disappeared. He broke out in a cold sweat and woke up with a start. He gasped in shock. The dream had changed. He lay there dazed, wondering to himself, "What is this? Did what happened yesterday cause all this?" On the wall, the clock showed it was nearly 1 p.m. Shirone still hadn't fully recovered, lying still on the bed, his eyes wide open, his mouth moving slightly. But above him, a string of bright golden beads, dazzling in their beauty, was swirling into continuous circles around him. He gripped the blanket tightly and, in a state of confusion, asked, "What's going on with these things?" Shirone quickly got out of bed and grabbed a note from Need and Aruki. It read, "We're heading to the casino. As long as we can predict Aruki's behavior, we'll still end up rich." Then he noticed the two disgusting, mocking faces of Need and Aruki drawn at the bottom of the note. Shirone let out a helpless sigh. "Oh my god," he muttered, "a casino? I bet they're going to come back empty-handed. And with this 3-day suspension from school, what should I do now?" His mind drifted to his parents back home. He wondered if he should take this opportunity to visit them. He was sure they'd be shocked to hear the news, and then they'd probably bombard him with a million questions. "What? Suspended? You're being punished?" Thinking of this, he quickly pushed the thought aside. Never mind. I definitely need to keep this a secret. A little while later, Shirone was dressed neatly, standing in front of the mirror with a smile, carefully adjusting the cuff of his shirt. He smiled joyfully, feeling excited inside as he suddenly remembered something he truly wanted to do. For some reason, his heart was racing. After saying that, Shirone turned and left. He could notice the mysterious golden particles that had followed his silhouette. They formed the image of Shirone standing tall in front of the mirror, as if it was truly him standing there. Soon, Shirone stopped in front of a well-maintained bookstore. He reached out, grasping the doorknob, his heart filled with emotion. I've been learning nonstop these past few years, and now I want to buy a novel for myself. It reminds me of the old days. A wave of painful memories suddenly flooded Shirone's mind. The harsh, arrogant voice of the bookstore owner echoed in his ears as though it had just happened. No, where do you think you're putting those filthy fingers? Back then, Shirone was just a poor, ragged child. Even though he was no longer that person, the sting of being looked down on still deeply lingered in his soul. Shirone anxiously wondered, what should I do if they tell me I'm not allowed to touch anything anymore? After a few seconds of hesitation, Shirone finally made up his mind and stepped into the bookstore. She was still the same owner from years ago, still with her curly orange hair and blue dress, but the haughty attitude had been replaced with a warm smile. She was unexpectedly friendly. Oh my, welcome handsome customer. It's such an honor for you to visit this humble place. Are you here to pick up some merchandise? Her enthusiasm caught Shirone off guard for a moment. Ah, no, I'm just here to buy a book. The owner cheerfully replied, Oh, I see. Well, take your time and feel free to choose. My goodness, you're really handsome, she added. Shirone wasn't used to such friendly treatment. He awkwardly responded, Thank you. He was surprised that she didn't recognize him. It had only been 5 years. As he watched her walk away, he couldn't help but wonder if he had really changed that much. After picking out the book he wanted, Shirone went up to pay the owner. As she looked at the gold coins he handed her, she flattered him again. My, you're so generous. Thank you so much. Holding the book titled Raising Dragons to Defeat the Demon King, the one he dreamed of having since he was a kid, Shirone couldn't contain his joy. He finally had his very own novel. It was his first book. With that thought, he happily spun around, holding the book in his hands. Passersby couldn't help but shake their heads and mutter, Wow, what could make that young man so giddy? He hugged the book to his chest, smiling quietly to himself, relieved that he had managed to save some of the allowance his family had sent him. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Shirone. A girl suddenly wrapped her arm around Shirone's. She looked at him, smiling brightly, and asked, You're Shirone, right? Startled by the unexpected hug, Shirone blushed, his ears turning red, and he panicked. Who are you? The girl didn't answer his question, but she didn't let go either. She turned around and waved her hand, calling out to someone. That's him. You guys. It's Shirone. After a moment of observing, Shirone was shocked to realize that the girl in front of him was someone he knew. Her sweet voice hadn't changed at all. She was the innocent little girl who used to watch him so intently whenever he read his books. Shirone, you're reading again. When they were kids, whenever Shirone sat under the tree reading, a group of kids would always tease him. Now seeing them again, he could still recognize them. And they instantly recognized him too. The muscular guy at the front shouted loudly, Shirone, is it really you? Shirone's eyes widened in surprise as he called out, Alter. He turned to the girl beside him and correctly guessed her name. Oh, so you're Lumina? Lumina, happy that Shirone still remembered her, said excitedly, That's right. Did you forget what I look like? Shirone hesitated and replied, I honestly didn't recognize you at first. You look so beautiful now. Shirone remembered that when they were younger, Lumina had a very cute nickname. Hearing him say that, Lumina seemed a little unhappy. She raised her fist and said, What? When we were kids, you said I wasn't pretty. Shirone immediately chuckled awkwardly. Oh, not exactly. The childhood friends quickly gathered around Shirone, eager to ask him a million questions. What's going on with you? You're dressed like a noble now. Is it expensive? Wow, you changed so much. They crowded around him, firing off questions one after another. Shirone, caught off guard, nervously replied, Well, this is. Before he could figure out how to respond, Alter, the leader of the kids in the village, called out to him, Shirone, it's been so long. How you been? He mentioned that he had asked Lord Vincent, but hadn't heard anything from him. Shirone looked at Alter, unsure how to explain. What should I tell them? He thought, hesitating for a moment. Well, he murmured, thinking it over. After all, they were bound to find out about him sooner or later. If he lied, they might be hurt. In the end, Shirone decided to be honest. I've been studying at the Magic Academy. As soon as they heard this, everyone gasped in unison. Magic? The Magic Academy? Alter's expression suddenly became uncomfortable. He thought to himself, magic. Shirone recalled the old timeline. Ever since he was a child, Alter had always been strong and outgoing. Naturally, he became the leader of the group of kids. This happened when Alter was 10 years old. One day, Alter and the other kids from the village were heading into the forest when he suddenly looked off into the distance and said, Shirone. He then asked, Are you reading again? Shirone, hearing the familiar voice, quickly turned around and replied, Alter. The words from the book kept running through Alter's mind, but perhaps his weakness lay in his pride. Their attention was suddenly drawn to the thick book in Shirone's hands, and they muttered to each other in awe. So many words. He must be really smart. We don't even know how to read books like that. Hearing his friends whispering admiringly behind him, Alter just stood there silent. Then he quickly walked up to Shirone, grabbed the book from his hands, and said loudly, Why are you still studying this stuff? You should be out training, not reading these. Shirone, taken back by his strength, could only let out a startled shout. Alter, with his small axe on his shoulder and a strong, confident posture, said firmly, You need to train your body if you want to be useful to society. In a small village in the mountains, a certain rule was well known. Thinking about it, the small figure of Shirone appeared in his mind. He smiled gently and then responded softly, I understand. Alter. The stream of memories seemed to stop for a moment, but then continued. Following the leader's words, Alter found himself back in that scene. With a slightly puzzled expression, he noticed no immediate reaction and chose to remain silent. Then he exhaled deeply, as if releasing a heavy burden that had been weighing on him. A moment later, Alter returned the book to Shirone and said, As long as you understand. The leader protected the village, and everyone followed the leader. This was the way people here survived, and it was the lesson Shirone had learned over the years. Then Alter smiled brightly and extended his hand toward him. I'm going to play soccer. Want to come with me? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from a distance, Alter. Lumina, holding a mop, charged toward them angrily while shouting to Alter, I told you not to pick on Shirone. Alter, getting hit by Lumina's relentless attacks, protested with frustration, Who's picking on who, you idiot? She didn't pay any attention to his defense and continued shouting, He just recovered from being sick, and you still think this isn't bullying? After being scolded nonstop, Alter, now visibly annoyed, snapped, If you keep acting like this, no one will want to marry you. Finishing his memories, Shirone silently chuckled to himself and thought, well, those things happened a long time ago. At that moment, Alter awkwardly spoke up, I can't believe it. You really go to school? Lumina, just as surprised, asked him, You know how to use magic? His friend sitting next to him was also excited and quickly said, Can you show us? Shirone, feeling a bit shy, smiled awkwardly and replied, No, not really. I just started learning, so I'm not very good yet. And besides, using magic outside the academy is against the rules, so... Hearing this, his friend sighed in disappointment. That's too bad. Suddenly, Alter noticed the book Shirone was holding tightly in his hands and said, You always have a book with you, just like before. Then he reached out and grabbed the book, saying, Hey, let me see what the Magic Academy's book says. Shirone was caught off guard by Alter's sudden action and exclaimed, Wait a minute. Inside, he was panicking. No, this is the novel I just bought to relax. Alter's grip tightened, and he successfully yanked the book out of Shirone's hands. But in his rush, he lost his grip, and it fell to the floor. Seeing this, Shirone instinctively shouted. In his mind, he thought, My precious book. Shirone reached out with his hand, trying to grab the book. Just as his hand was about to touch it, a flash of memories rushed through his mind. But he was lucky enough to catch the book. The fleeting memories felt so real that they caused Shirone a sharp pain, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching the book tightly. Everyone around him was immediately concerned and started asking what happened. Shirone, what's wrong all of a sudden? Are you okay? Lumina turned to Alter, clearly upset. Why did you do that again? You're not a kid anymore. Why are you still picking on him? He stammered. I didn't do anything. Shirone quickly spoke up. It's not his fault. It was just a coincidence. Don't worry. But Lumina, still anxious, said, You suddenly collapsed. How can I not worry? This isn't like you. Alter stood by, silently watching the two of them talk, a strange feeling rising inside him. When Lumina saw that Shirone was fine, she cheerfully spoke up. Well, let's not stand here. Are you coming with us? How about we go get something good to eat? Alter, who had been standing behind, chimed in, Yeah, come on, Shirone. He added enthusiastically, We're celebrating the store's discount day with a party at Lumina's place. Come hang out with us. What do you think? The others quickly agreed, Sounds great. Let's go. Seeing their excitement, Shirone smiled and responded, All right, let's go then. At the same time, Shirone silently thought, It's a good thing I don't have anything else to do right now, so it should be fine. A moment later, the chubby friend and another buddy arrived, pulling up in a carriage that stopped in front of them. Alter gently lifted Shirone up and cheerfully said, Go ahead and sit in the front seat. Caught off guard by the sudden move, Shirone exclaimed, "You can lift me up like that?" Hearing this, Alter laughed heartily and replied, "With someone as light as you, it's no problem." After witnessing his display of strength, Shirone couldn't help but think, "Alter, you bastard, while we've been apart, you've turned into a monster. Now you even know how to handle business." He looked at his friend and guessed it's pretty likely Alter will become the new leader of the village. And so, Shirone and his friends made their way to Lumina's house. A short while later, Lumina's mom's voice rang out. "Oh my, who's here? Is that you, Shirone? You're looking more handsome every day." Lumina must be swooning. Embarrassed, Lumina's face turned bright red as she quickly shouted, "Mom, stop talking nonsense." After Lumina's mom's enthusiastic greeting, Shirone and the others continued their celebration. They all raised their glasses and cheerfully said, "To Shirone, cheers." Looking at the lavish spread of food prepared before them, the brown-haired friend couldn't help but exclaim, "This looks so delicious." Lumina, holding a glass of water, spoke up, "Eat up, Shirone." He immediately replied, "Thanks, I will definitely enjoy it." At the same time, the brown-haired friend, still curious, asked, "But what about this drink? Was it?" Before he could finish his sentence, the chubby friend quickly interrupted, saying, "It's nothing, just carbonated barley water." On the other side, Alter quietly took big sips of his drink, silently observing everything happening around him. Then the brown-haired friend suddenly shouted, "Shirone, tell us more about your school. You're probably the best student there, right?" Hearing that, Shirone choked and coughed, and the sip of water in Alter's mouth almost came spilling out. Shirone continued, "I'm really curious. Did you become a mage?" The others eagerly chimed in, "I heard only nobles go to that school." "So, doesn't that mean you're studying with the nobles?" Shirone felt deeply embarrassed by these questions and silently prayed, "Please don't praise me in front of Alter." With a little help from the barley drink, the group kept talking nonstop. "I bet there are a lot of beautiful women among the nobles, right? Tell us, we're so curious." Under the barrage of questions, Shirone waved his hand, reluctantly responding, "How would I know? I'm too busy just studying." As soon as he finished speaking, Lumina let out a long sigh as if she had just survived a major ordeal. The next day, Alter suddenly slammed his glass of water down on the table and spoke up, "Shirone, going to school is fine, but have you thought about your next step?" Shirone was startled. He turned his head and said, "Next step." Alter continued, "Right now, Lord Vincent is taking care of the entire family's well-being. Soon, it will be your turn to take responsibility, and you'll have to get married too. After you finish your studies, do you think you'll be ready to handle all of that?" Upon hearing this, Shirone fell into deep thought. There was no guarantee that he would even graduate. Seeing his reaction, Alter took a sip from his mug and said, "That's right, you need to start thinking more realistically." As soon as he said this, Shirone's mind began to race. Thinking about it now, he had spent so much time focused on his studies, but never really considered the bigger picture. His friends were all helping their families with business while his father was still struggling. He silently asked himself, "When will I be able to help my father?" Seeing him like this, Lumina felt a bit worried. At that moment, Alter spoke up again, "I'm not trying to bring the mood down, you know." Then he added with a challenge, "Hey, Shirone, how about a little arm wrestling? You used to be really good at it." Shirone was completely surprised when he heard that. Arm wrestling? The chubby guy got excited right away. Yeah, Alter and Shirone used to be a pretty close match back in the day. His brown-haired friend agreed wholeheartedly. Shirone looks like that, but he's actually really strong. That made Shirone think back to those old days. "Yeah, we used to do that a lot when we were younger." The brown-haired friend explained, remembering their match. "Chiron, you were amazing back then." Alter insisted on a rematch. "This match doesn't count, let's go again." But today it felt like the right thing to do was let Alter save face for the sake of the village. Thinking that, Shirone got into position and said, "All right, how about we make it interesting and bet on this match?" Alter grinned, clearly excited, and replied, "Whoever loses has to pay for today's drinks." Shirone agreed. With both of them hyped up, the atmosphere grew charged again. Their friends cheered and shouted, the battle between the mage and the warrior. As they got ready, Shirone tightly gripped Alter's hand, silently thinking to save Alter's face. "I have to hold on as long as I can before I lose." Then suddenly someone yelled, "Go." Immediately their hands locked in a fierce struggle. There was a loud sound that made even the grain barrel shake. Lumina and the others watching were stunned, holding their breath. In the end, Shirone collapsed on the couch, his body steaming with smoke. Everything happened so quickly that he couldn't help but wonder what just happened. His friends, seeing this, grew worried and asked, "Shirone, are you okay?" At that moment, Lumina raised her voice, "Alter, why did you use so much force?" Alter quickly responded, "I didn't expect it to turn out like this. He wasn't this weak before." Lumina, feeling helpless, sighed, "Alter, oh Alter." Seeing her reaction, Alter felt a bit guilty. He then spoke up, "I'm sorry. let me cover the cost for today. Shirone immediately refused, saying, no, I'm the one who lost today. He awkwardly smiled and added, you're much stronger than before. With that, Shirone pulled out a gold coin from his pocket to pay, but in his panic, he accidentally dropped his wallet and the gold coins spilled out. His friends gathered around, shouting, gold coins, you got 5 of them. Luna wasn't any different. She grabbed one of the coins and asked him, Shirone, why do you have so much money? 5 gold coins is what I earn in a whole month of work. Seeing Alter's expression, Shirone silently thought to himself, what do I do now? I'm done for. Luvina held the coin and asked, Shirone, where did you get all this money? Shirone, flustered, stammered, I got sponsored. Just as he finished speaking, the brown-haired guy quickly jumped in and asked, what's going on? Are you saying you're going to live the rest of your life without ever worrying about money? His comment caught Shirone off guard and quickly denied it, saying, that's not it. At the same time, he thought to himself, this isn't good. It was clear that the comment had really triggered Alter. His face turned red and looked a little frustrated. But then, Alter suddenly let out a long sigh. A moment later, he stood up straight, puffed himself up like an angry cat, and shouted, why are you all making such a fuss over just a few gold coins? The chubby guy was startled and stammered, sorry. Seeing this reaction from him, Luna thought to herself, now I understand what's going on with Alter. The others around them shrank back, suddenly remembering the past. They all shared the same thought, that's right. Ever since we were kids, whenever Shirone was around, this topic always made things a little awkward. Noticing the shift in mood, Alter made an effort to calm himself down. Then he gently clapped his hands to break the tension and said, right, have you all heard about this? The chubby guy immediately jumped in as if catching a wave. There's a wild animal in the mountains that eats meat. The brown-haired guy joined in the conversation. I heard about that too. Wild animals have been disappearing lately, hadn't they? Luna secretly felt relieved. This was the perfect opportunity. If that kid agrees, this will work out. Thanks to this topic, everyone started to ease up and get excited again, picking up the conversation. My dad says it's something like a bear, is that right? Lumina asked. Shirone quickly joined in. He was eager to speak up. Yeah, I heard that from my dad too, but why would something from the north come all the way down here? Luna responded, I know. It's probably something like its breeding season or something like that. Anyway, they say it goes out hunting every day, so we all need to be careful. But since it's hiding pretty deep in the forest, it's not really dangerous unless we go looking for it. At that moment, Alter's gaze became sharper. He spoke up. What if we went hunting for it ourselves? Everyone was shocked and responded in unison. Us? He nodded confidently. Yeah, we'll help the villagers. You guys know about it already, right? My skills. With a self-assured smile, Alter continued, if it's just a bear, there's no need for adults to get involved. Let's go take it down ourselves. Seeing the excitement in his eyes, the brown-haired friend eagerly responded, finally, you can hunt a bear on your own now. Alter said, a regular bear will be easy. Shirone, barely believing his ears, repeated in shock, what, really? A bear? Noticing the admiration in his friend's reactions, Alter smiled with satisfaction and decided, all right, we'll leave tomorrow morning. He glanced at Shirone and added, you're coming with us, right, Shirone? At that, Lumina's eyes suddenly lit up and she exclaimed, Shirone too? Alter confirmed, of course. He's been on hunts with us before, right? Shirone didn't hesitate to respond, if I can be of help, I'll join. Happy with that answer, Alter raised his glass and said, great, we'll eat tomorrow morning in front of Lumina's house. Lumina, sitting nearby, called out, all right then. They all clinked their glasses and cheered together. It'll be a bear hunt. Well, we're going hunting with Alter, Shirone said with a light sip of beer, secretly excited, eager for what was to come. Although this wasn't part of his original plan, he was still thrilled. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was early morning. Luna opened the door and announced, Shirone, did you sleep well? Let's go now. Shirone fixed a short knife to his thigh and replied to her, all right, I'm ready. Let's go. They both stepped out of the house. Lumina excitedly waved her hand ahead and called out, everything's good over here. Their friends happily waved back. Seeing them, Alter reminded them, if you fall behind, we're leaving you behind, so keep up. Hearing that, Shirone laughed and replied, don't worry. Together, they walked deeper into the misty forest, the morning fog still lingering. After a while, they got to work setting things up. All right, flip it over, said one of them. At the same time, the chubby friend worked diligently, securing the net to a tree branch. Once finished, he signaled to the 2 others below. Seeing them work so smoothly together, Shirone couldn't help but admire. You guys set the trap so quickly. You're amazing. The friend with blue hair laughed and responded, we just set the trap. The hardest part is still up to Alter. At that moment, Alter, who was scouting the area, noticed some scratch marks on a tree. He silently guessed, looks like the bear is close by. Then Alter called out, from now on, we'll scout this area. If you spot it, don't provoke it. Fall back and report to me immediately. The others acknowledged the order right away. Watching this, Shirone silently thought, wow, he really is a pro. At the same time, Alter turned back, staring at someone and smiling. It was Lumina, humming a song excitedly, looking really cute. After walking a few steps, Shirone suddenly realized that if he just searched for it, oh, that's right, if he used his spiritual domain, it might help. He closed his eyes tightly, focused his energy, and thought to himself, it will help Alter find that bear more quickly. In just a moment, Shirone entered a state of concentration. But what appeared in his mind wasn't the image of a bear. It was the carcass of an animal with a large chunk of flesh missing. Shirone froze and wondered, what is that? He turned back to look at his friends and sensed that something was off. There was something strange going on. Using his senses, Shirone instinctively took a step forward. He placed his hand over his eyes in disbelief, unable to believe what he was seeing. Shirone brushed the leaves aside, and a thought kept repeating over and over in his mind. No way, no way. Just as he was about to reach the image he saw while using his spiritual domain, a large hand slammed down on his shoulder, and a loud voice shouted, Shirone! It was Alter. He yanked Shirone's shoulder and demanded, what are you doing? How could you disappear from our sight without saying anything? He continued speaking loudly, we did this because of you. But before he could finish his sentence, the scene before them made Alter fall silent. Beneath their feet lay the massive carcass of an animal, along with countless other dead creatures scattered everywhere. Alter, startled, wondered to himself, what is all this? The group of friends had caught up with them. The bodies weren't just lying on the ground. Some were even hanging from the branches of trees. One of the chubby friends shouted, what is that? Alter. Alter turned around to reply, that's. But before he could say anything, Shirone interrupted, we need to pull back. This isn't something an Momo Bear could do. Hearing that, Alter gasped and said, what? Shirone continued, we need to report this to the adults and seal off the mountain. We might even have to send a request to the city for soldiers to handle this. Seeing that, Alter quickly grabbed his shoulder, stammering as he interrupted, wait, Shirone, wait. Soldiers, what do you mean? Shirone said, we don't even know what this is yet. What are you talking about? Alter asked. Shirone turned around and replied, didn't you just say it yourself? This is not a bear we can handle. Seeing Alter's determined expression, he shouted angrily, what do you know? I'm the leader. Giving orders is my job. Witnessing the conflict between them, Lumina nervously clenched her fist and quietly said, Alter, Shirone knows something's wrong here and is trying to stop it. No, listen to me. Just listen. Alter ignored her and continued to shout, you've always been like this. You never recognized me as the leader, haven't you? I told you not to treat me like the fool I used to be. Hearing this, Shirone was a little stunned and said, Alter. But a rustling sound behind them froze him and placed a cold chill running through his body. The others felt it too. The chubby guy, now terrified, spoke up, guys, do you see that? It's coming this way. Alter immediately reacted, raising his bow. He stretched the string as tight as he could, ready for action. The others followed his lead, aiming their arrows in the direction of the noise. Even the brown-haired guy, trembling, pulled his string back, but his arrow was aimed higher than before. The sight before them terrified him. His body shook as he stuttered, Alter, what? What is that? What is that monster? In front of them stood a huge wolf, its eyes filled with a bloodthirsty, menacing hunger. Shirone bit his lip, thinking to himself, a monster, a mysterious living being that doesn't follow the laws of evolution. Endless thoughts kept swirling in his mind. He had seen it before in a book about monsters he'd read earlier. That thing was that moment. Alter shouted, then fired an arrow at it, yelling, die. But the creature quickly tilted its head to the side. Seeing this, the brown-haired boy panicked and said, it dodged the arrow. Shirone's expression was just as shocked. He had recognized it as a werewolf. After its move, he silently confirmed it's a monster with intelligence. From what Shirone knew, monsters in general were stronger and faster than regular beasts. The truth was, some of them even had fairly high intelligence. The origins of monsters were still being studied, but it's also hypothesized that they evolved in their own unique way due to living in an environment completely different from other living beings. The others, terrified, stammered, it dodged the arrow. The wolf bared its sharp teeth, eyeing the people there hungrily. It observed them with its keen eyes, moving quickly forward. The young man, his face full of panic, could barely manage to say, run quickly. The rest of the group realized there was no way to retreat. The whole group scrambled to run in the opposite direction, trying to escape. But the hardest part now was that they didn't know where to run. One of them said, if we head down, the monster will. At that moment, someone shouted, run up, head up the mountain. As everyone scrambled in a panic, desperately trying to escape, Shirone remained still. With his weapon in hand, he stood proudly face to face with the monster. The size difference was clear, but Shirone wasn't backing down. The team members saw this and shouted his name. Shirone! He thought to himself, don't tell me he's planning to use himself as bait. Meanwhile, Shirone remained fully focused on the fight. He had already released an arrow. The massive creature, with its rough, bumpy skin, barely felt the impact of the arrow. It swiped at him with its claws in retaliation. Using his small size and quick reflexes, Shirone managed to dodge the attack. The creature growled in frustration. Shirone panted heavily, thinking it moves too fast, and its skin is so thick. The only way to keep everyone safe is to lead it away. Facing a giant beast, Shirone remained determined in his original decision. Though it was risky, the creature lunged at him again, but this time he was lucky enough to escape. Shirone quickly retreated a good distance. Each time he successfully dodged the creature's attacks, it only seemed to make it angrier. Its eyes burned with fury. What Shirone didn't expect, though, was that it suddenly lost interest in attacking him. Turning around, he realized in despair that the creature wasn't after him anymore. It was heading straight for the group he had just been protecting. They still had no idea what horrors were about to unfold. The leader of the group shouted, "Drop everything heavy. Hurry!" The others scrambled to run as fast as they could, but Alter hesitated. He said, "You all go ahead." Luvina turned around and asked, "Alter, what are you doing?" Alter, tears welling up in his eyes, his body trembling, tried to hold himself together and replied, "Shirone, I can't leave him behind." Luvina felt as if a thunderbolt had struck her. Tears streamed down her face and she was speechless. She called out his name, Alter. The monster was now dangerously close to Alter, the line between life and death, so incredibly thin in that moment. Alter turned around and saw everything, but what concerned him most was, is Shirone really dead? The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Alter blamed himself. "It's my fault I told him to come with us. If I had listened to Shirone when he said to run down." A powerful beam of light suddenly shot straight at the fearsome monster. Alter didn't understand what was happening, but it was clear the monster was in immense pain from the light. Luvina ran up excitedly and said, "It's dead." The others around them asked, "Is that magic?" Shirone, out of breath, rushed over and barely managed to stay. Run quickly. The situation clearly wasn't over yet. The danger was still close, and it was the only thing that could make him panic like this. The monster, which seemed to have died earlier, began to move slowly again. He sat up, quickly regaining his composure, his whole body radiating a sinister, malicious energy. Luvina shuddered. What? It must have just been a flash of light. In an instant, the massive figure charged toward them. By the time they thought of running, it was already too late. Alter noticed something was off. His body wouldn't move. To be sure, he tried to move his legs, but the result was the same. His body was frozen. Luvina pushed herself to run as fast as she could. But under the creature's claws, she was no longer steady enough to continue. In that moment, when death seemed certain, she could have escaped, but she stumbled and fell. Under the sharp claws of the monster, it seemed like there was no hope left, and tears streamed down her face. Shirone was determined not to let his teammates get hurt, so he did everything he could to hold the creature back. Alter shouted his name, Shirone. At the moment when Shirone was caught off guard, the creature retracted its claws to attack him. Its face was filled with fear. In a flash, Shirone used his teleportation skill. The creature, seeing this, panicked and looked up. The same bright flash appeared again, followed by a huge explosion. Luvina shouted loudly, Shirone. The light gathered a tremendous amount of energy. It moved toward the creature and struck deep into its body, weakening the monster. Shirone was confused. Okay, now what do I do? I was planning to push it back after using the light beam, but if I do that, it'll scratch me. I can't leave it in the same position either. Right now, both the creature and I are outside of the numbers. Shirone had an idea, a way to throw it and make it fall. The methods he considered included something that required self-illumination, something that created gravity, and something that disrupted symmetry. Shirone reached out, gently touching his own hand in the other world. I've touched it, he thought. The two hands connected, creating a blinding light. This was the unspoken realm of knowledge. A two-dimensional space vanished, and now only Shirone stood there. He thought, that's mass. The monster, furious, stared at Shirone in confusion. Before it could process what was happening, he struck and sent it flying. But Shirone didn't stop. He continued to advance and attack. The beast howled in rage. In the few brief seconds Shirone affected the wolf, a small spark of light flashed in his mind. Why does this world even exist? Questions kept appearing in his head. What does existence mean? What is mass? Why does matter have mass? He wondered. In front of Shirone, a golden light began to expand, and the space he had dreamed about began to appear. This is a world of lost symmetry, he said. At the same time, cracks suddenly appeared in the space where the light resided. The light grew even more intense. Shirone continued, if the universe existed before everything was born, then the way for everything to exist is by breaking the balance of the universe. He reached out and touched a small crack in the space. The water quickly spread out, and pieces of space shattered like glass, revealing a misty void before Shirone's eyes. It was mass that caused this, and it could be transferred into the photons of light. Back at the moment when he struck the wolf, causing a deafening crash and a strong aftershock that shook the cliffside amidst the dust and smoke, a bright yellow light suddenly appeared in midair. From where the light appeared, a beam of light flowed backward. The image of Shirone kneeling on the ground appeared, moving at a speed so fast it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. He quietly observed the scene in front of him. The rumbling from the aftershock hadn't stopped. Shirone tensed, waiting, his eyes wide and alert, barely daring to breathe, his breaths quick and shallow. Ha ha! It stopped moving. He cautiously looked at the giant wolf, now completely motionless on the ground. Shirone's eyes widened in surprise as if he had realized something. Armin, I understand now. Symmetry can be broken by a type of knowledge of space, something that's yet to be named. There's a mechanism to give mass to matter. If that mechanism is used, light can be given mass. Joy was clear on Shirone's face. Finally, he understood. He stared intently at the creature in front of him. A dangerous beast like this, why would it appear in this mountainous region? Why didn't I think of that? Shirone murmured, deep in thought. Suddenly, a terrifying scream cut through his thoughts. Here come the wolves. Shirone quickly turned around, eyes narrowing as he looked up at the top of the cliff. But I'm not alone, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, up on the cliff, Alter and the others were all visibly terrified. Some of them couldn't hold back their tears. In front of them was a pack of werewolves, slowly closing in. Leading the pack was an alpha wolf, its eyes glowing red with malice. The group was being pushed toward the edge of the cliff, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Without thinking, they kept glancing at Alter, hoping to find some kind of strength in him. Alter! They called out in fear, while Lumina broke down in sobs, crying out in sheer terror, wah. Alter's face was just as pale, though he tried to hide the rising panic in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said firmly, I'll run to the other side. You all head down the cliff. A red-haired young man, panic evident on his face, shouted back, Are you crazy? You want to die? Alter snapped back, tension thick in his voice. That's the only way right now. He turned to look at his friends, tears welling in his eyes. You all have to survive so that my and Shirone's sacrifice won't be in vain. As the situation grew more desperate, a flash of light appeared above them, cutting through the darkening sky. From high above, Shirone descended rapidly, using magic to teleport just in time, leaving his friends in stunned silence. Are you okay? Everyone rushed towards him, a mix of joy and worry on their faces. I thought you were dead. Lumina, standing next to him, was crying nonstop, clearly overwhelmed by emotion. Shirone silently looked at his friends for a moment before speaking. I'm sorry, everyone. Shirone. Alter's voice rang out. He bit his lip, trying hard to keep a calm appearance, though his face betrayed his emotions. I'm sorry for making you all worry, Alter. Shirone gently patted him on the shoulder. Leave it to me now. Alter stared at him in surprise before slowly walking towards the pack of wolves. Seeing him head toward the wolves, Alter shouted, Run away too. Shirone. Shirone, unbothered, calmly responded, Fine. Shirone answered with steady confidence. This doesn't go against the rules. He moved forward resolutely, his steps full of determination as he faced the danger ahead. On the opposite side, the bloodthirsty wolf spirits howled and snarled, each one charging towards Shirone and his friends at a terrifying speed. The distance between Shirone and the pack's leader shrank quickly as it charged toward him with reckless force. Shirone didn't flinch. On the contrary, he remained perfectly calm, gathering his energy into a glowing orb in his palm. It's light. Lumina gasped in astonishment, her red hair disheveled and eyes wide, but this time, it felt different from before. In front of them, Shirone let his magical energy surge freely. A magic circle appeared on his forehead as he focused. The energy was directed into photons. The glowing sphere in his hand grew larger and larger. Sensing that enough power had been concentrated, he leaned forward. In an instant, Shirone threw his hand forward, hurling the sphere with force. The sphere shot forward at high speed, leaving a trail of light behind it and a gust of wind in the air as it raced toward the werewolf. Before it had a chance to react, the light sphere struck it in the neck. In an instant, the beam of light pierced through the werewolf's body like an arrow, followed by its agonized howls of pain. This was his magic. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. I can do it. Another werewolf, seeing its companion sent flying, howled in fury. One by one, the others became agitated and charged at Shirone, targeting him. They lunged with sharp claws extended, ready to tear him apart. But Shirone would never let that happen. He quickly focused his magic, suddenly dodging their attack and leaping into the air, leaving the werewolves confused as they watched him. Shirone created another glowing sphere. In a blink of an eye, his eyes flashed with light as several familiar figures appeared. The sounds of explosions kept ringing out, and a series of lights pierced through the tough bodies of the werewolves like a meteor shower, leaving them no time to retaliate. In the midst of the thick dust and smoke, the pained and helpless roars of the werewolves filled the air. This sight left Alter and his group in stunned silence. One of them unconsciously muttered, "That's a mage." Alter quickly filled in the rest. Right before their eyes, Shirone was casting magic, moving nimbly through the battlefield and taking down each werewolf, one by one. After all, this magic drained a large amount of his mental energy. Shirone couldn't help but pant, but he pushed on. As he was catching his breath, a werewolf suddenly charged at him from behind, intending to ambush him. Without hesitation, Shirone used his magic, blasting it away with a burst of light. The werewolf's body trembled as it let out painful groans after being struck. However, it quickly realized that the attack wasn't as powerful as the one that had wounded it earlier. A flash of panic crossed Shirone's eyes. His magic had weakened. On the other side, the cunning werewolf smiled triumphantly. It quickly regained its composure, letting out a loud roar to summon its companions. The other werewolves, after recovering, seemed to have been injected with a surge of aggression, all of them charging forward at once. This sudden change of behavior put the mood of Alter's group in a bad spot. "Shirone, it's dangerous," Alter shouted in warning. "Run," Luvina screamed loudly. Shirone watched as the pack of werewolves rushed toward him with intense energy, hearing the terrified cries of his friends. A wave of exhaustion swept over him, making his breath heavy and labored. There was only one option left. He furrowed his brow, determined not to give up. Shirone clenched his teeth and focused his mental energy once more, preparing for the battle ahead. Can I really do this? Shirone panted, his brow furrowing as he silently thought, I still have one more option. His eyes gleamed a bright jade green. As he gazed at the swirling vortex before him, he wondered, can I really keep the balance of this powerful whirlpool? Ahead of him, a massive horde of monsters were frantically charging toward him. Alter and Luvina were both panicked. Alter yelled loudly, "Shirone, this is too dangerous." Luvina, crying, urged Shirone, "Please, just run." She shouted his name, Shirone. However, Shirone seemed to ignore them. He stood his ground, facing the oncoming wave of monsters without flinching. His gaze sharpened with resolve. Although his face couldn't hide the tension, with sweat dripping from his forehead and his lips tightly pressed together, suddenly Shirone's pupils glowed with a cold, sharp blue light. In the infinite depths of his subconscious, he connected with the immortal energy and ultimate power as vast and limitless as a black hole. From that black hole, a terrifying force was unleashed, pushing even Shirone back with its pressure. He gritted his teeth, holding his hands out in front of him, desperately trying to block the immense magical energy. Shirone's body began to disintegrate into dust from the strain of the force, but he stayed focused, channeling his magic to fight the beasts. In an instant, a surge of supernatural power erupted from Shirone's hands. The vicious creatures charged forward, but they were immediately torn apart by Shirone's overwhelming spiritual energy. His strength crystallized into sharp blue beams, which incinerated the wolf-like monsters into ash. Despite the sheer number of the creatures, it couldn't get past Shirone's power. They couldn't move forward. Witnessing Shirone's terrifying strength, Luvina and the children in the village couldn't help but be stunned. Alter was also shocked by what was happening in front of him. How could this be? He thought to himself. Even though he was seeing it with his own eyes, it still felt unbelievable. Suddenly, a grayish-black werewolf took advantage of the other wolves and rushed forward, extending its sharp claws toward Shirone. Luckily, he managed to use his magic to push it away just in time. However, Shirone himself was beginning to feel like he couldn't hold on much longer. His energy was reaching its limit. If things kept going like this, his life force and mind would scatter like the wind. Then, something clicked in his mind. That's right, just like last time. Shirone remembered what he used his immortal energy to channel into the crystal. His power had gradually flowed through a tube. At that time, he had nearly vanished. He tried to recall the actions he had taken to escape the deadly danger when he placed his hand on the glass orb. He needed to release all the energy inside him. Shirone suddenly shouted. With all his strength and a firm will, he said, I'll release everything with this one strike. His hand reached out. Without hesitation, he unleashed the strongest force. He could strike the pack of werewolves. Shirone's power was so intense that the trees around him shook and dust swirled in the whirlwind. The pack of werewolves, charging forward in a frenzy, was completely incinerated by the force of his energy. From Shirone's direction, a brilliant golden light shot straight ahead, sweeping away everything in its path. After a moment, the area gradually returned to calm. A leaf gently fell to the ground, leaving behind an open, clear view. In front of him were the weakened, trembling beastly spirits unable to stand after the devastating blow they had just taken. One werewolf, still stubborn, bared its teeth in a quick snarl. Shirone's figure slowly became clear through the dust. He stood there, coldly staring at the defiant creature. His voice was filled with killing intent. Leave. Shirone glared at it, warning, never come back here. The remaining werewolves, terrified, immediately turned and fled. They carried with them a few survivors, scrambling away without daring to look back. Shirone stood still for a moment, but soon exhaustion began to set in. His body swayed, and eventually he could no longer stay on his feet. He fell backward. Alter rushed forward and caught Shirone just in time. The children in the village saw this and immediately ran over to stand around Shirone. Lugana, with her eyes red from crying, had tears streaming down her face. She gently stroked Shirone's forehead. Alter, looking sad, told everyone, let's go home. He looked at Shirone, breathing heavily and shyly added, this silly hunting trip is over. Night fell, and the dim lights from the simple thatched roofs flickered. On the grassy field, Shirone looked up at the sky, admiring the shimmering, magical stars. Alter slowly walked over and sat next to him, slightly smiling. He asked Shirone, when did you come out here? Shirone looked at Alter and smiled back. After a really deep sleep, I suddenly just wanted to look at the stars. Alter sat down beside him, nodding slowly, oh. Shirone thought back. It had been so long since he'd slept that deeply. He couldn't even remember the last time he had a peaceful sleep without nightmares or strange visions. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the children from the village gathered around his bed, crying uncontrollably as soon as they saw he was awake. Shirone, confused, asked, where am I? Lumina, sobbing, said, we thought you wouldn't wake up. Shirone felt really moved. He had slept so soundly, like he was dead. The others hadn't left his side for a moment until he woke up. Thinking about this, he turned to ask Alter and the others, where are they? Alter explained, they're busy in the kitchen. Alter told Shirone about what happened after he passed out. Anyway, it was such a relief. Except for Lumina falling, no one got hurt. Still, we were all pretty shocked by your strength. Shirone smiled softly, feeling relieved. Alter looked up at the sky, speaking casually. Tomorrow, I'll deal with everything with the adults. The skin and teeth of those monsters are worth a lot. Then, Alter absent-mindedly asked Shirone, what did you say they're called again? Shirone replied, werewolves. I heard their fangs are really expensive. Hearing that, Alter smiled and said, right. After a brief silence, Alter awkwardly said to Shirone, I'm sorry, Shirone. That was a bit strange. Shirone, feeling confused, asked, huh? No, Alter didn't look at Shirone. His gaze drifted off into the distance as he quietly added, actually, I'm just jealous of you. Shirone froze. Huh? Alter remembered a winter day when the snow was falling heavily. Shirone was sitting alone, deeply focused on reading a book. Alter, Lumina, and the village kids happened to walk by, and a boy wearing glasses spoke up, saying, you know, sometimes Shirone looks really cool. I wonder why. When Alter heard that, he couldn't help but glance at Shirone. Shirone's thoughtful and serious expression truly made him seem special to those around him, even sparking a bit of envy. Alter awkwardly spoke to Shirone, saying, your dream. Shirone looked confused and asked, my dream? Alter nodded. Yeah, the dream you're chasing. At this point, Alter blushed, embarrassed, and avoided Shirone's gaze. He nervously added, I hope you achieve it. Hearing Alter's sincere words, Shirone smiled brightly. He happily said, yeah, thanks. The two of them sat together like that, with the stars shining brightly in the sky, creating a peaceful scene. The next morning in the small village, Luna regretfully said, Shirone, are you leaving so soon? Why not stay for one more day? Shirone shook hands with Alter and, with a hint of reluctance, replied, I wish I could, but I still have a lot of research to finish at the academy. Alter understood and didn't try to stop him. Well, see you again, Shirone. Alter, standing at the front of the group of village kids, sincerely wished Shirone become a great mage. Shirone smiled and responded, I'll come back to visit you all. See you later. Suddenly, Luna rushed towards Shirone. She hugged him tightly and, with a sniffle, said, you have to come back, okay. If you become a mage and ignore me, I'll never forgive you. Shirone laughed. I remember now. He waved goodbye to everyone. Take care. The kids in the village waved back at him. Alter placed a hand on Lumina's shoulder and said, wow, look at you. Your eyes are all red from crying. He teased her. If you missed him that much, should I go after him and bring him back for you? Luna wiped her tears and muttered softly, what? He's not gone forever, is he? She looked up and watched Shirone's figure disappear into the distance, her voice filled with admiration. Shirone is so cool. Every time he chased his dreams, Lumina kept her eyes on his back, following him until he was out of sight behind the distant houses. After leaving the village, Shirone carried his bag and made his way to a place called Estas. He took out a book to read. As he flipped through it, he remembered a time when he had asked, "Hey Need, there's something I've been wondering. How are we supposed to find our research team's room out of the 89 buildings here?" Need had explained, "Since you're new to the team, I'll show you how to find your way." Need pointed toward the corner of the room. He asked Shirone, "Do you see the number on the ceiling?" Shirone replied, "It's 19. Need continued to guide him. "Now you need to look at the color of the door." Remembering this, Shirone turned his head to the right, where there was a yellow door. He quickly jotted down the key features he noticed while carefully thinking through the details. Room 19, yellow door, that's number 5. So he took a few more steps, mumbling to himself, "Then I'll reach a fork in the path." Shirone looked left and right, making an observation. "So that means there are 3 different paths that connect to this place, right?" He quickly wrote everything down in his notebook and did some calculations. Then he needed to replace those values with 10, I, and Z, and then set up an equation. The answer to that equation is what we call the master key, Estas. He still remembered the look of surprise on his face when he first heard Need's instructions. Who would have thought of something like this? Impressive, really. I heard one of the founding members has a condition related to obsessive intellect. He's the one who came up with this equation. That person memorized all of Estas and stored it in something. Need squinted and said, "The first time I showed a rookie this equation, he said, 'The temporary recollection has ended.'" Shirone opened the purple door. He glanced inside. A hallway leads to a room with 2 doorways on either side. Shirone exclaims, "Truly, this is a perfect equation." He walks toward the room at the end of the hall. A sign hangs on the door, "Supernatural Spiritual Science Research Team." Before entering the room, Shirone hears someone speaking loudly, questioning, "Why are you revealing this now? Didn't I tell you there was a 57% chance of success?" The person being questioned doesn't back down, quickly retorting, "That's nonsense. I've wasted so much time just listening to you." The other person protests, "Don't you understand? The bigger the sample, the higher the accuracy." The first one angrily shouts back, "That only works if you have unlimited money. You're crazy." Shirone grips the doorknob and turns it gently. In his hand is a notebook filled with equations. He thinks to himself, just like piecing together clues to find the research team through the slowly opening door. He reflects, "I've also learned that I need the root causes, the valuable connections, and every moment beside me. Through this, I can take one step at a time." Behind the door, Need and Aruki are having an intense argument. Shirone greeted both of them, saying, "So you guys are back after losing everything?" As soon as Aruki saw Shirone, he quickly called out to him, "Shirone, listen to what I have to say, and then you'll understand." Shirone smiled quietly, and when he didn't say anything and just kept smiling, Aruki, confused, asked, "Why is he just standing there, smiling like that?" Inside, Shirone was overwhelmed with a deep sense of gratitude. "Thank you, everyone, for everything." With that thought, he beamed brightly and said, "I'm back." At Training Field 48, Shirone used one hand to channel his magical energy, shaping it into a glowing golden sphere. Need, with his hands behind his head, curiously asked, "Is this the glow you're talking about? Did you increase its power somehow?" Aruki, standing next to Need, shook his head, saying, "No, something else." Aruki pointed out the difference in the way Shirone was using the light magic. Normally, it would radiate outward, but this time it was drawing inward. Need, noticing this, was taken aback. Suddenly, Shirone unleashed a powerful strike, shattering the large rock in front of him. The overwhelming power made Need and Aruki stare in shock, both of them gasping in disbelief. "What is that?" Need ran over to check the crack in the rock, his voice full of astonishment. "Use light to create a hole? This is definitely magic. It's real magic." Aruki asked, "What about the incantations I used?" Need awkwardly smiled and replied, "Oh, that was just a joke of mine." Shirone explained, "This is an incantation I developed." He said slowly, "I call it the Luminary Cannon." Aruki stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. "A photon? As far as I know, that's a kind of fusion. Fusion is the perfect combination of 2 different concepts. And when it comes to photons, everything becomes complicated. What kind of spell is this?" Shirone suggested, "I'll explain, but can we go somewhere else first?" Shirone mysteriously added, "There's something else I want to tell you guys." At a restaurant outside the academy, Aruki stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief as he stammered, Is this for real?" Needy, sitting beside him, was equally stunned. He turned to Shirone and asked, "You added mass to a photon? That's impossible. Can you do the same with a neutrino?" Need was no longer interested in eating. He put his fork down and, still in shock, turned to Shirone. "It's amazing that you can add mass to a particle that has no mass to begin with." Need wiped the sweat from his forehead. He still couldn't believe what he had just heard. My head is spinning like I'm in a daze. Did you really manage to use it? A new kind of knowledge, perhaps? Shirone replied casually, and thanks to that, the discomfort faded away. Finally, I understand the meaning behind those nightmares that haunted me. Hearing him, Need couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. He marveled, that's incredible. If you could reorganize the knowledge and theories and then make it a reality, it would shake the magical world. No, scratch that. It would shake the whole world. Aruki still seemed a bit uncertain. Yes, it is amazing, but just understanding the theory behind it doesn't mean you can use quantum magic. Even if you reach a level of complete enlightenment, getting others to understand it like you do is a whole different challenge. Need broke into a sweat. This really was bigger than they had imagined. Shirone spoke slowly. That's why I want to ask you both something. He smiled as he shared his thoughts with Need and Aruki. I want to learn more, but since it's vacation, we can't go to the library, right? I can't go to the Noble's library by myself. You both take me there. Need, worried, asked, Shirone, it's not really a problem, but why can't you go in? Does it have something to do with what you were about to say earlier? At Need's question, Shirone lowered his eyelids, falling silent for a moment. If I tell them the truth, will they still treat you the same way? But if I keep it all to myself, they can never truly be my real friends. He looked up at his two close friends. After carefully considering it, he finally made up his mind. No, I won't run away anymore. Shirone decided to tell the truth to Sone and Aruki. I'm not a noble, I'm just an ordinary person. When Aruki heard this, he was shocked. Every word Shirone said hit him like a bolt of lightning, reminding him of the time when he was a baby. I was abandoned in a stable, and then my current parents found me and raised me. My father is just a regular hunter. After Shirone shared his past, the three of them, Need, Aruki, and Shirone, fell silent. No one said a word to each other. A while later, Need spoke up, breaking the strange silence. I was wondering why your attitude suddenly turned so dark recently. So what? Aruki cut in gloomily. What do you mean, so what? Need turned to glare at Aruki. Aruki coldly responded, Need, don't you understand what this bastard just said? The veins on Aruki's forehead bulged, and he angrily shouted, whether it's magic or academics, that doesn't mean this guy only started learning a year ago, does it? In just 3 months, he made it to the 5th grade and even beat me in front of the whole school. Need and Shirone stared in shock as Aruki yelled out, even though he had a disability. And on top of that, he was talking about dating a genius sorceress. Need quickly covered Aruki's mouth, stopping him from causing more chaos. With a bright smile, Need turned to Shirone and said, Shirone, your background doesn't matter to us. Need, in a heart shape with his hands, winked at Shirone and added to me, you're the one and only. I love you so much. Shirone paused for a moment, then tears of joy started to fall from his eyes. He happily said, thank you guys. Aruki scoffed and teased. So, what's all this about loving someone so much? Are you gay or something? Wait, does Amy know about this? Need, curious, turned to Shirone and asked, how long have you two known each other? Shirone sighed and answered, well, since we were kids. At first, things weren't that great between us. Need, excited, urged, come on, tell us the story. I'm super curious. Flashback to 5 years ago in the capital of the Kingdom of Thormia, in the town of Bashuka. In a slum called Radom, a filthy, ragged child with a piece of moldy bread in hand was running for his life. Behind him, a group of people with angry faces, armed with knives and sticks, chased after him. Their shouts echoed, you little bastard, you dare steal from us. Do you want to die? Canis ran, breathing heavily. After a short while, he stumbled, his steps slow and tired, until he finally entered a damp, foul-smelling place. He called out, Erin. In a rundown room, a frail little girl was lying on an old wooden board. Canis gently called, Orin. Her face was pale, and she struggled to breathe. Canis rushed to her side, panic in his voice. What's wrong? Are you in a lot of pain? As he asked, Canis pulled out a piece of bread he had stolen and handed it to her. Look, it's bread. You can't die, okay? Tears filled his eyes as he desperately cried out, please, someone help. Just as he turned around, the 3 men who had been chasing him stood right behind him, their faces twisted in cruelty. Got you now. Without warning, one of the men slapped him hard. Canis's frail body was thrown back from the force. He screamed in agony as the men laughed mockingly, their voices full of cold malice. Canis thought to himself, this is a place I should never have been found. Weak and struggling, Canis tried to shield himself from the relentless kicks of the large man. Between the punches and kicks, the man spat insults at him, you little brat. Where did you think you could run? Canis felt helpless. I've been found now, he thought. The brutal man picked up the bread that Canis had stolen, tearing it into pieces and shoving them into his mouth, chewing loudly. He mocked Canis mercilessly. Canis, you're trash. How dare you steal this precious meat just to eat it by yourself? He said, laughing with pleasure. Behind him, a big muscular man tossed Aaron over his shoulder. The violent man kicked Canis in the face, cursing at him. You're just a filthy little brat. Canis, full of rage, shouted. I'll kill you if you touch Aaron, he cursed. I'll kill all of you. To the crewmen, the threat from a mere kid was nothing more than a joke. They laughed loudly as if they heard the funniest thing in the world. Did you hear that? He says he's going to kill us. One of them sat down, mocking Canis. Try it. Maybe in your next life, he sneered. Then he nodded toward a blond man. Why are you waiting? Finish him off. The blond man raised a sharp knife in his hand, ready to stab Canis. He stared at the blade, his hatred growing as he thought, if only I had the strength. Aaron, seeing his brother about to die, was devastated and cried bitterly. At that moment, Canis only wished, if only he could. He glanced at the three bastards in front of him. Just then, the three men suddenly froze. A strange, dark smoke appeared out of nowhere. The black smoke suddenly struck. In the blink of an eye, it claimed the lives of all three large, muscular men. They screamed in terror. What the hell is this? Canis remained still, his eyes wide as he stared at the strange scene before him. The blood of the three men splattered onto his face. He was stunned, wondering to himself, what's going on? A bloodshot film covered his eyes, his pupils contracted, showing that he was gripped by sheer terror. After dealing with the three men, the black shadow coiled around Aaron and lifted her into the air. Aaron lay motionless within the mysterious black smoke. Slowly, the smoke lowered her back down, gently placing her into Canis's arms. The black shadow began to slowly gather together. Before long, a figure emerged from the dark mist. Canis stared at the person in front of him as a strange, hoarse voice echoed in his ears. What do you think? The figure before Canis had a horrifying face with pure white eyes and a mouth stretched in a dark red grin that reached his ears. He spoke to Canis. Isn't magic fun? Fresh blood dripped from the shadow's mouth onto Canis's face. Suddenly, Canis broke into a manic smile. His smile was all the agreement the shadow needed. In the capital of the kingdom of Thormia, Bashuka, the city lit up as night fell. On the roof of a building across from the museum, a dark figure silently observed the museum from above. That figure was none other than Canis. He commented on how the security force here was really impressive. Indeed, the guards took turns patrolling around the museum nonstop. This is the first time I've seen so many sacred relics like this. Their archaeological value is enormous, Aaron said in awe. Canis, of course, knew the value of those artifacts. He asked Aaron, what about our target? Aaron responded, our target is the core of the mana control system, the sacred relic known as the Dragon Heart. She revealed that it's located inside the central chamber on the 3rd floor. There are about 15 security personnel guarding it. Aaron specifically warned, however, before you get your hands on the sacred relic, the core of the mana control system, you can't use any magic inside the building. Canis thought for a moment. So, no magic, huh? That means I'll have to go in myself. Aaron reminded him, yeah, be careful, Canis. Canis just gave a cold smile. With lightning speed, he leaped through the museum. In the darkness of the night, Canis moved like a shadow. He immediately released his dark magic, which manifested as huge black serpents of mana, easily piercing through the museum's walls. Canis charged straight at the museum's glass doors. Without hesitation, he shattered the glass and stormed in, leaving the security guards in shock. What the hell? Someone's breaking in. Hearing the security guards shouting, Canis's gaze sharpened, his eyes burning with a deadly aura. He spoke in a low, cold voice, right now. Using his magic, the curse ring he wore eliminated all the security personnel in his way. Against Canis's power, the security guards were thrown forcefully, crashing into the walls. They were stunned, muttering, how is he using magic? In the blink of an eye, Canis had taken down nearly all the security guards, leaving only a few struggling weakly to stop him. One of them rushed in, hitting the alarm button, shouting, he's a mage. Aaron urged him, hurry up. Immediately, Canis increased his speed. With minimal effort, he easily knocked aside anyone trying to block his path. It wasn't long before he reached the door leading to the mana control core. Without hesitation, he broke down the door and charged in. Canis thought to himself, found it. He quickly grabbed hold of the core of the mana control system. After securing the core, Canis scanned the room. Behind him, the security guards had arrived. They shouted, over here, realizing that Canis had taken the core. One of the guards, horrified, gasped, the core of the mana control system is... Before he could finish his sentence, the security officer was knocked unconscious by a burst of dark magic. Not just him, but the other security officers also collapsed one by one. Slow footsteps approached Canis. The person walking exuded a powerful aura of dark magic. Canis glanced at him and calmly said, perfect timing, Aaron. It turned out that the one approaching was Aaron. She looked around briefly, then turned her gaze to Canis and asked, Canis, wait, you didn't kill anyone, right? Canis reassured her, don't worry. He pointed at the security officers lying unconscious on the floor and said, I just knocked them out. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. Outside the museum, a group of guards had surrounded the area. A middle-aged man's voice rang out, full of anger. I don't know how you managed to bypass the mana control system and use magic, but this ends now. The man, dressed in a suit, his eyes burning with fury, was channeling fire magic. He declared forcefully, if you don't return everything you've taken, you will be leaving here. In the thick smoke and flames, two shadowy figures stood firm, representing a chilling presence. Canis and Aaron stood motionless, coldly staring at the suited man. Canis gradually manifested. Before long, both Canis and Aaron had fully appeared in front of him. The man in the suit was taken aback. He stammered, Dark Sorcerer. Immediately after, Canis unleashed a powerful wave of dark energy, completely overwhelming the man in the suit. He struggled to raise both hands in defense. Not long after, as the man began to regain his composure, Canis and Aaron had vanished without a trace. Stunned, he asked, did they disappear? Below, a soldier hurriedly reported to the man in the suit, Commander, the core of the mana control system has been stolen. The man in the suit immediately ordered, there's no sign of a teleportation spell. They must still be nearby. Find them now. The soldier shouted, yes, sir. The man in the suit frowned. He couldn't make sense of it. The two didn't appear to be very old. How could they possibly bypass the mana control system and steal a core? He laid it in front of the museum, still burning, deep in thought. Not to mention they were incredibly clever. How could they possibly use dark magic here? Suddenly, the man in the suit remembered there was only one person, only one sorcerer who could wield this kind of magic. He recalled that dark magic could swallow even the light of the sun. A notorious sorcerer, he plunged an entire kingdom into chaos with darkness that no light could ever hope to banish. The great wizard Victor Arcane. As the thought crossed his mind, the man in the suit broke out in a cold sweat. But wasn't he supposed to have died in that accident 40 years ago? So why was someone using his magic now? The city museum had endured a restless night. In the mountains near Bashuka, two people in black cloaks walked side by side. These two were none other than the ones who had just stolen the Canis and Aaron cores. They entered a strange room where in the center, a glass coffin held the core in its hands. Canis spoke respectfully. We've obtained the final ingredient, Master. The figure in the coffin was none other than the great wizard Victor Arcane. Canis placed the core into a mechanism and whispered, with this ingredient, Master, Aaron murmured, swallowing nervously. As Canis placed the core into its rightful spot, he said, you'll regain the glory of being a grand sorcerer. In an instant, a deafening explosion rang out. Canis and Aaron quickly covered their faces with their hands. As the dust cleared, Canis couldn't hide his overwhelming joy. A gnarled hand reached out from the coffin, gripping the edge tightly. Moments later, Arcane's raspy voice echoed, it's been 40 years. Finally, I can see you again. Aaron trembled, kneeling in the corner. Arcane growled, the bastard who stole my power. Canis looked up, a smile of relief on his face. Finally, Arcane lifted his gaze, filled with hatred, and snarled, Alpheus Mir, you traitor. 40 years ago, amidst a raging fire, Arcane's scream of fury pierced through the flames. No, he wasn't ready to accept it. He howled. This research doesn't belong to you. I poured my heart and soul into it. Arcane screamed, his voice filled with madness. Alpheus, how could you do this to me? Alpheus stood with his back to Arcane, silent for a moment before slowly turning and asking, why? In the heart of the blazing inferno, Alpheus slowly turned around, his eyes filled with tears, a wild, twisted grin spreading across his face. He grinned maniacally, coldly declaring, this research. Before he could finish his sentence, Alpheus turned his back completely, walking away, leaving Arcane behind in the fire. Arcane screamed in desperation. Alpheus! The flames slowly began to scorch Arcane's clothes. Before long, the fierce flames completely engulfed Arcane. He thrashed around desperately, but it was useless. His fate had been sealed, and he was meant to be buried in that sea of fire. Now having been resurrected, Arcane looked down at his hands, still marked with burn scars, the clearest evidence that he had once died in those flames. Arcane's voice was filled with rage as he spoke. It took me 40 years to recover. 40 years. As he said this, he clenched his fist tightly. His eyes burned with an intense killing intent. He ground out each word. Alpheus Mir, do you think you can live in peace after what you've done to me? Seated on the highest throne, Arcane sat with a commanding presence. Below him, Aaron and Canis knelt respectfully. Aaron greeted him with a deep bow, saying, Master, Beside him, Canis also bowed, speaking with reverence. Thanks to you, we are alive today and we have gained immense power. Please command us. These two lowly lives are yours to do with as you wish. Arcanine glanced at Canis and Aaron, his voice deep and measured. I will place my trust in you. His eyes then moved to Aaron, who trembled in fear. After that, he looked at Canis. His voice was rough but filled with authority. My dear disciples, be cautious. He warned them further. But you must be careful. There was a time when Alpheus was blinded by greed, ready to kill anyone to achieve his goals. He is a mad, bloodthirsty killer. At that moment in Alpheus' office, thunder cracked outside and heavy rain poured down, with raindrops sliding down the windowpane. Alpheus slowly rose from behind his desk. He moved to the bookshelf, paused for a moment in thought, and finally, Alpheus reached out and pulled a book from the shelf. Instantly, the bookshelf split open, revealing a hidden passage. Alpheus took a lantern, slowly stepping into the passage. He placed the lantern next to a picture frame. Alpheus turned to look outside, muttering, "The sky is starting to light up with lightning." His voice carried a sense of nostalgia, like it did back then. As he spoke, Alpheus placed the pocket watch he always carried on the shelf. Standing in front of the portrait of his late friend, Alpheus said quietly, "Never forgive me." Meanwhile, in Bashuka, dark clouds covered the sky and rain poured down on the city, casting a gloomy shade over the scene. At the weekly academic meeting organized by the Kingdom's Professors Association, in the Grand Hall, the most renowned figures had gathered in a group, discussing passionately. While everyone else was eagerly debating, Thad sat quietly in his seat, gently scratching his head. He understood now why all the teachers tried to avoid this meeting. How could they debate for 3 straight days? Thad's face was pale, his eyes were dark and tired, and inside, he felt like screaming. He just wanted to go home. Thad was present at the academic meeting as a representative of the Alpheus Academy of Magic. Looking at the group huddled together, he thought, they're really impressive. Even though the debate had officially ended some time ago, they continued discussing things after the dinner. Holding a glass of wine, Thad's face was flushed, not really from the alcohol, but from his thoughts. He silently thought to himself, the only reason I'm still here is to talk to her. Thad kept his eyes on Ryan, watching her through the crowd. He quietly murmured to himself, her name's Ryan Ogent, right? He mentally ran through her credentials. She was one of the top 99 artists and a royal musical prodigy, a student of the Master Marchand. Thad stole a glance at Ryan, his mind racing. I can't believe she doesn't seem bothered by being surrounded by so many people. I can't even find a chance to talk to her. If only I could be half as composed as she is. While Thad was lost in thought, Rana suddenly turned around and looked at him. Their eyes met by chance. Thad froze for a moment and muttered, "Ah." He immediately spit out the drink he had been sipping, panicking as he thought, what's going on? She's looking at me? No way. Before Thad could fully process it, Raina took the initiative and started a conversation with him. "Nice to meet you," she said. Professor Thad was completely taken aback. He awkwardly asked, "Huh? You? How do you know who I am?" Raina smiled and replied, "Of course. You're the professor from the Alpheus Academy of Magic, aren't you?" She even invited him to her home. Her mansion, the Ojit estate, was also in Kreese. When Thad heard Raina invite him over, he was flustered, his words coming out clumsily. "Oh, really?" Inside, he was overjoyed beyond belief. He couldn't believe he had a chance to talk to her. Could it be that she? As he thought about it, Thad's face turned bright red like a tomato. He daydreamed about a future where he and Raina were happily married and then had children. He imagined himself gently asking her, "What should we name our child?" And she would smile back at him, replying, "How's Shirone doing these days?" The unexpected answer made Thad feel embarrassed. "Huh?" Suddenly, it was like a bolt of lightning struck straight into Thad's ear. He cursed under his breath, "Dan." In an instant, his mind started racing. The name Arian Shirone, he'd seen it before. On the day of the entrance exams, he paid special attention to that name because this person was staying at the Ojin house. Thinking about it now, Thad broke into a cold sweat, so it was a parent meeting. As if it were second nature, Thad immediately flipped the switch and slipped into professor mode. He straightened up, adopting the graceful demeanor of a gentleman. With perfectly measured words, he said, "You've entrusted us with an exceptionally talented student. He's a true pride of this school." Hearing Thad speak so highly of Shirone, Raina brightened up. "Oh, really? That's wonderful. Does he have a lot of friends?" Thad nodded, looking pleased with himself. He's well known among both the boys and the girls. Even upperclassmen respect him. I'm a little envious, to be honest. Oh, and by the way, he has a girlfriend, too. She's pretty well known among the students as well. When Thad mentioned that, Raina's expression suddenly darkened. Thad quickly added, "But don't worry. He's focusing on his studies, so there's nothing to worry about there." Raina forced a smile, but her voice couldn't hide the dissatisfaction. So it sounds like things are going really well for him, huh? That's great, Thad thought, realizing he might have said something he shouldn't have. Is there anything you'd like to tell him? If you tell me, I will. Before Thad could finish his sentence, Raina cut him off. It's okay, just hearing that he's doing well is enough for me. Noticing the sudden change in Raina's expression, Thad quickly tried to reassure her. You don't need to worry, it's nothing to brag about, but the Magic Academy is a wonderful school, officially recognized by the kingdom. Thad emphasized, we will do our best, so please don't worry. Seeing how earnest and caring Thad was, Raina was slightly taken aback. Oh, but she quickly smiled warmly and gently said, Thank you so much. Please take good care of Shirone. Raina's smile was as warm as the morning sun, leaving Thad almost speechless. He was completely mesmerized by her sweetness. After a few seconds of hesitation, Thad finally gathered the courage to speak. Meeting like this feels like fate. Would you like to come back to Kreese with me tomorrow? I'd also love to invite you to lunch. Raina happily agreed. Oh, that sounds wonderful. She added, but I do have to attend a performance at Bashuka. Thad, trying to be confident, suggested, I wonder if I'd be allowed to come watch. Raina nodded. I'd be honored if you could be there. Inside, Thad was celebrating. Yahoo! Raina seemed a bit hesitant as she said, to be honest. I'm still worried that there will be few people attending because of the recent events in the capital, she said. Thad, showing concern, asked, What events? Well, the most recent one. She furrowed her brows slightly and hesitated before continuing. The Hellgate was attacked and a level B prisoner escaped. The person behind it is an unknown dark sorcerer. Because of that, the capital is practically under martial law right now. As Raina explained this, Thad's expression darkened immediately. He opened his mouth and then paused, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, Did you just say it was a dark sorcerer? Yes, Raina replied, nodding. Thad quickly composed himself and asked, Could you tell me more about this? Raina thought for a moment. Well, I heard it's an old man with white hair, and as she described him, Thad suddenly realized who she was talking about. The world around him seemed to grow dark. Without saying another word, Thad bent down and hurriedly told Raina, I'm sorry, I have to leave. Raina was confused and asked, Huh? Without wasting another second, Thad turned and rushed out. Raina called after him, Thad, where are you suddenly going, Professor Thad? As Thad ran, his mind raced through the recent events, the dark sorcerer, the escaped prisoner. He gritted his teeth, no longer having any doubts. That was his plan. Damn, why does it always have to happen when I'm away? The night before at the infernal prison, a fire had broken out. Inside the prison, bodies were scattered everywhere, and one person was being strangled by dark magic. He struggled in vain, and before long, the power of darkness had squeezed the life out of him. The dark magic turned into a sharp spear, piercing through the body of the unfortunate man. The one responsible for these horrific deaths was none other than Arcane, along with his two loyal disciples. Dark magic has two key traits, absorption and fusion. While reflecting on these teachings, Canis watched a tiny ant crawling across the ground. The darkness absorbs energy and fuses it into a single attribute. Canis thought deeply, his gaze becoming distant. He extended his finger, blocking the path of the ant. In his mind, Canis seriously considered that the dark energy his mental strength received might cause minor damage. With this thought, Canis suddenly released his magic and crushed the ant. But he watched as the remaining ants desperately tried to crawl as far away from him as possible. They struggled, inching their way out of the darkness, trying to escape his dark magic. In that moment, he realized that darkness could never defeat light. A voice, old and wise, came from behind Canis. Well done, Canis. Startled, he turned around and found Arcane standing behind him. Canis softly called out, Master. In Canis' mind, this was the person who would save both him and Aaron from hell itself. Great mage, Arcane said, looking at Canis. His voice grew serious. If you try just a little harder. As he spoke, Arcane tacked his staff onto the ground. Immediately, dark magic spread out, powerful and overwhelming, flooding the area. No matter how far the ants crawled, they couldn't escape the fierce magic. In an instant, the darkness ruled everything. Canis heard Arcane's hoarse yet commanding voice in his ear. You'll be able to drown out the light. As Arcane taught, Canis smiled a twisted smile, his eyes burning with a deep, deadly energy. The darkness in his eyes and that wicked grin had grown with him over the years. Now as a young man, the darkness in his soul had not changed one bit. Before Canis, the ground was littered with bodies, their agonized moans filling the air. Help me. The desperate screams of the victims only seemed to excite the demon inside Canis even more. He became increasingly brutal, killing without a hint of emotion. The cries of anguish echoed everywhere. Help! Canis' magic cut through his victims like sharp blades, leaving them disfigured and dead. Watching her brother's merciless actions, Aaron stood behind him and softly reminded him, Canis, this has nothing to do with avenging Master. Do we really need to go this far? Without turning around to look at her, Candace coldly responded, Aaron, all we need to do is trust Master. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. You know that. He turned to face Aaron, his voice firm and unwavering. Master never does anything pointless. Hearing her brother's words, Aaron lowered her gaze and softly replied, Yeah, I understand, Candace. In Aaron's eyes, Candace had become a demon with a cruel smile. The three of them stood still, coldly watching the bloody slaughter unfold. After wiping out most of the prison guards, Candace and his two disciples slowly made their way inside the prison. The building was solidly constructed, but Arcane only needed to wave his hand for the strong iron door to snap open. The prisoners were set free, and one of them, stunned, explained, Your skills are impressive. The prisoner sneered, speaking to Candace with a mocking tone. Thanks a lot. Are you a mage? The prisoner saw Arcane walking in with Candace and Aaron and mocked him. Why is he bringing kids along? Going for a stroll or something? He reached out his hand to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. I'm the Night Cat, Kraken. You know me, right? Arcane looked at Kraken's dirty hand with disdain. He clicked his tongue, and his eyes grew cold and sharp, a deadly aura seeping from every word he spoke. Finally, I step into the field myself, and all I find are a bunch of kids. The other prisoners, hearing Arcane's insult, grew angry and started shouting. What did he say? Did that old man just call us kids? They had no sense of fear and boldly charged toward Arcane. So what if you're a mage? We'll crush you with numbers. Capture him. Before they could get close, the area around them suddenly went pitch black. The prisoners panicked and backed up, huddling together in fear. They screamed in confusion. What's going on? Why is it so dark? I can't see anything. Hey, the walls are getting closer. Indeed, the walls on both sides were closing in, slowly crushing the prisoners in between. Before long, their screams echoed through the darkness, filled with desperation. What? Is this for real? What's happening? Shit, we need to get out of here. Don't push any further. We can't escape. Shit, damn it. The scene was terrifying beyond imagination. Erin bit her lip, lowering her head and unable to look any longer. The blood from the prisoners splattered everywhere. After a brief silence, a person with shackles on their legs, sitting in the corner of the room, spoke up. It was Arcane. Is this all part of a scheme? He emphasized, You've hidden yourself very well. The man with the shackles frowned and stared at Arcane, clicking his tongue. His hands were chained, and on his shoulder, there was a tattoo of an American parrot. It was Lucas. Realizing that Arcane had spotted him, he stopped hiding. Lucas stepped forward, muttering to himself, Oh no, caught! You crazy bastards! Why are you doing this to the people here? Candace and Aaron remained silent. Looking at him, Arcane observed Lucas carefully and then asked, Are you planning to go against the kingdom? When he didn't hear an answer from Arcane, Lucas laughed loudly. Seems like that's exactly what you're doing, huh? Aaron and Candace's faces tightened with tension. Lucas lightly leaped into the air, his eyes full of murderous intent as he charged directly at Arcane. He threw a spiked mace toward Arcane, but the old man remained calm, standing still. Lucas was momentarily stunned. It was as if he couldn't even touch him. The mace had been held in place by Arcane's magic, but Lucas couldn't sense any magic at all. He just went by his instincts and quickly concluded that the attack had been absorbed. He wondered to himself, Who the hell is this old man? At that moment, Arcane spoke in a deep voice, You've passed. Lucas laughed. What's wrong with you? He looked at Arcane confused. I didn't even apply to you guys. Arcane didn't say anything. He simply turned and walked away. His magic shot straight toward Lucas. Panicking, Lucas raised his hands to defend himself, thinking, damn, this is bad. But surprisingly, Arcane's magic wasn't meant to kill him. Instead, it broke the chains around Lucas's body. Arcane's eerie voice echoed, Money is your weakness. Arcane then directly made an offer. I'll give you a job that'll earn you a lot of money. He asked, Are you interested? Lucas grinned slyly. Now you get me. Candace silently watched Lucas, his gaze unconsciously showing signs of discomfort. Outside, the rain was pouring heavily and a carriage struggled through the downpour. Thad sat inside, anxiously urging the driver, Can't you go any faster? Hurry up, I've given you all the gold coins I had. The driver turned around, looking uneasy. No matter how fast I go, we won't reach Kreese until tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Thad grew frustrated. He gritted his teeth, slammed his hand on the side of the carriage, and cursed. Damn. Outside the car, he could only feel helpless. Oh my God, what am I even doing at this hour? Inside the car, Thad rubbed his forehead, his mind in complete chaos. Arcane had been freed from his prison last night. He frowned, thinking about what would come next. The man would appear to seek revenge for the events that happened 40 years ago. He needed to hurry and report this to his master. At the Althea's Academy of Magic, the rainy night added to the desolate, gloomy atmosphere. Lucas had changed into a new set of clothes and muttered, It's so cold. Looking down from above at Althea's academy, Canis stood beside him, coldly telling him, "Stop complaining." He then added, "Just stick to the agreement." Lucas smiled and responded to Canis, "Make sure I get a big reward for this." He frowned, thinking, "If I'd known you guys would do something crazy like ambush the Magic Academy." While Lucas grumbled, Arcane soared high into the sky, silently observing the entire Althea's academy below. His gaze was full of intense hatred. Below, Lucas was still muttering, "I should have never followed you guys." In a rainy night, Arcane flew silently above, his murderous intent clear in his eyes. The heavy rain only made the already eerie atmosphere of the academy feel even colder and more desolate. Lucas crossed his arms, feeling frustrated, and muttered to himself, "Damn, I have nothing else to do and follow them because they promised a lot of money. But this is basically like treason." He glanced over at Erin, who seemed like the last person who would be involved in something like this. He teasingly said to her, "You're way too beautiful to be doing something like this, like a filthy criminal. Ever thought about coming with me instead?" When Lucas made that comment about his sister, Canis couldn't hold back and interrupted, "Lucas, your job is to watch the hostage." He coldly reminded him, "Just do the job you were hired for." Lucas raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, and who's the hostage?" Canis didn't want to waste any more words on him and quickly answered, "You'll find out tomorrow morning." Lucas didn't like Canis' attitude at all. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, muttering, "Tetch." Canis didn't have much fondness for Lucas either. He was irritated, thinking to himself, why did the master bring someone like him along? Then, a sinister voice echoed in Lucas' mind, sternly warning him, "Stay silent and don't question anything. Everything that's happening is according to his will." His will referred to the great sorcerer Arcane. That night, with the rain pouring down, Arcane's dark magic quietly filled the entire Althea's Academy grounds. Meanwhile, at the Royal Library, ancient books recorded that everything in the world has its own weight. It was because of this that the balance of symmetry in the universe was disrupted, and due to countless circumstances, the events that followed thanks to these disruptions had brought the world we know to life. From the middle of a mountain of books, Need, with dark circles under his eyes, shouted out, "So, in the end, the world we know wouldn't exist without weight, right?" Neeb, a fifth grader, with messy hair like a bird's nest, jumped up suddenly, raising his voice. "No, what's more important is why weight even existed in the first place. I doubt it just appeared out of nowhere like mud. Maybe." Facing Need, Iruki, also a fifth grader, was sprawled out on the desk. Slowly, he responded, "Well, it's just weight, or something like that." Need, not satisfied, shouted back, "Are you serious? What you're saying is that God created everything, right? Are you losing blood?" "Ha! Do you need to eat something to wake up?" Iruki completely ignored him. He boredly picked his nose. "I'm just saying whatever. I don't really know." Iruki glanced up at the library ceiling, where golden light from the lamps shimmered softly. His voice carried a tone of tired resignation. "We spent all the time we could in this library, looking up everything we could about weight, but in the end we still can't understand something that goes beyond human comprehension." Iruki sat up and shared his opinion. "I think we've gotten as close as we can from an omniscient perspective." At this point, Iruki turned to Shirone, who was lying still in a pile of books. He softly called out, "Shirone." Iruki asked Shirone, "From your all-knowing perspective, what is weight?" Shirone didn't respond right away, his thoughts unclear. According to the books, a mage's omniscient ability allows them to form an objective, unbiased perspective. However, the power of omniscience is deeply personal to each mage. Shirone, now a fifth grade student, pulled the book away from his face with a tired sigh after hearing Iruki's question. He frowned and said, "It's a bit hard to put into words." But Shirone paused for a moment, his mind wandering as he remembered his experience connecting with the immoral energy. At that time, he reached out and mystical crystals fell into his hands. In that instant, Shirone had a profound sense of existence in his mind. Need and Iruki both asked at the same time, "Existence?" Shirone nodded. "Yeah, I could feel a will to exist, a very strong desire." He described it as if it was desperately trying to make anyone, anywhere, aware of its existence. Hearing Shirone speak, Iruki rubbed his chin, thinking deeply, as if trying to grasp the idea of proving someone's existence. Suddenly, Need shouted, "What about this?" Shirone blinked in confusion. "Ha!" Need, excited, said, "Shirone, your concept of omnipotence." Need eagerly suggested, "What if we called it the molecule of the gods?" At the mention of Need's idea, Shirone's eyes lit up. Iruki sat up straight, nodding in approval. "That's a great name. You got me thinking." Shirone nodded, impressed. "That name is perfect for what I had in mind." "Nice one." With both of his friends praising him, Need beamed with excitement. Shirone said, "Really? Awesome. This way, omnipotence will feel even stronger. It's much clearer in my mind now." Shirone held onto his magical energy and muttered the name Need had given it. Molecule of the Gods. Shirone smiled. I'll study it more now. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight shone over Althea's Magic Academy. On the school grounds, Need, Shirone, and Aruki walked together. Need had his hands behind his head, walking with a bored sigh. I can't believe our break ended like this. Aruki, shrugging, said, a suspension is still a break, huh? Shirone asked, raising an eyebrow. You guys haven't forgotten the promise we made yesterday, right? At the mention of their serious promise from yesterday, Need and Aruki's faces fell. They both looked nervous and uneasy as they muttered, to graduate together, we need to make sure we pass to Class 4 this time. Shirone, getting anxious, reminded them, it's only been one day. Aruki and Need's tears flowed freely, panic rising as they imagined some possible future and turned to Shirone for reassurance. Don't make me stay in Class 1 by myself, Aruki pleaded. Then Aruki added, Shirone, it's okay if you stay another year at school, right? Shirone, looking worried, replied, but your grades are both higher than mine. I'm the one in the most danger here. Need spoke up, today's the last day. Do you guys want to stop by the research room? Shirone waved them off. I need to go somewhere first. You two go ahead. After telling Shirone to remember, Aruki and Need went ahead. Once separated from Aruki and Need, Shirone walked slowly, looking up at the clear blue sky. He reflected on everything. Just last month, I was still an ordinary first-year student. Now I've learned about ancient god molecules and made some valuable friends. A gentle breeze caressed Shirone's blonde hair and he felt a bit nostalgic. He recalled walking alongside Amy. She's my girlfriend, he thought. She introduced him to everyone like that. Beautiful memories played in Shirone's mind like a slow-motion film. He remembered giving Amy a big basket of apples. He smiled and said to her, it's all thanks to you. I think I should properly thank you. She was taken aback. Oh, what? Apples. That night, he, along with Need and Aruki, had been playing pranks scaring the whole school. Amy secretly admired him, and that evening she had both cried and told him, from now on, don't call me senior anymore. Looking back now, Shirone quietly felt grateful that Amy would help him get to where he was. At that moment, in the advanced class, the students were getting ready to enter the classroom. Amy and Shirelle, as usual, were heading to class together. Suddenly, Shirone appeared right in front of both of them. Amy, senior Shirelle. Amy and Shirelle were immediately startled. Shirone smiled brightly and gently asked, did I scare you? I'm sorry. I just wanted to surprise you. Shirone felt a little embarrassed. He glanced down at the 2 coffee cups and softly said, thank you, Amy. Thanks to you. In response, Amy acted cold and distant. Even Shirelle looks down on you now. Do you even realize where you are? She said, glaring at him with a fierce look, warning him, I'll give you credit for your bravery in coming to the graduation class. But didn't you go too far? As a student, you should focus on your studies. Shirelle said to Amy, let's go. I thought we'd have some peace for a while. With that, Shirelle and Amy turned and walked away, leaving Shirone behind. He awkwardly called out to them, Senior Shirelle, Amy. Shirone nervously ran after Amy and Shirelle. He called out to them, are you too angry with me because I haven't visited in a while? Without warning, Shirelle shoved Shirone, causing 2 hot cups of coffee to fall to the ground. Shirelle shouted at Shirone, I tried to let this go, but this is called stalking. Do you even realize that? Get lost while I'm still being nice. Leave now if you don't want to get disciplined. Each word Shirelle spoke felt like a sharp knife stabbing deep into Shirone's soul. He trembles, speechless. It can't be. Shirone couldn't understand why they were suddenly treating him like this. Amy, feeling a little sorry for Shirone, gently pulled Shirelle's arm and whispered to her, that's enough, let's go. Lunch break is almost over. Shirone refused to believe it. He kept denying everything. Lie. Shirone tried to get up, turned, and ran, the words lie repeating over and over in his mind. Shirelle watched him leave, frowning as she muttered, he's so strange. He looks innocent, but is actually so stubborn. She reassured Amy, don't worry too much, you got yourself a handsome guy. As she said that, even Shirelle felt like something was off. Amy, confused, asked Shirelle, who is that? Meanwhile, Shirone was deeply shaken. He ran forward without paying attention to his surroundings and accidentally bumped into Mark. Mark pushed him away, looking annoyed. Ha, what are you doing? Shirone immediately recognized him and called out, Mark. When Mark saw that Shirone was wearing the badge of a senior student, he instinctively bowed and said, sorry, senior. Shirone was taken aback and asked, Mark, you don't recognize me. He quickly added, it's me, Shirone. We took the teleportation test together. Hearing this, Mark furrowed his brow. He replied, oh, right. Mark scratched his ear, avoiding eye contact, and hesitantly said, I'm not really sure, but, sorry I didn't recognize you. Shirone couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was stunned and asked again, Mark, you really don't know who I am. Just then, Sana walked over from a distance and asked, Hey, what's going on? Shirone recognized Sana's voice and turned to her with a look of desperation. Professor Sana exclaimed, Oh my gosh, you're asking him who he is? Are you a new student? I've never seen you before. When Sana asked, Shirone froze. Sana continued, What's your name? Seeing that Shirone was unfamiliar to him, Mark clenched his fists, looking like he was ready to fight. He asked, Who's this? The students around them began to gather around Shirone, whispering to each other. I've never seen him before. Seems suspicious. Is he a thief? Who is this guy? Shirone suddenly screamed and turned to run. Mark immediately shouted after him, Stop! Catch him! He's very suspicious. Shirone ran while crying. He kept denying, This isn't real. This is fake. He kept running, desperately trying to convince himself, It's fake. It's fake. Shirone reached the team's meeting room and burst through the door. Need and Iruki were sitting inside. He rushed in, panic in his voice, and asked Need Iruki, you know me, right? Through his tears, he said, It's Shirone. Need's expression suddenly turned dark. He asked, How? How did you get in here? Both Need and Iruki exchanged cold looks before asking, Who are you? In that moment, Shirone was completely hopeless. A thought flashed through his mind. I thought for a moment, have I never been to this school? Is this all just a dream? Need, sitting behind the desk, stared at Shirone with cold eyes and questioned him sharply. Wait a minute, how does an outsider know the key to Estas? A barrage of questions from Mead felt like sharp arrows closing in on Shirone. Did another research group send you? Who are you? Shirone suddenly burst into tears. He truly didn't know what to do anymore. Even his only friends had forgotten who he was. He was starting to doubt his own existence, wondering if it was all just a lie. Iruki suddenly grinned in a strange way. Then both of them collapsed into loud, mocking laughter. Iruki laughed while making an ugly face. I couldn't hold it in anymore, and Nii was laughing so hard that tears were streaming down his face. He pointed at Shirone and said, Look at his face. Nii turned to Iruki and asked, Did you hear that? Nii then mimicked Shirone's voice, saying, You guys know me, right? It's me, Shirone. Iruki couldn't stop laughing and lost all sense of composure. Stop it. My stomach hurts, he said, laughing. Suddenly, Shirone collapsed to his knees. He whispered, Do you two remember me? Seeing Shirone suddenly fall to the ground, Need and Iruki were both scared. Need quickly stood up and rushed over to check on him. Shirone, why are you crying? Need asked. Iruki also approached Shirone, looking worried. What's going on? Is something wrong? Need gently rubbed Shirone's back and spoke softly, Sorry for teasing you. After listening to Shirone explain the whole story, I started to get a general idea. They don't remember you. You asked Shirone, What do you mean by that? Iruki, who was sitting next to Shirone, couldn't understand it either, but it was strange that even Professor Sina said the same thing. Shirone buried his face in his hands, quietly crying. When I looked into their eyes, they weren't lying. They really didn't remember me, so I sat up. You suggested, Maybe we should go outside and check. Shirone quickly stopped me. What if you forget me too once we go out there? Thinking about the possibility that Need and Iruki might forget him as well, Shirone buried his face and started crying. If that happens, Iruki came up with an idea. What if we write it down? He didn't waste time. Iruki grabbed a pen and wrote on Need's hand. If you lose your memory, the person with the Big Dipper symbol is your friend. He clenched his fist, and on the back of Need's hand was a drawing of the Big Dipper. Need smiled confidently. If we do this, even if we forget, it won't matter, right? Shirone hesitated. Could this be some kind of supernatural activity? Need hesitated too. I don't know. I can't think of anything that could cause memory loss. Iruki spoke up. Let's go outside and check now. Before long, all three of them stood up. Shirone and Iruki had returned to the Althea's Magic Academy. They walked carefully step by step. From the outside, the academy looked as it always did, dignified and majestic. As soon as they reached the school gates, Need, Shirone, and Iruki were stunned and gasped. What the heck is going on here? In the schoolyard, all the students had gathered together. Their faces looked dark and confused as they spoke. This was even stranger than what Shirone had mentioned. Iruki, curious, asked, What are they doing? Need suggested we get closer to see. Shirone quickly stopped them, saying, What if we get too close and end up like them? Iruki didn't think that was likely. Your chances of that happening are pretty low. Didn't you come into contact with them earlier? Shirone thought about it and nodded. Yeah, you're right. It should be fine. Just then, Need suddenly called out, Hey Gabe, what the hell are you doing? Gabe looked up confused and asked, Huh? Do you know me? Need stepped closer to Gabe, surprised. Of course I know you. Now tell me, where are you going? Gabe widened his eyes, looking lost, and said, "Tell me what's going on." Suddenly, Gabe grabbed both of his shoulders and asked urgently, "Who am I? And what is this sound I've been hearing?" Gabe held his head in his hands and screamed in agony. Aruki couldn't hear anything, but Need panicked and asked him, "What are you hearing right now?" Aruki watched Gabe carefully and then quickly pulled Shirone aside. "Hey, if he doesn't realize that the sound he's hearing is his own voice." Gabe continued to scream wildly. Aruki guessed, "I think he's even forgotten how to speak." Gabe screamed, tears and snot pouring from his face. Aruki concluded that he was continuously losing his memory. Suddenly, Gabe fell completely silent. Shirone, surprised, said, "Huh?" It stopped. He glanced around, noticing that the other students like Gabe had vacant looks in their eyes. They moved like puppets, walking in sync. The students followed each other out of the academy, as if under some sort of control. It wasn't just the students, even the teachers were caught in the same trance. It seemed like an invisible hand was pulling the strings, directing everyone to walk into the forest. Deep inside, Erin, dressed in a black cloak, was already waiting. She turned to Canis and said, "I've gathered all of them, Canis." Erin gave Canis a signal. "Let's go." Canis nodded grimly. Lucas let out a mocking laugh. "That's pretty scary." He crossed his arms, standing among the students, taunting them. "They've all turned into zombies, no thoughts, but still alive. So I can do whatever I want with them, right?" Lucas stepped closer to Amy, teasing her. "Whoa, I didn't expect to find such a beautiful girl in a place like this. Why don't we?" Canis coldly interrupted him. "Lucas." She glared at him with cold, sharp eyes and warned him in a chilling voice, "If you ruin my master's grand plans with your filthy actions, I'll kill you." Lucas shrugged and, looking bored, said, "You're so strict. Yeah, I have a little fun." Canis coldly repeated his warning, "If you dare ignore my words again, I'll kill you right on the spot." Lucas' eyes burned with fury. He thought to himself, this arrogant kid. He quietly simmered with hatred toward Canis, feeling no liking for him at all. "I want to kill him right now," he thought, "but I'm not foolish enough to fight a mage in our own territory." "I'll kill you the moment you let your guard down," Lucas muttered under his breath. His hand rested casually on Amy's shoulder as he clicked his tongue in frustration. "Ha!" Then Lucas turned away, showing a sign of concession to Canis. "Fine, it's pointless anyway, if I'm not getting paid." Seeing that Lucas had stopped causing trouble, Canis turned and walked off. The students followed one by one, heading deeper into the forest under the guidance of Erin and Canis. Behind a tree nearby, Shirone whispered to Aruki, "They're the ones behind this. Should we stop them?" Aruki firmly shook his head. "No." Confused, Shirone turned to ask, "Why not?" Aruki took a moment to explain, his tone serious. Memory manipulation magic is incredibly difficult, and they've used it on over 500 people. At this, Aruki's face darkened. He emphasized, not to mention, those 500 people are all exceptionally smart students. Aruki continued, outlining the risks of continuing to challenge Canis and Erin, two people who had dedicated their lives to sharpening their minds at the Academy of Magic, and the professors like Sena, a level 6 mage. Need hesitantly said, "So, that means..." Shirone, in a panic, continued, "So they're stronger mages than all of them." Aruki agreed with Shirone's reasoning. "That's right, they're so powerful we can't even imagine it." Aruki thought it was time to track their trail. It'll be too late to interfere once things get even more dangerous. Shirone suddenly spoke up. "No, I'm not here." Need looked confused and paused. "Huh?" Shirone exclaimed, "The principal and Professor Ethella aren't here." At the same time, deep in the forest in a small house, Ethella was meditating. Sweat poured down her forehead as she furrowed her brow. Suddenly, a noise came from the roof, and crows scattered in all directions. Ethella opened her eyes wide. She bent over, gasping for air, her mind racing. She wondered, what is that? Thousands of demons had appeared overnight. A pigeon flew by in front of Ethella's porch. She pushed her glasses up, thinking to herself. Not only that, but it was already past class time, and no one had come to look for her. How could I be worried? Ethella quickly left her house and rushed to the school. When she arrived, she was shocked. Why is there no one here? She looked around, her confusion growing. How is this possible? There's not a single person in the academy. Suddenly, Ethella froze. From a distance, Thad ran frantically toward her. As he ran, he hurriedly said, "Professor Ethella, I'm glad you're okay." Recognizing that it was Thad approaching, Ethella quickly asked, "Professor Thad, what happened?" Thad immediately delivered the news. "There's been an attack. The academy has been attacked." Thad, still panicked, continued to inform Ethella, "Professor Ethella, we're under attack. It's dark magic. We're being attacked by dark magic." At that moment, Ethella immediately understood. That meant the sudden spike in criminal activity the night before. Thad kept running toward her, quickly summarizing the situation. "It's going to affect the whole academy. Even the gatekeeper's memories have been erased. Thad spoke seriously to Athela. Professor Athela, the one behind all of this is Victor Arcane, the grand sorcerer who brought disaster to this world a long time ago. Upon hearing Thad, Athela was stunned. Are they grand sorcerers? Athela asked. Thad confirmed, yes. He continued, they're third-tier sorcerers. Once a sorcerer reaches third tier, they're given the title of Grand Sorcerer. A sorcerer's rank is determined by their achievements and reputation. As far as Thad knows, wiping out a monster lair can grant up to 500 achievement points, and receiving an invitation from the Emperor can add 100 reputation points. The requirement to advance from rank 10 to rank 9 is 1,000 points, and the points needed to move from rank 4 to rank 3, compared to Alpheus, who is currently rank 4, are significant. Meanwhile, Arcane is ranked 3, and the point gap between the two is enormous, minus 280 million points. Victor Arcane is a legendary figure, a person who, with his powerful dark magic, single-handedly reached rank 3 in the previous century. Upon hearing about Victor Arcane's extraordinary achievements, Athela asked Thad, puzzled, why would someone like him pay attention to our academy? Athela is currently a rank 6 mage, and like Thad, he is also a rank 6 mage. Athela asked Thad, who was momentarily taken aback. He wondered if he should tell her the truth. Seeing Athela's confused expression, Thad really wasn't sure what to do. He recalled a few years back when he was reviewing Athela's background to decide whether to hire her as a professor at the academy. Alpheus had been incredibly surprised. He exclaimed, a bishop from the Karsus order? A bishop is an important position responsible for guarding the 12 holy relics. Alpheus looked up at Athela and, confused, asked her, the strongest bishop the order has in the kingdom and a rank 6 pastor. Why would someone like you want to become a university professor? Athela sat up straight across from Alpheus and sincerely shared, because I want to follow the teachings of the Karsus bishop, to be like salt and light. Athela stood up and shared her thoughts. In other academies, they only focus on training mages to become as powerful as possible. But here, Principal Alpheus respects the students' autonomy and teaches them how to take responsibility for their own power. With a bright smile, Athela said frankly, I truly admire and support your ideals, Principal. That's why I wanted to come to this academy. Athela's spirit and enthusiasm made a strong impression on Thad. Now, as he reflected on it, Thad found himself deeply conflicted. Finally, he made up his mind and called out to her, Athela. He carefully chose his words. I hope you could remain calm after hearing what I'm about to say. Victor Arcane is Principal Alpheus. Hearing Thad's words, Athela was momentarily stunned. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then slowly opened her eyes and said with a composed tone, I understand. Athela declared firmly, no matter who it is, anyone who harms the students of this academy must be erased. We have to protect them. A blue glow radiated from Athela's body, and Thad quickly called out to her, Athela. Athela turned in one direction, describing the situation of the students who were heading toward the mountain range. Before her, the scene of the deep forest appeared, and she exclaimed, the mountain range? They seemed to be heading toward an impassable bridge. I noticed 3 people who seemed to be leading them all. Athela suddenly stopped. Wait, there are 3 more people chasing after them, she said. Thad, clearly anxious, asked Athela, can you tell who they are? Athela hesitated for a moment. I'm not sure, but this uniform. She froze. Athela recognized one of the 3 as Shirone. On Shirone's side, the 3 of them, including Iruki, were hiding behind a tree, speaking quietly. Why are they bringing them here? Iruki asked. He was confused. An impassable bridge. Are they planning to push everyone off the cliff? Need, angry, spoke out. What? How could they do that? Iruki frowned and analyzed the situation. Usually there's nothing to gain for either side by pushing them off a cliff. Suddenly, Iruki's voice turned serious. But there's one reason they might do it. If they're hostages, I'll go call for backup right now, Need said, but quickly stopped Iruki. Hold on, look at those people over there. They're acting strange. Shirone seemed calmer. He said, even though the principal isn't here, we still have Mr. Thad and Ms. Athela. I'm sure someone knows what's going on and has already called for help. However, Shirone stressed, but if they plan to harm the hostages before help arrives, we'll have no choice but to fight. Upon hearing Shirone, both Need and Iruki exchanged a look, silently agreeing with what he had just said. Iruki pondered, it would be a huge risk if we fought them, when the difference in numbers is so clear. Need, feeling helpless, spoke up. There's no other choice. We just have to wait. Shirone observed, it looks like they don't plan on pushing them off the cliff just yet. They seem to be waiting for someone. Below, Lucas suddenly shouted, Hey, Brad. He pointed at the students and yelled, Why hasn't your old man shown up yet? Don't you know how important timing is in situations like this? You want everyone to get killed waiting around here, or what? Canis shot a glare at Lucas and replied slowly, "We can't start until we get that guy Alpheus out here. The only thing you need to worry about is your contract. That's it." At that moment, Aaron used a communication spell to reach Canis. "Canis, it's been too long since the leader contacted us. Why haven't they come back?" Canis glanced at Aaron and silently sent a message back. "I don't know. It's been past the meeting time for a while now, and I'm starting to feel uneasy. I don't doubt the leader, but I just don't get it. The leader has been looking forward to this moment more than anyone. Why haven't they shown up?" Just then, Lucas's shout interrupted Canis's thoughts. "Tan, at least make sure these guys are having a good time. Everything's still okay, right?" Canis gritted his teeth, trying to hold back his anger. Huh? Why didn't the leader pick that guy for this mission? He couldn't keep it in anymore. Turning around, Canis snapped at Lucas, "You trash." Lucas immediately erupted with fury. He shouted, "What? You really want to fight, don't you? You asking for it?" Fuming, Lucas yelled even louder, "You think I'm joking with you?" His strength was not something to be underestimated. Even Elrin was taken aback. She thought to herself, that death eye of his is ridiculously powerful, enough to even paralyze the human central nervous system. As far as Canis knew, it was a skill that only those who had committed countless crimes could possess. With that thought, Canis grew even more contemptuous. "Back in my hometown, where I grew up, I've met countless pieces of trash, people who treat others like cheap food." Canis narrowed his eyes and insulted Lucas. "You're just like them, a piece of trash, the kind you see all over the streets." Hearing Canis insult him so harshly, Lucas let out a sinister laugh. "Now I get it. No wonder I never liked you from the start." With his hands on his hips, Lucas tilted his head and asked Canis, "You think we're different?" "Huff, I'm trash, and you're some noble soul with a higher purpose." Canis sneered. "These zombies, they may not have reason, but their bodies still function." Lucas glanced at a student lying on the ground, drool dripping from his mouth. He spoke calmly, "And when they can't eat, drink, or rest, they'll slowly die off, even if we don't throw them down this cliff." Suddenly, Lucas grabbed Sina by the throat. With cruel indifference, he said, "This is what I can feel." He lifted Sina off the ground, watching her struggle, then sneered. "Doesn't that mean you want to kill everyone here?" Canis quickly countered, "We didn't bring them here to kill them. They're hostages." Lucas's grin turned even more wicked, "And that's exactly why I want to reduce their numbers." Sina's legs kicked wildly in the air, without any mercy. Lucas continued, "Because when this is all over, the guy in charge will declare that everyone involved in this is a murderer." Aaron flinched at the sight of Lucas choking Sina, but didn't intervene. Canis's gaze grew icy, and he growled, "Are you planning to break the rules you set for yourself?" Lucas raised an eyebrow. "Killing a girl is shameful, but..." Suddenly, something strange happened beneath Lucas's feet, followed by a deafening explosion. The shockwave from the blast forced Aaron to raise his arms in front of himself to shield his body. Canis remained calm, his hand reaching out, using Aruki's magic. He clicked his tongue. Aruki scornfully shouted at Lucas, "I thought at least one or both of your legs would be blown off." Lucas kneeled down on one leg and loudly asked Need and Aruki, "What kind of monsters are you two?" Suddenly, a beam of light shot up into the sky from behind him. Shirone, furious, angrily declared, "I won't let you get away with this." Canis interrupted, "Who do you think you are stepping in here, and how did you break free from mind control?" Meanwhile, deep in the thick forest near the entrance to a cave, a figure emerged. It was Arcane. He seemed slightly surprised. Standing in front of him was Athela. Arcane asked coldly, "Did you come here alone?" Thad told Athela, "We should leave the hostage to the kids. They're smart. They'll buy us some time." After a few seconds of hesitation, Athela finally agreed with Thad's suggestion. She asked him, "All right, but what about us?" Without hesitation, Thad replied, "We need to find the principal." He spoke seriously. "We need him to handle this situation." At Thad's words, a brief flash of tension crossed Athela's face. "So the task I need to do has already been decided." Thad frowned and pleaded with her, "Please do this." What Athela needed to do was confront him directly. Thanks to her magic, she quickly discovered his hiding place, a cave deep within the old forest. Thad's words echoed in her ears, "Find him." When Athela arrived, Arcane slowly stepped out. His voice was deep as he asked, "Who are you?" Athela respectfully bowed her head and introduced herself. "I am Athela, Bishop of Karsus. It's an honor to meet someone who's considered a legend." Arcane was slightly surprised when he heard Athela's introduction. A bishop? He silently assessed her, considering that she had managed to break through the black hole and stand here. She must be a true seeker, but a bishop. For a moment, he couldn't believe his eyes. In all his life, the bishops he had encountered were all old men. But now he realized Athela was a genius. Had she already surpassed the Eightfold Path and reached the height of sainthood at such a young age? He suddenly chuckled. Just as expected. This world is truly interesting. His eyes then burned with a sharp, deadly energy. He growled, "Where is he?" "Alpheus, where is he?" Athela got straight to the point. "If you're trying to stall, it's not going to work." Arcane, surprised, asked, "What do you mean?" Athela analyzed sharply. "You used a powerful spell last night. You probably don't have much strength left. The only thing you can do now is wait for the night." Arcane stared silently at Athela. She boldly made her offer. "If you lift the spell you've placed on the students right now, I'll let you face the headmaster in person." The corners of Arcane's mouth curled into a smile. He laughed wildly as if he just heard the funniest story in the world. He mocked Athela. "You think I'm just stalling?" With those words, Athela quickly looked up, alarmed. Suddenly, the trees around her rose up from the ground surrounding her. Arcane's mocking voice echoed in her ears. "How foolish. It's a shame to kill you." He coldly cursed her, "But die anyway." In an instant, the strange trees engulfed Athela. Over by Shirone, Lucas taunted Canis. "Pretty perfect plan, huh?" He blamed Canis and Aaron, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You guys ignored what I said, and now we have 3 witnesses showing up." Glancing at Shirone and Haruki holding up Sena, Lucas shouted, "What a ridiculous plan." The man took the opportunity to demand, "If you give me more payment, I'll fight this battle for you. What do you think?" Canis clicked his tongue in disgust. Aaron used a mental manipulation technique to contact Canis. He told Aaron, "I'll handle him." Aaron quickly insisted, "Let me do it." Canis spoke coldly, "You handle the hostages." His gaze grew sharp. "I can handle this on my own." Lucas sat down on a rock, waiting for the show to unfold. Yeah, just go ahead." In his mind, he silently cursed Canis and Aaron. Idiots. He felt that fighting more would eventually lead to consequences. Canis stepped in front of the Shirone group and casually asked, "How did you manage to avoid the mind control spell and make it here?" Need burst out laughing. "Ha ha, avoid? We broke that dark magic with our own strength." Canis, of course, didn't believe it. Ridiculous. If that were true, you wouldn't be standing here in this condition. Canis used his magic as he spoke. With little time left, he suggested, "Let's charge together." Need tried to act tough. "That spell won't work on us." Haruki whispered to Shirone, "His killing intent is intense." Shirone quietly replied, "You should protect Sena." Shirone slowly gathered his magical energy. "If that's dark magic, my magic has the advantage due to its natural counter." Shirone ordered, "I'll fight him. You guys take on the swordsman." Shirone asked with concern, "By yourself? Would it be safer if we attack together?" "It seems like the swordsman won't interfere." Lucas said it, showing he couldn't care less. Shirone carefully reminded him, "No matter what he says, don't let your guard down. He's already pushed innocent people into a pit." He emphasized, "He's really strong." Shirone could sense the killing intent radiating from Lucas. The man was also watching him. "That kid, he's a bit of a hassle, catching on to things too quickly." Haruki quietly reflected on Shirone's words. Shirone's right. That guy's easy to fool, normally. Watching Shirone's back, Haruki felt more confident. But in real combat, he's like a completely different person. Shirone took slow, steady steps toward Canis, who was also closing the distance. The magical forces from 2 completely opposite extremes clashed against each other. Shirone suddenly froze. What's that? In front of him, Canis' eyes were so empty, so lifeless, it sent chills down his spine. Shirone felt like he couldn't figure him out. Everywhere Canis walked, darkness spread with him. He unleashed powerful dark magic towards Shirone. Shirone immediately raised his hand, releasing his light magic. The light and darkness clashed. Shirone gasped, "Is the light being blocked?" His light magic was completely halted by Canis' dark magic. Shirone was pushed back, but he didn't give up. He summoned his light magic again. Shirone's energy surged toward Canis. However, just like before, the darkness devoured all the light. Shirone shouted in panic, "What just happened?" Even when the light hits, the darkness still remains. Canis' expression remained calm. Shirone gritted his teeth. "So there's a power gap between us. A gap so big it can break the laws of nature?" Canis coldly responded, "You plan to rely on the concept of counteracting with your skills, really?" Shirone sweated so. Canis raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Shirone thought to himself, "What if I try this?" He focused his energy, and an overwhelming force from Shirone was unleashed. Canis reached out, feeling a sense of confusion as he thought, something's not right. He silently thought to himself, "Let's see if I can get stronger." But suddenly he was thrown back. Canis screamed in terror. Even at that moment, he still didn't understand what had just happened when that overwhelming force sent him flying. Aaron shouted in panic, "Canis!" Aaron was in shock as the light had just pierced through the barrier and sent him flying. Need and Haruki stood there, mouths agape, and Lucas was frozen in fear. He couldn't help but wonder, what in the world is that kid? The scene shifts to a massive ancient tree. The sky slowly darkens and the wind starts howling. A flock of birds was desperately trying to fly as if they were trying to escape from something. The ancient trees, now alive with a sinister energy, surrounded a girl. She stood frozen in fear, her eyes wide as the branches swirled around her. Crash! It seemed the tree had completely swallowed her. Inside, she tried to scan her surroundings, searching for a way out. Suddenly, a foolish voice echoed through the darkness. "It's pointless." An old figure appeared before her. He pointed at her with disdain and coldly said, "Die." Then he extended his hand toward her, launching branches at lightning speed. As she observed her surroundings, she thought, "It's pitch black." Her fear grew as the thought crossed her mind, but using synesthesia, the tree branches continued to move closer to her as if they were about to stab straight into her. Suddenly, her body began to glow, and a powerful surge of light was released from within her. At that very moment, she felt no fear at all. After unleashing that burst of power, she immediately shot forward toward the trees. The branches kept charging at her, aiming directly for her, but with incredible speed. She skillfully dodged every single attack. As she moved, the threatening voice from earlier echoed again. Impressive. The voice continued, but the darkness. Before he could finish his sentence, he conjured a mass of dark hands that flew toward her. His voice seemed to be coming from everywhere. This time, it seemed his attack had taken effect. 2 of her legs were restrained by the dark hands. However, she remained calm and started searching for a way to handle the situation. She spun around, but after completing the turn, she lost her composure. Panic rushed through her as she thought, a punch. If I had teleported right then, my legs would be useless by now. With that thought, she closed her eyes, almost as if trying to release something. The dark hands kept charging toward her. She continued thinking, in that case, I'll just teleport my upper body. As soon as she thought that, a reflection of herself shot out from her body. She quickly spun and kicked at the swarm of fists rushing toward her. She landed on the ground in a perfect stance. Maybe it was because the power inside her was so immense, but the spot where she landed had a large crater. Dirt flew everywhere, and that old voice echoed once again. As expected, Bishop Karsus. If she weren't a professor at this small school, she might have become a powerful figure by now. Maybe she was just tired. At this moment, beads of sweat dotted her face. The voice continued. Still, Alpheus remained silent. He kept her extraordinary abilities and talent hidden. To her surprise, an old man with completely white hair appeared, but he no longer had the kind and warm appearance from before. Now he exuded a massive aura of murderous intent. He spoke again, to steal all the credit for himself. She screamed, "What do you want from me?" Suddenly, a shadowy blast shot toward her from below. Caught off guard and unable to react in time, she was struck and thrown back. It was him. He was summoning thousands of punches to rain down on her. In her eyes, the scene was terrifying, punches speeding toward her from every direction. At the same time in a castle, a voice unexpectedly rang out, "Master." In the principal's office, a young man with golden hair was frantically searching and shouting, "Master." He thought to himself, he must be nearby. He suddenly remembered something. He had heard that his master had built a secret room in the principal's office, but where could it be? He was thinking while searching around when, out of nowhere, a book appeared before him. It was completely black, with the title, Embracing the Darkness. He opened it, and that's how he found the hidden chamber. He stepped into a room and casually placed the lamp on the table. "Master," in the stillness, his voice echoed as he searched around. Looking up at the bookshelf next to him, he was startled, as if he had seen something special. There in front of him was a painting of a girl with black hair, a beautiful purple flower tucked into it. He stared at the painting, lost in thought. This person might be. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "Who's there?" He turned. "Master, you're all right." An old man with white hair and a long beard stepped forward. His face was grim as he asked, "Master, do I know you?" The young man with blonde hair was shocked and frightened. What's going on? Has he lost his memory? He thought to himself, but something felt off. Unlike others, his master didn't seem to have completely lost his memory. The old man rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then asked, "Lost my memory? Or have I traveled to the future?" The old man panicked, pulling at his hair in frustration. "Oh my God, I can't believe I've turned into an old man. Where did my handsome 18-year-old face go?" The young man stood there completely confused. 18 years old? He gasped, his face pale. "Does that mean all 40 years of my master's memories are gone? So the person in front of me is..." The old man, now calmer, asked, "Hey kid." Alpheus, the young and famously arrogant man, scoffed, "What's going on here?" Thad answered honestly, "Master was injured by dark magic, which caused him to lose his memory. But that wasn't all. The safety of the students and faculty." Before Thad could finish, the old man interrupted. "No, I didn't ask about that." Thad, confused, replied, "Huh?" With a terrifying look on his face, the old man leaned his hand on his chin and asked, "What's happened to my job?" Thad stammered. Master is the headmaster of one of the 5 most prestigious academies in the kingdom, the Althea's Academy of Magic. He's someone who not only respects the students, but also the faculty members. As soon as the old man heard Thad's response, he burst out laughing uncontrollably, laughing as he asked, I became a teacher, huh? Respect too. Surprised by this, he quickly asked again, Me? Thad, helpless, corrected him. Yes, it's true. So, before Thad could finish his sentence, the man suddenly grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. He pressed his face close to Thad's and coldly asked, What rank am I? Seeing the terrifying face right in front of him, Thad was so scared that he stammered out an answer. 4. You're rank 4. The man's face turned bright red in anger, veins popping out all over, his eyes wide with fury. He shouted, What? Only rank 4? Rank 4, when I'm the most talented genius on the continent. As he yelled, he turned and slammed his fist into the bookshelf on the wall. Books flew everywhere. He shouted again, and I didn't even make it to number 1. Behind him, Thad stood frozen, horrified by the scene unfolding in front of him. The man kept shouting insults. Not even 60 years old, and you're stuck as a small-time principal. Pathetic. He even pointed out that he still kept a photo of the difficult woman right in his office. With that, he ripped the photo off the wall and threw it down onto the ground. Thad stood paralyzed with fear, his face pale. The man, still in a rage, turned to him and asked, Hey kid, if you were my student, you should know how to use quantum memory retrieval, right? Give me my memories back now. I need to know what this idea has been doing for the past 4 years. He was struck silent. Master, would you consider not revisiting your memories? He asked, his voice trembling as if on the verge of tears, and the room around them was a chaotic mess. Standing before Thad, the old man spoke again, threatening, If you're truly my disciple, I'll abandon you. I don't need a weakling like you. Do you think I, the great Altheas, would be afraid of my own past? As he spoke, his anger flared up once more. The young man trembled in fear and answered, Yes. He wondered to himself, when someone has to relive a memory twice, does their personality change? He was scared that the master he once knew might never return. Right now, he could only trust in his master. The young man placed his hand on the old man's head, his face filled with concern. I'll use quantum purification to remove the dark energy blocking your memories. After that, it will be up to you, master. The old man sat in the chair, closed his eyes, and calmly responded, You, of all people, are worried about me. Just focus on your task. The young man's thoughts continued to race. Not to mention, those 40 years were the most terrifying of the old man's life. A voice echoed in his mind. Master Altheas, Master Altheas, Master Altheas. Before his eyes, beautiful women smiled brightly at him. One of them asked, How are you so smart? Another woman chimed in, Master Altheas, tell us more. The person holding the cup raised it to their lips and replied, My ladies, don't worry. Tonight will last forever. A young man with beautiful golden hair spoke up in response. In his view, a ruined city appeared, a place where you could easily lose your life over a small mistake. The battlefield. 2 children were hugging each other, comforting each other for a lifetime. Below, flames were consuming the magnificent high-rise buildings. On rooftop, people in robes stood, gazing down at the chaotic scene below. We have to live on the battlefield. To survive, we are forced to become swords. In stark contrast to the previous scene, this was an image of a grand, majestic city. Compared to the children who get to go to school and secure good jobs, we cannot be compared to them. That's what the master said. A little girl with violet eyes stood frozen, her gaze distant as she spoke to us. A young man with golden hair and bright blue eyes stood tall, his posture straight as if he had just performed a spell. Underneath a large, ancient tree, another young man sat trembling, crouched down there. It seems like you just encountered something very scary. I unleashed the dark art almost instinctively. The young man under the tree thought to himself, If I had been just 1 second late, what would have happened? A strange voice suddenly echoed, You're in quite a difficult situation, Canis. But it seemed that the young man, Canis, wasn't really surprised when the voice spoke up. He calmly asked, What did I just bump into? The strange voice responded, Weight. The person who was absorbed by a light source carried weight. Maybe that young blonde guy earlier shot some energy at you. Canis, holding his chest, struggled to ask, What the hell is that? How can light have weight? The voice replied, There's an intermediary that can turn light energy into something with mass. It's completely possible. Canis, frowning seriously, said, Are you kidding me? I've never heard of anything like that. The voice thought for a while and suddenly said, Haha, looks like you figured it out. Canis' face turned as dark as a pot. Sorry if you were hurt. I'm just telling the truth. That guy is pretty strong and special. He has a unique way of casting magic for a student at the academy. The voice kept rambling on as Canis put on his hat and kept walking. However, this time, before the voice could finish speaking, he interrupted and asked, I'm supposed to be the winner, right? The voice laughed, clearly pleased. Of course, as long as we work together. Canis started walking. The power of darkness always surrounded him. A girl screamed in surprise. Canis, with a dark expression, shouted, "Oh shit! That bastard!" Canis stepped forward with a provocative look on his face. "You survived that magic attack. Well, you must be feeling pretty confident, huh?" He calmly continued walking toward the arena. "Is this all you got? I think this battle is going to be quite interesting." Shirone's face was grim. Canis spoke again. "Let me enjoy this a little more." Shirone, confused, asked, "Enjoy? You're holding a hostage, and you call this a battle?" As he spoke, he conjured a ball of light. On the other side, Canis was also summoning dark energy to surround his body. Canis taunted, "Your spells don't work on me anymore." No sooner had he said that than Shirone flew toward him and said, "Then try this." Canis slammed his palms straight down onto the ground, creating a huge hole with cracks spreading out. The dark energy surrounding Canis was a stark contrast to Shirone's warm light. The two magical forces clashed directly, creating a loud sound. Shirone, slightly startled, muttered, "The same method of casting, huh?" He shot up into the air and then summoned 3 powerful beams of light that aimed directly at Canis. Below, the onlookers were shocked and terrified by the scene of the two fighting. They looked like 2 wild beasts battling each other. Magic spells could be divided into 2 types, those you can dodge and those you can't. An older man, his face tense, was trembling as he thought, "With that flashing light, just as I thought, I need to take this person out first." Shirone, high above, looked down at the results of his work, countless craters on the ground. Suddenly, he sensed something from behind. It was Canis. When had he gotten there? Without warning, Canis unleashed dark bolts toward Shirone. This time, he was hit and knocked back. In shock, he gasped, "What?" He appeared behind me out of nowhere. After taking the hit, it took Shirone a moment to regain his composure. Using the incredible speed of his light magic, he dodged and countered Canis's attacks. Both of them kept darting from one spot to another. Down below, a young boy with green hair suddenly shouted, "It's the darkness." That person, he's using darkness to teleport. In an endless, silent dimension, Canis walked calmly. Meanwhile, the audience continued to murmur, undisturbed by the ongoing fight. One person asked, "Isn't that cheating? He can move anywhere he wants." Another person responded, "It still has its limits. He can only move to places connected to his own shadow entity." The young boy with blue hair still wondered, "But we still can't guess where he'll appear from, unless we analyze the shadows of the entire area in the blink of an eye." "Did you forget?" Aruki responded, giving Need a sharp look. "Shirone, you're the one who can calculate the path for those powerful magical attacks," she added. Up above, the two were also engaged in a fierce battle. After some fighting, Shirone thought to himself, "Finally got him." With that, he shot a powerful beam of light towards the forest. At that moment, Canis emerged from the shadows. Below, everyone shouted in unison, "He did it." Just when they all thought it was over, a high-pitched laugh suddenly echoed. A wave of dark energy surged forward, protecting Canis from behind. Everyone's faces turned grim, not just the spectators, but even Shirone was taken aback. "What? What's going on?" Canis grinned, but there was no trace of amusement in his eyes. His darkness had swallowed up Shirone's light. A pair of legs ran desperately. It was Shirone, his face filled with fear, clothes torn, running for his life. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Hey, kid." A monster with sharp fangs and a long, lolling tongue appeared, licking its lips. "That shiny thing looks pretty tasty." Canis smiled seductively and introduced the creature that had just emerged from the shadows. This is the ultimate dark magic. A terrifying monster, after swallowing Shirone's energy blast, stood proudly, grinning arrogantly alongside Canis. "Look at them. They really do look angry," someone remarked. On this side, Aruki, standing behind Shirone, looked visibly shaken as they watched Canis's monster. "Can it talk? I've seen this kind of monster in books before, but I've never heard of it being intelligent." Shirone was in a rough state. Standing there sweating, he suddenly exclaimed, "A monster! Canis is capable of summoning one to help. Alchemists or mages, they can create many things, from items to potions, but none can solve this riddle, creating life." That's the field of biological magic. People often say that the difficulty of this field goes beyond human imagination. Shirone was even more shocked when he realized that the monster could not only talk, but was also incredibly intelligent. The creature on the opposite side grinned widely and didn't hold back in responding to Shirone's observation. "Am I just smart? My butt looks great too, you know, but I'm not letting you see it." Aruki and Need stood there speechless, stunned by the size of the monster. That jerk really had some nerve. Canis finally spoke, a cruel grin spreading across his face. "Of course it's smart. This is a monster with the intelligence of a high-level sorcerer. Now do you understand?" The moment Canis finished speaking, Shirone sensed something coming. He quickly looked up in alarm. I admit you have some very unique magic, Shirone said, barely managing to speak in time. Suddenly, a column of dark magic shot down directly where Shirone was standing. Thankfully, he reacted fast enough, leaping out of the way just in time. But you're still just a student. Out of nowhere, another attack from Canis came from behind. Shirone dodged as best as he could, narrowly avoiding the continuous barrage of Canis strikes. However, he was knocked back hard, crashing to the ground. Lying there, Shirone struggled to get up. He tried to gather his magical energy to fight back, but as soon as he unleashed his spell, it was immediately blocked by Canis' dark magic. Frustrated, Canis began gathering more dark magic, growling under his breath. I told you you're magic. Once he charged enough, he slammed his hand onto the ground. A wave of dark energy shot forward, easily knocking Shirone's light magic out of the way. Won't work on me. Canis' dark magic was just too powerful. It surged towards Shirone, and things were looking increasingly dangerous. Seeing this, Iruki and Need realized the situation was rapidly worsening, so Shirone made a desperate move, charging forward to help him. With a shout, he rushed in alongside Iruki and Chiron to fight back. The dark magic strike was closing in on Shirone, almost ready to swallow him whole. He felt a wave of fear wash over him, and in a panic he thought, what do I do now? I'm so scared of dying. At that moment, Shirone seemed like a frightened little boy, staring death in the face as he faced the overwhelming pressure of Canis' dark magic. The claws of the magic grazed his shoulder, causing blood to spill. Then, a thought flashed through his mind. If I lose, everyone will die. Images rushed through his head. His two friends, Amy and Sherelle, looking at him with deep concern, Sienna lying unconscious on the ground, Vincent, his eyes burning with rage, gritting his teeth in anger, and his two friends, Iruki and Nen, panicking as they rushed to his side. He thought, what can I do now? The magic strike hit Shirone, blood splattering everywhere. He thought, I have to use everything I've got to follow his moves, but his quantum light energy wasn't working. What do I do about that damn thing? Then, out of nowhere, something clicked in Shirone's mind as if a spark of hope had ignited in the direst of situations. His quantum energy flared up, his face twisted in pain, his teeth clenched as he screamed. Veins popped on his face as the burst of rainbow-colored power helped him break free from the suffocating darkness. Canis, standing on the ground, was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. He shouted in disbelief, what? He can bend light? Shirone broke free and landed hard, surrounded by an aura of limitless magical energy. His two friends, Iruki, and the person behind him, were running toward him and shouting, Shirone. Chiron immediately raised his hand to stop them from getting any closer. Shirone focused the light energy in his palm and spoke. Monsters can't move without a source of magic. Over by Canis, a monster sensed a slight disturbance after seeing Shirone escape from the dark magic and said, was it hard to keep going against that guy? Did it drain your will? Yes, but we're one. Together we can defeat him, Shirone replied. Is that what you and that monster think? Shirone continued. I just use a light beam that hurt you, which means even the shadow beast has its limits. When Canis heard this, he laughed loudly, a mocking smile on his face. Are you saying my willpower has limits? He sneered. At that moment, Shirone had gathered enough light energy in his palm. I'll find out, he said. Seeing the light from Shirone's energy build up, Canis widened his eyes in surprise, thinking to himself, has the light source grown bigger? Once Shirone had gathered enough power, she gritted her teeth in anger, preparing to unleash an energy attack toward the dark shadow of Canis and the phantom beast. Between you and me, I wonder which one of us will fall first, she said. Shirone poured all of her strength into a powerful strike aimed at the phantom beast of Canis. The beast blocked Shirone's energy attack, feeling that the situation wasn't in its favor, and decided to speak up. Canis, we should head back to the forest. Where there's more darkness, the beast advised. Canis was confused by the beast's sudden suggestion and asked, why are you saying that? We can handle her. The phantom beast laughed at Canis' naive thinking. I thought you were supposed to be smart, but turns out you're just an idiot. She's trying to exhaust your willpower. Are you really going to fall for that? She thinks she can outlast us with a little trick. Canis scoffed at Shirone's plan. It was a foolish tactic, but there was no need to play into her hands. Let's lure her into the forest, he said. The phantom beast stood as a shield blocking Shirone's attack. Through their mental link, it and Canis communicated a strategy to deceive Shirone, planning to kill her once they had her where they wanted her. She was rushing, so she'd likely follow them. You're right. I agree. If we have the monster and the wisdom of my master on our side, we'll definitely be the ones to win. After setting the trap to kill Shirone with the phantom beast, Canis quickly darted into the shadows and ran off into the forest, leaving Shirone standing there. Immediately, Shirone activated his speed and raced into the forest, chasing after Canis' shadow, ready to face him head-on. Shirone, it's dangerous in there. Ruki, standing at a distance, shouted in panic, realizing that the forest might be a trap set by the enemy. Shirone, there's danger in the forest. But Shirone didn't listen. He kept chasing after him, gathering energy in his palms. He launched countless beams of quantum light energy forward. His strike lit up the entire forest. But Ruki and Need could do nothing but stand helplessly outside, watching in awe. We can't do anything. Just let him handle it, Shirone. Before he could finish his sentence, Aruki suddenly felt something approaching and quickly turned around. Looks like it's just me and you two now. Let's do what we have to do. A massive figure, wielding two swords, was heading toward Aruki and Need. As he walked, he spoke. All right, it's my turn to get started. He kept walking, pointing his swords at the two of them, a malicious grin on his face and a hungry look in his eyes. A thick, menacing aura surrounded him. The scene shifts to another place where Mr. Clump appears with an impolite smile, his teeth straight and white like some shameless man. May I ask you to dance, he says. His demeanor is that of a creep, which scares the nearby blonde girl, causing her to scream and run away. This scene takes place 40 years ago at a party hosted by some family. It's the middle of the party during the dance, and Mr. Clump has no one to dance with. A young man with blonde hair approaches Mr. Clump and teases him. I told you to find a dance partner, but why did you scare everyone off? Clump responds, yes, yes. Clump, sounding jealous, says, your hair seems even nicer than mine. If you keep your hair long and dress well, you'll be fine. Back then, long hair was in style. That was when Mr. Alpheus was young. His good looks drove all the girls crazy. Mr. Clump doesn't look too happy about that, huh? Meanwhile, Mr. Alpheus, noticing the nearby voices, turns around. Oh, is that a woman's voice? Hello, I'm Arena. Nearby, a woman in a turquoise evening gown had been rejected by the young man when she asked him to dance. Sorry, I'm a little busy. Huh, why is he avoiding her? She's beautiful too, Mr. Alpheus wondered. Mr. Clump, still angry, explained, well, she's the eldest daughter of the host of this party. It seems like she's dealing with some issues. She's an aristocrat. What kind of issues? Mr. Alpheus asked, surprised. Don't tell me you came here and don't know anything. Mr. Clump replied, frustrated with Mr. Alpheus. Mr. Clump then seriously explained the situation. Right now, she's not very smart. When she was younger, she had an accident, and because of that, her mind stopped developing at around age 10. Usually, the head of the family doesn't let her leave her room, but today he hasn't stopped her. Mr. Clump stood there, trying to explain it all to his friend, while an older man nearby scoffed at the girl. She's really a disgrace to the family. Mr. Alpheus quietly thought to himself, just like those old men in my own family. Oh, Arena loves parties, so maybe he should tone it down a bit. Suddenly, thinking of aristocrats, Mr. Alpheus quickly started to move away. I'll help her restore her reputation, he declared, making Mr. Clump panic and try to stop him. What? Wait a second, Mr. Clump said, worried. You're going too far. Pitying her is just going to make her look even worse. Don't worry. I've never been fake with any noble lady, Mr. Alpheus said confidently. Hey, you jerk, are you serious? Young Mr. Alpheus approached where Miss Arena was sitting and started a conversation. He bowed politely. Good evening, beautiful lady. Tonight is as lovely as you are. The sudden appearance of young Mr. Alpheus startled Arena. Hello, I'm Arena. Huh? That's not the response I was expecting. Outside, a few people whispered as they saw young Mr. Alpheus trying to talk to Arena. What's he doing with that poor girl? Don't tell me. Young Mr. Alpheus forced a natural-looking smile and tried to continue the conversation. I was wondering, would you be willing to join me as a companion for the evening? As soon as young Mr. Alpheus finished speaking, Arena suddenly burst into tears and screamed. Mom! It left him frozen in shock. Young Mr. Alpheus was in big trouble now after his careless attempt. The scene shifts to 3 years ago. Under the night sky, light rain was falling in the dark forest. At this moment, Aruki stood in the rain, speaking to the person in front of him. What the hell are you doing? Are you just going to stand there and do nothing? The person in front of him didn't speak, just stood there. Along with the rain, loud thunder rumbled overhead. The flashes of lightning lit up the area where both of them stood. Aruki kept a cautious eye on the person in front of him, not wanting to give him a chance to act. The person standing in the rain had green hair. It seemed like the person was just standing there, not doing anything. If possible, Need was sweating, feeling anxious. Suddenly, Aruki spoke up first. Hey, Need. Need understood right away. He didn't need Aruki to say more because he already got the message. It seemed like these two were pretty in sync, so Need ended up saying the same thing Aruki was about to say, while also keeping an eye out for what was happening around them. You're telling me to be careful, right? Haruki didn't answer. He just glanced at his friend, lost in thought. Exactly. In front of them was a man holding two sharp swords, slowly closing in with a smile twisted into something sinister, his eyes filled with malice. A heavy killing intent radiated from him. You brats. He made his move, quickly shifting as if he was teleporting toward them. No matter how cautious they were, escaping this was impossible. He was already above them, both swords crossed, ready to strike with full force. Iruki and Meat were caught off guard by how fast he moved, and both had to pour magic into their legs. Just as he swung his blades, they managed to jump out of the way, narrowly avoiding the red streaks of deadly energy from his swords. He gritted his teeth, laughing as he cursed them. Little brats! His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The diagram technique, in theory, allowed the user to enhance their entire body, but boosting just one part randomly could throw the user off balance. That's why those who used it often reinforced their bodies in specific ways called patterns. The mitochondria sample is a sample focused on the mitochondria, also known as the cell's power plant, which powers them up. It's the most common sample, and it's also the fastest. He moved, causing his position to be under pressure, making the ground crack in large, circular shapes. He shot forward, chasing after Iruki. When Mead saw the danger as the guide got close to Iruki, he shouted and gathered lightning energy, sending it toward Iruki. Iruki, be careful. A flash of lightning. The lightning attack passed right by Iruki, stopping the man from getting any closer, forcing him to pause for a moment. Iruki took that chance and struck back at him. There was an explosion. The two of them worked so well together that it caused an explosion, making the guy fall back, thinking to himself, look at this. These guys are definitely just rookies who've never faced anyone who used a battle diagram before. The smooth teamwork and quick reactions of the two of them made him grimace in frustration. Need used lightning magic to surround himself and moved quickly to get closer to Iruki to assist, both of them keeping a careful watch on the crazed battle diagram user and looking for a way to deal with him. He somewhat complimented the two of them, but they do work well together. He continued to back away, dodging Mead's lightning-based attacks. The two of them were tense, worried as he kept evading their strikes. Damn it, how is he so hard to hit? This is even harder than that speed shooting test. He kept rolling and retreating, dodging every attack, thinking to himself, the tissue sample is draining too much of my strength. I need to finish this quickly. He kept pushing the tissue sample to stimulate his muscles and increased his speed, aiming to end the fight as fast as possible. After enhancing himself, his body became even quicker, moving forward, speeding up his metabolism to double the rate. He moved so fast that he was already behind Iruki before the latter could react. Iruki panicked, realizing it's too late. He's already behind me. Behind him, and with a single slash, blood was spilled. At the same time, in a place shrouded in darkness, drops of blood fell to the ground. Nearby, a pair of glasses lay next to a pool of blood. Ethella was shackled by dark chains, her surroundings a suffocating black void. Her body was ragged and covered in wounds. She was gasping for breath, and blood was trickling from the corner of her mouth. Someone's voice was speaking to her. I'm really impressed by your persistence. But a figure in black was using the dark chains to lift her up. An old dark sorcerer was floating in the air, chanting an incantation, casting a large dark magic curse. He spoke, "It's time for you to die." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a powerful magic attack mixed with deadly poison toward Ethella. Luckily, she was still alert enough to dodge, narrowly escaping death. She quietly sensed the magic strike that had just come at her. Was that poison? If I had been hit, death would have been certain. Ethella braced herself, preparing to strike back. She screamed and unleashed a powerful sound wave attack in retaliation. Her attack was strong enough to break through the dark barrier in front of her. The old sorcerer had to raise one hand to shield himself from the incoming wave. He couldn't help but quietly marvel at her attack. A shockwave strong enough to shake the spiritual field. This is the scream of a demon. By the time he realized it, Ethella's sound wave had already shattered the dark barrier and made a large hole in the wall. After the attack, Ethella could now see her way out. She quickly gathered her strength, broke free from the chains of darkness, and flew toward the opening in the wall. Now, outside the dark spiritual field, she had made it out. Even though Ethella had sustained some injuries, she had still managed to escape. Hovering in the air, she glanced back at the dark field, thinking to herself, when it comes to spells, I can't compare. I need to. Ethella seemed to have another plan to face the old dark man. She slowly pulled back the magic surrounding her body, switching to a different strategy, shifting to a close combat style of magic user. Her body was now surrounded by a red aura. She took a defensive stance while still floating in the air. On the ground, the position of the magic field trembled at the spot where Ethella had flown out. Boom! A massive dark creature suddenly tore through the magic field from the inside at the gap where Ethella had exited. A giant shadow beast appeared, smashing the dark magic field apart and sending debris flying in all directions. Ethella was also caught off guard by the appearance of such a huge monster. The beast swung its massive arm, aiming a punch at Ethella, who was still in her defensive position. The old dark man stood on the creature's shoulder, looking impressed after Athela broke free from his chains. "Oh, a magic user who fights with a battle diagram. If that's how you want to play, then I'll do the same," he said. He soared into the air and commanded the beast to prepare to attack Athela. After barely managing to block the beast's surprise punch, Athela was forced to retreat a bit. She was furious at the old man. Gritting her teeth, she prepared to charge into battle against the giant creature. She gathered her internal energy and charged forward, just as the shadow beast launched its punch toward her. On one side, the force of her internal power propelled her forward, while on the other, the shadow beast's powerful punch collided with hers. The impact between them created a violent shockwave in midair. The scene shifts back to 40 years ago during the Bastard family's banquet. Irina's voice drew everyone's attention. They were shocked, unsure of what was happening, and turned to look toward the source of the scream. "Mom! Mom!" Young Alpheus was startled by Irina's reaction. "Irina, why are you doing this?" She turned pale, terrified, and explained quickly. "Mom said anyone who tries to talk to me is a bad person, so I..." Hearing this, young Alpheus was dumbfounded. "I'm a bad person just because I wanted to talk to you." "Wait, look me in the eye and talk to me calmly." He was at a loss for words. "How can you say something so ridiculous?" The people around them started to whisper. "Is he bothering the host's daughter?" A tall man with long hair wearing a blue nobleman's outfit named Sarov spoke up, his face pale. This crazy guy trying to get famous by bothering the daughter of a respectable family? The whispers grew louder. "The young lady is scared. Somebody stop him." Irina, still in a panic, rejected young Alpheus' attempt to talk to her. "I don't want to. I'll get scolded if I don't listen to Mom. No, I can't make Mom angry. I need to go back to my room quickly." She trembled, her eyes watery, almost on the verge of tears. Young Alpheus thought to himself, "No, it's not me she's afraid of. She's scared of being punished." On the other side, the crowd was still whispering and gossiping. The butler was calling for the guards to come protect and arrest the person who had been harassing the young lady. Young Mr. Clump stood there, anxiously worried about his friend. "You're an idiot. Why did you have to stick your nose into someone else's business? Apologize quickly and get out of here before this turns into a bigger mess." Suddenly, young Mr. Alpheus shouted, spinning the panicked Lady Irina toward him, surprising her. "Irina," he spoke softly and gently to the tearful young lady. "Now you're looking at me, Lady Irina. What are you afraid of? No one ever gets scolded for dancing at a party. You didn't do anything wrong." Young Mr. Alpheus smiled kindly and explained carefully, trying to calm her down. "Don't you want to dance a little?" Lady Irina had calmed down by now, and in her eyes, a gentle young man with blonde hair appeared before her. "You should try it. It's so freeing. What do you think?" The image of the ballroom, with everyone dancing, flashed in her mind. Everyone looked so beautiful. Young Mr. Alpheus smiled, extending one hand to her in a polite invitation to dance. "Shall we dance together?" At this point, Lady Irina was no longer panicking. She looked at the young man in front of her with more composure. She gently lifted her hand to his. Her face, now glowing with a shy smile, flushed slightly. She felt happy, as this was the first time someone had invited her to dance like this. Before, she always had to be the one to ask, but no one ever agreed to dance with her. The grip between the two of them, held from both sides, felt completely natural now. There was no tension at all. The moment when the massive fist of the dark creature collided with Athela's energy, a deafening sound filled the air. The forces clashed, compressing into bursts of glowing energy that radiated outward. Dust and debris swirled around as the dark creature staggered back. At that moment, many smaller dark creatures, shaped like black spiders, charged forward. As Athela landed, she saw them rushing toward her, and she thought, "Is this really the dark magic I know?" Before she could catch her breath, she immediately pushed off the ground and launched herself forward, throwing punch after punch like a storm of blows. The old dark sorcerer hovered in the air above, with the giant creature standing still beside him. He watched the scene below, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha, her punches have some power, don't they?" He stood to the side, watching the battle unfold while commenting on it. But Athela showed no signs of hesitation. Each punch she threw took down one of the shadow spiders. At that moment, the massive dark creature raised both arms high, preparing to strike. It slammed down with incredible force, shattering the ground into jagged pieces. Rocks and dirt flew in every direction, but Athela managed to quickly dodge, narrowly avoiding the attack. The old sorcerer raised his fist again, his smile turning darker. With a motion from him, the giant shadow creature threw another powerful punch, but Athela quickly evaded it once more. She continued dodging its strikes, moving with lightning speed. "I don't need to think too much, I just need to focus on taking it down." Using a brief moment of avoiding the creature's attacks to get closer, Athela countered, landing blow after blow to its chest. Each punch that landed created waves of golden shockwaves. The old dark man sensed the electric current surging through him. He furrowed his brow and laughed, thinking, a lightning strike, huh? An attack capable of destroying a person from the inside out. The continuous pulses of lightning will disrupt the body's circulation, and the impact for its shockwaves will multiply by 10, even 100 times compared to a series of regular shockwaves. As the lightning shockwaves hit his body, the old dark man laughed out loud, his eyes gleaming like those of a monster. Crazy, he shouted wildly. If only you focused on your training, you could have stood at the top of the world by now. Instead, you waste your talent just to search for the truth. He kept speaking relentlessly. Athela lost her balance and fell. Below her was a writhing mass of dark spiders. The spiders started crawling over the body of the giant dark beast. But it was all pointless. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his massive hand, covered in dark spiders, reached out toward Athela, who was floating in midair. A bug struggling to fight against me is nothing compared to my grand plan to dominate the world, the old dark man said arrogantly, looking down from above. The giant fist of the dark beast shot toward Athela like lightning. There was a loud crash as the punch slammed into the ground, sending rocks, dirt, and plants flying everywhere. The old dark man looked up in surprise. At some point, Athela had appeared in midair above the head of the giant dark beast. She thought to herself, if someone like him were to enter the academy, no, just entering the city would be disastrous. I have to stop him, even if it costs me my life. Athela plunged down from above, her body poised for combat, ready to strike. She was like an arrow, filled with immense energy, shooting straight toward the enemy. With a swift movement, she unleashed a powerful attack, summoning a lightning spear. Following that, a series of lightning strikes continued to rain down relentlessly. The massive dark creature let out a horrendous scream. Seizing the moment, Athela quickly pulled back. The dark old man, struck by the lightning, also howled in pain. So that's it. He saw Athela above, frowning as she looked down. All of the previous attacks had just been a setup for this final move. He raised his hand as if reaching for something, but in that moment, his hand shook violently. The immense pain overwhelmed him, and then his hand clenched into a tight fist. His stone-like face twisted in agony as he screamed. I remember now. The memories flooded back of the time when he fought alongside other talented warriors of his era. Following his movement, the dark creature also raised its hand, punching forward, aiming directly at Athela. She frowned in surprise, gritting her teeth and tightening her fists, bracing for the blow. The dark old man let out a triumphant shout, his colossal fist aiming right at Athela. She immediately blocked the strike. Feeling the overwhelming power of the creature's punch, Athela put all of her strength into blocking it. Was the lightning spear not enough after all? I thought you would be stronger than this, master. The impact from the blow was overwhelming. A huge explosion rang out, sending rocks and dirt flying and leaves scattered everywhere. On the other side, blood sprayed out, followed by a loud scream, Aruki. Ni, using one hand to gather energy, tightly gripped his other hand. Are you okay? He asked. Aruki pressed his hand against the wound on his chest to stop the bleeding, quickly answering Mead. Just a scratch, he said, grinning, his glowing eyes looking ahead. Good job, Mead, he added. Looking at the blue lightning bolts attacking the man holding two swords, he was jolted by the electricity, his mouth falling open in shock. He cursed inwardly. That damn green-haired brat. He pretended to attack, but in reality, he was covering the whole area with a magnetic field. The scene from earlier flashed in his mind. To stop me, Mead's power was still holding him back, and Aruki had quickly joined the fight. Gritting his teeth, he launched an attack toward the enemy. A burst of green fire-like energy fell onto the enemy's head. His eyes widened in shock as he gritted his teeth, struggling to rise. No way, I can't lose to these kids. Before he could finish thinking, a dark force suddenly wrapped around Need's leg. While attacking the enemy, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Ha! The energy gathering in his hand disappeared all of a sudden. Ha! Need was taken aback and turned to look. Why is it her? The black-haired girl gasped for breath, raising her hand to control the power that was stopping Mead. Damn it! Aruki realized the situation was going south and immediately attacked the swordsman with the two blades. He broke free from the restraints and quickly lunged forward, narrowly dodging Aruki's strike. In a flash, his sword slashed toward Mead's neck. He shouted, "This is all your fault." Need froze, staring in horror at the blade so close to his throat. Need! Aruki shouted in panic. A loud crash echoed through the air, but it wasn't the sound of a blade cutting into flesh. The group on the other side stood in shock, mouths agape, as two blocks of ice appeared, stopping the sword just inches from Mead's neck. Aruki couldn't believe it. He turned around and exclaimed, "Ice magic." Could it be that the guy with the two swords also? As he looked, he heard footsteps approaching the battlefield. A woman walked against the wind, and with each step she took, the ground froze beneath her. It was Sina. Elsewhere, a series of loud sounds followed one after another. Canis, racing ahead, called out, "Javi, what's going on? Answer me." Javi quickly responded. I felt a huge shock coming from the mountainside. He glanced back. Arcane was using the Shadow Slave technique. That was the final move of his master. Could it be that Alpheus has shown up? Canis didn't look back and kept running at full speed. Javi, following closely behind, glanced around as he responded, "If that's the case, it makes sense. Arcane will be here soon." Suddenly, an attack came flying at him. Javi raised his hand to block the strike. "We need to clear this place," he said. Behind them, Shirone was chasing after them, moving so quickly that he seemed like a blur. In the dense forest, two streaks of shadow, one golden and the other black, chased each other in parallel. Canis said, "That damn persistent guy, instead of getting stuck in the darkness and dying, he's blocking all our escape routes." Javi replied, "It's like we've been placed on a chessboard. We need to make a move." Canis slammed on the brakes with his feet. Javi immediately said, "Got it. I'm coming." Javi enveloped Canis with his presence while casting dark magic to attack Shirone. At the same time, he gathered energy in his palm, creating a blinding light, and moved forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, back at the mountain cliffs, snow was falling. "Are you kidding me?" The man holding two swords looked at the scene before him. Bang Hoen gasped. The old man's magic was broken. Behind him stood the girl with black hair. She thought to herself, "This is impossible. Only high-level cultivators or mages can break through the Abyss Nova spell of my master." Her face was a mixture of shock and confusion, unable to understand how a magic school teacher would do something like this. In front of her stood Sina. She was walking against the wind, and with each step she took, the ground froze into sheets of ice. "Miss Sina, thank goodness. You're awake." Need was so happy that he almost jumped in excitement. Iruki, still stunned, was watching the scene when suddenly Need's arm froze. He stared dumbfounded. "Ah, it's so cold," Need exclaimed, immediately clutching his frozen arm, shaking with the cold. Haruki's face darkened as he looked at the person ahead, sensing something was off. She's still not awake. A lot of students are standing frozen, not moving at all, even though the snow is piling up on them. They just stand there, shivering. She's. Before I could finish my sentence, the sharp ice shot out. It slashed across the side of the guy holding two swords, making him cough up blood. "Hey, stop! Are you trying to kill all these kids?" He dropped to his knees, using one hand to hold the wound and stop the bleeding, while the other tried to grip his sword so he could push himself up. One of his swords had already fallen to the ground. As he looked at the figure in front of him, his face twisted with fear. Sometimes there are awful people like her, monsters who, even on the brink of death, can kill without hesitation, even if they're sound asleep. Sina slowly opened her eyes, a flash of light sparkling in them. Her expression was emotionless as she raised one hand and said, "Die." Could that woman really cast a spell on her? Damn it. Seeing how things were going, he immediately dropped the last sword and scrambled to his feet, turning to run. What good is all that billion-dollar property anyway? Blocks of ice kept appearing and he sprinted away, leaving only a trail of red behind him. "Shit, I'm so screwed." He gritted his teeth and yelled, but then his eyes widened and his pupils shrank. Huh? Time seemed to freeze and his body went completely still. Sina calmly raised one hand in front of her. She was about 20 years old, around the level of a 6th tier mage, with ice magic being her strongest skill. Absolute zero. She tilted her head back, raised her hand high, and a large ice tornado spun around her palm, pulling pieces of rock and small chunks of ice into the air. Beneath her feet, two swords were planted in the ground, and rapidly chunks of ice formed around them, pinning the man down, preventing him from escaping. Slowly, the ice spread up his body, freezing his legs up to his thighs. It was truly a bizarre school. Everyone, from the teachers to the students, was as messed up as the next. In his eyes, the huge block of ice closing in on him was reflected. Lying on the ground, his legs frozen, the massive ice block hovered just above him. There was no way out now. Absolute zero. From above, ice chunks like meteors rained down from the sky, heading straight for the cliffside. The black-haired girl looked up, horrified by the falling ice. In that moment of danger, Need ran to her and hugged her to pull her aside. "Ah!" She looked at Need, who was on top of her, and asked, "What are you doing?" Need yelled, "Wake up. If this keeps up, everyone's going to die." As he spoke, his tears fell onto her face. Seeing Need cry, she panicked and said, I don't have enough time. I'll handle it." Iruki stepped in front of them and suddenly spoke up. Need immediately asked, "What are you planning to do?" Iruki frowned, not answering Need, and instead focused on thinking. "Ice? No. The weight of the ice block is about 15 to 20 tons. I need to break it into thousands of pieces." With that thought, Iruki lifted her head to look at the massive ice block, and a surge of power shot up to confront it. At the same time, she could predict the vectors of each shard from a single beam of energy splitting into two forces. Not a single mistake could be allowed. The two streams of power surrounded the ice and tightened, shattering it into countless pieces. As the small ice fragments flew toward them, the girl and Need stood frozen in shock. How is that possible? The huge ice blocks just shattered into so many pieces it looks like fireworks made of ice. Two students at the Magic Academy reached this level. Witnessing the scene, the two of them suddenly stiffened, realizing their current position was a bit off. What did you just do? The girl shoved Need, still with tears in his eyes, and yelled. I was just trying to save you. I can do anything to you, he replied. We're enemies. Why would I need you to save me? She snapped. Then Need immediately retorted loudly, stopped complaining, and calmed down. Do you want to kill all of them? I don't know. Her answer left Need pale and stunned. What? This is all for Canis. The girl lowered her head and said softly. A childhood memory flashed in her mind. Two thin children lying in the rain, the older brother trying to protect the younger one. Then she looked up, smiling, but tears streamed down her face. I don't care what happens to them. What the heck are you thinking? Need furrowed her brows, hesitantly asking. Suddenly a loud noise rang out, a blast from behind the girl. Need's mouth fell open in shock. The girl turned around and saw a foot stepping forward, blood dripping from each step, staining the ground. The girl's eyes widened and tears flowed continuously as she looked at the person in front of her. Ah, Canis, covered in wounds, stumbling closer, still clutching her stomach with one hand. Canis, the girl shouted. Shirone was deeply engrossed in reading, so focused on the book that it seemed like he couldn't tear himself away for even a moment. Shirone called his two friends, Need and Haruki, over. Hey guys, look at this. They're pulling their bodies closer to me. Huh? What's going on? The three of them stared intently at the book Shirone was holding, with Need asking in confusion. The principle of mass energy balance, Shirone answered. Exactly. Mass can be converted into energy. If that's the case, Haruki added, does that mean energy can also be converted into mass? With this idea, we could improve the photon cannon. Suddenly, Shirone exclaimed, wait a minute. His eyes unintentionally landed on a bold line of text. He told his friends that this formula wasn't just any theory. It was the name of a professor. Upon hearing that, both of them were shocked and exclaimed, really? The scene shifted, and suddenly, a stream of golden magic attacked from somewhere. Javi shouted angrily. That bastard! He added more force behind his attack. Canis, stunned, said, what? Don't tell me he's actually getting stronger in the middle of the fight. Shirone flew toward them at the speed of light, with golden orbs floating in the air around him. He grabbed one nearby, and his eyes sparked with powerful blue lightning. He threw it directly at Javi's position. Javi wasn't afraid at all. He laughed out loud, saying, impressive, huh? But you're still too green. Shirone responded bluntly and decisively, no. He then flew toward the golden orbs which were releasing blue lightning. Confidently, he remarked that it was just training. Javi, hearing this, was completely stunned. He froze for a few seconds, then slowly transformed into a defensive stance and said to Canis, I can't stop this. Run, Canis. Canis replied, no. If we run now, we'll lose our momentum. Canis then shouted, absorb the power of my will quickly. Javi calmly responded, damn, you're really rushing this. A fierce battle had taken place. The two sources of power collided with incredible force. The explosion that followed was massive. The blast left the girl with black hair in shock for quite a while. Slowly, she turned her face around. At that moment, Need saw the explosion and was struck with panic. He stared for a moment, then suddenly said, what's going on? Is that a photon cannon? Haruki, you're just as shocked as I am. A beam of light shot straight up into the sky as Need and Haruki discussed Shirone. It seemed like he had managed to apply the formula he had learned the day before. Shirone gradually descended back to the ground. Both of his friends rushed over, calling his name with concern. Chiron. Need noticed the injury on Shirone's arm. His face changed and his eyes filled with worry. He asked gently, are you okay? Shirone replied weakly, I'm sorry, guides. He looked up, his face showing the wounds he'd suffered, his eyes blank. I don't think we can win this. Need, seeing his friend in such a state, felt a pang of sympathy. You're comforting him? Why are you being so weak all of a sudden? Shirone responded, his voice barely audible. I'm serious. That person is incredibly strong. Haruki added, this is going to be really tough. Need looked at Shirone and said, even after improving it, the photon cannon is that powerful and still couldn't win. The two friends stared at Shirone, seeming to understand the weight of what he was feeling. They both realized that Shirone was probably carrying a lot of pressure. There are two bodies lying on the ground. Thoughts of Shirone constantly fill their minds. The only reason he spoke up was because we needed to handle things here. They encouraged him, saying, well done, Shirone. But he was sitting, Panting heavily, his strength and spirit drained from the battle. Now we're all here together. Haruki stepped forward, standing tall, and spoke to Canis with strength. What are you going to do about this? On this side, Canis was exhausted, his energy completely spent. Haruki's questions kept echoing in his ears. Haruki spoke again. You think you can take 2 and leave 3? Admit defeat and spare the students. Need shouted in anger. No one is dead yet. It's not too late to surrender. Canis responded. The battle isn't over. My master will punish all of you. After hearing this, they all glared at him, irritated, and Haruki spoke first. Punish us? Haruki continued. Do you even realize what you've done? Canis replied. You can ask Alpheus when you meet him in hell. Upon hearing this, all 3 of them were stunned. Haruki asked, the principal. Canis, still seething with anger, continued. He made an unforgivable mistake. This terrible academy was created after he stole it from my master. Everything you're using here was taken from my master. Shirone, after hearing his words, was completely shocked. His whole body seemed frozen, unable to believe what he had just heard. He shouted, What the hell are you talking about? Haruki, standing in front, warned the others behind him. Don't let him fool you. Even if he's telling the truth, what wrong have we done here? Canis narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning cold and threatening. Those details didn't matter. A powerful dark energy surrounded him. He spoke, I represent my master, and I act according to what I believe is right. At this point, Need could no longer hold back. He yelled full of anger, You're not going to change anything. So are you saying this needs to end here? Suddenly, Shirone stepped forward, shocking both Need and Haruki. He created a ball of light and held it up in front of Canis. Seeing Shirone about to use force against him, Canis didn't show the slightest fear. Calmly, he said, You think violence will work better than words. He looked at Shirone with a smug expression, then sneered. Even if you do, nothing will change. The creature Javi's massive hands slowly surrounded Canis. Canis looked up at Javi in confusion and asked, Javi, what's going on? Don't be afraid, Javi replied. This is dangerous. That attack is anything but normal. Don't tell me he... Before Javi could finish, Canis interrupted. What are you talking about? If you absorb enough of my power, we'll stop it. As soon as the words left his mouth, fear flashed across his face as he realized the power Shirone held. The golden orb in Shirone's hand grew larger and brighter with each passing moment. He held it out in front of them, his eyes filled with anger and coldness as he spoke. This is your last chance. Release the students. Need and Haruki exchanged stunned looks, and the black-haired girl seemed just as panicked as the 2 of them. Canis yelled out, his eyes burning with fury. I'm the representative of the Grand Sorcerer. Even if I die, his will not be shattered. Shirone shouted back, I don't want to kill you. But if everyone dies just because of your faith, his eyes showed a fierce determination to protect those around him. He finished the thought he had left hanging. Then I'll have to take you down. Somewhere a voice echoed, the light is so beautiful. A beautiful girl appeared, her round hair tied up neatly. Her blue eyes made her face appear gentle and incredibly lovely. A man with blonde hair noticed her, and before he even realized it, he was already captivated by her. The 2 of them sat in a beautiful flower garden, gazing at the palace in front of them. Stars, fireflies, everything was enchanting. Yet the words the man spoke were anything but beautiful. The blonde-haired man looked nervous and uneasy as he hesitated before replying. I understand, but why do you think the light is so beautiful? She looked up at the starry sky and said to him, Light helps us see in the dark. He turned to look at her. She was still smiling as she gazed at the sky and continued, We can see the night because of the light, right? A voice called out from somewhere, I get it, my shadow. The young man's eyes sparked with blue lightning. 2 streams of energy twisted around each other, but it wasn't opposing energy. I get it now, I understand, the man exclaimed. Is beautiful really beautiful, Arena? It turns out the beautiful girl's name was Arena. She looked back at him, confused, and he spoke to her in a gentle tone. He knelt down on the beautiful flower-covered grass and confessed, Will you be the light of my life? The scene was breathtaking, unusually quiet. Pink petals floated up to the sky in a brilliant display. Thoughts filled his mind. How could I ever forget that day? The atmosphere of that evening, the stillness of the breeze, the scent of the grass, and Arena's beauty kept replaying in my head. That pure beauty, something I could never forget, no matter how the world changes. It's a memory I'll always carry. Those precious memories belong to the director. Back in the present, Thad was sweating heavily, his face and shirt soaked. The man pushed himself to the limit, using all his magic to try and rescue the principal from his own imagination. He seemed to be growing weaker, but he didn't give up. Thad thought to himself, the power of the light magic is too strong. He shut his eyes tight and thought, Victor Arcane, I can't believe he can cast a spell like this. Principal, please wake up. On Shirone's side, the sound of footsteps approached. He instinctively turned around and wondered, what's going on? Shirone and Canis were both stunned by what was happening before them. Exhausted, Canis shouted, "Master!" A man with wrinkled skin and a long white beard stood high above them. Dark energy seemed to surround him. Canis yelled again, "Master!" The man's gaze was cold and full of iron will, his long white beard flowing down. He glanced downward. Below him, the body of a man lay motionless on the ground, surrounded by chunks of ice. Canis bowed his head in sorrow and said, "I'm sorry, master." He glanced at him for a long moment, then thought to himself, "That idiot, right, of course." Then Canis's master looked down at Shirone, who was casting his spell. He thought quietly, so it was all because of that kid. Shirone shouted, his eyes full of anger, "Are you the one who planned all of this?" Nii and Haruki stared at his face, both looking slightly surprised. The man smiled a wicked smile, his face turning even more cunning. "You're quite stubborn, aren't you?" Then he asked him, "What's your name?" Shirone yelled, "I'm not telling a murderer my name." On the other side, Canis and the girl with black hair both turned their gaze toward him. He began to give orders. "Stop controlling my mind right now and leave this place." The man scoffed at that. He kept speaking, "Sorry, but I can't do that." He stroked his long white beard that addressed everyone present. All students of Alpheus must be punished. His eyes turned red, his face twisted with cruelty, and his words became chilling, and that includes you. The three of them were all horrified after hearing this, especially Shirone. Without hesitation, he threw a punch with all of his strength. His attack caused a huge explosion. Shirone was left utterly shocked and panicked. The smoke from his attack filled the air, swirling everywhere, but what was surprising was that the Dark Master remained unharmed. He stood on a nearby rock, calmly analyzing the attack. Within a radius of 52.7 meters, the energy from that attack was quite powerful, especially for someone of his age. The three of them couldn't help but express their amazement. Did he just dodge that? Shirone wasn't about to give up. He was preparing for another strike when a shout rang out. "Stop, Shirone!" They quickly turned toward the source of the voice and saw a woman stepping forward, clutching her injured arm. Shirone was shocked when he saw her. They all exclaimed in unison, "Miss Athela!" The Dark Master glanced at them and said, "You're still alive, and yet you're bold enough to show yourself. Since you're lucky enough to survive, go ahead and be embarrassed." She was covered in wounds, but she spoke sincerely. "I don't care about winning or losing. I just want to protect my students." At that moment, Shirone, puzzled, asked, "Miss, who is that man? Why is he doing this?" Athela's face grew more anxious, her expression frantic as sweat dripped down her face. She spoke through gritted teeth, her voice strained. "His name is Arcane Victor." She continued, "He's a third-level Grand Mage." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. It seemed like he really hated the principal. Arcane Victor, standing above, spoke up. How pathetic, complaining to his young students. Athela's expression began to dull. She spoke to him with difficulty. "You don't have the ability to take it easy like that." A number appeared, 10%. Canis seemed to notice something, and he thought to himself, the master's mental power is only at 10% right now. Javi then said to Canis, "Even so, 10% from a Grand Mage is more than enough to wipe them all out." Canis responded, "But we still haven't captured Alpheus. Just as I thought I should." Before Canis could finish his sentence, the black-haired girl next to him interrupted, "Canis, what are you saying?" Javi called out his name, Canis. His footsteps moved rhythmically as he stepped forward. He called out, "Master." Canis confidently said, "Leave this to me." Arcane Victor slowly turned his head and looked at him with a sinister expression. "Leave it to you." The black-haired girl gritted her teeth and thought, "Canis, why? Why are you pushing yourself so hard?" Arcane Victor narrowed his eyes, and a cunning, scheming smile spread across his face. "So, kid." He then asked Shirone, "You're Alpheus' disciple, right?" Shirone answered firmly, "Don't address the principal by name like that." His eyes showed pure anger. Compared to the principal, he began to recall the happy memories he had when he was young, living with the principal. The principal had treated him so well. Then Shirone shouted in fury, "A person like you doesn't deserve to be a wizard." Hearing this, the man laughed wildly. His laughter grew louder and louder. Arcane Victor laughed and said, "Alpheus, after all these 40 years, how fake have you really been?" Need and Haruki froze, staring at him. Arcane responded to Canis, "All right then." He called out to him, "Canis, fight that person yourself." Canis bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, master." Athela, over by the side, cried out, "Stop, Shirone." The two of them faced each other, preparing themselves for battle. Javi reminded Canis, "Think again, Canis. It's better to leave this to Arcane." Despite the advice, he remained determined to stay loyal to his master. He thought to himself, "I've already disappointed master once. I must defeat that person, even if I have to die for it." They stared at each other, their gazes filled with fury. "We will fight." "Javi." Canis furrowed his brow. "Javi, answer me." "Javi, He felt as though he had fallen into an endless night with no way out. Then, Canis charged forward like a gust of wind. I will still fight. Shirone had already taken his fighting stance with golden energy surrounding him. As Canis flew toward him, he was met with Shirone's golden attacks. He thought to himself, what is this? Coming down from a cliff, does he want to fight just to show off? Canis grinned wickedly. That stupid idiot probably thinks those shadows can't be used in midair, but the night sky is just one giant shadow. Shirone flew higher, the light from his body shining down, catching Canis off guard. The people below were just as surprised. The girl with black hair looked up with fear in her eyes, while Shirone hovered in the air. He silently thought, if I can't keep up with his movements, I'll just target his whole domain. Thousands of golden orbs attacked Canis before he could react. He quickly formed a shield to protect himself. The light from those orbs grew brighter and more dazzling. The night sky was filled with beams of power in every color, shining down on the darkened ground. The light pierced through the darkness, countless beams cutting through one after another. Canis tried to dodge, his teeth clenched in frustration. This guy tonight, he muttered, frowning as he calculated. None of them are fake. In front of him, Shirone was surrounded by a glowing web of light, leaving Canis stunned as he thought it over. Was Shirone really casting hundreds of spells at once, and were they all real? Shirone's face was covered in deep, bloody wounds, and his cold eyes glowed with a green light, which made Canis keep pondering. How could an amateur like him? Thousands of light beams from Shirone shot straight at Canis. Below, a fella suddenly spoke up. When did Shirone get this kind of power? Even Aruki stood there dumbfounded. No way. He can't be like this. He's already entered the realm of the infinite. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, causing both of them to jump. What are you two talking about? A fella spoke up, making both of them break into a cold sweat. Has Shirone really stepped into the realm of immortality? Then she looked up at the sky to watch the battle unfold. The two boys let out a sigh of relief. Above them, countless beams of light glittered, and Ethella thought to herself, this is the end. A dark shadow quickly slipped through the light beams, weaving around them. Canis shouted angrily, Havy. He glared furious, demanding, answer me. If this keeps up, we'll die. After a moment of distraction, Canis was caught off guard and hit. Panicking, he touched the wound but couldn't feel anything. Confused, he thought, am I not injured? What just happened? Looking up at the sky, he realized the attack hadn't been aimed directly at him. Shirone held the energy orb in his hand, ready to throw it directly at the spot where he stood. The orb flew toward him, his mind racing with thoughts. The darkness. He's completely eliminating the darkness I could use to teleport. He looked up nervously, his skin crawling. Was the psychic power of this lunatic bottomless? The blinding light hit him, leaving him feeling embarrassed and helpless. He didn't want to die in front of his master. His eyes began to lose focus, and his emotions faded away. He thought he was about to die when suddenly a wave of dark power surged through him. Anointing, arcane. In his mind, he questioned, Havy. The explosion that followed shattered the ground beneath them. Canis suddenly felt his energy surge. He screamed in pain inside, asking, Havy, why? Canis's body radiated dark power again. Havy, my psychic power. The darkness. Loud, stay awake and focus. From below, a shadow attacked Shirone, forcing him to dodge immediately. Shirone was stunned. What's happening all of a sudden? Two different forces were fighting fiercely against each other. Havy kept attacking relentlessly while Shirone dodged nonstop. He thought to himself, this battlefield is in my favor. Suddenly he was struck in the arm. He winced in pain, watching blood gush out. He had been thrown off balance. He landed hard on the ground, the shadowy figure following him down, landing with powerful force. Debris flew toward him as he pressed his hand against the wound, gritting his teeth in frustration. Continuing to use the immortal jaw technique will be very dangerous. Wasn't Shirone's subconscious mind strange? His physical strength could withstand the explosion of light. As he launched another attack, he was also deep in thought. High intelligence, strong close combat skills, speed coming from agility. Suddenly he realized something odd. He spotted a gap. Why had the enemy made a move from the start? Could it be? Did he just channel his magic into that monster? The image of the dark creature and Javi's sharp gaze flashed through his mind. Was it draining his mental energy? A piece of information passed through his head. Yes, mere unified being. Athela turned her head upward, grinding her teeth in disgust. Arcane, you really are a cruel person. Arcane shot her an angry look, his eyes flashing purple. She judged him coldly. To you, what are your disciples even worth? Meanwhile, Canis was in agony, causing Erin to worry and call out his name in distress. Erin rushed to Canis' side, shouting his name, but Canis was vomiting uncontrollably. Thoughts raced through his mind. Was the jar just there to help the creature move? Canis felt dizzy and whispered, Javi. The battle between the creature and Shirone was intense, neither side giving an inch. The monster roared. Shirone quickly launched himself forward, his mind racing as he calculated his next move. I understand now. If the enemy has changed, his eyes tightened with focus. I don't need to keep using physical attacks like the light cannon anymore. Without a moment's hesitation, he absorbed the magical energy from the shield above his head and gritted his teeth in frustration. He calculated the light cannon attack, and a massive burst of power flew toward the monster. It hit, and the creature howled in pain. Damn it! The monster, hiding in the cracks of the rocks, sprang out and unleashed a surge of energy. Shirone raised his hands to block it, tensing as he anticipated this move. Just as I thought, this won't be easy. Even though I have limitless mental power, I still can't break through my own limits. Suddenly, his pupils shattered, and he realized what needed to be done. The answer was all-encompassing. In that case, there's no choice but to raise my mental capacity to the highest level. A crack formed in his eyes, and energy surged with the mass of an object multiplied by the square of the speed of light. With all his strength, he launched his final blow. This time, I'll take all the mass and convert it into energy. The power shot toward the monster, leaving it confused. What is this? Before it could react, it was too late. The monster's body slowly began to tear apart. Immortal veins? The onlookers below were struck with awe and terror. Eren, speechless, could only watch in disbelief. Arcane raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Each shouted, "What is that?" Aruki and Athela were just as panicked. They spoke up. It's a laser beam. Above them, Shirone was still trying to maintain her attack. The power source created a hole in the monster's body, which screamed in pain. The creature's body was swelling up, and I could feel myself being burned alive. Canis clutched his head, screaming. Eren beside him kept calling his name. She felt that Javi's pain was being transferred to Canis. Javi had already reached his limit. Shirone held her ground with the attack. The monster was terrified. If this continues, we'll all be wiped out. The monster's body was boiling and small explosions were going off inside it. Athela watched the battle anxiously. Arcane, on the other hand, watched smugly, unaffected. Athela felt something was wrong and rushed to stop it. Shirone, stop right now. Shirone turned, looking at the cells in the monster's body swelling up, and yelled, "It's too late." Suddenly, there was a huge explosion that destroyed everything around them. "My name is Javi," he said. Turning back to Canis, the boy stood in front of Eren, touching the glass. He spoke. "Javi, become my subordinate." The monster, trapped in the water tank, looked at the two children in front of him and asked, "Why?" Arcane, standing nearby, spoke up, "Don't you want Canis?" Javi shook his head. "That's not what I meant, but joining forces with Eren would be more effective." He thought about Eren for a moment, a hint of sadness in his expression before answering. "Eren has lived here for 10 years, but aside from Canis, no one has ever really met her. Yet, despite all the resistance, she has gained a high level of perception and can see things ordinary people can't." Arcane's malicious gaze said, "He's talking about the first elemental sigil, a unique mental process that allows one to perceive an object or entity as if encountering it for the first time, enabling someone to see the true form of that object or entity." Hadi looked directly at the old man, sensing the overload of Eren's energy. "You just found her and brought her here, and you brought Canis too." Arcane quickly replied, "No." His face was filled with murderous intent as he spoke sharply, "Eren is too gentle. You should merge with Canis." Deep down, Javi understood something. The floating droplets of water gave it away. "So, this was it? The reason you gave Canis to me in the first place. You were planning this all along." A minute ago, the explosion at the mountain's peak. The blast shot down toward where they were standing below, stunning everyone. Eren shouted, "It's flying!" The monster whispered in Canis's mind, "I'm about to explode." Canis weakly called out to Javi, "It regrets this. I'll destroy our contract." The surge of green power inside Canis erupted, causing him intense pain. With the golden monster hovering in the sky, only Canis continued to scream. "Javi, no. Why are you alone?" He remembered that day and answered Javi's question. "You're asking why I want power?" At that moment, his face hardened and his voice became firm. "Because Eren is the only light I have." His gaze was filled with certainty. "I have to protect them from this world." Javi let out a small laugh, his body expanding slightly. "Ha ha ha, you're an interesting one." Then Javi told him keep living and make him suffer by shouting loudly. At that moment, Arcane turned his head away, not wanting to look. Javi exploded, sending rocks flying everywhere. After the blast, everything fell silent. Shirone observed the dark silhouette, then spoke up. "You," he shouted angrily. "What have you done?" His teammates stood frozen in shock, and he continued, "Answer me." Eren, worried about Canis, quickly looked up in panic. "Are you planning to kill everyone here?" Arcane's face twisted with malice as he spoke, clearly enjoying himself. Oh, that expression. No wonder you look so familiar, he mocked. You're the mirror image of Alpheus from 40 years ago. Shirone cursed with fury. Shut up. Arcane laughed loudly, excited. I know why that sly Alpheus took you in. He continued mocking him. You even have the appearance of someone with omnipotent light. Didn't he plan to use you for some wicked scheme? Shirone snapped, furious. What do you know? At that moment, the old man replied with a solemn face. I know. The person you admire, Alpheus, was once my student. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man froze. What? Arcane stood on the cliff, looking down at everyone receiving their praises. Alpheus was very smart, and he was happy to have taught him. The old man looked at his scarred, burned hand, then grimaced with hatred. He threw me into the hellfire and destroyed everything I had worked for in my life. I did everything I could to help him, but his wife died for nothing. Everyone was shocked, clearly surprised. Principal, what are you talking about? That fellow stepped forward. Tell us more. Arcane gazed up at the sky. This happened 40 years ago, he said, his voice deep in thought. Shirone listened carefully. Returning to Alpheus, he was sitting in a chair, with Thad trying to perform magic on his head during a particularly remarkable period of time. The old man closed his eyes and relaxed. A voice echoed through Alpheus' life. This year's Golden Circle Magic Award goes to Murray Alpheus. At that moment, he was thrilled, raising the trophy high as his friends applauded. Murray Alpheus, the award is given to the mage who has made the most outstanding achievement of the year. The Golden Circle medal shone brightly as his colleagues surrounded him with praise. Alpheus, you're a genius. Who would have thought that light could be both a particle and a wave? When you become famous, you won't forget us. You're the light of the Murr family. His best friend hugged and kissed him in excitement. Alpheus, my dear friend, and I always thought you were just a troublemaker. Never imagined you'd pull something this big off. You know we have to celebrate, right? Of course, but let me get home first. As they walked through the town, a group of elegant horses passed by. Alpheus, holding his reward, rushed to open the door and called out, Arena. The girl, peeking out from the kitchen with a ladle in hand, smiled brightly and said loudly, We're home already, my husband. He quickly approached her and proudly pinned the badge on her. This is for you, the golden magic ring. Look, it has the Empire's seal on it. Arena smiled through happy tears, beaming with pride. It means the whole world recognizes your ideas. Congratulations, my love. He scooped her up in his arms and said, Since there's a celebration, I need to go, so. She looked surprised. What? What do you mean? He carried her upstairs, ignoring whatever she said. My love, the bread is going to burn. Let it burn, I'm about to catch fire myself. At 23, Alpheus became the most famous wizard on the continent. He received offers from all over the world. Nobles sent in invitations, but Alpheus didn't prioritize personal gain. He carefully selected the offers he accepted. Thanks to his abilities, his value continued to rise. However, both families still opposed their marriage. Every morning, Arena stood in front of the house to see him off. Alpheus sat in the carriage, lost in thought. Just wait a little longer, Arena. I'll soon be the best, he reassured her. Alpheus stood in front of both families, smiling and speaking amicably. When the time came, both the Meyer and Bastet families were forced to acknowledge him. His smiling face appeared, they'll have to accept it. On his way to work, there were footsteps in front of his house. Dan, how did this happen? Sarov and two others were feeling confused. It would have been better if you made up sooner. Sarov scratched his head and replied, Who could have known it would turn out like this? Does Alpheus really have such a big influence? One of his friends wondered. But does Alpheus really live here? This is just a regular house, Sarov said regretfully. I should have brought a gift. He knocked on the door and said, It's okay. It's not like just giving him the gift and talking things over will fix everything. The door opened, surprising everyone. You're back? Husband? Arena shrank back in fear when she saw the group of men in front of her. Oh, you guys are. The group was left in confusion. Bastet, Arena? Threven forced a smile, feeling uneasy inside. This is definitely Alpheus' house, Sarov said, holding a hand to his chest as he introduced himself. We're friends of Alpheus. Is he home? Arena replied calmly, No, he's out. He asked again, Do you even know when he'll be back? The girl answered, I don't know. He hesitated for a moment, then the men in front of her chuckled awkwardly. Would it be all right if we wait inside for him? It's a bit much standing out here. Arena thought about her husband for a moment, then answered, Yes, please come in. As night fell, the house lit up. Alpheus' voice echoed through the door. I'm home, Arena. Sorry I'm so late. He arrived at the door, calling her name into the darkness. As he slowly made his way to the lit room, he overheard voices. Alpheus, that bastard. He's so gan lucky. He froze in shock at the scene before him. The dining table was cluttered with wine bottles, and food was scattered everywhere. Sarov and his men were drunk, laughing and chatting loudly, while his wife stood in a corner, hands clasped, singing. He was just some guy who only knew how to flirt and date, hadn't written a thesis or anything, just got lucky and married into a good family. Hey, hey, you're drunk again, one of them teased. Laughter echoed throughout the house. Sarov turned his head. I told you right, he said to Irina. Irina hesitated. I don't know. Sarov, still oblivious to the situation, casually added, of course, you don't know. Go ahead, keep singing. One of his friends noticed something wasn't right and, without warning, threw a punch straight into Sarov's face. He made him put his head down on the drinking table. Althea's angry, cursed, bunch of trash. His friend panicked shouted, Sarov. The girl who saw this felt scared. How could a cultured person use his fists like that? Sarov, wiping the blood off his hand, apologized. It's not my fault. I wasn't sober. His friend helped him up and said, I will never let you lose face again. Althea's lost control and yelled at his wife. Why did you let them into the house? His wife, feeling wrong, replied, but they said they were your friends. He raised his voice. What kind of friends would insult your wife like that? Althea sobbed, tears streaming down his face as he said, don't you know what your husband's friends look like? You. He kept saying hurtful things. Are you really that stupid? As soon as he said that, Altheus covered his mouth, hugged his face, and leaned against the wall, crying. His wife Irina stood there quietly, feeling sad about the guilt she had unintentionally caused. At this point, Alpheus had calmed down, but still had his back turned to his wife. He spoke, apologizing for the harsh words he had just said to her. I'm sorry. Just forget everything I said. In his mind, he was still thinking. Just because her intelligence was lower, it didn't mean her thinking was stuck at a 10-year-old level. Irina spoke up, her head lowered and eyes welling up with tears. I'm sorry, my love. I'll never do that again. Alpheus was still very angry, but the weaker side always has to give in. He left his wife standing there amid the broken things in the house and stepped outside to release the anger that was boiling inside him. I'm sorry, I just need to step outside for some air, he said, leaving his wife alone in the house, silent and with his head bowed sadly, as if he was holding back from confronting her. Alpheus went to a nearby bar to drink, hoping it would help him calm down. He took a gulp and slammed his glass down hard, shouting out his frustration. You piece of trash, I'm the real trash. I can't believe I said that to someone who only knows how to watch and follow me, he yelled. The young Mr. Clumph, sitting across from him, tried to comfort his friend. Hey, it's normal to argue sometimes. Suddenly, Mr. Clumph had an idea and said, hey, why not take this chance to have a baby? It'll definitely improve your relationship. Alpheus responded, it's not like I haven't thought about it, but just have a baby already. You absolutely need to have a child to make things stable, Mr. Clumph added. Mr. Clumph then proudly showed off a drawing of his family, the Ocean family. Alpheus looked at him and said, I know, but the doctor told me he doesn't know if someone with the mental capacity of a 10-year-old child could handle the pain of childbirth. Ha, Mr. Clumph sighed. I probably shouldn't say this, but you already know, right? From the moment you decided to get married, I knew I wouldn't regret it. But still, how could someone as smart as you act like this? You had no other choice. Had no other choice? Hearing Clump's words, Alpheus suddenly had a thought, and a spark of hope appeared in his eyes. The scene shifts to a dimly lit area, where the arm of an old man is writing something on paper, surrounded by the sound of earth and stone shaking. The old man speaks, not bad. Sometime later, after an intruder had entered the dungeon of the Great Mage Arcane, about 48 hours later, the old man returns to praise the one who broke in. You managed to make it this far, the door to the dungeon slowly opens, and the intruder's footsteps are heard as they walk inside. As the intruder comes into view, it's revealed to be Alpheus. He's dragging his exhausted body, covered in bleeding wounds, as he steps forward to meet the Great Mage. With a weary breath, he asks, Are you Arcane Victor? Ho ho, I didn't expect you to come alone. The Great Mage steps forward to greet the intruder, surprised by the young man's ability. You made it through all the traps and monsters by yourself. Who are you? Alpheus, clearly exhausted, pulls something from his coat pocket. He speaks, introducing himself. My name is Alpheus Myrrh. I've read. He raises a blood-stained stack of papers toward the Great Mage for him to see. Seeing the papers, the Great Mage is equally surprised. The research thesis on restoring his memories. The Grand Mage smiled. How interesting. The genius behind the quantum light theory said, Myra of light, and yet you're interested in dark magic. I want to give you my memories. At this point, Alpheus was nearly exhausted, swaying and on the verge of passing out. He still made an effort to speak to my wife. He managed to say only this before collapsing from sheer fatigue, falling unconscious in front of the Grand Mage. The papers scattered everywhere because of this. After losing consciousness for a while, Alpheus suddenly woke up in a large pool of water, gasping for air. He had no idea what had happened or how he ended up there. His wounds were completely healed and he was fully recovered. This is, Arcane was sitting and studying the papers Alpheus had brought with him. I've read the notes you wrote here. Fascinating. He was sitting in a chair, reading them carefully. You want to use the absorption ability of dark magic to store memories. On the other hand, you also want to use light magic to create a virtual nervous system, and then use that system to integrate and transfer the stored memories. You're combining the powers of both dark magic from the outside and light magic supporting the brain from within. It's a dual approach, both light and dark. You want to use the power of light to transmit information, don't you? Alpheus remained silent, simply listening. Meanwhile, the Grand Mage closed the stack of papers, lowered his glasses, and praised Alpheus' idea. It's truly an innovative and brilliant concept. However, this is about giving your entire life to someone else, and that's not going to be easy. Not to mention the moral issues involved. The person in question wanted Alpheus to think carefully about his decision, but Alpheus didn't hesitate to respond firmly. Please accept me as your disciple. He stood up, immediately determined to follow through his decision. I will make this a reality. I want to protect my wife from this world. Arcane wanted to ask Alpheus something to be sure. Before you make your decision, I have one question. He straightened his face and asked, has your wife agreed to this experiment? Alpheus, standing across from him, didn't answer, but instead looked at the great mage with unwavering eyes. Earlier, his young friend Clump had been desperately trying to stop him from going through with this reckless plan. No, you can't. That person is a criminal. Why are you even looking for him? At Alfie's house, Clump slammed his hand on the table and shouted, you must be possessed. You want to transfer someone's memories into another person's brain? That's impossible. Alpheus turned away to avoid his friend's angry gaze. Clump, Arcane is the greatest scholar of dark magic on the continent. Even if you don't know that, yes, I'm a fool. Maybe I'm not as smart as you, but at least I still have some awareness. Right now, you're trying to throw away all the blessings you have. If you get involved with him, your position in the royal family will be taken away. Your family will disown you. Alpheus lowered his head in thought and said, I don't need any of that, as long as Arena is happy. If I succeed, I'll be happier than I am now. There was a strong determination in Alpheus' eyes, a certainty about his choice. His wife, Arena, was completely surprised when she heard this and looked at him in shock. The happiness of her husband made her slowly close her eyes. I'll do it. I love you. Seeing that Arena didn't oppose Alfie's crazy idea, Clump was confused, wondering why she wasn't protesting. Arena, wait, this? No. Before Clump could finish his sentence, Arena spoke up. I trust my husband. She smiled and nestled into her husband's arms. Alpheus will make me happy. Of course, he's the wizard with the golden ring. He'll fix my weakness right away, and then I won't have to suffer those scornful looks anymore. Clump was stunned by the optimism of the couple. After that, Alpheus' family sold all their belongings and moved to the arcane dungeon to live. In the dungeon, fully equipped with laboratories, Arena could live comfortably. Every week, Clump would visit to bring food for both of them. Since then, Alpheus had stayed up every night researching ways to treat his wife. Young Mr. Clump was always there to watch over Arena, who was lying in bed. The images of everyone in the dungeon appeared one by one. The Grand Mage Arcane with a worn-out face from Alpheus' research, Alpheus' wife Arena, whose eyes always showed trust in her husband, and young Mr. Clump, whose face was full of worry for his two friends. And so, 2 years passed. That day marked the final day of the research project to restore Arena's memory. Clump stood nervously beside Arena's bed, still trying to encourage her. After today, you'll have Alpheus' memories. You'll even know when he used to wet his pants as a kid, and when he first started checking out girls, he said, smiling anxiously. Arena just smiled softly from her bed. Alpheus approached her, gently stroking her cheek and comforting her. You go through so much. Now we can begin. Thank you, my love. What do you mean by that? I'm the one who should be thankful. Let's live happily together and have children. Arcane approached, calling for him. Alpheus this way. He was now in position, ready for the final step of the experiment. He thought to himself, magic technology, biological magic, alchemy, light magic, dark magic. We've used all the most advanced technology and the clinical tests showed no issues. The success rate will be 100%. He and his wife were both in place, their heads connected by countless wires to a massive machine. The process began as he flipped the switch to activate the machine. Immediately, the machine started to extract Alpheus' memories, causing him immense pain, and he screamed out in agony. Once the machine had extracted Alpheus' memories, it gathered them into one point before transferring them to his wife. It began to fill her mind with all of Alpheus' memories and emotions toward her. These emotions flooded her heart, pure and untainted, like when Alpheus smiled gently at her, brushing a tear from her eye with his finger. There was no deceit when he joyfully awarded her the medal. He placed it on her ring finger. They danced together, his arms wrapped around her. It was a moment of perfect harmony. All the images played out in her mind from the first time they met until now. When he smiled tenderly at her, that image slowly faded and disappeared. That was love. Thank you, Alpheus, my love. You've given me everything with such sincerity. I'm so glad I met you. Suddenly, the machine signaled an alarm. Something had gone wrong. Alpheus jumped up in a panic, leaping out of his seat and rushing to his wife. Master, how did the experiment go? Did our experiment succeed? It's perfect. However, when Alpheus reached the spot where his wife was lying, he saw that something was terribly wrong. Her face was turning pale. He started crying, frantic with worry, and asked, Irina, what's happening to her? My love, she whispered, holding his hand, and replied, the physical transfer was perfect, but the nerves in my body are starting to resist it. Tears were streaming down her face. Unlike animals, humans must still have something we don't understand. Clump, standing nearby, was frozen in fear, unable to believe what he was seeing. Alpheus couldn't understand where he went wrong, but he had achieved something incredible, hadn't he? If my research just a little more, and it would have. Don't say it anymore, my love. I'll redo everything. The pain was tearing through Irina's body from the inside, forcing her to scream. Alpheus watched helpless as his wife endured excruciating pain, crying his eyes out. I'm so sorry, my love. It's okay. Why are you apologizing? My love? Arcane felt overwhelmed. She couldn't bear to watch anymore, so she turned away, covering her face. Blood began to drip from her lips, and her eyes started to close. Because you're so foolish. Foolish? No, you're the fool. You've been a fool from the start. He screamed in agony, his heart breaking. It's my fault, my love. Tears of happiness were streaming down her cheeks. Thank you. Even though it was brief, you showed me the world you live in, a wonderful world full of logic. Thank you for letting me see it before I left. I love you. The desperate cries of Alpheus echoed through the dark dungeon, the unbearable pain of losing the one he loved most in this world. I was ready to do anything for her, and now I've lost the true love of my life, Irina. And so, the failure of the experiment took Irina from this world. Her funeral was held with family members in attendance, but Alpheus was not allowed by the family to participate. He could only kneel from afar, suffering in silence at the loss of his wife. They never registered their marriage or had children, so no one in the family acknowledged their relationship. Just like that, they were torn apart, as if they were strangers, separated by life and death. He knelt in a heavy rain, soaked to the bone, his face lowered, his eyes lifeless. On the day Irina died because of the experiment, Alpheus kept banging his head against the wall over and over again. Despite being stopped by both Clump and Arcane, he had become a madman, not caring whether he lived or died, relentlessly throwing himself into the wall. Clump's face was drenched with tears, his hands cradling his bleeding head. In his mind, the words kept echoing. How could this happen? Where there's light, there's darkness. Irina taught us how to see life, so why did we try to change who she was, making her leave him forever? What's wrong with us? I, the light of mirror, am nothing but Alpheus, full of arrogance. We dare to touch what's forbidden. Alpheus, you're back, he said. I'm really sorry about what happened to Irina. At that moment, the door to the research room opened and he walked in, speaking to encourage Alpheus. Now let's pull ourselves together, both mentally and physically, he said. We may not have figured everything out yet, but it seems there's still a chance. He made Arcane jump, holding a nearly empty oil bottle, with the last drop spilling onto the floor. Oh my god, he exclaimed. Arcane had no idea what he was planning to do with all the oil and the piles of scattered papers everywhere. Arcane, angry, shouted, What are you doing? Alpheus tossed the bottle aside and responded, Master, we shouldn't have done this experiment. After losing his love, he's completely lost his mind. Arcane raised his voice in protest. Get a grip. I know you're hurting, but this is only temporary. The experiment was a success. We can help people like Irina, people with mental problems we can't explain. Are you really going to let her sacrifice be in vain? Alpheus just laughed manically. Sacrifice? He said, his long hand forming a fireball with his magic. He dropped the fireball and a huge flame spread, consuming everything. Alpheus stood there, watching all their hard work and the master's efforts burn away, smiling like a madman. Everything happened so fast that Arcane couldn't do anything, only screaming in hopelessness. No, this research isn't just yours. It's the result of my lifetime's work, he said. All the documents quickly caught fire and were burned to ash. He raised his hand, trying to save them, but it was hopeless. Just like that, Alpheus turned his back and walked away, leaving everything to burn, including his own mentor. You? How could you do this to me? Everything was consumed by flames. The fire spread, swallowing the entire dungeon in a sea of flames. Back in the present, everything the old man had worked for was gone. He spoke up. Alpheus, that bastard, left me behind. You helped him both physically and mentally, letting him escape through the fire. Arcane stood at the edge of a cliff, looking back on that memory with anger. Not only did he abandon his mentor, but he also made his wife sacrifice herself for nothing. He had left behind thousands of people who could have benefited from that research. Below, Aruki, Need, Shirone, and Athela all looked shocked by what the old man said about Alpheus. No way! The headmaster really did that? Shirone spoke up. The old man continued, of course, I understand that he was in pain, but his actions were unworthy of a mage. He cast a cold, murderous gaze at those below. The reason I'm here today isn't just for revenge. It's also to make sure no mage with the same ideas as him ever exists again. Do you really believe he's a good teacher? The old man shouted. The rookie in need stood tense, both on edge and afraid of the dark sorcerer. He was sly, arrogant, and impulsive. Othello was stunned by his words. Arcane, furious, yelled, he's ruined the great cause of saving people. Someone like that. Before he could finish, Shirone spoke up from below, surprising everyone. That's right, Master's actions don't deserve to be called those of a sorcerer, he said. He bravely stepped forward to speak. Seeing this, he brushed to stop him, but a hand quickly held him back. It was Athela. She held Need's shoulder, not allowing him to stop Shirone. From the perspective of someone who's been betrayed, I can understand where he's coming from. Shirone continued, taking a step forward. However, your choice was also wrong. What? The old man glared at Shirone. You're a grand sorcerer, and this is all you can do? He bared his teeth in a wide grin. It's because I have power. That's why I'm allowed to do this. The pressure from Arcane made the wind blow hard, affecting everyone and forcing them to raise their hands to shield themselves. He unleashed his power, causing the ground and rocks around him to crack and fly into the air as he said, This is my judgment. He shot an energy beam that grazed Shirone's face, leaving a bleeding wound. So someone as powerful as you couldn't do anything but remain stuck in the past for 40 years, huh? Shirone's words only made him angrier. He shouted, You talk so big, but in the end, all you feel is regret for that time, don't you? Arcane glared at Shirone, then suddenly fell into deep thought, recalling the first time he met Alfie's wife. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Irina. My husband owes everything to you. She bowed politely as she greeted him. Welcome. Please make yourself at home. Irina turned to smile at her husband. Do you live alone in this huge place, Master Mage? Alpheus was caught off guard by his wife's question. Darling, this man is. She didn't pay any attention to her husband and kept smiling at Arcane. Do you feel lonely? She asked. Arcane was stunned by her question. The first time Irina looked into her eyes, she felt a sense of awe. In those eyes, there was an extreme purity, eyes that could face the deepest darkness, just like that. The light source that can dispel all the darkness in the world, I could feel that gaze from this young man. The old man saw the image of the small girl in the eyes of the brave figure standing before him. After a moment of deep thought, he suddenly let out a loud laugh. His laughter filled the air, making everyone standing below feel worried and afraid. The emotions of understanding and sympathy were clear in everyone's hearts. Yet, while these feelings are deeply human, when pushed to an extreme, they lose their humanity. The old man pressed his hand to his forehead, his laughter growing more and more mad. With his extraordinary insight that went beyond the ability to tell right from wrong, Shirone stood firm before the dark grand sorcerer without the slightest hint of fear. He stood there like a shining beacon in the dark night. Shirone, is that you? You can predict cause and effect, can't you? The old man, Arcane, maintained his stance and spoke. It seems we will never be able to live in peace. He lowered his hand, revealing a cruel, piercing gaze. You're someone who should not exist in this world. Suddenly, columns of darkness rose from the ground, surrounding everyone below, causing Need to panic. What's happening? I thought he couldn't cast any more spells. The dark columns shot upward, converging into a sphere in the air. Shirone was worried that the old man might still be able to use dark magic again. How can you ignore the laws of fair exchange? Surprised, are you? The old man raised his hand high, his fist clenched. Arcane laughed loudly, full of confidence. That's the nature of magic, mysterious and unpredictable. Baruki stood below, looking up, her voice full of worry. Holy shit, if that thing falls on us, we'll all be selling salt for a living. The dark orbs sucked in the surrounding rocks and dirt, growing larger and larger like a meteor, hovering above everyone's heads. Canis lay unconscious, his head resting on his sister's lap. His sister, seeing the dark orb from the Grand Wizard, was also terrified. The orb kept growing, drawing in more dark energy and debris, getting bigger by the second. Suddenly, a beam of light from the Void Realm shot down, raking through the dark energy. The light shone brightly down near Arcane, dispelling the shadowy mist and illuminating the area. Everyone was confused, not understanding what was happening. The light from the Void Realm had completely shattered Arcane's dark orb. From the light, a figure stepped forward behind the Dark Wizard. It was Thad, followed by Alpheus. Everyone shouted in unison, Headmaster! Arcane turned around, glancing at the column of light with a slight grin on his face. The principal stepped out from the light, his face serious. Arcane stood with his arms crossed, dark magic swirling around him, filling the air. He looked at Alpheus with disdain. You're getting old, Alpheus. I didn't think you fall for the memory seal spell so easily. Alpheus calmly replied to his old teacher. It wasn't so bad to remember the past. Slowly, the memories began to surface, and in the image that appeared, Arena's beautiful face shone. I'm truly grateful, he said. Back on the battlefield, everyone had gathered around the principal and spoke up. Principal. He turned to look at his students, their bodies battered with wounds. I'm sorry. Thank you all so much for protecting everyone. Alpheus placed a hand on his chest and bowed his head slightly. I'm glad that Professor Athela was with you. Thank you, he said. Athela stepped forward, her body also covered in injuries. Don't worry, sir. I feel guilty too for not being able to protect the students. Shirone ran up to the principal, wanting to ask something. Principal, Shirone began, but Alpheus interrupted, asking about his condition. Your mental energy has fully recovered, right? Shirone was surprised that the principal knew about his situation. You knew? He asked. The most powerful spell that Mage Arcane created was the Abyssal spell, the one that controls memories. He smiled kindly and explained everything to him, piece by piece. When he erased the memory of using his own memory, he also temporarily regained his mental strength. So that method really does exist. Remember my words, Shirone, the principal said, gently patting his shoulder. If you don't have a trump card that can turn the tables in any situation during battle, you can't call yourself a battle mage. Alpheus became serious and suggested, let us old men handle it. Don't do anything rude and let the kids go. All right, if my former student says so, then I agree. The old man responded with a mocking laugh. Letting them go is easy enough, but what will you do now? You can't be their principal anymore. Alpheus scowled, irritated by his words. Hundreds of students here have heard all about your disgraceful past. Need and Aruki spoke up furious when they heard the dark man's words. You're the one who revealed the principal's past. You've been planning this all along. The old man Arcane continued taunting them, digging up unpleasant things from the past. What do you think about burning this place down to ashes like before? Alphicus furrowed his brows, clearly uncomfortable with the old man's attitude. This is not a joke. The old man stretched out his hand and shouted loudly towards the group of Shirones standing behind the principal, calling them over. Do you want to join me? We will perfect the research on memory implantation. I already successfully implanted my own memories. Look at this magical creature. This is Javi, the dark beast who once protected Canis with its own body. Now it's just a pile of mush. Canis, on the other hand, is severely wounded and unconscious, being cared for by his sister. This success is thanks to Arena's sacrifice. The mention of Arena struck a deep, painful chord, causing Althea's long-suppressed anger to explode. Sacrifice. He glared at the person he had once considered a mentor, recalling the moment when he stood face to face with Arcane, who was holding back the wall of fire. Master, this research is all your plan. What is it? Before starting the fire, Alpheus had found a pile of dangerous documents. What exactly are you trying to create by taking away Arena's memories and that of the child? The old man was taken aback when he heard Alphea's words. He smiled bitterly, realizing that the secret behind the help of the person he had once called his mentor was now exposed. He held up the pile of documents high in front of him. Why are you creating hundreds of these magical creatures? Are you trying to conquer the world? Faced with the revelation of his secret, the old man became flustered and stumbled over his words. That's... The old man no longer hid his true nature and revealed his evil face, laughing loudly. Is it really that bad? When everyone learned the truth behind the events from years ago, they were all completely shocked. So, that was the reason you burned the research? I believe that the magical creature holds the memories of both Arena and me. Am I right? Hearing this, Aaron froze, sitting completely still. Arcane, furious, couldn't say a word as his actions were exposed. His attempt to implant his own memories into the creature had failed. In reality, it had taken the memories of Alpheus and Arena. Alpheus' voice echoed, revealing how far things had gone, and then it exploded. So it disobeyed your orders because it's just like me. From a distance, Canis' younger sister overheard everything. Don't tell me, it's you. Furious, she unleashed her power, draining the magical energy of the students around her. The dark power of Canis' sister exploded fiercely, causing Aruki and Need to turn around in surprise. Did you order Javi to self-destruct? Are you trying to kill all of us, including Canis? Her voice was filled with rage as tears still ran down her face and she screamed. Arcane, however, felt no fear. He simply bent down to shield himself, mocking her. Everyone here, slowly, he raised his old arm and pointed, completely uninterested in listening. He gathered a massive surge of dark magic in the pitch-black sky. It was coming. The massive dark meteorite was falling. Nii and Iruki looked up, spreading their legs apart in a stance, preparing for battle. The pressure from that thing was terrifying, blowing everything around it away. It was falling toward the area where students were already passing out. Over here, Shirone, Nii, Iruki, Athela, and Thad all shouted at once. Principal! The man yelled back, "What's going on, Alpheus? Hurry up and run!" Arcane laughed loudly at the chaotic scene, completely ignoring everything and running off on his own. Alpheus looked worried as he watched the man do that. The scene shifted to 10 years after Arena's accident and Clump's figure appeared. "Are you going to die here, Alpheus?" He looked haggard, his face worn out and lifeless. His beard was scruffy, and he was eating a meal. "I've been through so much in these 10 years to find you. I've been to so many places and spent so much money. One day, I finally got a tip about where you were." Clump told the story of how he searched for his old friend. Alpheus interrupted him. "Why did you come here? To meet someone as useless as me?" Clump sighed and pulled something from his jacket pocket. "I've got something to give you." The item he showed left Alpheus wide-eyed in surprise. "You should have disappeared the day after." Clump was so emotional that he could hardly speak as he opened his wife's letter and began to read it aloud. This letter was meant for him from Alpheus, though it was hidden, followed by her heartfelt words. As he read it, he couldn't hold back his emotions. Tears fell onto the paper. "It's because I wanted to conduct this experiment," he choked out, overwhelmed with emotion. If I had one last wish, Arena had written this letter to her husband while he was pouring all his energy into researching a cure for her. "I would wish that you wouldn't be sad, but instead, continue doing the research you love. You are my eternal light. Let the world see that light." Alpheus, his voice thick with emotion, said to his friend, "Give me some money, Clump." He trembled as he spoke. "I will build a school so that people like me, fools, no longer exist. I will devote my entire life to this school." Clump sighed in relief, smiling because his friend had lost the pessimism he used to carry. He reached out as if trying to grasp that brilliant light, the life that Arena had allowed him to live. He had regained his strength. The light magic from Headmaster Alpheus illuminated the surroundings, making everything glow in the darkness of the night, a contrast to the dark magic of the old arcane. This light touched everything, from the leaves fluttering in the wind to the students lying unconscious and even the dragonflies fluttering near the grass. Shirone watched in awe at the miracle that this light brought. Time seemed to slow down as the light magic in the headmaster's hands was surrounded by an infinite halo. The energy orb was pushed up into the sky by the teacher, creating a stunning sight that scattered the darkness covering everything. Shirone stood there watching as the light soared straight into the sky. Iruki and Need also looked up. Kane's younger sister, who had been taking care of her brother, lifted her head to follow the light. The magic of Teacher Alpheus rose into the air and shone brightly. As the light broke through the dark mist, a full moon, no longer hidden by the fog, shone down. Old Arcane looked up in confusion, unsure of what had just shattered his dark power. "What is this? A spell called Big Bang." Teacher Alpheus, exhausted and panting after gathering so much energy for the spell, slowly explained. "Announcing that the magic I used only released harmless light feels a bit embarrassing, but I believe this parting gift is more than enough." Old Arcane slowly turned to look back and said, "I never expected this to happen. You prepared magic to fight against me, huh? You old fox." Suddenly, Old Arcane lost his balance and collapsed to his knees. He placed his hands on the ground, coughing violently, blood spilling from his mouth. It seemed he had reached the limit of what his body could endure. Even though he could manipulate his memories to restore his mental strength, it was all just an illusion of the mind. If you keep pushing yourself like this, your brain won't be able to handle it. Your life will be in danger. You failed. So that's what it is. All these 4 years, you never took a break. After coughing and vomiting blood for a while, the old man gasped for air, exhausted. Arcane still struggled to speak. "You defeated the great mage Arcane. Your fame will spread even further." "Yes, this is something I never expected. Do you still not understand?" Teacher Alpheus stood in front of him and spoke. "You're no longer a great mage. 40 years ago you were, but enough time has passed for even a level 10 mage to drop to level 2. The world has changed and we're all getting old. How much longer are you going to chase after your childish ambitions?" The younger generation of mages stood behind Principal Shirone, Iruki, Need, and even Thad. Even though he was coughing up blood, the old man still refused to give up. "You bastard, empty barrels make the most noise. You're not even a great mage anymore. You're not a genius or anything. You just know how to talk down to others." Arcane gritted his teeth and painfully stood up. He kept using dark magic to manipulate his own memories. "You arrogant little brat." He smirked arrogantly and unleashed even more powerful magical energy. Teacher Alpheus yelled in panic, "Have you lost your mind? Are you really trying to recover your mental energy like that? Are you seriously trying to kill yourself?" The principal's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the scene before him. The dark tendrils of shadow twisted around the unconscious students, lifting them into the air. Arcane, now completely mad, was desperately using dark magic out of control. "I'll do whatever it takes," he muttered. He slowly began to rise into the sky to defeat you. Alpheus was terrified for his students, pleading with Arcane. Athela and Thad were also deeply worried. "Please, spare the innocent," Alpheus begged. "Does winning really matter that much? Stop thinking like this. It's childish. Listen carefully. This is the last lesson I'll teach you. A sorcerer is forever a child." Arcane had lost all sense of humanity, laughing with sadistic pleasure as he pulled all the unconscious students floating in the air towards himself. The headmaster, seeing the situation spiral out of control, shouted, "Everyone scatter. Move as fast as you can." He stepped forward, urging, "Hurry, save them." The others quickly split up, flying after the students. Thad was flying at full speed, trying to catch up and save the students who were falling freely into the abyss below. He used all his strength to create a dome of blue light to catch them. Meanwhile, Need, Shirone, and Aruki were still trying desperately to dive down and rescue the others. Our teachers, who usually scold us in class, were now reacting differently. "This is a literature test, not a math exam," they used to say. But now, their blood vessels were dilated, their faces flushed. When the blood flow shrank, their faces grew pale. Our friends, though they sometimes argue, envy, or even feel jealous of each other, were now all falling together toward the cold ground. Shirone stretched out his arm as far as he could, even as he was plummeting toward the ground himself, determined to save everyone. He screamed with all his might. Amy, the woman of his dreams, was also falling. The final destination was a cold emptiness of the soul. When she heard her name called out loud, she slowly woke up, opening her eyes while still free-falling into the abyss. "Who's calling me?" Her voice sounded too familiar. "It's me again." She was still drifting, floating aimlessly. "It's me, Shirone." She saw someone rushing toward her. "It's him." Shirone quickly reached out, pulling her out of the dreamlike state and waking her up. He had managed to grab her hand. "Amy, Shirone." All she could see was Shirone in front of her. "Shirone, are you crying?" Shirone's face was filled with relief as he fought back tears, having saved Amy just before she hit the ground. "When we meet again, let's compete fairly." The image of both of them flashed before them. "From now on, don't call me senior anymore, because I've caught up to you. I don't think I can keep my promise. I'm sorry." "What are you talking about?" Amy was confused, not understanding what Shirone meant or what he was planning to do. "Wait, Shirone, what are you going to do? What do you want?" "Thank you." "Amy, no. Don't leave." He closed his eyes, tears still falling, which only made her more anxious. She rushed to embrace him. "Shirone, goodbye, everyone." It seemed like he was planning to do something really foolish as he looked up. Suddenly, Shirone's entire body began to glow in the middle of the dark abyss. The light from his body gradually grew stronger, shining brightly over the entire area. The blinding light forced everyone to cover their faces with their hands. Arcane, after unleashing his dark magic for the last time, collapsed to the ground. With what little strength he had left, he managed to look toward the light. The light was accompanied by an infinite radiance shooting straight up into the sky. The brilliant glow reached all the way up, piercing the heavens. Gasping for breath, he murmured, "Is this what they call self-sacrifice? Truly, this world is so fascinating that even if we spent our entire lives wandering here, we'd never want to leave, would we?" Alpheus. Those were his last words, spoken in his final moments. Arcane died, lying in a pool of his own blood. A shadow fell over him as someone approached, their voice filled with shock. "Master, do you think death is the end? Could you really just leave us like this?" Canis stared at the old man, his face haggard and full of pain, tears streaming down his face. He looked like a madman, crying out in agony. "I don't care whether you saw me as a tool or not. I just didn't want you to abandon me." Auren looked at him anxiously, worried as Canis was overwhelmed by his intense emotions. Canis continued, "But you know it already. It's all my fault." The dark magical energy once again enveloped him. "Please come back." Auren, standing next to him, couldn't help but feel extreme worry. She tried to reassure him in a calm voice, "Canis, it's not your fault, you." But Canis's desperate, agonized scream cut her off, drowning out her words. "It's all my fault. Everything is my fault." A sharp, cold voice suddenly interrupted, "Yes, it's all your fault." Both of them instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. On the ground, amidst the slimy liquid, Habi spoke coldly. "If you hadn't messed everything up, Arcane would still be alive, and he would have protected us." He continued, his tone emotionless. "But now he's dead, and we'll all follow him." Canis's face hardened, a dangerous gleam flashing in his eyes as he glared at Habi. "What's the matter?" Habi taunted. "If I say it's all your fault, what's going to change?" His dark, Monotonous voice echoed in Canis and Aaron's ears as their gazes once again locked on their master. Arcane just lived his life to the fullest. He's already fulfilled his wish. Both of them stared at the old, wrinkled face of the arcane man. Javi spoke. He left in peace. Now he's gone. What do you want to do? He asked. Canis' gaze flickered slightly. My wish, Canis said slowly, standing up. I've already told you I still have the power to protect Aaron, so if someone dies here, it'll be a huge problem. He stood tall and firm, unwavering. I accept the pact. Aaron, with tears welling up, quickly protested. Canis, you won't be able to handle it with the little mental energy you have left. Let me do it. Javi coldly interrupted her. Sorry, but no. My master is Canis. The certainty in his tone left Aaron speechless. A slimy liquid began to slowly appear on Canis' face. Javi said, if you ever betray me again, he warned, I won't forgive you. With those words, a dark force poured into Canis' body, powerful and relentless. Javi teased, Heh, I remember now, master. I like your arrogance. At that moment, Canis' body fully absorbed Javi into it. As he gradually lost his strength and instinctively leaned back, gentle hands reached out to support him. Aaron carefully pulled Canis into her arms, tears flowing down her face. Let's create our life together. Principal Alpheus quietly observed the two from a distance. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Professor Athela, I am a sinner. Athela, standing beside him, replied, taking the first step toward atonement, acknowledging her own guilt. She slowly continued. Alpheus turned to look at her, but Athela spoke with seriousness. You are no longer proud. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Ha ha, I will accept my punishment. Alpheus looked at the two young professors in front of him, but more importantly, where was our hero? He couldn't hide his joy. He hadn't expected the young man to teleport more than 400 people at once. Alpheus turned back and said, impressive. His words were suddenly interrupted by a loud scream. Help! The sound, coming from a girl holding a boy, quickly drew everyone's attention. People rushed toward the two of them. Amy, panicked, shouted, Shirone, he's not breathing. Terror and fear filled her tear-filled eyes. After the arcane treatment was completed, it took 8 hours to bring all the students back to the dorms. The sealed memories would gradually return, but until then, the school would remain closed. At the infirmary, Amy, Need, and Iruki were all with Shirone. He lay motionless on the bed. Amy couldn't stop sobbing, clutching his hand tightly, while Need sat next to her, his face pale. Off to the side, Iruki quietly leaned against the wall, observing. Tears streamed down Amy's face. She gritted her teeth, silently blaming herself. I'm so stupid. That day, I didn't even recognize him when he came looking for me. And yet, Amy recalled the moment they first met in the dark alley, their encounters and arguments at the academy, a fake supernatural threat that had scared them. And the letter. I never even apologized. Amy's small frame trembled uncontrollably as she sobbed quietly, her head resting on the bed. Shirone remained motionless, and seeing Amy in such a fragile state, Need couldn't help but worry. Amy, you need to rest. If you keep this up, you'll get sick. Magic couldn't kill the caster themselves. She cried harder, gripping Shirone's hand and refusing to let go. Why did he have to die after using that wide area teleportation? Something strange is definitely going on with Shirone, Amy said. Need, though tears were still streaming down her face, managed to keep her composure and replied, You're right. Shirone will definitely wake up. If not, Haruki's cold voice interrupted their conversation. That means there's still a chance that magic could have killed the person who cast it. Need glanced at him, and Haruki continued, Arcane also died after using magic. Amy stubbornly retorted, Arcane died because the energy in his brain was completely drained. But Shirone is in this condition because she fully unlocked her immortality. Those are two different things. Haruki, indifferent to Amy's emotions, responded flatly, It doesn't matter whether it's because he drained the energy in his brain or because of immortality. Knowing why won't change anything. What matters is that Shirone is already dead. He spoke coldly, his sharp gaze directed at both of them. Need immediately reacted, Iruki, you? Amy, who hadn't realized when she stood up, glared at him. You're such a jerk. She locked eyes with Iruki, her face twisted in anger, radiating a dangerous aura that made the atmosphere tense and heavy. So you really think Shirone is dead, don't you? I don't, Iruki replied nonchalantly, but she's dead. Without saying a word, Amy grabbed him by the collar with incredible strength and effortlessly lifted him off the ground. Shirone is in this condition because she saved us. And yet you, Amy's voice trembled with anger. She clenched her fist, ready to strike Iruki. Amy's hand tightened around the collar of his shirt as she raised her fist to strike Iruki's face. But unlike Amy, whose emotions were driving her actions impulsively, Aruki remained calm, staring at her clenched fist as it neared his face. Suddenly, Amy's hand froze, hovering just centimeters from his nose. Aruki's expression remained unaffected, as if nothing was happening. He casually tilted his head to the side and said, "Ha, that's a relief." Amy, more enraged by his nonchalant attitude, clenched her teeth. "You knew I was going to stop, didn't you?" She spat, her voice trembling with fury. "Do you know why I stopped?" She glared at him, tears once again streaking down her face. "Because someone like you doesn't deserve to have friends." Need, standing to the side, watched in shock and concern as the scene unfolded. Naruki immediately shouted back, refusing to back down. "Then use your brain." His heart stopped, and he's already dead. In that moment, he was like a wild animal, fiercely retorting to Amy, "Find a way to bring him back from the dead. You're just being pathetic and rambling." Amy's eyes went wide, frozen by Aruki's blunt words, while Need behind him fell silent. Magic couldn't bring the dead back to life. Aruki. The words have only made Aruki's cold gaze even more menacing. His brows furrowed deeply. He roughly shoved Amy away from him without a mercy, saying, "That's the limit of human beings." After a tense silence, the room was left with only Need and Amy. Need spoke up, "You could hit him if you want." Amy wiped her tears, her voice trembling. "How could I do that?" She weakly lowered her head. "He's a friend of Shirone." In the dark hallway, where only a faint moonlight filtered through the window, Aruki stormed off, his anger burning inside. "They're pathetic." "You're right, they really are pathetic, aren't they?" A mysterious voice suddenly echoed through the hallway. Iruki shot a cold glance toward the source of the voice. "You guys, how dare you come here?" He stared directly at Canis and Aaron, who were casually standing by the window. "We just came to offer our condolences." "He didn't die fighting me," Canis replied, leaning against the wall. "And it's a shame he died after saving you all. But honestly, I've lost interest." Aruki's face darkened immediately at his words. "Oh, you're right, they're pathetic," Canis repeated. "They're making such a big deal out of whether someone is really dead or not." "Don't you think so?" Canis's words only fueled the fire of Aruki's anger. "You better pray Shirone is still alive." The sudden change in Aruki's tone left Canis and Aaron looking somewhat confused and uneasy. In Aruki's eyes, a hint of green flashed as he unleashed his magical power, because the only person in the world who could stop me was Shirone. A powerful surge of magic surrounded Canis from head to toe. Heavy's low voice echoed, reminding him, "Canis, you've been locked on." Canis broke into a cold sweat. "Oh," but Javi continued, "It's dangerous. His calculation speed is unnaturally fast. If he uses that spell, he says it will wipe out everything here." At first, a flash of light appeared in front of Canis, and then, unexpectedly, it exploded from a corner of the hallway, with the blast radius expanding to cover the entire building on campus. A deadly silence enveloped the dark hallway as both sides stood motionless, eyes locked. "Javi, how can his calculations be so fast that you're saying this place will be erased?" Canis asked, curious. Javi answered slowly, keeping it simple. "It's fast enough to analyze everything happening in this city within 3 seconds." Canis stared intensely at a spot without blinking. "I don't know," Javi replied, still looking at Aruki, who stood perfectly still in front of them. "But what I am sure of is, his brain cells can't hold up much longer." As soon as those words left his mouth, Aruki shifted into attack mode, his eyes flashing with waves of magical energy. "If Shirone has to die like this," a determined glint appeared in Aruki's eyes, "I'll definitely kill you all." On the other side, Canis' body remained stiff under the magical pressure. "Fall back, Canis," Javi urgently warned. "He'll explode the moment you step into the spirit realm." Just as he was unsure of what to do next, another voice immediately interrupted. "But that means—" Canis glanced at Aaron behind her, her voice trembling slightly. "You don't actually think Shirone is dead, do you?" Aruki slowly raised his hand. "You better be careful with your words." He extended his hand forward, ready to cast magic at any moment. Canis panicked and quickly tried to stop her. Aaron. But Aaron ignored her and continued moving forward. "I can't see the condition of objects," she said, "but I can see inside people." Aruki roared in fury. "So what?" The situation was so tense that Canis couldn't help but scream. "Aaron?" Aaron ignored the warning and continued, "If you really believe he's dead." Aruki's face grew darker, a deadly glint flashing in his eyes. The feeling was so intense it felt like thousands of knives were piercing through the air toward her. Aaron, on the other hand, instinctively covered her face, her eyes filled with fear and confusion, as tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. There was no way. He couldn't possibly be crying, his face full of terror like that. Aaron was stunned, staring at Aruki standing motionless, surrounded by streaks of dark red light mixing with shadows. For a moment, Aruki unconsciously glanced behind him, toward the room where Shirone lay. He then retracted his magic, stopping his movements. In the stillness of the night that covered the academy, only the full moon shone brightly through the darkness. Back in the infirmary, Neeg had fallen asleep against the wall, exhausted from watching over Shirone. Amy had also dozed off in the chair. The school would fall into chaos in a few days. Aruki spoke, his voice low. He approached Shirone's bed. It would be too late if they held a funeral now. His eyes lingered on Shirone's face, as if he were sleeping peacefully, before shifting to the sharp blade he held. If you don't stop me, I won't be able to move forward. A vivid memory resurfaced in Shirone's mind as he held Aruki's hand and said firmly, if that happens, I will stop you. Aruki raised the knife in his hand and continued. That's why, Shirone, I will save you. He lowered the blade towards his arm. Aruki hesitated for a moment as he felt the tip of the knife touch Shirone's skin. Without a second thought, he pressed the blade down firmly into the flesh. At the Althea's Academy of Magic, students were required to live in dormitories. Since the academy served as a place for the children of high-ranking nobles in the kingdom, the security of the school was of utmost importance. However, the academy had been infiltrated by 4 attackers whose identities were unknown, as a male professor slowly explained. In the end, the attackers were dealt with, and the boy managed to save both the students and the professors. The remaining professors in the council fell into a deep silence as the male professor continued recounting the story. But sadly, the academy's brightest star, Arian Shirone, had passed away. The principal of Alpheus maintained a calm expression as he listened to the professor. If the outside world learned of this, the academy would not be able to avoid responsibility for such a serious matter. A male professor wearing glasses immediately stood up and intervened. We need to hold Shirone's funeral as soon as possible. He continued, we have to notify his parents. Another male professor across the room responded, do you think we don't know that? Shirone's friends are insisting on holding the funeral for him. The professor continued, his body is still in the infirmary, not the morgue. I can't understand why they're doing this. That's easy for you to say, an older professor with gray hair spoke up. But in reality, you were just trying to delay things so the school's reputation won't be affected. Other professors on the opposite side quickly protested. How can you say that? Another professor added, I'm saying we need more time to think. The professors on the side of the glasses-wearing and gray-haired professors continued to argue. The longer we drag this out, the worse public opinion will get. Forget about the school's reputation. The school could even be shut down. We need to act fast. We don't even know where Arcane's disciples are. The debate between the two sides failed to offer any solution, leaving the professor with glasses and gray hair anxiously glancing over at Headmaster Alpheus. Headmaster, please make a decision the student council, summoned today, urged. This is no ordinary student council. She spoke again. If the children of the most prestigious noble families accuse the school, then we won't be able to do anything. Headmaster Alpheus calmly replied, I'm the one who suggested we wait. He looked down at the council with a serious expression. His words made the professors exclaim, Headmaster. In the meeting room, he remained silent, watching as the two sides continued to argue and clash. As the professors had said, the situation would only worsen if they kept waiting. But an even more important question lingered, one that overshadowed the school's future. Alpheus remembered, one by one, the images of Shirone using magic to save everyone at the academy, and the image of him lying motionless in Amy's arms. Had Shirone really died? He placed a hand over his chest where his heart beat. Am I thinking clearly about this? Or have I convinced myself that Shirone is special? Both Professor Thad and Sano lowered their heads in silence amidst the council's argument. Alpheus thought to himself, sometimes I ask myself that question, but those vague feelings just won't go away. His eyes glinted with a golden light as he thought about it. Immortality, a realm that was completely unknown to them. Athela spoke clearly. In this battle, Shirone had made an extreme decision to unlock her immortality. The room quickly fell silent as the professors listened to her words. Normally, this phenomenon would be defined as nirvana. Athela explained nirvana is a state different from life. So, just because she has reached nirvana doesn't mean she's dead. Some of the professors in red robes looked confused. I don't understand, one of them said, even scratching his head. This is a magic academy, not common sense. The silver-haired professor stood up and looked up. I understand what the headmaster is saying. It's possible that Shirone, the one who unlocked it, is still alive. She continued, I completely understand. However, there's no guarantee that the girl will wake up. While we wait for Shirone, not knowing when she'll come to, we might have to face the worst-case scenario. Headmaster Alpheus quickly interjected. And what would that be? The professors in red robes looked at him, horrified. Of course, the worst-case scenario would be that the academy would be shut down. Alpheus immediately denied it. No, that's not it. Its expression grew more serious. Worst-case scenario is that all the students and professors will be wiped out. The entire hall went silent at Alpheus's words. He continued, without Shirone, no one will survive, not even you. Alphys' tone was calm, measured not too fast nor too slow. Is there no possibility? Even just a 1% chance? The old man lowered his head, unable to show his expression clearly. The child gave his life for us. As the professors of this magic academy, should we try as well? Every word from Alpheus made the red-robed professors lower their heads in silence. If I take responsibility and face punishment, the school won't be shut down. Then for that child, shouldn't we also be willing to make such a sacrifice, he said. That morning, the campus was as crowded as usual. In the corner of the school's infirmary, Shirone lay still on the bed. Amy and Mead kept a constant watch over him day and night. Amy gently placed her hand on his forehead. Shirone, no matter how long it takes, it could be years or even decades, she whispered, I'll wait for the day you return. Her face couldn't hide the worry and pain, but Amy kept murmuring softly, even though she was breaking down from the suffocating silence. She wiped her face with tears. Please say something, Amy begged. Shirone remained still with his eyes closed. After a while, his eyelids slowly lifted, revealing his green eyes. Shirone sat up slowly, but strangely, he was completely naked. Shirone blinked, his gaze blurry as he looked around. Where am I? He walked absent-mindedly, but suddenly something clicked. He remembered. The memory rushed back. He was holding the girl in his arms, falling off a cliff to save everyone. At that moment, he had unleashed his immortality to its fullest extent. He raised his hand and observed it. Is this the afterlife? It seemed like he still hadn't forgot the memories from his previous life. Then something caught his attention. But why? Shirone stood alone in the vast emptiness. No matter where he went, the scenery remained the same. It felt like all of his senses were numb. He took one step after another, his mind racing. Don't tell me. My foot just stepped on something. Shirone had stepped onto an invisible staircase. Suddenly, he froze. I knew it. He was still as lost as before, just like at the beginning. His face was blank, and distance seemed non-existent. He thought to himself that he was waving at a doppelganger far away. People can only measure distance if there are two objects to serve as reference points. The doppelganger disappeared, and he began searching frantically. If one of those reference points doesn't exist, then the concept of distance disappears and space can't form. Shirone glanced around and thought, that means no matter where I go here, it's like I'm not going anywhere. Then a voice spoke up, Excellent. I didn't expect you to understand the meaning of space. I knew you had the right to come here. Shirone frowned, looked up, and asked, Who's that? Am I dead? His eyes widened as a small hole of bright light appeared above him, surrounded by many colorful rays. The growing power around him was so intense that he had to raise his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. The force seemed to cover the entire space, and he was both amazed and confused. Whoa! From within the magical aura, two legs appeared. A beautiful girl with blue hair stepped forward. She walked up to Shirone and spoke, I've been waiting for you. Shirone, or more precisely, Shirone, still confused, asked, Who are you? The girl with blue hair smiled softly. I am. She placed a hand over her chest and introduced herself. I am the goddess. On the 5th day after Shirone's death, outside the quiet campus, sunlight streamed down onto the school's roof tiles. Due to the recent tragedy, the professors had decided to delay all recovery measures. However, the students were not happy about it. In the student council room, students sat in observation. Behind them, a blackboard read, Do you agree with the recovery measures the professors believe are appropriate after today's meeting? Yes, no. The students felt as though the principal, whom they had trusted so much, had betrayed them. Suddenly, a young man with dark hair slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Everything that's happening now started from a mistake the principal made 40 years ago. He stood at the bottom of the room, facing the student council, and continued, The accusations against the principal need to be addressed on another day, and Shirone's funeral must be postponed too. They're just trying to avoid taking responsibility. Amira, the president of the student council, a second-year student, clasped her hands in frustration and said, The student council definitely has to step in on this matter. The entire room erupted in agreement, chanting, Yes, yes, the principal must take responsibility for what happened. Punish him. Punish him. Suddenly, a hand shot up in opposition. Hold on. Everyone's misunderstanding. Shirelle stood up and responded. I'm Shirelle from Class 5. Everyone's assuming Shirone is gone for good, but that's not the whole truth. She explained Shirone's heart stopped beating, but his body hasn't decomposed yet, which has caused all this gossip. Is that true? Is that really what's happening? Shirelle went on. The professors made their decision based on this uncertainty. Amira quickly pressed for clarification. Is that true? Shirelle, if he's not dead, then why did his heart stop? Shirelle closed her eyes in deep thought. Amira urged her on. Please, tell us the details. Why? Shirelle's face was firm, her hands crossed in front of her chest as she replied, the result of unlocking the immortality ability. Her eyes widened as she analyzed immortality as a concept that doesn't directly affect a person's life, and the professors are still discussing it. The room fell silent and her voice became hesitant. It's a mysterious topic. So, before she could finish, murmurs broke out among the students below. What is this immortality ability? I heard it's the highest level a mage can achieve. Level? But is it magic created by knowledge? So, if it is. Suddenly, she was struck with shock and fear by the whispers below, sweat dripping down her face as it turned pale. She thought to herself, wait, why are they reacting like this, asterisk? At this moment, Amira was also deep in thought. It's a mysterious topic. Isn't the second innate talent of wise mages to make decisions after carefully thinking through a problem multiple times, Shirelle glanced around in panic, suddenly understanding. She thought of the children. We're still not mages, just students. The younger kids would only accept what they could truly see and feel. She couldn't stop imagining the rebellious students who disliked the principal and the older students who were biased because of their hatred for the principal. They didn't have the luxury of rational thinking. What did this have to do with those accusations? Shirelle imagined the scene where the principal was arrested and Shirone was lying in a coffin full of flowers, that he was going to be buried. With this kind of situation, she'd be holding her head and crying, thinking they were going to bury Shirone. What should I do? She wondered. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, coming from an arm raised in the air. I'm Mark, from 7th grade. Mark's eyes were full of anger. He shouted, the school's honor comes from its students. If people hear rumors about our school having an unreliable teacher, they'll lose trust in us too. Mark placed his hand on his chest, his voice softening. However, we all know who helped us understand what it means to be a true magician. The students in the crowd started to realize what he was saying. Mark continued, with those large, wrinkled hands guiding our small ones forward, the person who showed us love and care. The image of the principal playing with the children appeared in everyone's minds when we were still young. The people below began to change their minds. That's right, they taught us to become who we are today. Mark's voice continued to echo. Even though the principal had made a mistake in the past, Mark boldly said, I don't think we need to go against the teachers we hold in such high regard. Shirelle looked at him with shining eyes, admiration in her gaze. That's right, Mark. If logic doesn't work, we'll appeal to their emotions. The girl sitting next to Amira noticed her tapping on the desk. With a distant look in her eyes, Amira seemed to be deep in thought. If they voted now, the result would be a tie, 5 against 5. The board was filled with writing, and the students below were restless. Some were crying, while others were laughing and joking around. What's the accusation? Please forgive the teachers. It seemed like the kids in this beginner class had too many expectations. That's why I said we need to separate them. Amira's head was spinning. If we keep going like this, they won't press any charges. What should I do? A hand shot up, and a voice called out. Ardino Fermi, first year. A guy stood up, and all eyes turned to him. Shirelle whispered, why is Fermi standing up? He stood up and bowed. Everyone, I forgot to mention something important. We owe our lives to Shirone. Is there anyone here who isn't sad that he sacrificed himself for us? The students' faces turned serious, making Shirelle look over her shoulder, worried. Fermi's words made Shirelle uneasy as she shifted uncomfortably in front. That's why we shouldn't keep opposing this. Fermi, with a cold look on his face, called out, for the savior of our lives, we must fight to honor Shirone's spirit. Shirelle tensed up and shouted back, wait, honor his spirit? Shirone isn't dead. Fermi calmly responded, isn't he? From what I know. He flashed a cold smile. People are using chemicals to preserve Shirone's body. If she's still alive, then why would they do that? The whole room was shocked. Amira asked, is that true, Fermi member? Then she turned to accuse Shirelle. Shirelle, do you know about this? She tried to stay calm in the face of the accusation. Please tell us, Shirelle. She trembled, tears streaming down her face. I refuse to provide information that would implicate me. She thought to herself, I'm sorry, Amy. Amira immediately waved her hand. Now we will begin the vote. But she predicted the votes would be in her favor. Shirelle silently cursed. It's all that bastard Fermi's fault. Outside on the school grounds, a group of students protested. Resign, Altheas, submit to interrogation. Leading the charge was Amira shouting, start the funeral for Shirone now. Stop preserving the body of the deceased. Amy and Bede, watching from the observation room below, were caught off guard. This is bad. Altheas used magic on Shirone's body, looking gloomy. It seems they've realized we're using magic to slow her down. The old man's face showed a brief moment of sadness. We don't have much time left. God? Shirone found himself once again standing before God. God spoke gently, do you not believe me? Just as the things humans create reflect human thoughts and forms, everything I have made carries my own traits. Therefore, you resemble me the most, Shirone. He was stunned, lost in thought. God calmly extended her hands, calling out to him with a soft, serene voice. Her beautiful face, eyes like drops of water, and long, gentle hair spoke. Will you create a world with me? Shirone hesitated, stepping back slightly. What? He stammered, his confusion clear. With me. It suddenly dawned on him that he was completely naked. Flushing with embarrassment, he instinctively tried to cover himself with his hands, hurriedly adding, I'm sorry. This is all so sudden. I'm not that kind of person, okay? He was so embarrassed that his words were barely understandable, sweat pouring down his back. God chuckled, amused by his cute awkwardness. With a wave of her hand, she conjured a set of clothes for him and said, Don't be shy. This isn't your world. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled, adding, Your body still exists in your world. Shirone fell silent, looking up, lost in thought. He hesitated to look at the girl who claimed to be a goddess and spoke. I knew it. Is this a different world? The goddess raised one hand to her side, slightly tilting her head as she answered, No, this is a place different from where you live. She held out her index finger right in front of him, with a tiny round black dot at the tip. One dot represents a dimension without sound or surface, a small black dot in the middle of a vast, empty space. As he looked closer, he realized the dot wasn't as small as he first thought. From the outside, it seemed like there was no space at all, but as he zoomed in, he could clearly see that there was space inside where Shirone was standing, talking to the goddess. But in reality, it was all condensed. He looked down at his hands and quietly thought, a dot with a distance between my two hands. In other words, my body exists in 3 dimensions, and while I look at my hands and speak, there's a 3-dimensional world inside a dot. The goddess smiled gently and commented, Your perspective is quite unique. From an angle where his view of the goddess's expression was unclear, she confidently stated, That's right, it's the nature of time and space. Even a world seen from afar looks like a dot. She brought the dot on her fingertip closer to her eyes, then looked directly at it. But if you get closer, it's an endless world. Shirone froze for a moment. The goddess is the one who created that world. What do you think? He stayed silent for a while before asking, I can't go back, can I? The goddess looked at Shirone, puzzled, then replied, You can't? Don't you want to stay? If you're feeling regretful, he immediately interrupted her, denying it. That's not it. I understand very clearly. Shirone hesitantly spoke up, Can I ask one more question? God smiled and replied, Of course. Shirone's pupils narrowed. He asked, Why are you lying? This question from Shirone seemed to strike a nerve with God. She was extremely surprised. The water beneath her feet rippled slightly. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke, God doesn't lie. There's no need to lie. God's eyelids drooped, yet the familiar smile still lingered on her lips, because if I believe it doesn't exist, then it won't exist. Shirone's face darkened. His eyes grew cold. You're lying again. Even this one simple sentence caused God's expression to change. Her gaze lost the brightness it had earlier. Shirone suddenly asked, Are you really God? God remained silent for a moment before her sharp eyes slowly rose. She spoke as if realizing there had been a misunderstanding, explaining that their definitions of God were different. I will show you what God is. Shirone stood silently waiting. The scene shifted to a small village nestled between countless rolling hills. Under a clear sky, gentle sunlight bathed the villagers as they harvested ripened rice with sickles. Near the corner of a house, 2 women stood in the shade, chatting. Children ran to the fields, eager to catch dragonflies. Everything around Shirone appeared so real. He stood there, lost in wonder, as though he were truly seeing it for the first time. This world was a perfect replica. He turned his head to look at where the Lord was standing. She was holding a sphere in her arms. However, I could shift that farmer. One hand lifted the sphere, while the other rested on top of it, pointing at the farmer from the small village. The Lord's 2 fingers slowly pierced through the outer layer of the sphere, which was also the sky in this mirrored world. At the same time, where Shirone stood, a large shadow suddenly appeared and covered his body. From his point of view, looking up at the high sky, he could see how much the Lord's 2 delicate fingers had been magnified. Those 2 fingers grasped the back of the farmer's shirt and lifted him up into the air. Finally, they dropped him down in front of a horse that was eating hay. In the distance, the Lord stood a little away from Shirone and said, The space has changed, which means time has changed as well. The Lord lifted the sphere in her palm, because time and space are one. Shirone suddenly muttered 2 words, Time, space. The Lord immediately agreed. Exactly. A hand lifted the knight's piece, and something similar existed in your world. Right? If you move a knight in your world, the knight that was lifted just now is now placed somewhere else. 1 turn of time has passed on the board, meaning you are manipulating time and space, and the lower dimension is called the chessboard. Shirone looked at the Lord's back as she spoke, and she said, The Lord is not the unbeatable, superhuman being that your faith makes her out to be. On the golden rice field, dragonflies fluttered through the blue sky. They were just designers capable of creating a dimension with a lower level than where they existed. At some point, the footsteps of God had come close to the farmer, but the creatures they created believed that God was an absolute entity. God stood behind the farmer, watching his back and speaking, because they have power that the creatures can never possess, and God can manipulate them without them even knowing. The farmer's face was exaggerated. It was just a piece of wood with 2 holes drilled for eyes. The farmer didn't know how he had moved, nor did he know that this world was a replica. He showed a terrified expression when he heard these words from God. God smiled, his bright blue eyes looking at Shirone. There was only one way to make him understand. Shirone's pupils contracted, his brows furrowed, and a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. In horror, Shirone whispered, "The power of immortality." God placed a hand on the farmer's shoulder. That's right. Immediately, a spell was activated. God tilted his head, watching as the farmer slowly began to fade into sparkling particles. That was the power of immortality. Shirone and the Lord both tilted their heads upward, watching the shimmering particles rise into the sky. The Lord spoke again. The ability of immortality is a sense that shapes the entire world. The glittering particles continued to trail after each other, climbing higher into the deep blue sky. They scattered across different corners of the heavens, but in the end, they were stopped by the glass surface of the sphere. The Lord held the sphere gently in the palm of their hand, and for a moment, their beautiful face took on a mysterious, almost otherworldly expression. Even so, the farmer's world was still trapped inside this glass sphere. He could not comprehend the higher dimensional reality. Shirone stared at the glass sphere in fear. "Do you understand now?" the Lord asked. "I brought you, someone who has used the ability of immortality and almost torn apart in the process to this place." Shirone stayed silent for a moment, warily eyeing the Lord before finally asking, "What do you want from me?" The Lord responded as they used magic on the sphere. The glass sphere transformed into a small black dot under the influence of the Lord's magic. Shirone couldn't take his eyes off. A drop of sweat rolled down the corner of his eye, just one. "Step into the timeline I've created, Shirone," the voice continued, "and create another timeline." The timeline, starting from one small point, gradually expanded and transformed into another smaller point, and within that, another timeline. And it would keep repeating over and over again. God looked up at the vast starry sky, smiling brightly. It will become a perfect universe. This is what we call the matrix of timelines. Meanwhile, Shirone's face darkened. He didn't say anything. He just stood there, silently listening. Suddenly, Shirone spoke. "I can't." God raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" "I'm sure you have no reason to refuse." God asked again, "You don't like my proposal?" Shirone slightly lowered his head before answering, "It's not bad. I think becoming God to create a new world sounds good. And your plan to create a perfect universe. It also sounds okay." Shirone's gaze suddenly sharpened. "But if I enter your timeline, someone else like me will have to sacrifice." God's emerald eyes darkened, but a glint of light flashed from the shadows of his face. He raised a finger, speaking in a commanding tone, "I won't give you a choice. If you refuse, I'll tear you apart." Shirone's expression remained firm, unwavering. "I won't do it." The goddess said, "We'll know soon enough." At the same time, she cast a spell to attack him, causing the water around them to ripple violently. She maintained her stance while casting the magic, her face showing no sign of guilt, as if she had done nothing wrong. But that calm expression quickly faded, replaced by a look of surprise. "Now I understand." On the other side of the water, Shirone stood there completely unharmed. Not a single wound or scratch on his body. His hair was fluttering, and his eyes shone with a blue light. It was like a time-space matrix, just like the one the god had mentioned, almost like a divine domain. Shirone raised one hand in front of him, then lifted his other hand high, activating his own magic. Her divine domain. Shirone aimed a red magic at the girl who claimed to be the goddess. At the same time, his gaze was more determined than ever. He was confident that she was a sorceress. Shirone stood there confronting her. She slowly stepped back and added, "Shirone, don't do something you'll regret." He remained where he stood, lost in thought, unsure of her true intentions. The goddess remained silent for a moment before starting to cast magic around herself. "Do you think you can defeat me?" Shirone, deep in thought, was genuinely concerned about the situation. Asterisky definitely can't win. She's someone who's reached the level of calling herself a goddess, arcane. No, maybe she's even stronger than a goddess, asterisk. Anyway, no matter what, he was certain about his choice and firmly stated, "This isn't a place to stay." Shirone recalled the image from earlier of the goddess with the man he had observed. When the farmer unlocked the power of immortality, his body disappeared without a trace. "But she had my body existing in another world. So I can return, right?" Shirone asked. The goddess answered his question. "Yes, you can return. However, there's no way you'll succeed. You'll just die again. She was trying to convince Shirone to reconsider, but he stubbornly refused and made up his mind not to turn back. Then I'll still try, he said. The goddess pondered for a moment. Catching it isn't the problem. The issue is its maximum energy. The goddess nervously glanced at the red light energy in the palm of Shirone's hand. If that's the case, this space will be destroyed. After thinking for a moment, she began to use her powers. Shirone appeared quite worried, unsure of what she was planning to do. The goddess raised her arm, creating a black hole that sucked the red energy from Shirone's hand into it. Meanwhile, water began flooding the ground from nowhere. After casting the spell, she continued speaking. This place is a crossroads of space and time. The moment you step through, you will experience the journey you've already taken to get here, but in reverse. Shirone was still doubtful that the goddess would really let him go. Are you really going to let me return? But before he could leave, she set one condition. Promise me this, if you fail to return to your original world, you must come back here and follow my instructions. Shirone still had doubts and was filled with anxiety, unsure if he would truly make it back. I spoke again, you won't succeed. He looked at the gate back to the deep, endless darkness. He turned and thanked the goddess. Thank you for letting me return. It's too soon to thank me, she replied. It's not easy for a pure and sacred being to return to a complicated physical body, let alone one as flawed as a human body. The goddess, in some rare act of kindness, reminded Shirone before he left. If you can make it through, you will become something strange, no longer human. If you want to give up, come back this way. She still hoped Shirone would reconsider and stay, but he was firm. I won't give up. Goodbye. He slowly stepped through the gate, ready to return to his own body. Safe travels. The goddess gave her final blessing to Shirone as he set off. He moved step by step, slowly advancing toward the gate. Inside the gate was pitch black, and he fumbled his way forward. If I go through this way, I can return, he thought to himself. Shirone continued walking, undeterred by the darkness around him. Despite the heavy blackness, he kept moving forward without paying attention to anything else. The darkness enveloped everything, leaving him wandering aimlessly. Eventually, he realized in a panic and looked around. This place looked exactly like the white room from earlier. When he looked back, he was confused to see the gate still there. The goddess was still standing there, watching him. She now fell silent, thinking to herself, looking back now, there were so many strange things. Why did she give up on me so easily? He remembered the goddess's earlier words, you won't succeed. Shirone was filled with panic as he realized he had fallen into the goddess's trap. He was trapped in a timeless prison. Then a memory surfaced. It was from 2 months ago when he was at Uncle Armin's house. Yes, Shirone was the embodiment of stasis. Uncle Armin's image began to appear and he spoke to him. Shirone is in a classroom scene with everyone frozen in place. If it's the spell of stasis, then it's one of the highest level magics where time slows down faster than the speed of light. Are we moving at the speed of light? You're a smart kid. Exactly. So it happens. Time itself seems to stop. He looked up at the sky and continued, the light is quite strange, with stars flying across the sky. The light can make a mage faster. After a certain point, the stars fly even faster, and an infinite color appears behind them. They can even catch up with time. That infinite star circles the earth. That's the foundation of the spell to stop time. Back in the present, after absorbing the knowledge from Master Armin's words, Shirone began to think deeply. If this is a space-time trapped within the speed of light, I can escape. With that realization, he opened his eyes. If I'm faster than the speed of light, but how? Superluminal speed, speed that only exists in theory, something that's not real. Suddenly, the words of the goddess sparked an idea for Shirone. The moment you step in, you'll experience the process you went through to get here, but in reverse. He slowly stood up. I get it now, he thought. I'll use purple magic, the power of immortality. Shirone positioned himself, preparing to race. The speed at which immortality spreads across the universe is instantaneous. Right now, I'm just a soul without a body, so I'm not sure if going faster than light is even possible. Destruction. His gaze was full of determination and confidence. Even though he knew he might fail, he had to try. I won't give up. He started racing against the light. Shirone moved incredibly fast, leaving a long streak of purple light behind him. He succeeded. His soul sped up so quickly that all you could see were the purple lights moving. I could already see his body lying motionless on the bed. His soul was racing toward it, following a long streak of purple light, heading back to his body, the place where I was before, the place where my friends were. His body lay on the bed with a hand focused on healing magic. The one performing the healing was Headmaster Alpheus. Now let's switch back to the real world. 8 days after Shirone's death, Headmaster Alpheus sat by the bed, watching over Shirone's body. Behind him were Sina, Athela, and Mead. Aruki was sitting in a chair waiting anxiously, while Amy stood leaning against the doorframe. Suddenly, Shirelle spoke up, catching Amy's attention. Look over there. Outside, someone was raising a petition and making a scene. On behalf of the students of Althea's Magic Academy, we are submitting this petition to all the professors. A crowd had gathered, causing a commotion, and at the front of it was a white-haired girl, the student council president, Amira. She demanded that Headmaster Alpheus turn himself in. She was interrogated by the Magic Association. The students who hadn't participated in the protest voiced their concerns, saying, "Senpai, please stay calm." Sena, filled with anger, pushed the door open and confronted them. Why is the student council inciting others and causing chaos in the school? The white-haired girl stepped forward, holding up a piece of paper and raising her voice. No one is inciting anything. We didn't want it to go this far, but Shirone has been dead for 8 days now. Why hasn't there been any announcement? Shirone fell into a coma, and it only counts as a coma if the person's heart is still beating. You can't fool us by saying his body hasn't decayed yet. Is that really enough to avoid punishing the principal? We even have Shirone's death as proof, but the school doesn't want to collapse over something like this. She apologized for deceiving them, but this was the best decision the teachers could come up with, and they would take responsibility for it. Can the teachers really take responsibility for their actions? The white-haired girl thought, feeling tense. Why would she say something like that? Is there something we've missed? What's going on? I've read the whole report. It seems like she's hesitating. Nearby, Furby stood quietly, giving her a serious look, and thought, Amira. She was going to join the parade and would cause a lot of trouble if she turned her back. To be more precise, it would mess up her plans. In his eyes, there was a clear sense of calculation, and I didn't want to get dragged into it. He smiled kindly and suggested, let's do it this way. Let us see Shirone's condition. We'll decide what to do after we see him for ourselves. Hearing this, Sena snapped angrily. We can't allow that. Wait until everything's settled. The crowd seemed to get stirred up by her words. No way, how can we trust you? Go inside. We have the right to know. We're fighting for our school. Maria and a few others tried to stand up and stop them, but the crowd shoved them aside. You can't do this. Luckily, Mark caught Maria before she fell and yelled, you people have gone too far. Another student's life is in danger. The crowd kept pushing forward, not hesitating anymore. Suddenly, a dark figure shot out from the treatment room where Shirone was, smashing through the window, leaving everyone below stunned. The person landed right in front of the building entrance, blocking the crowd from charging in. It was Need. He stood at the door, his body surrounded by lightning magic energy, and said, fine, go ahead and come in if you want. But if that's the case, then you'll die. He gave off a deadly glare, promising to strike anyone down who dared to step forward and break through into the building. At this moment, the students in the courtyard split into two groups, one protesting and the other trying to stop them. Amira, clearly confused, spoke up, What? What are you talking about? She looked a little stunned, her expression forced as she asked, Need, we've been good to you because you've done things for us and this is how you talk to your seniors. The people around her wore similarly angry expressions. Need straightened up, his body radiating a force like small thunderbolts. He spoke sternly, Should I repeat myself? The power around him grew stronger and enormous energy spread out in all directions. Seeing this, those facing him began to tremble, their faces filled with disbelief. One of them exclaimed, Wait, no way. That's... Amira's face also went pale. No way. With a burst of overwhelming magic and bolts of lightning surrounding him, Need's classmates gasped in surprise, whispering, That's plasma magic. They wondered, isn't he just a 5th year? Even at our school, only Reiken, a 1st year, could use that. His teammates were standing high up, watching their faces filled with panic. Amy exclaimed, That's real destructive magic. Cheryl responded, He hid this magic. Only Aruki could have known this would happen. He stood with his arms crossed in a quarter, deep in thought. So, you finally used that magic. Seeing Need struggle to hold on made him reflect. Though he knew what would happen if Need went through with it, Shirone wasn't dead. Need's face gradually twisted with uncontrolled rage and a threatening glare. I will kill all of you trash if you touch Shirone. Meanwhile, Shirone lay in bed, a wave of purple energy approaching him. Deep down, he felt like he was returning to a place with people he knew. Suddenly, small sparks like mischievous flames appeared. A hand reached out from the purple energy, as if trying to touch the sparks. Then, an image of Shirone's body appeared. In a translucent form, he was struggling to escape, because Shirone knew something was clinging to him. Voices echoed in his head, causing him intense pain as he clutched his head and collapsed. A voice rang out in his mind, What is this? As Shirone held his face, the voice continued, Rebirth, the lowest existence. Hearing this, his eyes widened in realization. The voice echoed again, Humans always have a strong will to survive. Shirone seemed to understand it all now, so that's it. He remembered the words the Lord had spoken. It wasn't easy to merge something pure with a spiritual entity to return to a complex physical body. more so one filled with the disgusting elements of humanity. He recalled those words, and now they existed in his mind. What she said, he couldn't bear to scream. No, I will return. That voice echoed around him again. Return where? There's no place waiting for you. When the voice spoke again, the only thing waiting for you is death. This triggered Shirone's anger. He shouted furiously. Shut up! He tried to run toward his body, avoiding the streaks of red light. I will return to my world. He raised his hand, leaning forward, and yelled, Stay away from me. At that moment at the school, Amira was harshly criticizing Need. Why can't you accept that your friend is dead, you foolish junior? With that, her eyes gleamed, her hands clenched as she used magic, creating a thick black smoke that enveloped the space around them. This was a weather magic that could absorb. The people behind her were also readying their spells, their eyes glowing as well. Need, do you really think? The sky was filled with bubbles. He looked up, and just then, Amira's voice rang out again. Do you think you can defeat all of us? Suddenly, footsteps were heard, followed by a voice. Ha 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 ha, I can't believe you just walked into a battle you can't even control. Aruki walked slowly over to him and asked coldly, Do you need my help? Need jumped in surprise and called out Aruki's name. He glanced at him before questioning, You think Shirone is dead? Then he shouted angrily, Aren't you on their side? The others around them froze and whispered, What is he talking about? But Aruki calmly responded, Of course not, I just. His expression suddenly became determined as he looked at the group ahead and continued, I don't want them to have their way and take Shirone. Amira, growing increasingly frantic, screamed and gritted her teeth in fury, shouting, You bastards. Meanwhile, Shirone was still unconscious lying on the bed. A voice sounded nearby. It seemed. Alpheus was looking down sadly before speaking. Looks like this is the end. Amy, startled by his words, turned to him confused. What do you mean by that? The end? Are you planning to bury Shirone? She couldn't believe it and pressed him. Is that really what you mean? Sena and Athela stood beside her, their faces filled with sorrow. Alpheus turned to Amy and said, Amy, look outside. He gazed through the window, where his students were preparing for battle, his heart heavy. He spoke quietly. The kids have activated deadly magic and are trying to kill each other. He hesitated before adding, If this continues, it will lead to another tragedy. Hearing this, Amy's eyes filled with tears. She grabbed Alfie's hand, stopping him. No, Shirone isn't dead. She was sobbing uncontrollably. You know that, don't you? The old man just shut his eyes and gave up, not saying a word. Amy lowered her head, tears of pain falling as she whispered the name, Shirone. Elsewhere, Fermi was silently laughing with a wicked grin. He was pleased by the chaos of the battle, feeling both excitement and fear. He looked at Need and Aruki, calculating. I'm going to be the one hunting you down. Over here, Amira was a bit worried and thought to herself, Is this really happening? The students were preparing deadly magic to face off against each other. With that in mind, she suddenly spoke up. You're Aruki, the one with the genius syndrome. Aruki's expression didn't change when she heard this, and Amira continued. You're colder than anyone acting based on emotions, right? Amira then stood tall and snapped. Do you really believe Shirone is still alive? Aruki replied emotionlessly. I only have one answer. She spoke with unwavering certainty. Shirone isn't dead. Need was shocked when he heard this. What? Suddenly, Amira's face darkened and she scoffed. Is that so? She's crazy, thinking she's always right. I guess you prepared a logical explanation to convince us, huh? Aruki answered bluntly, Of course. This response made everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. What? Aruki continued, I have evidence. Hearing that, Amira quickly responded, Show us what makes you think Shirone is still alive. He began to explain. His first reason was simple. He raised his hand toward the sky. It's 4 o'clock. Well, I'll let you all figure it out. Everyone looked up at the sky in unison, their faces filled with curiosity. The bell they were thinking of seemed almost like a mystical explanation. What's going on? Need next to them was equally confused. He was counting, but while everyone was wondering what was happening, Amira spoke up, I get it. I understand now. Then she snapped and shouted loudly, We'll confirm Shirone's status ourselves, no matter what. Aruki, holding a stack of documents, raised them high. Amira's voice kept yelling, How long do you think you can stall before graduation? At that moment, Candace appeared, cutting her off. This is pretty fun, can I join? Amira growled angrily, How dare you come here so casually? Right in front of V stands Candace without a care and Aaron next to him looking annoyed. This time, I'm going to catch you, remember that. Candace didn't care, replying, Go ahead if you can. Aruki was still flipping through the documents. It took him 27 seconds. Candace folded his arms, pouting, Doesn't matter. Now I'm going to repay Shirone. Need watch your friend flip through all these confusing pages. Aruki remained calm. What's this? A notebook from the Lightning Dragon. Need gasped in shock, exclaiming what? Aruki responded calmly, I diagnosed Shirone's condition and sent off the samples I collected. Do you remember the time I used a knife to cut Shirone's arm? At this, Neeb looked horrified. Since when did you? More importantly, did you do this 5 days away from the capital? Kana stood there, watching quietly, which made Aaron beside him feel awkward. Then Amira spoke up, Lightning Dragon. What kind of scam is this? Do you really think the name Mercandane will change anything? Aruki answered without getting upset. Don't worry, I used a pseudonym. If I used my real name, my father would get harassed. Plus, don't you think what's written in this document is more important? Amira raised her voice. So what? Does it contain magic that can bring the dead back to life? Aruki didn't deny it. It's called the Analysis of Immortality Potential and Comatose State. As soon as he finished, everyone was stunned and stood frozen. Need turned to look at his friend. Aruki continued, based on the cellular analysis of the subject, the cells are in a suspended state of activity. The others in the room also leaned in, examining the documents closely. With the sample collected 24 hours after the subject's death, there's been no change in organ function. The data below. Take a look at the report based on the information we've gathered. The subject's body may be in a state of suspended activity, but we can't conclusively say that all bodily functions have ceased. The whispers around Amira made her feel anxious. What's the difference? Does this mean he's not dead? Aruki continued analyzing. The Lightning Dragon had classified 3 types of circulatory failure. First, complete cessation of heart function. Second, temporary suspension of heart function. When he mentioned 3 hearts not working, but in a state that seems like they've stopped, Amira turned pale, shocked, and unable to believe it. Wait, the third one doesn't make sense. His hand flipped through the papers rapidly. This is important. Listen closely. An image of a heart appeared, and he explained, while it's possible to observe a creature with a stopped heart, based on an immoral dead body, there could be 2 new cases. In front of everyone, he calmly said, Case 1, if the autonomic functions are delayed for a special reason, until the brain reaches a conclusion, the body might temporarily stop its functions. And Case 2, even if the subject's autonomic functions have ended. Aruki, holding a clock, continued, It's possible the observer's sense of time might differ, and yet the body functions might still seem normal. At this point, Amy sighed in relief and leaned against Sherelle. He explained that an outsider couldn't observe this activity due to a barrier in space and time. Still flipping through documents, he added. Based on magical logic, the subject slides through, well, anyway. Amira was terrified by Aruki's convincing words. Lying in the recovery room, Arian Shirone's eyes were full of worry. The last page of the document bore a red stamp. Aruki concluded with a final sentence. This can't be considered as death. When had Need's tears fallen? Aruki asked, Well, did I find it? His face was bright with a hopeful smile, and he said, I found a way to bring the dead back to life.